Behold, the young man named Garen selects Tahm Kench for revenge against the insufferable Yasuo, while his comrade, Garen, reluctantly chooses to play his main character Garen, traversing through the world of One Piece. Starved in the dense forests of this realm, Garen encounters a colossal teddy bear, and in the ensuing struggle, he unlocks a combat system. However, just as he transforms, he finds himself impaled upon a spiky tree. Can this protagonist possibly survive? Look closely. What? Yasuo hastily picks his champion and audaciously claims a position, even daring to insult others? Does he truly believe I cannot handle him? Garen smirks, swiftly moving his mouse to the icon of the River King, Tahm Kench, and firmly clicks confirm. Not again. Will this allow anyone to enjoy the game? Witnessing Garen once more summon his troublesome frog, his companion, Garen, feels his patience shatter. Indeed, this ally is aptly named Garen. After the famed sword saint from the pre-Qin era, Garen knows full well his friend Tahm Kench is solely skilled in sabotaging teammates. That insufferable Yasuo is certain to face dire consequences this match. But for himself, who simply wishes to play, he is destined to accompany two liabilities, enduring the maddening notifications of killed and tower destroyed in frustration. Forget it. This game is utterly lost. It'll just go with the flow. With his spirit dampened, Garen gazes at the champion selection screen, aimlessly moving the mouse, until it inadvertently halts upon a familiar icon, his true main hero, the embodiment of Demacia, Garen. The poetic sage Du Shaoling even penned verses for him. Each version brings forth a new deity, and in every iteration, Garen is played. One is silence, the other is the spin beneath the great sword, souls linger. These lines flicker through Garen's mind, and by some strange twist of fate, he clicks confirm. In the world of One Piece, on the island of Samwell in the East Blue, the sprawling forest stretches endlessly, its canopy resembling a colossal umbrella, branches intertwining into a verdant sea of trees. Deep within this arboreal ocean, a meandering stream flows, the only sound being the gentle trickle of the spring water. Suddenly, a heavy breath disrupts the tranquility. A man rises, towering nearly 2 meters, robust as a fortress, his limbs proportionate, muscles coiling with raw strength. He may not be conventionally handsome, but he exudes a rugged charm, his short black hair neatly styled, with fierce eyebrows conveying a resolute spirit and epitome of a warrior. Yet this warrior finds himself in a dire predicament. His gaze is vacant, lips chapped and pale, his body coated in dirt, wielding a thick branch as a weapon, and scantily clad, barely concealed by a few coarse leaves. Our protagonist, Garen, has been lost in the wilderness for an entire day and night. With no knowledge of survival, he is directionless, unable to find an escape, devoid of water and food, not even a wild hare in sight. Thirst sets his throat ablaze. Hunger causes stars to dance before his eyes as he flails about the forest like a headless fly. Water, water. Garen's ears perk up, catching the soothing sound of spring. His dull eyes suddenly brighten. He accelerates, disregarding the pain from the gravel beneath his feet, crazed with desperation as he rushes toward the source of the sound, finally spotting the crystalline brook. He collapses, kneeling by the water's edge, akin to a famished beast, fervently drinking as if to quench an insatiable thirst, and after what feels like an eternity, he lifts his head, wiping his mouth in satisfaction. The stream gradually calms, its waters reflecting a pristine mirror. What? Garen stares at his reflection upon the water's surface, that familiar yet strange visage rendering him speechless. Is it truly Garen? Awakening to discover his transformed body, it is only now that he comprehends who he has become. From now on, am I Garen? He waved his muscular arm, gazing at his handsome face reflected in the water. The transition from a Chinese name to an English one was striking, the pronunciations entirely different. Wait, Garen clenched his fists, his anger boiling over. Having reincarnated as Garen, where's my armor and my great sword? Concealing himself behind leaves and wielding a stick as a sword, he felt lightheaded with rage. Isn't Garen supposed to be a noble general? What are my lavish reincarnation benefits? The castle, the maids, the henchmen, the decadent life of a noble? And my royal friends, a magical girl sister? Sigh. After a moment of reflection, Garen finally grasped the reality of his situation. The eerie silence enveloped him. Alone in the wilderness, an overwhelming sense of loneliness washed over him. What had become of his family? Was his gaming buddy still well? He feared he might never see them again. Wait, Garen suddenly burst into laughter. I chose to reincarnate as Garen, while my buddy picked a frog. Doesn't that mean he's become the River King, Tom? If that fool truly turns into a frog, He'll probably end up searching for a female frog to court. Ha ha ha. He felt a wave of relief. He had chosen a character with a shared name, a normal human hero, nonetheless a ruggedly handsome one. Glancing at his towering stature and robust muscles, he realized the fitness bets he had made in his previous life were finally paying off. With that perspective, the absence of food and clothing didn't seem so dire after all. Grumble, grumble, his stomach rumbled like thunder, and Garen's smile instantly faltered. He was starving. This formidable body, with strength, speed, and endurance surpassing that of Olympic champions, was undeniably superhuman. Yet it was also incredibly susceptible to hunger. After a day without food, he would even consider gnawing on a Snickers. But after wandering the forest for an entire day and night, there was nothing to eat, not even a fish in the stream. Resigned, Garen bent down to drink from the stream to quench his hunger, then leaned on his stick and ventured deeper into the forest. Plunging into the thicket beneath the towering trees, grass grew taller than his nearly 2-meter frame. Even the reeds seemed absurdly high. Indeed, he had crossed into another realm. Hidden in the underbrush, Garen's mind was filled with delectable thoughts of culinary delights from his homeland. Cured meats, smoked meats, braised pork, twice-cooked pork. What was the benefit of traversing to another world? Which realm could present meat in such a myriad of forms? The more he pondered, the hungrier he became. Woof woof. A sound from a living creature? Garen's eyes sharpened. Raising his makeshift club, the imagined feast transformed into sheer power, coalescing in his grip. Woof woof woof. Pay attention. The sound grew clearer, its source evidently approaching. A dog? Garen froze. Loosening his gripe, had never consumed dog meat. Not being an extreme dog lover, he respected others' choices, but having raised a dog in his previous life, he would never touch it. Whiff, 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 whiff. The sound drew nearer. Garen instinctively tightened his grip on the stick, his mind at war. No, how could I eat such a cute dog? He resolutely decided. Grumble, grumble, his stomach growled even more fiercely. Garen, would rather starve to death, perish outside, or leap into the stream than take a single bite of dog meat. Grumble, grumble, woof, 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 woof. Garen burst through the thicket, leaping forth with his stick raised high, slicing through the air. Demacia. In a fleeting moment of leaping, all apprehensions vanished. What lay before him was no mere adorable creature. With all 4 paws on the ground, it stood over 3 meters tall. Garen froze in place, his stick suspended midair, appearing no larger than a toothpick before the colossal canine. His own muscles seemed insignificant in comparison. Even more terrifying was its appearance. A mass of fluffy brown curls, eyes obscured within the fur, and a drooping red tongue. Was this truly a poodle? A shiver ran down Garen's spine. Though he had never owned a poodle, he had witnessed the ferocity of the teddy bear phenomenon. His friend's pet had nearly clamped onto his calf. A veritable nightmare. This towering poodle was a nightmarish enhancement. Perhaps it merely resembles one. Garen swallowed nervously, discreetly retreating a couple of steps. Woof woof. The giant poodle detected him, abruptly pivoting, its gaze locking onto Garen's imposing, bare muscles. Woof woof woof. Its breathing intensified, tail and tongue wagging excitedly, eyes gleaming with a distinctly human-like greed, akin to a heart-shaped emoji. Holy hell! Garen swore in fright. Being scrutinized by a creature larger than an elephant was excruciatingly intense. This beast was undoubtedly in heat, and with no other living beings around, the target was glaringly obvious. Garen did not flee, aware of his own strength. Yet this poodle was evidently extraordinary. Running would be futile. Summoning his courage to display a semblance of killing intent might intimidate it. He gripped the stick firmly, swinging it menacingly while shouting, "Come on, face me, Hedon." The giant poodle hesitated for a moment before leaping directly towards him. Indeed, coming Hedon. Garen was rendered bewildered. Canines are naturally adept at jumping, and when scaled to the size of an elephant, the feat was even more terrifying. Covering dozens of meters in a single bound, the colossal poodle descended upon Garen's head. All at once, the world around him darkened. His combat experience was limited, and he was utterly unprepared to confront a behemoth. Observe closely. In this perilous moment, Garen found himself momentarily stunned. In that fleeting second, the fierce giant poodle landed atop him, forcefully pinning his robust frame to the ground. Though the poodle's movements were fierce, it surprisingly exercised restraint, eschewing teeth and claws. It simply pressed its soft, massive paw against his chest while eagerly extending its tongue to lick him. Damn it! Garen cursed, jolted back to reality, instantly recognizing the gravity of the situation. An 8-foot man was being pinned down by a randy poodle. This was utterly absurd. He had to resist. He could not allow it to prevail. An inferno of rage ignited within him, blood rushing to his head. The ordinary citizen transformed into a warrior, his formidable physique unleashing extraordinary strength as he violently broke free from the paw, delivering a punch to the drooling mouth of the giant poodle. The sound of impact reverberated, causing the poodle's jaw to sag. Woof! It yelped in pain, momentarily forgetting about the delicate beauty, instinctively swinging its massive paw. Garen was sent flying like a pinball, every inch of his body aching as if struck by a truck. As he soared through the air, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Combat damage detected. Combat system unlocked. Data mode initiated. In an instant, his starved body was replenished with vitality. A familiar interface materialized in his vision. A mini-map, skill bar, experience bar, and health bar, yet conspicuously absent was the equipment attribute panel. The blue bar? Garen never possessed one. In a dazzling display, his bare form suddenly radiated brilliance, and as the light dissipated, he found himself adorned in resplendent armor. A colossal sword gripped firmly in his hand. His transformation rivaled that of a magical girl. However, Garen had no time to admire his armor or the interface. He was still suspended in midair, tracing a parabolic arc, and more alarmingly, he was headed straight for a monstrous tree. A tree unlike any found on Earth, its body bristling with sharp spikes, gleaming like metal, and sprawling out like a mountain of blades. Riot, the sound of fabric tearing, was deafening as Garen was impaled upon the spiked mountain. The sharp protrusions pierced through his heavy armor, embedding themselves deep within his organs, his limbs rendered helplessly skewered, and most grievously, one spike penetrated his eye socket and lodged itself in his brain. Anyone else would have succumbed on the spot, but he was the protagonist. I'm still alive? Garen pondered, confusion enveloping him as the spike pierced through his mind. Just didn't die, and it doesn't hurt at all, just one eye is blind. Looking at the newly awakened system interface, the health bar had dropped a small section. To a game character, this is nothing, but for a normal person, a brain penetration would have long sent them to the grave. Garen suddenly woke up. Is this what they call the data mode? Look closely. It's completely the same as the game model. Vitality is fully converted into health points. There's no such thing as vital points. Hitting the brain and hitting the heart. All damage is calculated based on attack strength. Hitting the feet and hitting the head causes the same damage. Garen was shocked, even though he was pierced by spikes. He didn't care and enthusiastically studied the system. There was no equipment slot or attribute panel, but everything else was pretty much the same as the game. There was a 1 on his avatar, representing level 1. The skill bar had a passive skill lit up. Tenacity, passive regain 8 of maximum health every 5 seconds if no damage has been taken for 4 seconds. The description was a bit different from the game. Garen didn't delve into it. The dim skill bar flashed with golden light. He could allocate a skill. Without thinking, he first chose the Q skill that could both attack and run. Decisive Strike. Removes all slows, increases movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. And the next basic attack deals additional damage and silences for 5 seconds. Is this the effect at max level? Garen was stunned. He had just allocated level 1, but had max level effect from the game? There were no specific damage values yet. A system voice echoed in his mind. Damage depends on physical condition, strength, opponent's defense, and one's own mastery of technique. Garen understood. The cheat code had to compromise with reality. But why did level 1 have max level effects? He questioned. No need for answers. Discover it yourself. The system was emotionless. Asking again would cause it to freeze. It seemed not to be artificial intelligence. It only answered what it should answer. Hanging on the tree, Garen was so engrossed in his research that he forgot about the dozens of spikes piercing his body until, what is the thing rubbing against me from behind? Garen fell silent, gripping his sword tightly. Damn it. That Teddy forgot to clean up. Woof, 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 woof. The barking was twisted with excitement. Garen expressionlessly pulled himself out from the spiked tree, his eyes burning with rage. The data-formed body left him unscathed. Skin, brain, armor were all fine. Damn, almost made a big mistake. He gritted his teeth, gripping his shining greatsword. Filled with killing intent, a nearly starved urban youth awakened the murderous intent of a fierce warrior in just one day. Woof, 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 woof. The teddy was still excitedly wagging its tail, probably thinking Garen was changing positions. A dog with a broken spine dares to bark in front of me. Garen raised his greatsword, roaring like thunder. Decisive strike. Look closely. Garen's greatsword erupted with golden light. A mass of holy light fused into the metal, and a magnificent sword body directly sublimated to a sacred realm. This visual effect was indescribable. If one had to describe it, it was the sword of justice. Garen, the power of Demacia, a knight of justice, a glorious war god. Although it was a fake, the skill projected into reality still carried a hint of the original hero's flavor. Anyone who saw this sword light would feel that the sword's master was a respectable figure of justice. But this Garen was ultimately a fake. He raised the sword of justice and shouted, "Today, I will smash your dog head." Garen swung his sword and jumped. Decisive strike increased his movement speed by 30, making him light as a swallow in reality. His physical condition was already excellent, and with his rage meter full, the speed of this sudden burst was extraordinary. His figure was as fast as lightning, the sound of breaking air tearing through the atmosphere. How could he appear like a heavy-armored, heavy-sword tin can? This speed ensured his attack. However, the big teddy had already reacted. It wasn't that its physique was strong, nor that Garen's attack was weak. It was that Garen had called out the skill name in a dramatic manner before attacking, so loud that even a dog would know it was about to get hit. Thus, when Garen swung his sword, intending to smash the dog's head, the big teddy jumped away with all four legs, moving quite a bit. Dodged. Garen had already initiated the sword strike, and immediately sensed a mistake. A heavy sword strike cannot easily change its strength or direction. For this fake Garen, who knew nothing about swordplay, thinking of changing direction midair was out of the question. But, just as the blade was about to miss the dog's head, the heavy sword bizarrely rotated 90 degrees in midair. It didn't look like Garen's swing. It was as if the sword itself was attacking. Then, the heavy sword chased after the dodging big teddy, smashing down on its side with a thud. Garen's sword was a two-handed greatsword, wide and sharp, and particularly heavy. It stabbed like a piercing drill and swung like a battering ram. The big teddy took this blunt blow, its several-ton heavy body instantly deformed, losing control and staggering backward. A tremendous force passed through its bones and flesh, shaking it to the core. Woof! The big teddy finally steadied itself, letting out a cry that was both painful and aggrieved. Its eyes, once filled with special excitement, instantly turned into human-like fear, and it cowered on the spot. With its physique, this injury was not fatal, but it was scared. It closed its mouth and dared only to whimper softly, its eyes cautiously peeking at Garen, fearing that this tin can would swing the sword again. Garen was bewildered. The sword clearly missed. How did it suddenly change direction and hit? Could it be? He recalled the data mode, looking at the sword in his hand. Is this a directional attack? Without saying a word, Garen locked onto the big teddy as his target in his mind, swung his sword, but swung it behind him. The enemy was in front, yet he swung the sword behind him, completely contradictory. But just as the blade swung out, the heavy sword performed another 180-degree turn in midair, flying straight towards the big teddy. The big teddy instinctively tried to dodge, but it was useless. Boom! Look closely. The big teddy was hit again by the heavy sword, this time unable to stand at all. Want to run? But its intelligence far surpassed that of Earth's wild beasts. It knew very well, with Garen's speed just now, it couldn't escape. It could only brace itself and confront, using its whimpers to plead for mercy. Garen had no time to care about it, shouting in his heart, "It really is a directional attack. An attack that hits every time. Only special skills can dodge. Heroic basic attacks are just like this." It sounds impressive, but it's actually a basic game setting. After all, how could you miss a last hit against a minion? But this setting in reality is like a guaranteed hit heavy sword attack. As long as it's within range, the enemy can only block and defend against it. It's practically a weapon of causality. Ha ha ha. The swordplay novice Garen became an unbeatable sword master, laughing arrogantly. His laughter echoed through the forest, growing increasingly intimidating, making the big teddy tremble in fear. Garen crossed his sword before his chest, grinning wickedly. "Kneel and beg me now, and I might spare your dog life." He was purely being malicious, not believing that this audacious creature could understand mercy. Then, with a thud, the big teddy bent its front legs, kneeling without any dignity. What? Garen was so shocked that he almost dropped his greatsword. You can understand my words? The big teddy pitifully let out a couple of whines, still shrinking back and nodding. Garen was completely astonished. This otherworldly elephant-sized teddy was indeed extraordinary, its intelligence almost human-like. But wait, he had spoken in Chinese. How could this otherworldly dog understand? The mechanical voice of the system suddenly appeared. The system provides the passive skill, language comprehension. The host language is automatically translated into the commonly used language of this world and can also master local writing. So that's it. Garen instantly understood that his words were automatically translated, and this big teddy was truly smart enough to understand human language. He became even more curious about this otherworldly realm that had just revealed a glimpse. The big teddy displayed its plush instincts, desperately putting on a pitiful act. Its eyes were gentle, tail wagging up, and it let out soft, low whines, performing the friendliness and gentleness of a domestic dog with its elephant-sized body. Garen's heart softened a bit. His great sword hung in the air, hesitating to swing. The big teddy quietly took 2 steps back, and Garen didn't move. It retreated another 2 steps, and Garen still didn't move, as if he was about to let it go. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach growled again. The data mode gave him full stamina, but it couldn't stop his hunger. In contrast, he felt even hungrier. The big teddy wanted to retreat again, but Garen suddenly shouted, "Stop, you wicked dog. Don't you know how many lives you've harmed? I, the aloof Ranger Garen, will uphold justice today." In the end, Garen couldn't uphold justice because Big Teddy's wisdom was truly exceptional. It keenly sensed Garen's peculiar fondness for its physical form, and then conveyed important information that could save its life with human-like expressions and agile movements. "Look, you say." Garen slowly sheathed his sword and stood proudly. "Do you have food for me?" Big Teddy nodded eagerly. "Where?" As Garen spoke those 2 words, his eyes sparkled with hunger, pure hunger, so hungry that he didn't even care whether the dog was offering dog food. Big Teddy wagged its tail and walked toward the tall grass under Garen's intense gaze, happily biting a cluster of grass and swallowing it, then picked another cluster and presented it to Garen. "You." Garen's veins bulged as he held back his anger. "You're such a big dog. And you eat grass." Big Teddy sincerely nodded. "Damn it, I want human food. Food that people like me eat." Garen couldn't help but raise his great sword again. "It seems you're forcing me to uphold justice." "Woof woof." Big Teddy immediately shrank back, barking under the intimidation of the great sword, pointing in one direction with its paw and waving it nonstop. "Is there food over there?" Garen asked cautiously. Big Teddy nodded and whined. "Is it human food? Food that people like me eat?" Garen pressed on anxiously. "Woof woof." Big Teddy gave a definite answer. "Then let us go," Garen said eagerly, his hunger making him feel dizzy. He hoisted the great sword and urged Big Teddy to lead him to the food location. "Wait." Big Teddy's foot froze mid-step. Garen stroked his chin, eyeing its broad back. "As a noble knight, how can I not have a horse? Please carry me for a bit." Donghai Samwell Island is not particularly famous, but as a popular transit point on shipping routes, it is bustling with activity. Merchants, pirates, navy, hunters, all sorts of people come together to form a prosperous town. This island is also quite large. Although the town is big, there's still vast forests that no one goes to. No wonder Garen got lost in the woods for a day and a night. However, with the guide and Mount Big Teddy, Garen didn't take long to exit the jungle and was exposed to this new and fascinating world for the first time. So there are humans. Sitting on Big Teddy, he breathed a sigh of relief. Previously in the forest, he thought he had crossed into a primitive world. Looking at this town, horse-drawn carriages, brick roads, Western-style vintage buildings, gas streetlights. If it weren't for riding the over 3-meter-tall Big Teddy, Garen would have thought he had traveled back to Europe 200 years ago. But upon closer inspection, there were amusing details. The language of the other world was translated into Chinese by the system, yet all the shop signs were in English. And some stores even displayed Chinese calligraphy. As a native Chinese speaker with a level 6 in English, Garen felt particularly at home, yet confused. When did Earth invade another world? Even more interesting things were ahead. The street had suited elites. Young men in short sleeves, swordsmen with Eastern knives, gunners with Western flintlock guns, scruffy, strong men, and plain women. The strangest thing was, the ordinary strong men were about the same height as Garen, but some were astonishingly 3 to 4 meters tall. These giants wandered the streets, making Garen, who considered himself quite robust, feel tiny. The women were equally intriguing. Some were ugly enough to apply for Guinness, while others were as beautiful as fairies. Look, especially those extreme S-shaped curves that defied ergonomic standards. Garen worried whether those delicate girl slim waists would suffer from herniated discs due to their top-heavy frames. These bizarre beings walked together, and not one of them felt out of place. No wonder no one paid attention to him riding Big Teddy on the street, compared to those oddities. He felt like a normal Teddy knight. What kind of world is this? Garen muttered to himself while riding on Big Teddy's back. Big Teddy couldn't answer, and he didn't dwell on it because he caught a whiff of food. Strictly speaking, the aroma couldn't compare to the Chinese delicacies of his past life. But when starving to such an extent, Even a bowl of fried rice could make a tough guy drop his dignity. Let us go. Garen urged Big Teddy to follow the scent. Not long after, they reached a restaurant. Just looking at the entrance was extraordinary. Behind the door, crystal chandeliers sparkled. The door was adorned with intricate golden patterns, and on either side of the high-end alpaca wool carpet stood uniformed security personnel, along with two scientifically improbable, beautiful hostesses welcoming them. Regardless of technology, the upper class always manages to create an atmosphere that intimidates the lower class. Just like modern people marvel at ancient grandeur when visiting the Forbidden City, Garen was also taken aback. He wasn't feeling ashamed. Modern people instinctively do not bow to nobility. But he suddenly realized he had no money, just crossed over from Earth. He had not a cent to his name, and the armor was provided by the system. Should he go in? Without money, would he be eating for free? Garen hesitated. It's a common flaw of modern civilized people to be too constrained by rules. But before he could finish his thoughts, the restaurant staff moved first. A male waiter skillfully brought over a dog stool, and the two beautiful hostesses approached with smiles. "My Lord Knight, please dismount and dine." Their voices were soft and sweet, even going so far as to call Big Teddy a noble steed. Garen detected the flattery, but was confused. However, his stomach growled, and feeling already hesitant, he followed the scent and dismounted Big Teddy to enter the restaurant. Once inside, a well-dressed manager greeted him with a smile, escorting the reserved Garen to a VIP seat. Garen was even more bewildered. He didn't notice. Although he was as poor as a church mouse, the original Garen's armor was famous for its invigorating qualities, and the great sword was a royal gift from the Demacian royal family. Without attribute bonuses, it still exuded authority. Thick and sturdy armor gleamed with platinum accents. The great sword was made of top-quality materials, intricately forged, with a golden handle and a silver blade, adorned with a large, clear sapphire on both the shoulder armor and sword handle. The restaurant manager, having seen countless people, had never encountered such large and pure gems, and could stake his life on it. This was undoubtedly a true noble knight, even if he was riding a dog. Outside the restaurant, our knight's noble steed, Big Teddy, was thinking about abandoning its master and running away. After shaking off Garen, it turned and dashed into the forest. "Huh!" A loud male voice sounded from behind. "Captain, look, that knight's steed seems to want to escape. Quickly stop it." The security captain immediately shouted, "We can't let a noble's steed be lost here." The restaurant's security personnel instantly rushed in. Don't be fooled by their role as restaurant security. In the age of pirates, high-end restaurant security was no small matter. Woof, woof, woof. Big Teddy howled in distress, ultimately being confined in the restaurant's stable by the enthusiastic young man. With the unruly steed of the night taken care of, the outside of the restaurant returned to calm. The security team stood in two straight lines again, maintaining the high-class atmosphere. At this moment, another guest arrived, a young girl. Compared to the heavily armored knight wielding a great sword, this female guest was dressed too simply. A plain striped short-sleeve shirt, a faded over-the-hip skirt, and a pair of thick-soled shoes worn by common girls doing manual labor. In her youth, she was reluctant to spend money on her appearance, and it was evident she had no money. Such a high-class restaurant never entertained those who wore their poverty on their faces. The security at the door, besides maintaining appearances and holding onto the knight's dog, mainly worked to politely refuse the ungrateful poor from entering. This refusal was quite literal, but this time they didn't move. Because although this girl looked poor, she possessed another kind of capital. Gem-like orange eyes set in a beautiful face, orange wavy short hair resting against her exquisite collarbone, and fair skin radiating a healthy pink from long sea voyages, glowing warmly in the sunlight. Young and with an outstanding figure, her well-endowed upper body made the simple short-sleeve shirt showcase a striking curve, and her long legs, which the short skirt couldn't conceal, were alluringly white. Without jewelry or fancy clothes, she exuded a full charm of femininity. This beauty was worth a fortune in itself. How could the security dare to stop her? The hostess instinctively felt inferior. As the orange-haired girl walked by, she playfully smiled at the security personnel on either side, captivating several young men. Clearly, she knew how to use her charm. This was a somewhat famous beauty thief from the EC, the little thief Nami. Her goal was to earn 1 billion berries to roam the seas. Meteorology, geography, oceanography, physics, navigation, mathematics, art, driving. She mastered them all. In her career as a thief, Nami has developed super strong physical skills, stealing techniques, gambling skills, and acting abilities. She's not only an academic achiever, but also a socialite. And with her natural beauty, she is simply perfect. But for those at the bottom, earning $1 billion is no small goal. Even someone as perfect as her finds it challenging. After years of hard work, Nami is still nearly 20 million short of her target. For the sake of money, she has given up comfort and fights every day for this huge sum. Now, having just made a fortune from a major pirate crew, she is tirelessly making more money. That's right, she is not at the restaurant to eat. She is there to work. In addition to snatching food from fierce pirates, Nami has a low-risk, high-reward business, using little tricks to gain the trust of wealthy people, then seizing the opportunity to steal their gold and treasures. Pay attention. The targets she picks are all wealthy individuals whose character doesn't team match their status, particularly those lecherous rich men. These gullible fools usually gather in high-end restaurants. So every time Nami rests on the bustling island, she visits upscale restaurants and bars to find prey. And so far, she has never failed. No matter how unlucky she gets, there are always self-proclaimed gentlemen who pay for this beauty's lavish meals. Upon entering the restaurant, Nami immediately switches to work mode. Her playful smile turns into a faint sorrow, and her bright eyes dim with melancholy, transforming from a spirited sea girl into a weak and helpless little darling. This acting is her skill for making a living. Wealthy men eat this up. She doesn't even need to initiate a conversation, as the eager noblemen and rich merchants swarm around her like flies. Today is no different, but Nami isn't looking for targets among these foolish wealthy men. Her EX-level treasure-hunting eyes have already set their sights on a flashy young man at the VIP table who is showing off extravagant food. At first glance, Nami immediately labeled this tall and handsome young man with malice, dining while wearing a full set of noble knight armor and displaying a valuable gold and silver giant sword. What else could he be but a show-off? Moreover, his eating style is extremely unrefined, devouring food like a tornado, resembling a nouveau riche. The only things that attract Nami are the magnificent armor, the broadsword, and the dazzling blue gem on it. Identifying treasures is her forte. To steal effectively, she must distinguish valuable items from fakes. With her extensive experience in treasure appraisal, she can tell at a glance that the large gem is definitely not a poorly made imitation, but a gem refined by nature. The armor and sword are also uniquely crafted, made from top-notch materials, clearly the work of a master. He is rich. Too rich. Nami quickly estimates in her mind and concludes in seconds. Sell this fool. Buy Cocoa Village, and probably still have enough money left to buy a few heads from Arlong. Her eyes instantly sparkled with berry symbols, shining with gold. Foolish rich nouveau riche. This is a guaranteed profit. Nami adjusts her demeanor, pretending to be a delicate girl, and slowly approaches the nouveau riche knight. Normally, as soon as she gets close, the gentlemanly nouveau riche would invite her to sit. However, a minute passes, and the nouveau riche Garen shows no reaction. Focused solely on his food, not even looking up once. He is really starving. Since entering this otherworldly restaurant, he hasn't stopped eating. His physical strength is beyond imagination, and his demand for food is not at a human level. Garen feels like he could eat a cow, even though most of the meat he is consuming is from unknown creatures he has never seen before. But having encountered 3-meter teddy bears and 4-meter giants, the strange ingredients on the table are nothing to him. This world is obviously abnormal, but the starving Garen doesn't care about where he is. He is just focused on eating. Even with a beautiful girl next to him looking helpless, this glutton, Nami clenches her fists in frustration. But for the sake of money, she endures. This night, Nami holds her heart with both hands, looking pitiful as she leans towards Garen. Pay attention. Garen suddenly looks up, with sauce still on the corner of his mouth. Are you here to serve the dishes? Ha! Nami smiles with hidden daggers, thinking of how to get him. She doesn't even know how to respond, but fortunately, this nouveau riche knight has fallen into his own role. Garen realizes that the person isn't a server and starts to examine this pitiful girl, an unscientific figure, orange short hair, and familiar features. He feels like he has seen her somewhere. As he looks, his gaze becomes more entranced. TCH. Nami feels disdain in her heart. As expected, he is just a glutton, utterly captivated by me. She squeezes out a textbook-style, fake smile and softly asks, Knight, what is wrong? Garen then realizes he is being rude and retracts his gaze, embarrassed. I'm sorry. I just thought you looked like someone from my memory. An old pickup line. Nami mentally labels this nouveau riche as severely intellectually challenged, but her smile becomes even sweeter. Well, That is truly an honor for me. Saying this, she casually sits down next to Garen. Huh? Garen has zero experience dealing with beautiful girls, and suddenly having a beauty sit next to him makes him awkward. He plays the role of a clueless fool and asks, "Why did you come sit next to me?" Nami's smile instantly freezes. It's the first time she has encountered such a foolish nouveau riche, and she almost can't hold back her emotions. She discreetly glances at the magnificent sword on the table, focusing on the large blue gem on the hilt to boost her confidence. Fool this wealthy nouveau riche. Extract property information, get rich overnight, buy the village, and gain freedom will all be secured. A few seconds later, Nami resumes her bright smile and, following Garen's question, asks, "I'm just curious, who is the girl you mentioned that looks like me?" "Oh." Garen recovers his composure, thinks for a moment, and says, "That girl isn't real. She is a virtual character from a comic in my hometown." "A comic? That sounds interesting." Nami flatters against her will, internally lowering her evaluation of Garen. There are comics in the pirate world, but they're mostly found on prosperous islands, targeting young children, and the themes are childish. Kids in this world pursue real heroes of the sea, who reads fantasy in comic pages. Speaking of which, Garen, not noticing her disdain, thinks of a situation in this unknown world and sighs. I probably will never see the conclusion of that comic in my lifetime. What a pity. Nami forces herself to respond, internally cursing, "I'm such a beauty sitting in front of you, and you're talking about children as comics?" But her pretense is still effective, at least leaving a good impression of her as someone easy to talk to in Garen's mind. For Garen, who has just come out of the wilderness and is alone in this other world, this agreeable, beautiful lady is the only person he knows. So Garen prepares to make his first friend in this other world, seeking basic knowledge from her. Indeed, he sees Nami as an NPC guide from the beginner village. Pay attention. Ignoring the etiquette of the other world, Garen smiles and extends his large hand. "My name is Garen. May I ask for your name, miss?" Finally entering a normal conversation, Nami happily places her delicate hand into his sturdy palm and modestly says, "Nami. My name is Nami. They have the same name?" Garen exclaims in surprise. "What?" Nami doesn't react immediately. Garen awkwardly retracts his hand and explains, "The character from that comic I mentioned is also named Nami. Is that so?" "Haha." Nami pretends to smile, but is about to crack. This beautiful girl is trying so hard to cooperate. And you, big fool, only know how to talk about children as comics? However, in Nami's eyes, the seemingly foolish Garen, triggered by comic memories, enters high-intelligence detective mode. 3-meter teddy bears, bizarre plants, strange humans. This is definitely an alternate world. But this place is filled with elements from Earth. Samurai swords, flintlock guns, Western-style architecture, English signs, Chinese calligraphy. Coupled with this orange-haired girl who seems to have stepped out of a comic book, everything aligns with his memories. It's not surprising that his body is also a game character, having crossed into a comic world. Garen suppresses his doubts and cautiously asks, "Miss Nami, where are we now?" "Where?" Nami is astonished. "Samwell Island. Can you be more specific? What region is this?" Garen presses on. Nami was left confused, relying solely on her faith in money. "EC, one of the 4 Cs, Garen murmured, then asked, "Do you know about the Grand Line, Pirate King Roger, and One Piece?" "Of course I know," Nami replied angrily. Asking such common knowledge questions is either foolish or a prank. It really is the world of One Piece. Garen was initially bewildered but suddenly excited. "So the person sitting in front of me is the real Nami?" His eyes sparkled with excitement, staring at the orange-haired girl as if she were a rare animal, resembling a perverted ghost. Nami, however, breathed a sigh of relief. This big fool finally returned to his normal, lecherous self, making it easier for her to swindle him. So she took the initiative to build rapport. "Sir Knight, since you're asking these questions, you're not from the EC?" "No," Garen replied straightforwardly. He had a reserved nature, shy in front of strangers like a noble lady, but could be a reckless driver in front of acquaintances. To him, Nami counted as an acquaintance. Once he understood the situation and the other person's identity, he became unreserved, his face full of curiosity and excitement, while Nami saw nothing but the disgusting look of a pervert. "Which great kingdom are you from?" Nami smiled and said something nonchalant, then exaggeratedly praised him. "Looking at your outfit, so noble and majestic." Garen thought for a moment and replied without changing his expression, "I come from the Demacian kingdom. There are countless maritime kingdoms." Nami had no idea where Demacia was, so she followed up with a question. "So you're a Demacian noble?" "Exactly. Pay attention." Garen fully immersed himself in the role. I am the leader of the Vanguard Legion, a close friend of Prince Jarvan, and a warrior of the kingdom with the title The Power of Demacia. It sounded like boasting, but that expensive armor didn't look fake. If his identity was real, he would definitely be a money-making machine. Nami immediately played the role of an admiring noble hero, smiling brightly as she listened to him brag. My family is hereditary nobility, with countless lands and fields, and I have a talented and adorable sister known as the Lady of Light. As Garen continued to boast, he suddenly changed his tone. But now I'm alone in a foreign land. Don't worry, Sir Knight. Nami deliberately flattered him. I will do my best to help you. Hee, I'll help you spend every penny. Really? That's great. Garen was super excited. I'm short on cash right now and need some to get by. Can you pay for this meal? When I return to Demacia, I'll have Prince Jarvan make you a count. Kingdom, Prince Count. Amidst a bunch of empty words, the money-loving Nami only saw two words. Money. You want this orphan from a fishing village exploited by the rich to pay for a feudal noble's meal? You want me to pay? Nami's expression changed suddenly. You have no money? No, not a single coin, Garen replied honestly. No money, and you come to such a restaurant? Nami slammed the table. Do you know how expensive the food here is? At first, I hesitated. The waiter brought me in, Garen said seriously. When you're hungry, you have to eat. You can't let money suffocate you. Luckily, I ran into you. You'll help me, right? Nami was speechless. This guy had inexplicably transformed from shy rookie to a thick-skinned friend. Are we that familiar? She was so angry that her veins popped. I thought you were a Navi noble with a lot of money. But it turns out you're just a shameless moocher. There was no need to continue with the money-swindling plan. She couldn't rely on his unknown Demacia. But thieves never leave empty-handed. Nami's gaze landed on the gorgeous greatsword on the table. Sell it, and her billion-dollar goal would be secured. You want me to help you with the meal money? Nami's voice suddenly turned dangerous. Want to pull money from her, the little thief Nami? Dream on. Uh-huh. Garen nodded honestly. In fact, he had no other options. If Nami didn't help, he would have to use his Q ability to escape. No problem. Nami suddenly stood up, compensating for the height difference. She looked down at Garen and said with a smile, I have a way to help you with the meal money. But you have to cooperate. What do you mean? Garen was puzzled. Nami picked up the ornate great sword on the table, which was heavy at first. But she wasn't a delicate lady. This little weight was nothing. After a few seconds, she got used to it, and the sword as sapphire hilt sparkled, giving her unexpected strength. What are you going to do? Garen asked in a daze. Nami didn't answer, gripping the greatsword and directly putting on an Oscar-worthy performance. Her clear orange eyes instantly filled with tears, her mouth twisted into a pitiful arc, while her brows were full of anger and disappointment. Finally, with a crash, she smashed the entire table, causing the restaurant to erupt into chaos, with the manager, waitstaff, and diners all looking over. What are you doing? Garen was stunned. You. Nami's tears burst forth. How can you still ask? What is your relationship with Mary next door? What? Garen was completely dumbfounded. What is this soap opera plot? But in reality, the most eye-catching dramatic scene had everyone in the restaurant waiting to see the aftermath of a lovesick drama. How could you do this? That's my best friend. Nami continued her role as the distraught girlfriend, waving the greatsword wildly in the air. Boyfriend and best friend together? The main girlfriend caught them in the act? This scene between a beautiful woman and a noble knight was both elegant and vulgar, captivating the onlookers, including wealthy merchants and waitstaff. As the drama escalated, Garen couldn't keep up. Calm down. Put down the sword. Put down the sword? Nami's tears flowed even more fiercely. Her voice choked. You treat this sword better than you treat me. She suddenly smiled wickedly through her tears, making all the men present want to cherish her. Then Nami stared at Garen's dazed face, with anger, disappointment, and pain written all over it, her micro-expressions absolutely stunning. At the peak of the atmosphere, she suddenly turned around, wiping her tears with one hand while gripping the sword with the other, crying and running out of the restaurant at high speed, creating a gust of wind. No one stopped her. Everyone was immersed in the drama. What the heck? Garen hadn't reacted yet when an elderly man in a white suit with silver hair came over, patted him on the shoulder. Young man, go chase after the girl you love. If you don't chase now, you'll regret it for a lifetime. The old man sighed, clearly someone with a story. Garen instantly realized Nami's trick. It was brilliant. Taking advantage of everyone being engrossed in the drama, he followed her out, and the free meal was secured. He immediately put on a heavy-hearted expression, recalling the emotions of his lost dog. Thank you. It's my fault. I'll go chase her now. Garen bowed to the old man and hurried in the direction Nami had gone, running as fast as if his life depended on it, successfully bursting out of the restaurant. He shouted Nami's name while running, and still, no one stopped him. Even a manager was too engrossed in the performance to notice. This guy hadn't T-paid. Garen didn't T-stop after escaping the restaurant. At the street corner, he caught a glimpse of Nami's fleeting silhouette. To completely escape the bill, he continued to play the role of the lovesick, mistaken boyfriend, chasing after Nami's figure with quickening steps. He crossed several unfamiliar blocks and plunged into the bustling market, finally stopping. Surely the restaurant staff wouldn't catch up, but Nami was nowhere to be seen. That was too normal. Nami had been on the seas for many years and knew the routes and islands like the back of her hand. Otherwise, how could she have escaped from pirates time and again? She knew the terrain, was quick on her feet, and was deliberately hiding. So Garen couldn't catch up at all. However, Garen hadn't realized yet. Looking around at the unfamiliar environment, he smiled with relief. Haha, I didn't expect I would have a day where I rely on acting to eat. As he laughed, he instinctively reached for the sword, only to find his hands empty. Garen suddenly realized, "Where's my greatsword? My greatsword?" Garen gritted his teeth. It was stolen. He finally woke up just now. He had been chatting and laughing with a thief. The crowd was dense, shops and residences crowded together, and such a lively place was the best for hiding people. Garen'sSystem had a mini-map that could reveal human avatars within 1,000 meters, but there were just too many people, and he couldn't find Nami at all. With her skills, she must have escaped long ago. How infuriating. Garen was so angry that he was dumbfounded. Without his big sword, he felt like a Tam who had entered the depths of hell or a blind monk who was paralyzed from the waist down. Almost useless. How could this happen? He complained to the malfunctioning system in his mind. Wasn't it supposed to be a database model? Could Garen's big sword even be lost? That was impossible in the game. The weapons and armor of a dataized character are part of their being, and they wouldn't drop even in the fiercest battles. But the system still malfunctioned and didn't respond. Sigh. Garen helplessly sighed. It seems that the database model still has to compromise with reality. Speaking of which, he was after all a real person. He couldn't keep the big sword glued to his hand, right? With the big sword lost, how could he play as Garen? Change to Blue Fist? He complained in his heart. Can't there be an equipment recovery function? After all, this is my exclusive weapon. Unbeknownst to Garen, the moment he thought this, strange things happened on the other side of the town thousands of meters away. The little thief Nami, holding the big sword, was swiftly weaving through the crowd. She knew she had shaken off the tin can but didn't slow down. Her destination was the dock, where her little boat was waiting. The victim was still on the island. Only by taking the stolen goods out to sea and disappearing without a trace would she feel at ease. As Nami navigated through the streets, she calculated. The little boat had over 2 million berries stolen from the Steel Knife Pirates. Selling this big sword for a cheap price could fetch 20 million in Lowtown. The target of 100 million was almost within reach. The trampled Kokoyasi village. The oppressed villagers. Nami's face revealed a joyful yet heavy smile. At this moment, all her beautiful future hopes were condensed in this sword. But just as Nami was about to reach the dock, embarking on the final journey to save her homeland, the big sword in her hand suddenly moved on its own. What was going on? Nami was stunned and stopped in her tracks. Look closely. Nami felt the big sword in her arms suddenly tremble and was pulled upwards by an invisible force. This force was too strong to resist, as if the heavens wanted to reclaim the sword. No, absolutely not. This is my sword. Nami gritted her teeth, her eyes almost bursting with tears, wrapping herself around the sword like an octopus, refusing to let go. But the big sword still flew up, taking her along and transforming into a streak of light in the sky. It didn't take long to arrive. The big sword automatically flew back into Garen's hands. It actually flew back by itself. Garen stared at the sword hilt in shock, not expecting the big sword to truly have a one-click recovery function like Thor's hammer. What was even more surprising was that an orange-haired girl was tightly wrapped around the sword. Nami clung to the sword body, being lifted by Garen like a giant candied hawthorn. She had flown too fast just now, and the super high acceleration made her internal organs tremble, her whole body shaking uncontrollably like a little kitten clinging to a tree, both adorable and pitiful. Oh! Garen deliberately smiled wickedly. I sent this my little girlfriend who ran away from home. A girl flying in the sky? It seemed like sword flying. So cool. Even in the world of One Piece where superhumans were everywhere, flying was still not common. The East Blue residents had never seen such a spectacle. Nami flying on her sword instantly became the focus of the street. At that moment, a group of fierce-looking men set their sights on this side. They were bare-chested, showcasing their bulging muscles and tattoos, holding shiny big steel knives, obviously not to be trifled with. They were the Steel Knife Pirates of the East Blue. The captain, nicknamed Steel Knife, wielded a steel knife as his weapon, with a bounty of 10 million berries. In the weakest sea, East Blue, that figure could scare people to death. Steel Knife had been rampaging for years, burning, killing, and plundering, even daring to confront pirates with higher bounties. Not long ago, they had just stolen treasures from a devil fruit user with a bounty of 15 million berries. Although they couldn't beat him, they got lucky and struck it rich. This was supposed to be bragging rights, a way to increase their bounty, getting closer to becoming the overlord of the East Blue. But later, they actually fell to an orange-haired little girl. The 2 million berries treasure that Steel Knife had fought hard for was stolen by Nami with a little trick. Could they tolerate this? Steel Knife, feeling humiliated in intelligence, chased all the way to Sarmwell Island. That little brat is really here? Steel Knife, lacking any intelligence, relied entirely on brute strength, impatiently shouted to his subordinates. He wasn't interested in shopping, but in robbing. The navigator and the crew wiped cold sweat. Tremblingly replied, "She is definitely on this island. The escape route leads here, and this island is the biggest supply point on the route, perfect for hiding people. Look closely. That thief must be right here." The furious Steel Knife captain swung his long knife and cursed. "Then where is she?" His knife was already itching for action. Suddenly, the crowd around them stirred. "Boss, we found her!" A lackey shouted excitedly. "I saw that female thief." "Found her? Ha!" Steel Knife revealed a sinister smile, his big knife shining with a chilling light in the sunlight. "Today, I will let that despicable thief know what it means to have nowhere to escape." Before he could finish his harsh words, the lackey trembled and pointed at the sky, his tongue tied. That thief has gone to the sky." Nami trembled for a while, finally recovering from the dizziness of high-speed flight. As soon as she opened her eyes, she bumped into Garen's playful smile. Instantly feeling nervous, being caught by the victim was never a good thing. But she was an experienced hand, having survived many desperate situations, relying on calmness and quick thinking. Just as she was pondering an escape plan, Garen's teasing interrupted her train of thought. "What's wrong? My knight lady, are you still unwilling to get down from my sword?" Saying this, he excitedly waved the big sword, and even with a person hanging on it, the superhuman Garen found it easy to play around. Nami reluctantly let go of her obsession with the big sword, hurriedly loosening her grip to land. She rarely blushed, and as she sorted her messy hair, her eyes couldn't help but glance at the gorgeous blue gem on the sword. Garen silently moved the sword to the other side, and Nami's gaze followed. "Stop looking," Garen said irritably. "You can't steal my big sword." Although his tone was harsh, Nami, who had seen countless people, instantly relaxed. This tin had little malice towards her, and even seemed to show some care, even though she had almost stolen his treasure. This guy might really be a knight who treats women well. "So, my lady?" Garen again wore a wicked smile. "Shouldn't we discuss your flight with the loot now?" Nami's forehead instantly bulged with veins, throwing the previous subtle impression into the trash. "Umph." Nami snorted coldly, crossing her arms defiantly. "Who is your lady?" "You. Who wants women to pay for meals, also want to find a wife." Garen's heart took 1,000 points of damage. He sulked. "Mind your attitude. You are my captive now. Then what do you want?" Nami shamelessly played the rogue. "What do I want? Naturally, I want to do whatever I want with a captive." Garen deliberately smiled wickedly, making Nami feel goosebumps all over. "Give me money." Garen suddenly reached out. "Ransom. In this world of rivers and lakes, without money, one cannot move an inch. It's the same in any world." Garen, who had just arrived in the pirate world, had his eyes set on this failed thieving beauty, wanted to make his first pot of gold. "What? You want me to pay you?" Nami reacted more violently than if she had encountered a pervert, shouting furiously, "That is absolutely impossible. If you don't pay." Garen looked at her figure with interest, mischievously saying, "Then I might just follow your script and keep you here as my knight lady." "Look closely." Nami sneered. By now, she had already drawn a clear picture of this tin can. He really interacted much with girls, had a thieving heart but no courage, understood a bunch of racing techniques, but had never touched a real steering wheel, a typical top-notch racing game player. "You dare try?" Nami directly flashed a charming smile. tiptoeing to press her voluptuous body against Garen's cold chest plate, gazing into his eyes with deep affection. The distance was so close that she could see his breath. And Garen indeed felt embarrassed again. Nami took the initiative, proudly laughing in his ear. "You want me to be your knight's lady? You can't be this scared." After saying that, she retracted her body, turned around, and waved her hand. "If you don't stop me, I'm leaving. Goodbye, my knight." Saying farewell with her mouth, Nami abandoned her greed in her heart. Bullying honest people was not her style, and besides, she couldn't steal that flying greatsword. The remaining money she would gather slowly, but her mind was still swirling with that big blue gem. Yet, she ultimately walked away. Sigh. Garen muttered helplessly to himself. "I was teased by a thief. As expected, female drivers are the rulers of the road. I can't keep up with this speed." He watched Nami disappear into the crowd, feeling inexplicably a bit lost. Suddenly, Nami burrowed back from the crowd, rushing towards Garen like a swallow returning to its nest, and crashed right into his arms. What the hell? Garen was caught off guard by this sudden fortune. "Hubby!" Nami's tender and shy voice rang out, loud enough for everyone around to hear. Garen felt dizzy from being called, but when he looked down, he saw her face revealing an unabashed, mischievous smile. Nami whispered in his arms, "My knight, the knight's lady you wanted has arrived. I'll be counting on you for what happens next." Garen suddenly woke up, this which has no good intentions. Sure enough, not far away came a man's thunderous roar. "All right. No wonder you dare to touch the treasures of our steel knife pirate crew. Turns out you have this backing." A nearly 3-meter-tall, fierce man waved a big steel knife, glaring at Garen with gritted teeth. "Huh?" Garen was stunned. Nami slipped out of his arms, her mischievous smile instantly turning into a weak and sorrowful expression, linking her arm through his armored one and pointing at the fierce steel knife, saying in a soft voice, "Hubby, it's them who want to bully me." After saying that, she shrank behind him, leading the steel knife. Dozens of knife-wielding, strong men glared at Garen. Garen wanted to curse. "Good fellows. I'm not familiar with her." He helplessly defended. Steel knife wouldn't listen. Furious, he just wanted to chop someone. Brothers, chop him. In a few seconds, several pirates wielding steel knives charged at Garen. "Calm down. Everyone calm down. Pay attention." One big knife struck Garen's greatsword, creating a clash of metal. "Bro, I really don't." Another knife slashed at his arm armor, ringing out loudly. "Stop." The third knife chopped down at his head. "Damn." Garen angrily swung his great sword, directly sending that broken steel knife flying over 10 meters, the force also shaking the pirate minions into the air. Good. In broad daylight, daring to disregard the law and kill in the streets. Garen raised his righteous sword, filled with righteous energy. I, the solitary ranger Garen, will act in the name of justice today. This was a bustling market. The steel knife pirate crew appeared with knives, and the passers-by had already scattered. Not long after, the noisy street was completely silent, shops closed, residents locked their windows, and all traces of passers-by vanished. Steel Knife Captain ignored the civilians, his gaze fixed entirely on Garen's heavy armor and great sword. Like Nami, he was drawn in by the gorgeous armor and the sword, filled with greed. This guy's really rich. His eyes sparkled, waving his hand. Surround him. The minions obeyed, surrounding him in layers, with long knives in hand, like a forest of steel. The minions didn't dare to act, only daring to show fierce looks in confrontation. Garen's earlier display of strength was more than enough to intimidate these third-rate characters. The minion who had just been sent flying was still on the ground, howling in pain, his body bent in a strange way, probably destined to live with a wheelchair from now on. Garen also didn't attack. After all, it was his first time fighting against thugs. The Great Teddy Trial had given him the courage to fight, but it didn't teach him any experience in wielding a sword to cut people. As both sides faced off, the silence was broken. A small team of uniformed officers hurriedly arrived. Garen and Steel Knife turned to look. They weren't the Navy, but the town's security officers, usually managing market order and dealing with weak pirates. Hearing about the commotion, they came as per regulations to follow procedures. But how could the Steel Knife pirate crew be something they could provoke? Seeing this group of lacking momentum security team, Steel Knife hoisted his knife onto his shoulder, pointing at the arriving officer and cursing, "We, the Steel Knife pirate crew, kill people, and you rotten fish dare to meddle? Stand straight." As soon as the name Steel Knife pirate crew was mentioned, the middle-aged security captain's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Who would dare to provoke them? Being able to pay protection fees to stay alive was already a blessing. He immediately put on a smiling face, almost saying it was a misunderstanding. But at this moment, a newly joined young officer stood up indignantly, pointing at the steel knife who was a whole meter taller than him, showing no fear. Despicable pirates. I won't allow you to act recklessly in my hometown. Shut up. The middle-aged security officer's face turned pale, hurriedly trying to pull the hot-headed youth back. But it was already too late. Oh, pay attention. Among this group of rotten fish, there was actually a warrior. Steel Knife tightened his grip on the big knife, grinning sinisterly. Haha. My big knife loves to lick the blood of warriors. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The hot-blooded young man collapsed to the ground, struggling in a pool of blood. You. Where's the big knife you promised? You bastard actually used a gun. Steel Knife's old face flushed red, retracting his flintlock pistol, furious and embarrassed as he swung his knife. I can use whatever I want. Do you still dare to have an opinion? Don't you want to live anymore? The nearly 3-meter giant approached the trembling security team, the glint of the knife shining with a bloody aura. It could really kill, even though these people posed no threat. Torturing the weak could bring him pleasure. And it also built his infamous reputation. Ironically speaking, the Navy and the world government established a bounty system, but it didn't stimulate the hunter's enthusiasm. Instead, it became a guide for them to pick on soft persimmons. Even many Navy officers avoided high-bounty pirates, losing the courage to fight against the strong. Meanwhile, pirates were having a blast, with bounties becoming a symbol of status, introducing themselves with titles when they met, and deliberately causing destruction and killing innocents for this identification. Steel Knife was one of them, using the lives of the weak to build his reputation, like the weak security officers in front of him. Everyone retreat. The middle-aged security captain decisively ordered, and everyone scattered in a hurry, weapons thrown all over the ground. But the captain himself didn't run. With graying hair, he stood firmly in front of the injured young man, then heavily knelt down in front of Steel Knife. Lord Steel Knife. He lay on the ground, his voice trembling but clear. The child doesn't understand. Please spare him. I didn't. The hot-blooded youth was still struggling in the pool of blood. The middle-aged captain's temples bulged with veins. If it weren't for the consideration of the injury, he would have really wanted to slap this hot-headed youth. He could only bend his back even lower, more humiliatingly. Ha ha! Steel Knife laughed loudly, his laughter echoing in the silent street, then suddenly stopped. He coldly twisted his face. It's too late. I want to kill. The big knife was raised, and the middle-aged captain helplessly closed his eyes. Enough! A thunderous voice exploded. Filled with rage, Steel Knife halted, turning to look. It was the man with the heavy armor and great sword. Surrounded. Garen's eyes burned with unprecedented anger. Is this what they call pirates? Thank you for revealing yourselves. Among the vast number of pirate groups in this world, those who pursue freedom like in comics are ultimately only a minority. Even those purely evil, ambitious individuals are rare. Pay attention. The most numerous are still scum like the ones in front of Garen, who find pleasure in bullying the weak. Garen felt disgusted. For the first time having the urge to fight back, fighting for those who cannot fight. He gripped his great sword tightly, turning to shout, Nami, protect yourself. Huh? Responding to him was a pirate minion's confused grunt. The orange-haired girl was already missing from behind him. With an opportunity, she would never fall into danger. This was little thief Nami's survival rule. Garen helplessly thought, I was tricked again. Ha ha ha. The pirate minions laughed madly. This guy's girlfriend ran away. Garen's face looked even worse. He didn't even have a girlfriend. Abandoning his lover and running away with treasure? Steel Knife looked at him with great interest, greed flashing in his eyes. That woman really has poor taste. The real treasure is on this iron can. Stop dreaming. Garen raised his sword and pointed it at Steel Knife. You will only die under this sword. Steel Knife squinted but said nothing. Only raised his knife, but the blade was not pointed at Garen, but at the middle-aged security officer kneeling before him. What are you doing? Let him go. Garen was stunned. The plot was not following the script. Ha ha! Steel Knife wore a mocking expression. Stay away from me. My knife is closer to this ant. Night boy, what qualifications do you have to make me stop? Garen's anger flared even more, and the surrounding pirates trembled in fear. However, Steel Knife rested his knife on the middle-aged man's shoulder, the blade gliding over his neck, as if teasing an ant. The middle-aged man closed his eyes, afraid to breathe, while the young man behind him, who had been shot, could only watch helplessly. Steel Knife sneered. I told you it's too late. I want to kill. The blade began to draw red lines. Whoosh! A sound of slicing through the air. In the distance, a metal pipe with iron skin shot toward Steel Knife like a javelin. He instinctively drew his knife and split the pipe in half. Who is it? The answer came. The orange-haired girl leaped from behind the shelf, swinging a long stick and smashing into the pile of pirates. Nami? Garen was stunned. You didn't run away? Nami blushed and shouted. What are you waiting for? Get moving. Nami indeed didn't run, or rather, she didn't run far. This was too unbelievable for her. After years of being a thief, running away was the norm. Using cunning to manipulate others was her usual tactic, letting the victims fight each other while she made off with the money. But this time, she hesitated because Garen was an honest man. Honest people are too rare in this vast sea. After being a thief for so long, what kind of people hasn't Nami seen? This was the first time she encountered an honest man with both strength and wealth like Garen. Pay attention. After escaping, Nami surprisingly began to worry about that big iron blocking the knife, fearing he might die for her sake. So she didn't go far and stayed nearby to observe in secret. What truly made Nami abandon her thieving instincts and foolishly rush into the enemy ranks was that middle-aged security officer. A seemingly mediocre character who treated bowing and scraping as a skill dared to stand in front of the brutal pirate to protect his junior. So much like Belmere. Thus Nami, who only knew half-hearted self-defense, impulsively rushed out to save him. Stupid. Steel knife defined her that way, and Nami agreed, but she had no regrets. Even though she stumbled in front of the pirate lackeys upon entering, she just wanted to save that unfamiliar middle-aged man. You can't save him, Steel Knife sneered, raising his knife to continue killing. The middle-aged man helplessly closed his eyes, and the sound of slicing through the air rose again. Garen'sBattle's great sword was flying over. 100-step flying sword. At least he was surnamed Garen, and he named his weapon-throwing action something flashy. The great sword was heavy and fast, tearing through the air with a sharp whine, much fiercer than the iron pipe Nami threw. Steel Knife had to stop for the third time, fully focusing on countering. The middle-aged man was sweating profusely, unable to help but lowly roar. Is this ever going to end? Going back and forth 3 times, and I still haven't died. Steel Knife blocked with his big knife, nearly being overturned by the force of the sword, but he managed to stop the divine weapon, holding it in his hand and laughing loudly. You fool, you've delivered the treasure sword into my hands. Let's see how you fight now. The lackeys were boosted in morale, tightening the encirclement. Oomph. Garen snorted disdainfully, proudly extending his hand to the sky. Sword come. Before Steel Knife could react, the great sword began to tremble violently, trying to soar into the sky. Greedy and confident, he refused to let go, resulting in the nearly 3-meter-tall man being shot into the air like a rocket. The great sword returned to Garen's hands, and Steel Knife smashed down from the sky, landing in a dog-eat-dog position. The street instantly fell silent, and the lackeys exchanged glances. The first to react was the middle-aged man, who, seeing the butcher's knife withdrawn, hoisted the unconscious young man and ran. Nami also seized the opportunity, swinging her stick to clear a path for the middle-aged man. Within seconds, the middle-aged man and his junior disappeared without a trace. But damn it, pay attention. The dusty Steel Knife crawled up from the ground, clenching the crushed bricks in his hand, his anger reaching a boiling point. Not only did he fail to kill, but he also performed aerial acrobatics and landed in a dog-eat-dog position in front of his underlings. How could the renowned Steel Knife endure such a great humiliation? He fixed his murderous gaze on Garen and Nami, roaring, "You both must die. Must die." Bang! The crisp sound of a watermelon bursting mixed with the sound of the blade breaking. Garen's great sword was already stained with blood. Must he? Garen's sword suddenly shone, the silver-white blade surrounded by the light of justice. Coincidentally, I think so too. This was Garen's first fight against pirates, and he underestimated his own strength while overestimating the opponent's defense. In the comics, even if the fights were brutal, not many would die. As if they had the bloodline of Mundo the Barbarian, they could lose dozens of pounds of blood and still stand up, exploding with rage, resting for a few hours to fully resurrect. But when Garen, filled with anger, swung his sword at the grinning pirate, he finally understood. When a person is killed, they will die. A mechanical system voice echoed in his mind. Target killed, experience points gained. Ringing 3 times in succession, this sword directly harvested 3 heads. The experience bar surged, almost reaching level 2. The heavy sword swept across. Everything in its path was ruined. The enemies were tightly packed, and the great sword was like mowing grass. The impenetrable encirclement was cut open, and the lackeys who had just been grinning were all dumbfounded, their spines chilling. The scene was bloody and gruesome. To elaborate too much would be to violate the rules. Garen felt a little nauseous, but his data-driven body showed no discomfort at all. The big knives in front of him, resembling a steel jungle, left him no time to dwell on his mental state. He did not hesitate and unleashed his only skill, decisive strike. He charged toward the gap in the encirclement, targeting the furious steel knife not far away. With a 30 acceleration boost, Garen's body became light, the great sword surrounded by golden light, its power increasing dramatically. Block him. Steel Knife roared at his day subordinates and laughed sinisterly, ordering, "Kill him. I'll lead you to loot this island." Although he was confident in his martial power, he never fought fairly. Using lackeys to wear down his opponent's stamina was his usual tactic. In the lackeys' minds, Garen's one sword killing 3 people was less intimidating than Steel Knife's brutality. The command to loot the town instantly ignited their greedy ferocity. "Kill!" the lackeys screamed, suppressing their fear, relying on their numbers for courage, charging at Garen like moths to a flame. Garen's plan to directly confront the enemy general was thwarted, and he could only pause amidst the crowd. If he couldn't deliver a decisive strike to the opposing hero, he would first give it to the blocking minions. The golden light great sword slashed down. The extra damage from a skill looked vague, but on the human body, it was very direct. These minions died much more tragically than the previous 3, like tearing apart devils. Target killed, experience points gained. The system voice rang continuously. "You have reached level 2. Garen's body stiffened, and an incredible change occurred in an instant. Speed, strength, endurance. Pay attention. All bodily functions surged dramatically in an instant. The dim skill bar lit up. New skills could be learned. How strange. Decisive strike had full effect at level 1, and there was no way to advance in learning. Bang! 2 great knives struck Garen's back, the armor clanging, and his health bar dropped. There was no time to study the system now. Garen decisively allocated skill points to the E skill, Judgment. The skill description was particularly peculiar. Quickly spin the great sword for 3 seconds. Even being struck, Garen couldn't help but complain. Isn't it just swinging a great sword? What is the difference between using a skill to swing and spinning around by himself? The difference became apparent instantly. Garen, amidst the rushing pirates, unleashed the newly learned Judgment. Unlike swinging by himself, using the skill to swing was explosive. Garen suddenly spun like a giant top, rapidly twirling in a sea of people and knives, the great sword swirling through the air, creating a tornado on the spot. The pirates hit were like being thrown into a full-speed meat grinder, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The giant top slashed through a large area, the efficiency far surpassing normal attacks. The experience bar surged again, almost reaching the level 3 threshold. This leveling system was different from the original game. Leveling up early on was extremely cheap, but the experience required for each level grew almost exponentially. At the same time, Garen discovered the second difference of the skill. Outrageous. The absurdity lies in the spinning great sword colliding with a person, at most changing a bit of trajectory, the speed and force not diminishing in the slightest. Full output throughout. No one can make him stop. After 3 seconds, the skill ends, and no one is left standing next to Garen. Flesh and blood, broken blades, and torn cloth mixed together, staining the ground a horrifying crimson. The dazzling armor he wears is soaked in blood, exuding an eerie sheen. No pirate dares to charge in anymore. Before this hellish scene, all attacking courage is gone. But, damn it, the steel blade has lost its arrogance, hiding fear beneath its fierce exterior. He is not weak and understands Garen's speed and strength just now. Definitely a tough opponent. But Garen doesn't give the steel blade a chance to hesitate. Clearing the obstacles, he unleashes his cooldown's lethal strike again, charging at the steel blade with his sword. With a single slash, the steel blade raises his sword to meet it, a loud bang reverberating through the street. The steel blade is indeed strong. Garen no longer has the ease of chopping through vegetables. The steel blade is also feeling the pressure. Garen's full force strike shakes his grip, his muscles sore. Overall, a level 2 Garen and the steel blade with a bounty of 10 million are evenly matched. The two quickly get entangled in combat. It's basically 2 strong men hacking at each other with swords. The description of the battle is omitted. After a bout of entanglement, the steel blade realizes something is off. The opponent's strength is not much stronger than his own, and the sword-swinging posture is ordinary, but he can't dodge the strikes. The steel blade tries to rely on agile footwork to evade, but is tightly locked by the eerie sword blade. So from the start, The steel blade has been on the defensive, only able to continuously block with his greatsword. This action consumes a lot of stamina. Pay attention. Garen's greatsword suddenly lights up every few seconds, and his attack power soars sharply. He occasionally spins like a massive top, using a whirlwind-like sword dance to chase and slash at the opponent. Logically, attacking with a sword should consume more stamina. The steel blade struggles under the greatsword, hoping for Garen to show signs of fatigue to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. What is the result? 5 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute passes. The steel blade has multiple gruesome wounds with flesh exposed, panting like a bull, drenched in sweat, fatigue evident. But Garen remains lively, full of energy. Don't be deceived by his blood-soaked appearance. Get closer and you'll know it's all enemy blood. Not a single thread of his armor has been worn down. In fact, Garen has not come out unscathed. He doesn't understand combat techniques. And despite having the unstoppable sword to suppress, he has been counterattacked by the steel blade several times. The force of the steel blade is worthy of his 10 million berries bounty. After a fierce battle, Garen's health is down to 40%. But as long as his health bar isn't empty, a data-driven body can fight in full condition. It's like an unscientific perpetual motion machine. In the end, the one who can't hold on is the increasingly weaker steel blade. The steel blade captain, who has roamed the seas, has never fought such a suffocating battle in his life. He grips the hilt tightly, his muscles bulging horrifically, shouting with all his might. Wait. Garen instinctively stops his hand. I'm not fighting anymore. The steel blade angrily curses, throwing down his great sword and turning to run. But his plan to escape, while abandoning his dignity, fails miserably. With wounds bleeding and stamina depleted, he is already at the end of his strength. Garen has a trick up his sleeve. His great sword lights up, and his running speed suddenly increases by nearly 30%. The distance between the two visibly closes. The steel blade hasn't run a few dozen meters when Garen's sword is about to smash into his back. If this continues, he will surely die. The steel blade foresees the brutal future, and this self-proclaimed strong pirate finally shows cowardice. Begging for a miracle in his heart, like the weak ones he used to look down on, coincidentally, a lifeline really comes. Stop! The steel blade suddenly halts, turning back to shout at Garen. If you move again, I'll blow his head off. Garen instinctively retracts the great sword that was about to fall on the opponent's head, looking at the steel blade, who is struggling to survive, only to see a young man added to his muscular arm. This man has an average build, handsome features. Unlike the burly men all over the pirate world, he is a normal male in Garen's perception. He is dressed in a proper suit, with neatly combed golden hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking like an elegant intellectual. However, at this moment, he is in a dire situation, being held up in the air by the 3-meter-tall steel blade. A rough flintlock pressed tightly against his forehead. Who is this? Garen is stunned. This street has long become a bloody battlefield, and all the law enforcement officers have fled. So why is there still a bystander left? A hostage. The steel blade is particularly honest. I have a hostage. No, don't kill me. The young man, unable to breathe, finally manages to raise his hand to reveal a camera, gasping for breath. You can't kill me. I'm a reporter here to cover the battle scene. Reporter? The steel blade is taken aback, his fierce expression softening somewhat. On the sea, reporters are a mysterious profession with a transcendent status. Pay attention. High-level reporters run incredibly fast, their footwork bizarre, and their agility is astounding. Their photography skills are off the charts. Hundreds of millions of pirates cannot escape their lenses, and within minutes, they're photographed in high definition as bounty material. To take pirate portraits in the heat of battle, these reporters are not to be underestimated. Low-level reporters also manage to make a living at sea. They may not be strong, but they carry the face that allows passage everywhere. Pirates like the steel blade, wanting to elevate their status, need to increase their bounty. And to raise their bounty, they need to boost their visibility. Reporters running the shipping lanes are their best tools for gaining fame. When they occasionally cross paths, it's a boon for small pirates, all hoping to make big news in front of the camera. So the steel blade has roamed the East Sea for years, killing all sorts of people, but never touching reporters. A reporter, the steel blade mutters, his expression instantly turning savage. Reporters also have to die. If that tin can dares to move, I'll blow your head off. Even if he himself is about to go down, what is the use of fame? He tightens his grip on the reporter. So, Garen's expression is calm. You casually threaten me with a bystander? The steel blade is stunned. The logic indeed seems off. Ha! Garen takes a step forward, his gaze filled with mockery. The steel blade is speechless, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Don't move. Your wife is in my hands. A shout comes from behind Garen. His expression instantly freezes. Two pirates are bringing Nami over. With the steel blade holding a knife to her neck, the edge nearly slicing through her carotid artery, Garen looks at Nami with a frustrated gaze, filled with resentment. Why did you also get caught? Encountering useless teammates consecutively, the difficulty of the game skyrockets, and Garen can't hold on. Nami lowers her head in embarrassment. Her combat power was never strong, and she mistakenly charged into enemy lines to save the lawman, ending up as a captive. Ha ha ha. Well done. The steel blade tosses the reporter aside like garbage, taking the knife, threatening Nami. One reporter isn't enough. Adding a wife as collateral is a sure win. He becomes overly proud. Stupid night boy. Want her wife to live. Then kill yourself in front of me, and I'll let her go. The scene falls silent instantly. All eyes focused on Garen, waiting for him to make a decision. In the silence, everyone is calculating in their hearts. The reporter has long lost hope. After all, he is the most vulnerable. The remaining lackeys are extremely tense, afraid that Garen will go desperate and chop down both the kidnapper and hostage. Pay attention. The steel blade's mentality is stable, just waiting for Garen's reaction. He, as a selfish individual, doesn't he believe Garen would be foolish enough to commit suicide to save his wife? Putting forth this condition is just exorbitant bargaining, wanting to leave alive while still making a fortune. With this thought, an expectant smile appears on his ugly face. Nami's feelings are a chaotic explosion. First thinking about the unfinished money-raising scheme, the villagers bullied by the evil dragon, her beloved sister. Then recalling unfulfilled dreams. She finally feels that there's nothing to cling to in this world. No friends, no freedom, no happiness, only pain and betrayal. She doesn't expect to survive, after all. She is not Garen's wife. Why would he risk his life for a stranger who stole a sword? This time, she is definitely doomed. Everyone is waiting for Garen to make a choice, and after a long silence, the steel blade becomes impatient. Come on, say something. Shut up. Garen retorts without courtesy, his tone so arrogant that the steel blade instinctively shrinks his head. Fortunately, Garen continues in a gentle manner. Let me think quietly for a moment, actually waiting for his health bar to fully recharge. Have you thought it over? The steel blade asks again, his tone softened considerably. Garen glanced at the system. His health just shy of full. His obsessive-compulsive tendencies kicked in, and he wanted to wait another 2 seconds, but he remained silent. However, Steel Knife had long lost his menacing aura in the silence, and the more he thought, the more afraid he became. Was the condition too harsh? And was the opponent going to take action directly? He quickly softened his tone. Bro, I was just joking. Before he could finish, Garen suddenly spoke up. I've made up my mind. Steel Knife's attempt to show weakness got stuck, and everyone's gaze instantly focused. Nami, who had already resigned herself to fate, inexplicably felt a flicker of unrealistic hope towards Garen, but that hope was extinguished in a second. Garen planted his great sword into the ground and smiled. You got it wrong. She is not my wife. Steel Knife was taken aback, and the minions were so scared they trembled. Just like that reporter, she was merely a passerby. Garen's gaze was particularly serious. Moreover, I am not the legendary righteous knight. Nami's eyes instantly dimmed, and the reporter had already prepared himself for death. But the atmosphere shifted abruptly. I am not a righteous knight because I am not worthy of that title. Garen suddenly became noble, his expression devout like a 5-stripe. Protecting the weak and helpless is what a true knight does. Everyone was stunned. Garen gripped the sword hilt, majestically kneeling on one knee, and said to Steel Knife, I accept your conditions, but you must let those two go. Of course. Steel Knife instinctively responded, then became dazed, incredulously asking, What did you say? You agreed? Look closely. Garen picked up the flintlock pistol from the ground, aiming at his own chest. I agree. Garen, Nami exclaimed, her heart, which had been in silence, suddenly trembled. Not long ago, she thought this name was just a passerby, but at this moment, it became unforgettable. Sir Knight. The reporter's voice was filled with astonishment and emotion. In his heart, Garen was the light of justice. Garen smiled nonchalantly. No need to worry. If I die here, there would be a death worth having. Nami had never paid attention to the opposite sex, but instinctively felt this righteous knight was foolish yet incredibly handsome. Wait. Nami couldn't suppress the sharp pain and shouted hysterically. Garen smiled without speaking, and the gun still went off. This flintlock pistol was Steel Knife's high-end product, fully loaded. In the light of the fire, the bullet shot into Garen's heart, exiting his back, his armor soaked in enemy blood, making it hard to see the bleeding, but a gunshot to the heart. He was definitely doomed. Garen showed a pained expression, clutching his chest and collapsing silent. Dead? Steel Knife looked dumbfounded, still feeling it was surreal a few seconds later. He loosened his grip, and the knife that was against Nami's neck fell. There was no need anymore. The righteous knight was dead, and he was no longer afraid. The two minions were also shocked by the turn of events, dazed and releasing Nami. Nami didn't run. Her brilliant eyes were now dull, like a deflated balloon, slumped on the ground with only Garen's bloodied corpse in her sight. Why? She muttered. Why did you save me? Clearly, I am just. This scene reminded her of Belmir, saved by such a person again. This knight was even more foolish enough to break one's heart. Steel Knife walked over to examine the corpse, poking Garen's neck with his knife, cutting the carotid artery. Garen didn't move, not even bleeding. No living person could do that. Haha. Steel Knife laughed maniacally, his ugly face twisted. He really committed suicide? How can there be such a fool on the sea? As he laughed, tears streamed down his face, and he roared madly, even stepping on the corpse. How can there be such a fool? Garen's body trembled slightly from a kick. You scoundrel! Stop! The reporter and tear-stained Nami shouted in unison. Shut up! A minion yelled. That idiot has turned into a corpse. You all won't live either. The minion was so arrogant, but the cultured reporter and the frail Nami were not intimidated by this bully at all. Look closely. They stared with bloodshot eyes, using their fierce gaze to scare the minion back. The minion's face turned red, furious and humiliated, shouting, What are you looking at? Do you believe I'll? You shut up. Steel Knife suddenly roared, startling the minion into a shiver. He turned around and slashed his knife, shattering the floor tiles. I'm not so bad that I would break my promise to an idiot. No minion dared to speak again, and the scene fell into a different kind of silence. I never expected. A voice whispered in Steel Knife's ear, You rob and kill without mercy, yet you are a man of your word. Steel Knife's old face flushed red. He was about to erupt when the voice stopped abruptly. A great sword pierced through his back, going through his chest. Blood gushed out. Saudi. Garen gripped the sword hilt, calmly saying, I'm also a man of my word. Steel Knife was truly tough. Garen's experience points skyrocketed, more than the combined total of the previous dozen minions. His level instantly jumped from 2 to 3. The third skill lit up, Courage. Strengthen Courage for 6 seconds, reducing damage by 40. Simple yet powerful. Garen was overjoyed, turning to focus on the remaining minions. A person with a pierced heart and a slit throat, covered in blood, raised a great sword and looked over. A ghost. The minions' legs went weak, their faces pale, not daring to move. One with good psychological quality instantly fled. 100 steps, flying sword. Garen used his ultimate skill, sending his great sword flying to smash him into meat paste, gaining more experience. Garen retrieved his sword and said to the stunned minions, If you come out to mix, you'll eventually pay it back. Want to run? First ask my great sword. The minions exchanged glances, all courage drained, and knelt down in unison. We won't run anymore. Sir Knight, spare us. Garen shouldered his sword, since they had surrendered. He didn't want to create more killing. Even Steel Knife had a bottom line. He didn't want to become a soulless scum. He pointed at a pirate. You go tie up the rest. We'll hand them over to the constable later, according to the law. Thank you, Sir Knight. The pirates hurriedly bowed, relieved. They would be in prison for at most 10 years, but their lives were saved. The young reporter, who had been saved, reacted, looking at Garen's figure, his eyes shining, upholding justice, helping the weak, sacrificing oneself for others. Strong and tough, impervious to blades and swords, with extraordinary courage and wisdom. And he risked himself for 2 strangers, testing his sword with his body. Is this the legendary righteous knight? Look closely. The young reporter trembled with excitement, raising his treasured camera, wildly shooting at Garen, standing proudly with his sword. He was worthy of being a reporter. At the moment he lifted the camera, his trembling hand was steady as a rock, perfectly controlling the light and angle, capturing Garen's majesty in perfect light and shadow. This overly excited operation made Garen's scalp tingle, and he quietly took 2 steps back to distance himself from him. But what truly rushed over was Nami, whose tears had not yet dried, her pale fist hitting hard against Garen's armor. You scoundrel, you actually didn't die. She hit with all her might, causing Garen to lose several dozen health points. No need to be surprised. Garen tried to change the topic. This is a special ability, similar to a devil fruit. Who asked about that? Nami's fair cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. Her fists pummeling against his chest armor harder. I thought you. Not even wiping her tears, she vented her frustration. You emotional scoundrel. Garen laughed proudly. I've been tricked by you so many times. This time it's my turn. Footsteps approached from a distance, leading the fleeing middle-aged constable, followed by the previously withdrawn team members. This time they finally timed their entrance right. Turns out the team hadn't fled far, merely hiding to observe, lacking the courage for Nami's charge. You all came? Garen greeted casually, asking with concern, how is that young man? Facing the bloodied Garen, the constable was initially somewhat reserved, but upon hearing this, he relaxed a lot. He was sent to the hospital. He's fine. That's good. Garen pointed at the tied-up minions and the warm corpse. Please take care of the aftermath. Yes, Sir Knight. The constable bowed and commanded his subordinates to get to work. The constables were familiar with the routine of capturing prisoners and moving corpses, orderly and efficient. They had only dealt with small pirates before. This was their first time wrapping up after a multi-million-dollar pirate crew. The middle-aged sheriff looked at the battlefield and counted. 1, 5, 19. He ordered the young man, go to the coffin shop and order 19 coffins. The money will come from the law enforcement management fees. The young man nodded and was about to leave when Garen shouted, stopping him, surprised. Are you really going to buy coffins for these pirates and build a graveyard? Yes. The sheriff was momentarily stunned and replied matter-of-factly, what's wrong with that? These scum who kill and rob. Garen retorted unhappily, are you still using public funds to erect tombstones and bury them? The sheriff pondered, but we have always done it this way. No matter how bad they are still men of the sea. Indeed, this world is overly tolerant of pirates. They would erect tombstones for the dead pirates. And when pirates are captured, they usually wouldn't be executed on spot. Just look, even those who commit mass slaughter and destroy nations can live in free apartments and impel down after being captured. And if they're lucky, they might escape with the protagonists and continue causing harm. The middle-aged sheriff sighed. In this sea, only by burying others can one avoid becoming a corpse in the wilderness in the future. Nonsense. Garen interrupted with a dark expression. Letting evil people die in peace will only lead to more graves on the sea. Treating the good with evil and the evil with kindness is a chronic problem he has disliked since his previous life. He pointed at the pirate's corpse and coldly said, hang it up, dry it on the dock's flagpole for everyone to see. This trick was learned from the pirates of the Caribbean. The British Royal Navy dealt with pirates this way, and this is what they deserve. This. The sheriff resisted. Isn't that a bit too much? What's wrong with that? Garen retorted. Hanging the corpses of the Steel Blade Gang on the dock will make future pirates think twice before causing trouble on Samuel Island. The sheriff's eyes lit up, changing his mindset. Captain, the young man hesitated. Should we still buy coffins? No more, the sheriff decisively said. As the knight said, hang it on the dock. A glint of cleverness flashed in his eyes. Don't forget to claim the burial fees from the town. Clear distinctions between good and evil, and acting with moderation. Truly worthy of being a just knight. A young reporter approached Garen, respectfully saying, Lord Garen, hello. I am Michael Wallace, a reporter for the EC Daily. Wallace, huh? Garen made a strange face. I can tell you are someone who makes big news. Wallace's eyes lit up. Your Excellency has a sharp eye. Reporting world-shocking news is my lifelong dream. He was very sweet-talking, making Garen feel a bit shy. Recently having escaped death, Wallace tidied up his appearance. Although he had some dust, he still looked like an elegant elite. Being pursued by someone like this felt quite strange. Wallace kept admiring. Not only is your Excellency wise and powerful, but you also treat money like dirt, willingly sacrificing rich rewards to deter pirates. What? Nami, who was beside them, instantly perked up, her beautiful eyes shining with the glint of money. Money? Where? Wallace pointed at the steel blade hanging on the flagpole. Miss, don't you know? Sending his head can exchange for a bounty of 10 million berries. What? 10 million berries? This time, it was Garen who was shocked. Although he didn't know the purchasing power of berries, 10 million was definitely enough to free him from the fate of eating free meals. Nami and Garen exchanged a glance, instantly reaching a consensus. A moment later, ahem, Garen walked up to the middle-aged sheriff who was hanging the corpse. I thought about it. This place is busy, and the way Steel Blade died is too gruesome. It would affect the city's appearance, so let's take it down. After some busy work, Garen dragged the lifeless Steel Blade back and excitedly asked Wallace, where do I exchange for the bounty? Wallace had a strange expression, but seriously said, 10 million berries need to be exchanged at a naval branch of a certain scale. There's one nearby, but considering the impact, I recommend you sail for a while longer to exchange in Rowtown, where the naval headquarters is stationed. Rowtown is quite far away. It's not wise to seek a distant place when there's one nearby. But Wallace understood. Local naval branches are independent kingdoms for officers, similar to the military garrisons of the Ming dynasty. They have power and no oversight, and 9 out of 10 become greedy and tyrannical local emperors. Even seasoned pirate hunters avoid exchanging bounties in such black shops. Otherwise, they risk being blackmailed lightly or being labeled as attacking the navy and becoming pirates. Rowtown? Garen was interested in that name. Is that where the pirate king met his end? Exactly. Nami leaned over and smiled. You don't know the sailing routes, do you? Don't worry, I'm the best navigator in the East Sea. Hire me as your navigator, and the price is affordable, only 4 million. No, 5 million berries. She stared intently at the corpse in Garen's hands. That was 10 million berries. Garen tilted his head. I can't afford to hire you. I have no money. I don't care. Nami stubbornly held onto the corner of the corpse's clothing. I also contributed earlier. I should get half. Half for you? Garen said blandly. You are clearly just increasing my game's difficulty. You. Nami's face turned round and puffy with anger. She had no way to refute. A few seconds later, she revealed a tender look, flipping her orange short hair, her voice soft and sweet. Knight, I am the knight lady you are pursuing. Stop. We aren't familiar. Garen, who had been tricked several times, ignored her acting. I can't even afford to eat. What use is having a wife? The two greedy interactions made Wallace's expression even stranger, his facial muscles twitching. His face was almost collapsing. Ahem. Garen, feeling embarrassed under Wallace's gaze, awkwardly rambled. Wallace. Did you think I wanted the bounty out of greed for enjoyment? Huh. Wallace was taken aback, full of admiration and determination. Does your excellency have deeper considerations? Exactly. Garen suddenly became serious and devout, like a saint. True justice is to punish the wicked and reward the good. That is correct. Wallace nodded in agreement. Garen's persuasion was not over. He cleared his throat and solemnly said, Wallace, let me tell you 2 stories about the distinction between righteousness and profit. In the distant state of Lu, there was a great merchant named Duanmu Ci, whose teacher was the great sage Confucius Chiozhongni. Garen, acting like a language teacher, explained the story of Zhigung redeeming his friend Zilu in a way that was easy to understand. Wallace was instantly captivated, looking at Garen with even more reverence. Pulling out his notebook to take frantic notes. I never expected. Lord Garen is not only a moral model, but also a giant of thought. No, Garen quoted a famous saying. I am merely a child picking up seashells, standing on the shoulders of giants. The petty man speaks a profit, while the gentleman speaks a virtue. Yet to act with great benevolence. The small is in virtue, the great is in profit. I am not seeking the bounty for money, but to practice justice. Wallace was completely convinced. So Garen was enduring humiliation and bearing the copper smell for the sake of great righteousness. He choked up while taking notes. Regarding Garen as a moral benchmark, and had already prepared the draft for the report. Nami beside him twitched her mouth. Wanted to pry open this reporter's skull to see if there was any water inside. After Wallace finished taking notes, he looked up and sighed. I was shallow and misunderstood you as greedy. No witties. Garen shot out another famous saying. To know one's mistakes and be able to correct them is the greatest kindness. I'm sorry. Wallace sincerely apologized, pulling out a piece of paper to tear it up. What are you doing? Garen was confused. Wallace threw away the scraps and said with respect, I was just about to take a 1 million berry check to thank you, but now I feel it would insult your character. A check? Garen was taken aback. 1 million berries? Nami clenched her fists. The two locked eyes, both feeling heart-wrenched. Just after delivering a speech on justice, Garen couldn't thicken his skin to ask for a rewrite, even though Nami completely agreed. He could only focus on dealing with his first pot of gold, and luckily, the middle-aged sheriff came to help. Moments later, Garen looked at the exquisite box in his hand, feeling uneasy. This cedar box with anti-corrosion sealing contained a head of steel blade, worth 10 million. He wasn't afraid of the living steel blade, but now that it was in a box, he felt a chill down his spine. Nami was more ambitious than him. Her eyes fixed on the box, her mind filled with 10 million, long forgetting that it contained a gruesome head. Well, Garen muttered to himself after hiding the first pot of gold. The next stop is Rogtown. Look, Wallace quickly leaned in, politely saying, coincidentally, I also need to report to Rogtown for the EC Daily. After only a couple of exchanges, he became excited. I hope the knight allows me to accompany you. Of course, no problem. Garen had just left the novice village, and having a local NPC to guide him was a rare opportunity, so he immediately agreed. Garen looked at Nami, who was staring at the 1,000,000 berries. Nami, what about you? Where are you planning to go? Nami blurted out, wherever you go, I'll go. This was heartfelt, but not entirely accurate. To be precise, it should be, wherever your money goes, I'll go. She was incredibly eager for money. Garen's sword and armor couldn't be stolen, but 1,000,000 in cash could easily be taken. Although she felt a bit guilty towards her lifesaver, she still wanted this knight to support her more. Garen understood immediately, falling into a contemplation that others couldn't grasp. Wallace misunderstood, taking out his notebook to note down the heroic knight saving the beauty and the beautiful girl developing feelings, adding an emotional line to his special report. As he noticed the glances between the two sparkled with gossip. Ahem. Nami interjected, defensively explaining, I'm just worried you won't have a navigator and could easily get lost. Wallace instinctively retorted, Rogtown isn't some remote place. You just need to take a passenger ship. Oomph. Nami crossed her arms. Passenger ships aren't as fast as sailing on your own. I know the East Sea routes well. Navigating would save at least 2 days. All right. Garen regained his focus and waved. You're hired as my navigator. Hired? Nami asked, her tone warm. How much? 100,000 berries, no more. Garen said seriously, and it's not that easy to steal my 1,000,000. You. Nami was so angry she couldn't speak. Her cheeks flushed. This tinkin was not easy to fool. Steal? Wallace was startled, looking at Nami warily. Miss Nami is a thief? How could this be? Nami, feeling cornered, declared, I am a thief. Almost made your night broke. So that's how it is. Wallace's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, Lord Garen's character is so noble. Even if the other party is a thief, he still risks his life to save someone, bringing light to the dark life of a fallen girl. After completing this mental image, he changed the heroic rescue narrative to one of kindness repaying malice, with the thief turning to the light. Hey. Nami, embarrassed and annoyed, tugged at her hair. What are you writing? Stop it. Wallace didn't even glance up. Focused on writing. Sorry, but there's nothing that can stop a journalist's pen. Frustrated and feeling defeated, Nami really wanted to punch someone with her assertive fist. All right, Garen stepped in as a mediator, saying to Nami, the money is little, but I offer another kind of reward. Another kind? Nami was confused. Garen raised his sword. Friendship. The friendship of a righteous knight. What do you mean? Nami's heart raced, pressing for more. I can help you deal with people. Garen said plainly, with a hint of implication. For example, bad people you can't handle but really want to deal with. You. Nami's gaze deepened as she scrutinized him for a long time before suddenly covering her mouth and laughing. Stop joking. I don't have any enemies that I can't share the world with. I was just making an analogy. Garen smiled casually, but his eyes were firm. But if there really is such a person, I will make him pay. The two fell into an awkward silence. You can't do it. Nami said sarcastically, patting his chest armor. You're only on par with a steel knife. Saying you'll help me deal with people is too presumptuous. Aaron's strength far exceeds the 2,000,000 bounty. He is the hidden overlord of the East Sea, and those fishmen are nightmares I dare not resist. Then let it be for now. Garen smiled. Just watch and see if I can pay it off. And don't underestimate me. I improve faster than you can imagine. Oomph. Nami snorted coldly, but somehow felt a surge of brightness and hope. Perhaps this night could truly save her. In the end, a fair hand reached out to Garen. He grasped the hand, smiling. I look forward to working with you, my navigator. Just a temporary worker. Nami replied, but tightly held his hand. Garen was full of spirit. Let's set off. Destination, Rogtown. Wait. A familiar middle-aged male voice came from behind. Don't rush off yet, Lord Knight. Garen turned around to see the restaurant manager, his face filled with indignation. Are you chasing after the meal money? Garen, who had never dined and dashed before, felt extremely embarrassed. No, it's not about the meal money. The manager wiped the sweat and gasped. It's your mount. It has caused all the other guests' horses to. In the restaurant stable, the scene was very graphic and violent, with levels too extreme to describe. Stop that mad dog, a young noble cried in pain. This is the purebred Alabastan warhorse I spent a fortune on from the Grand Line. I'm sorry. The restaurant security bowed. We are truly powerless. The terrifying battle power of the rampaging Tahitian was off the charts. The security that could easily subdue it before was now unable to stop it and almost lost the virginity of several of their brothers. The young noble felt like crying, believing the noble bloodline of his beloved horse had been tarnished by the mad dog, even though his horse was male. Besides this purebred warhorse, there were many other victims. They all exhausted their strength in the fierce activity and collapsed on a haystack. This, Nami pointed at the large teddy bear riding on the tall horse, outputting mindlessly, her face turning red as she asked Garen, "Is this your mount?" The well-informed little thief Nami couldn't withstand the shocking scene. Wallace silently took photos, giving a strange assessment. Lord Garen truly is unique. Garen helplessly covered his face and said gloomily, "This is really not my mount. I thought it ran back to the mountains." Lord Knight, the restaurant manager, clearly didn't believe him and anxiously urged, "Quickly make it stop." I'll try," Garen shouted from dozens of meters away. "Beast, stop." Tae-Yishin completely ignored him. It was busy enjoying itself. The thrill of riding a swift steed had made it forget the fear of the great sword. "Surrender now. Otherwise," Garen shouted, but lost his confidence. He dared to charge at sea pirates, but was afraid to approach the big teddy bear doing its task, fearing he might end up in a situation where he had to wash his hands clean. Use his sword for a long-range attack. The thought just crossed his mind before he dismissed it. He still needed this sword for cutting down enemies, so why would he want to muddle through? "Lord Knight?" The manager urged again. It's currently in a frenzy, hard to deal with," Garen said with a sheepish face. "Let fire off its bullets first. Then I'll handle it." The manager was in a dilemma. Garen then quoted a famous saying, "To bring about someone's demise, let them go mad first." This left the manager speechless. After a long while, the owner of the prize horse, the young noble, tearfully asked, "How long will it continue to go mad?" "Just a bit longer." Garen awkwardly turned his head. "Let the bullets fly a little longer." The farce ended, but the losses could not be recovered. The unfortunate victims were all high-end horses belonging to noble merchants, and the owners were left traumatized. In the end, under the collective weeping accusations, Garen had to pay 500,000 berries as compensation for the damages. This was still considering he had driven away the pirates. The money was borrowed from Nami, and Nami's money came from stealing the Steel Knife Group. She could keep the loot thanks to Garen, and Garen didn't starve to death in the forest thanks to Tae-Yishin. By this calculation, today's fate was indeed meant to be. Woof woof. Tae-Yishin was very satisfied with this fate, and after it was done, it wagged its tail at Garen. "Get lost," Garen said irritably, raising his sword. Woof woof. Tae-Yishin was resolute. No way was it going back. Although it was called a dog, its intelligence was not inferior to a human's. Clearly understanding how dull its previous life had been, growing up in desolate mountains, aside from its deceased parents, there were no other animals. It could only practice its race's dragon-slaying secret technique, but there were only trees and stones in the mountains. It was unwilling but dared not leave until today when a muscular, beautiful being brought it into the colorful world. The golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature in a pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. After years of hard training in the deep mountains, Tyree Tion descends and finds a stage to showcase his talents. The restaurant stable, filled with pampered, noble steeds. They are strong and graceful, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, and they quickly realize their mistake in underestimating this outsider. The novice Teddy makes an astonishing debut, winning decisively. With a single strike, he shakes the world and awakens even greater ambitions. There are more beautiful creatures outside the mountains, their quantity and quality far exceeding his imagination. He wants to follow Garen and find more stages to showcase his talents. Woof woof woof. Tyree Tion howls to the sky, overflowing with ambition. "Garen, are you really going to take this dog with you?" Nami is completely resistant. Woof woof. Teddy growls at Nami first, scaring her into retreating with her arms crossed. Her eyes full of fear. This pure-hearted girl is genuinely afraid of this cross-species, chaotic curly-haired dog. Woof woof woof. Teddy shows a human-like disdain towards Nami. He is not interested in her. Her small frame is even less impressive than Garen's robust build, and she cannot compare with the handsome steeds. Colorful dog, being looked down upon by a dog. Nami is so angry that she clenches her fists. What kind of expression is that? Teddy remains proudly silent, his eyes full of contempt. He has a high IQ, does not kneel before women, is decisive in battle, and his protagonist template is even more perfect than Garen's. How can he lose face in front of a minor NPC? All right, Nami. After some thought, Garen decides, since you are not in danger, let's take him along. Just in time, I need a mount. The intelligent Teddy immediately barks happily. Woof woof woof. Garen adds seriously, besides, there are great risks at sea, in case of food shortages. Bringing him along will help everyone look out for each other on the way. Samwell Island. At the dock, under the watchful eyes of the sheriff's squad, Garen, Nami, Wallace, and Tion board the ship. It will be their ship from now on. The original owner was the Steel Blade Pirate Group, and the ship flies a tattered flag with crossed cutlasses and a skull, designed extremely poorly. Garen is not a pirate, and the first thing he does upon boarding is to tear down the flag. The steel blades have been boxed up, so this ship naturally became his spoils. However, Garen is not satisfied. The double-masted sailing ship has an ordinary style. The canvas is stained with black and yellow marks, and the deck is corroded by seawater to the point of being unrecognizable. It is particularly dilapidated. One mast has been crudely repaired with steel plates and iron nails after being broken, and the deck and hull have several large charred holes, big enough to trap Tion. Obviously, the Steel Blade Group had fought fierce battles with cannon fire before they came to chase after the treasure-stealing Nami without finishing repairs. The previous owner's lack of maintenance has left Garen, who took over the second-hand ship, with a headache. Can't we change to another ship? Garen tells Nami, this ship is too broken. I suspect it will sink as soon as we take it out. Don't worry. Look closely. Nami is completely unconcerned. Only the upper deck and port side are damaged. The mast, sails, rudder, and watertight compartments are all fine, and navigation is absolutely no problem. Moreover, she has a glint in her eye with the symbol of berries, a double-deck cannon platform, super long keel, and a large hull. After a bit of repair, this ship can be resold for a hefty sum. So that's how it is. Garen's eyes light up, if that's the case. My income is not just 10 million berries. You want to keep it all for yourself? Clearly, I have a share too. Nami's face darkens instantly, attributing the monster encounter to a meager contribution. Garen says lightly, revealing his innate nature to guard wealth. But there is no need to split it 50-50 with a temporary worker who owes me a life, right? Why don't you try to steal the ship and money in Roadtown? Oof. Nami's face flushes with anger, and she can only respond with a light huff. This little thief is experiencing embarrassment for the first time. This task is different. This tin can know she's a thief and vaguely understands her background. Being exposed as a thief is a major taboo, and she should have run away. But Nami does not want to leave. Not only for that 10 million, but also because this is the first time she has encountered a fool who knows she is a thief and still wants to help her. The first time she can shed her identity as a thief and accept the role of navigator. A navigator, not a petty thief. This is her dream. In just one day, she feels a long-lost beauty, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curve into a warm arc. Garen, ruining the mood, jokes. Nami, if you want to share the money. Becoming a knight's lady wouldn't be bad either. Get lost. Nami's smile freezes instantly. Knight's lady? Is this a proposal? Wallace's eyes light up, excitedly muttering to himself. So you two have developed to this stage? He adjusts his glasses, pulls out paper and pen, and starts writing. A bizarre love story of a beautiful thief turning to the light and becoming a just knight alongside a villainous thief. Hey! Nami angrily clenches her fists. Delete that part. Otherwise, The threat remains unspoken, and Wallace, unfazed, replies, journalists will not abandon reporting the truth because of power. How is this real? Nami blushes and questions. Wallace calmly states, it's about highlighting the plot appropriately to increase readability. This is basic writing technique. Nami is so angry, she can't find the words. After a while, Wallace comes back to his senses from his work and asks with concern, Miss Nami, which route are we taking? How many days to Roadtown? Garen's defeat of the 10 million level pirate Steelblade is already big news in the East Sea. Wallace, who works for the East Sea Daily, has grand ambitions and wants to rush back to the office to prove himself with the story of the just knight Garen. Look closely. The professional navigator Nami is asked about the route and answers in seconds. I plan to take the route close to the doldrums, leveraging the East Sea currents to reach Roadtown in 2 days, which is twice as fast as a passenger ship. Utilizing the East Sea currents in the doldrums? Wallace, familiar with the East Sea, hears the intricacies and praises. Miss Nami's navigation skills are truly impressive. This route is right next to the doldrums. The wind direction is strange, and the weather is ever-changing. If one is not careful, they could be pushed to feed the Sea Kings. Ordinary navigators wouldn't dare to take this route without profound knowledge of meteorology and oceanography. Of course, I'm the best navigator in the East Sea. Nami confidently receives the praise. Great. Wallace is extremely happy. News values timeliness. With you at the helm, we can quickly publish the brave deeds of the night. As he speaks, he pulls out paper and pen, adding the label of a genius navigator to the profile of the beautiful thief who had been moved by him. Excitedly muttering, a powerful knight paired with a beautiful and wise thief. This news will definitely go viral. Wait a minute. Nami realizes, what did you say you want to publish? Her cheeks flush with anger, and she approaches Wallace. Clenching her fists, you still want to publish that kind of nonsense? Nonsense? Wallace adjusts his glasses and replies blandly. I am a professional journalist and will write a truthful report based on first-hand information. So I have a few more questions I want to interview you about. Spit. Nami turns her head. I won't answer. The words get stuck in her throat. A check filled with numbers is waved in front of her. This is the interview fee. It can be cashed at the East Sea Bank in Roguetown. Wallace, without changing his expression, states, of course, if you and Lord Garen have nothing worth reporting. I won't force it. Nami hesitates for a moment and instantly smiles brightly. Sure. She quickly takes the check and hides it in her four-dimensional pocket. Whatever story you want, I will provide it. A day later, a medium-sized sailing ship with a big hull and patched-up mast is sailing on the sea. The azure ocean stretches endlessly, sparkling like brilliant stars that have fallen from the sky. But Garen has no time to enjoy the scenery. Hurry up. The wind direction is about to change. Adjust the front sail position. Nami, sitting with her legs crossed, acts as the supervisor, angrily scolding Garen. You can't even handle the sail lines. And you want to make it at sea? Woof, woof, woof. Tyree Tion bites the sail rope, barking as he competes with Nami. Got it. Garen is overwhelmed by the messy sail lines. This ship was supposed to be operated by more than a dozen professional sailors, and now there are only 3 of them. Even Wallace has been forced to become the helmsman, and the only one who can help Garen is Teddy. He can't do the fine work, but pulling the sail ropes is fine. The reprimands from a navigation expert Nami sound again. Too slow. Didn't I teach you how to tie knots? Why don't you come over and do it yourself? Look closely, Garen said irritably. There are 9 ways to tie a knot. Who can remember them all? If you can't remember, just practice more. Nami, lounging in a chair, casually educated him, smiling proudly. Different situations require different knots. It can save your life at a critical moment. I'm a navigator, not a sailor. Why should I do the heavy lifting? If you want to blame someone, blame your lack of education. Garen was speechless. He knew astronomy and black holes, but he had never learned how to handle a wooden ship. How much longer until we arrive? He asked gloomily, tired of the monotony at sea. Adjust the sail position. Nami said casually, it'll take about another day. 1 day. Garen's face darkened. Stop dawdling. Get to work. Nami urged the laborer, this is the doldrums. If we don't adjust the sail position properly, we'll end up feeding the sea creatures. Yes. Garen pulled the sail rope with a dark expression, muttering under his breath. What happened to drinking and sightseeing? Why am I stuck doing manual labor? Sorry. Nami, looking at the nautical chart, mercilessly struck back. This is how sailing is. You think you could just be a clueless captain who only eats and drinks? Dream on. Sigh. Garen muttered. I'd rather fight with pirates for 300 rounds than be a laborer here. Sir Knight. Wallace at the bow shouted in terror. As he also served as a lookout, a pirate ship has appeared. Just as he finished speaking, a black cannonball whistled through the air, crashing down right where Garen and Teddy were. A cannonball? Garen's heart sank, but he remained calm. Old-fashioned solid shot relied on kinetic energy and wasn't very fast. With his physical condition, he had nothing to fear. He relied on his superhuman dynamic vision to precisely judge the landing point and elegantly dodge 2 steps. Then the cannonball landed. This solid shot exploded with a blinding flash, creating a massive shockwave that brought light and heat, instantly blowing up a mushroom cloud. What kind of black technology is this? Garen was stunned. Before he could finish his thought, he and Teddy rolled into a ball, blasted into the air. Not long ago, not far from Garen's ship, another pirate ship was racing against the wind. This ship was no ordinary one. It belonged to Roger's crew, the friend of the red-haired Shanks, who had once battled Whitebeard and Gold Lion, and had escaped from Undercarp's command. This fierce character was stationed on the ship. His name was Buggy, who could strike fear into the hearts of river crabs just by reading his name backward. The clown Buggy was rampaging through the East Sea with his crew. Have you found them? Have you found them? Buggy, with a bounty of 15 million berries, angrily asked the navigator. Where are those steel blade pirates? And no. The navigator shrank back. We've lost track of them for several days. We probably won't be able to recover the treasure. The great Captain Buggy's face turned red with shame and anger as he slammed the armrest. What do you mean stolen treasure? How could I, Clown Buggy, be robbed by a small fry like the steel blade pirates? Why, yes. The terrified navigator quickly changed his wording. It was a batch of treasure stolen by those treacherous scoundrels. Huh. The clown Buggy was still displeased. Another thick-skinned lackey chimed in. It was a treasure our great Captain Buggy gave to those rookie pirates. Only then did Buggy nod in satisfaction. But in reality, the Buggy pirates, with a Yonko's friend at the helm, had actually suffered a setback against the Steel Blade pirates, who had a bounty in the tens of millions. Although the other side ultimately retreated in defeat, treasures worth over 2 million berries had been taken by the Steel Blade pirates. Unable to swallow his anger, Buggy searched the sea for a long time with his crew, but had yet to see a shadow of the Steel Blade pirates. How about? The first mate Machi couldn't help but suggest, Captain Buggy, why not give up? Continuing to search aimlessly is a waste of effort. Buggy pondered, his red nose inflating in anger, looking quite comical. If he didn't get his treasure back, how could he, a 15 million berry big pirate, not become a stepping stone for the younger generation? But wandering around with his crew like headless flies was indeed not worthwhile. Captain Buggy, the lookout on the mast suddenly shouted excitedly, "We found them." Oh, Buggy's eyes lit up, immediately using his chop-chop fruit ability, detaching his head to fly 7 or 8 meters up to the lookout's perch. The lookout pointed in a direction and handed over a telescope. The Steel Blade pirates are over there. They lowered their pirate flag, but I recognize that ship. It still has the damage from our cannon fire. Buggy looked through the telescope and clearly saw that familiar ship, grinning wickedly. Ha ha, scared of me, Captain Buggy, that you don't dare to fly your pirate flag? Today, you'll know the consequences of crossing me. Captain? The strategist Kabeji immediately asked, should we engage in close combat or bombard from a distance? Buggy thought, although the Steel Blade pirates can't threaten me as a devil fruit user, their crew is made up of reckless fighters, much stronger than my circus lackeys. Last time, I underestimated their close combat ability, which allowed that rookie to take advantage. So Buggy let out a sinister laugh. Ha! These treacherous scoundrels who do not respect their elders don't need to be shown any mercy. Bombard them with cannons. With great momentum, he waved his hand, ordering Machi, first mate, bring out my big Buggy cannon. Unlike the low-end solid shot used by ordinary pirates, Buggy's cannonballs were high-explosive shells carefully developed by Clown Buggy. One shot fired, and it would obliterate anything in its path. The ship of the Steel Blade pirates was struck by Buggy's cannon, shattering its crucial mainmast. Watch closely. The flames ignited by the high-explosive shells spread wildly on the wooden ship, and soon burned through the fireproof coating, turning the sails of the Steel Blade pirates to ashes. At this point, they could no longer escape, becoming sitting ducks. Continue, Buggy commanded triumphantly, directing his lackeys to keep firing. This ship couldn't withstand the high-explosive Buggy shells, and in no time, it was blasted into 2 burning chunks of wood, drifting semi-conscious in the sea. Ha ha! Buggy laughed maniacally. Boys, let's go. Collect the corpses of the Steel Blade pirates. Yes, Captain Buggy. The lackeys cheered, loving to fight such an easy battle. The 2 ships quickly closed in, and the debris on the sea became denser. Why haven't we seen any bodies? Strategist Kabeji felt something was off. There were dozens of them in the Steel Blade pirates. It was impossible for them to be unscathed. Ha ha ha, Buggy boasted. It must be that my Buggy bomb was so powerful that it turned them to dust. Just as the laughter continued, the sea in front surged. 3 figures emerged from the water, climbing onto a large piece of debris. Wallace's hair was disheveled, tightly clutching a waterproof box containing a camera and documents. Nami was soaked through, not caring about her modesty. Also protecting the box, it contained the 10 million berries gifted by the Steel Blade. Garen was different. His armor was even more dazzling after being soaked by seawater. Captain Buggy. Kabeji was astonished. That doesn't seem to be the Steel Blade pirates? A cultured man, a girl, and a knight, completely different from the tattooed, bare-chested Steel Blade pirates. Buggy ignored him, staring fixedly at Garen's golden armor and large sword. Captain Buggy? Kabeji pressed. What do we do now? What do we do? Buggy's eyes gleamed with greed. Who cares who they are? That armor guy is worth a fortune. Let's grab him. The pirates instantly became excited. Garen appeared to them as a walking gold nugget. But before they could move, the target charged towards them. Garen used his sword as a paddle, his data-enhanced body feeling no fatigue, rowing with all his might. The debris beneath the 3 transformed into a speedboat, swiftly closing in. Fire! Buggy ordered urgently. Blow that wooden boat to pieces. The lackeys hurriedly adjusted the cannon, firing without calculating the trajectory. Horribly inaccurate, not even grazing the target. In the end, Garen's makeshift speedboat reached the enemy ship's side. He leaped onto the deck with his sword, glaring at the pirates. Was it you who sank my ship? That's right. The clown Buggy, feeling proud, laughed maniacally. It was the great Captain Buggy who defeated you. Buggy? Hearing that familiar name, Garen was taken aback. Watch closely. Garen stared at the clownishly dressed man, blurting out his most noticeable feature. Big red-nosed Buggy? You. Buggy instantly exploded with rage. Who are you calling a big red nose? Garen felt a bit awkward, forgetting that this was Buggy's sore spot. But he had just nearly been blown to bits. Why should he accommodate him? Direct provocation. I'm talking about you. Red-nosed clown. Who? Buggy's throat sounded like a bellows as he roared in anger. Bastards. Kill them. The trash talk session ended, and the minions rushed forward with their knives. But pirate captains have a habit. They never charge in first, always sending their subordinates as cannon fodder, training the underlings, wearing down the opponents, testing their strength, or just to show their superiority. Clown Buggy followed the same routine, blowing the battle horn and leisurely sitting back in the captain's chair to watch his subordinates perform. Chief of Staff Kabaji and First Mate Machi perfectly inherited this tactic and also stopped, urging the lower-tier minions to charge in. The tasks were pushed down layer by layer, and all the hard work was left to the incapable and low-status underlings. But what Buggy didn't know was that this tactic of adding fuel to the fire was like free training for the protagonist, a gift of experience, especially for someone like Garen who had a level bar. Watching his opponents transform from heroes to super soldiers and then to harmless minions, Garen felt no pressure at all. He gripped his great sword tightly, standing motionless in front of a group of fierce-looking minions. This overly calm demeanor left the pirates dumbfounded, looking at each other, with no one daring to step forward to test him. What's the matter? Garen casually rested the great sword on his shoulder, scoffing, a pirate crew of dozens. And not one dares to take a hit from my sword? His mocking smile was infuriating, and he couldn't even be bothered to look them in the eye. Exuding the aura of a lonely and defiant strongman, paired with the huge great sword, it was just missing a sculpture of a lone victor. What are you still standing there for? Buggy's face darkened significantly as he ominously said, charge in and kill that knight. Take his armor and sword. Yes. The minions hurriedly responded, glancing at each other. Yet still, no one dared to advance. Even before the fight started, they were so nervous that they could barely hold their knives steady. Ha! Garen laughed, even more disdainfully. Taking a step forward. Weren't you quite arrogant when you were firing cannons at me? Now you won't even dare to get close, let alone wield a knife? This is a blatant insult. But these brash pirates, their anger rekindled, hesitated not at all. Yet they retreated 2 steps back. Sigh. Garen was greatly disappointed. If you're too scared to come at me with knives, at least have the guts to take a shot from a distance. At this range, you shoot, and I still can't reach you. Bang! A gun went off, and flames erupted. Reminded by Garen, a minion finally remembered he had a firearm. The tense standoff was suddenly broken, but the first to scream in fright was actually one of their own minion teammates. Pay attention. In this world, guns are not as effective as swords. There are plenty of people at sea who can ignore bullets. Based on Garen's earlier calm demeanor, he was certainly a powerful figure who couldn't be dealt with by ordinary firearms. Shooting him was like slapping a tiger on the butt. It wouldn't kill him and might just provoke him. However, when a gun fired, the smoke hadn't cleared yet. Garen, rather ungraciously, clutched his chest and half-kneeled on the ground, his face contorted in pain. The minions exchanged glances, a silent embarrassment and shame brewing in their hearts. A group of pirates who had been intimidated by Garen suddenly became enraged and shouted, "Brothers, charge in and kill this pretentious guy." The minions surged forward, wildly hacking at the half-kneeling Garen. Buggy, known as the Clown, had a curious collection of subordinates. Unicycle swordsmen, beast tamers, tightrope walkers, knife throwers. All sorts of acrobatic talents, like a well-equipped circus. But no matter how ridiculous, they were real pirates. Killing and robbing was their daily routine, and violent extortion was standard business. They had fought each other every year, and every minion had seen blood. So when they attacked in anger, they all bore the fierce intent to kill. Their blades aimed mercilessly at Garen's vitals. Having been bombarded by the big Buggy before, and now hacked at by dozens of knife-wielding men. An ordinary person would have been dead by now. But in life-and-death struggles, there's no need for mercy. This was Garen's standard for killing. As the pirates swarmed like ants, trying to take the opportunity to claim the head of the downed Garen, Garen suddenly looked up, giving them a warm smile that was anything but kind. "Thank you all for gathering the minions for me." The pirate minions' hearts trembled. But there was no time to react. The front line hadn't retracted their knives, and the back line pushed forward, crowding the scene like a train station during the spring festival. This dense formation was a dream come true for all AoE heroes. If the enemies cooperate like this, getting a 29 kill would be a breeze. Judgment. Garen gripped his great sword, spinning rapidly among the crowd like a meat grinder. The judgment in the game looked quite comical, like a spinning iron top, but in reality, the cruelty of judgment was about to reveal itself. The high-speed spinning of the storm sword instantly stirred up a storm of death from which no one could escape. A fragile human body, upon contact with a high-speed blade, would instantly burst forth with crimson blood mist, their bodies quickly shredded to pieces. This scene was anything but just. It was more like a vampire in the wrong scene. But Demacia's justice never shows mercy to evil. The former sheriff of Samwell Island almost left behind psychological trauma for helping the Steel Knife gang collect corpses. Judgment lasted only 3 seconds, more than enough to deal with the dense minions. When Garen stopped spinning and sheathed his sword, there wasn't a single enemy left standing in front of him. The remaining few pirates turned pale, and regardless of how Baki would handle it, they madly fled backward. Baki, Kabaji, and Machi were no longer leisurely. Their faces looked as if they had eaten 2 pounds of dung. "Mo, Machi?" Baki was sweating profusely, his red nose trembling uncontrollably. "How about you try him out again?" "Huh?" The beast tamer Machi froze, forcing out an ugly smile. "My pet lion has been teething these past few days." Roar, roar, roar. Pay attention. The understanding lion Ricky was cooperating perfectly, covering its massive mouth and rolling on the ground in pain. As it rolled, it unknowingly moved away from the battlefield for over 10 meters and continued to roll farther away. Baki turned to look at another capable subordinate, the juggling swordsman Kabaji. Kabaji's facial muscles twitched, and he could barely hold his katana. "It's still best if you handle this yourself, Lord Baki. You're the one not afraid of getting cut thanks to your devil fruit powers." Baki glanced at the heavily armored swordsman, covered in blood and looking like a demon, feeling anxious. He was a split fruit user, capable of dividing his body into several floating pieces. So he shouldn't have to fear someone like Garen who used swords. But Garen's meat grinder-like killing efficiency still made Baki, who was exactly a tough guy, feel fear. "Lord Baki," Kabaji, while secretly backing away, called out to the captain with trepidation. "Just wait a bit." Baki wiped the cold sweat from his brow, forcing himself to say, "I'll let him know how powerful I am soon." Baki didn't dare to make a move, which conveniently gave Garen time to study the system's new changes. After just using the great sword to sweep away a bunch of minions, his experience bar surged, almost reaching the level 4 threshold. Garen went directly from level 3 to level 4. According to game progress at level 4, he should have an extra skill point to learn a small skill, but Garen's 3 small skills were already maxed out from the beginning, so there was no need for advancement. Thus, he had always wondered what use the skill points would have after reaching level 4. The system provided the answer. You have reached level 4. Random skill, learning. The next second, a new slot appeared in the skill bar. Random new skill learned. True and false Monkey King. Garen was instantly excited. The upgrade didn't grant extra skill points, but rather an additional hero skill. This enhancement far exceeded just boosting his body, bringing infinite possibilities for future strength. This true and false Monkey King was the signature ability of the great sage equal to heaven, entering an invisible state for 5 seconds, leaving behind an uncontrollable substitute, which would disappear after 5 seconds. The effect was slightly different from the game, but still ridiculously strong. Understanding the new changes in the system, Garen couldn't wait to try the new skill, True and False Monkey King. In an instant, his entire body became ethereal and invisible, like a transparent person. He quietly took 2 steps forward, and in the original position stood an identical clone, attracting the enemy's attention. The conflicted Baki was completely focused on the fake Garen. Garen was slightly surprised by the skill's effect, quickly realizing the power of this invisibility skill, perfect for ambushing and fleeing. Before the invisibility ended, he raised his great sword, striking blow. The blade emitted a golden light of justice, but no one could see it. His already formidable level 4 body saw a sudden increase in speed by 30%, disappearing like an arrow released from a bow, charging at the seated clown Buggy like a hungry tiger, pouncing on its prey. Just as the great sword was about to hit Buggy, the invisibility suddenly lifted, and Garen's form dissipated into smoke. He regretted wasting too much time. Garen silently reflected, feeling a bit regretful. If only this invisibility effect could last a little longer, he could use this skill in civilian life like he had eaten a transparent fruit, making it shine in everyday situations. Look out! The blade's edge pointed at Buggy, making him shiver, initially hesitating while staring at Garen in the distance. The next second, this guy actually teleported right in front of him. Seeing the bloodied great sword coming down, Buggy hurriedly used his signature move, split apart. His body bizarrely split into several pieces, the surfaces dark and smooth, scattering away. The abilities of the devil fruit are truly strange. His body can split into pieces floating in the air, and Buggy is still lively. Ha ha ha. He laughed nervously. I'm a terrifying pirate worth 15 million berries. A legendary devil fruit user. You can't hurt me. As soon as he finished speaking, the dull thud of the sword meeting flesh echoed on the deck, and Buggy's head flying in the air was immediately filled with pain. Can he still hit? Garen was also surprised. Just as Buggy split apart, the trajectory of the sword changed instantly, smashing down on the largest piece of his torso. It seems that Buggy's split form, which still had substantial parts, did not meet the system's requirement of being unable to target him, and he still got hit by Garen's guaranteed normal attack. This striking blow hit solidly, causing Buggy to tremble violently. But being a great pirate makes a difference. His body is incredibly resilient. An attack that could kill a minion only inflicted minor injuries on Buggy. However, the impact of Garen's strike was far more than just physical damage. Buggy's body parts suddenly froze, including his head, and the scattered limbs crashed to the ground like hail, becoming immobile fragments. The splitting effect was still in place, but he was horrified to discover he couldn't control his devil fruit ability at all. He couldn't make his body float or gather the split pieces. How is this possible? Buggy struggled to shout in astonishment with his unresponsive head. Garen looked at Buggy, who had been turned into a pile of parts by his Q skill, and calmly asked, Captain Buggy, how much was your bounty again? Buggy's head immediately showed a comically ingratiating expression. Mistake. 1,500, no million. The one. 5 seconds of silence added by the striking blow, which hadn't shown any particular effect when he fought with the steel blade, finally realized its true lethality against Buggy, a devil fruit user. His ability was instantly sealed, and his mental control over his split body was forcibly interrupted. Unlike seawater and sea stone that render people powerless, this sword seemed to make his ability disappear into thin air, no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't regain the feeling of using it. This bizarre phenomenon plunged Buggy into a fear far stronger than before, begging for mercy without dignity in front of Garen. But before Garen could respond, Buggy suddenly discovered his ability had returned. He quickly controlled the scattered body parts to fly into the air, escaping over 10 meters, and only stopped to confirm his safety. Not wiping the cold sweat from his face, Buggy immediately turned back, revealing an exaggerated smile that was a facade of bravado. Ha ha ha. You strange kid. Let's see how you can cut me now. Garen looked at Buggy's face, twisted into a pancake from laughter, silently raised his unarmed left hand. You flew so far, I indeed can't reach you. But look closely. You were in such a hurry to run that you dropped something. What? Buggy gasped in shock. Garen's raised left hand was gripping a strange, moving foot. It was his foot. The split-apart fruit has a fatal flaw. The split body cannot be more than 200 meters away from the feet, and the feet are the only part that cannot float. Garen had already known this, and when Buggy's ability failed earlier, he had quietly grabbed one of his feet. Buggy's arrogant expression instantly froze, cold sweat pouring down. Garen effortlessly held Buggy's foot for a few seconds, and once his skill cooled down, he raised his sword, striking blow. The great sword shone with brilliant justice light, gently tapping Buggy's foot in his hand. Buggy's body parts flying in the air crashed down to the deck like hail again. It's over. The second time Buggy turned into parts and lay on the deck, he fully understood his situation. His vital area was held, he couldn't escape, and he couldn't revert to his normal body. The opponent had similar methods to Sea Stone to restrain his abilities, making him a piece of junk. This was a life-or-death crisis. After the 5 seconds of silence passed, Buggy regained control but dared not move. His subordinates had suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining ones were trembling on the edge of the deck. 2 elite officers, one shaking while hugging a lion, and the other frozen, unable to pull out his sword. Buggy's pirate crew was completely annihilated. Garen easily held Buggy's foot, the great sword ready to strike again at any moment. Wallace, hiding at the edge, bravely stepped forward to capture Garen's triumph over Buggy in close-up. Nami was overly excited, walking up to Garen, her eyes shining as she looked at Buggy's head that had just flown up. This red nose is worth 15 million? To her, Buggy had already become a stack of cash. Yes, Garen calculated. Plus this red nose, they could claim a bounty of 25 million berries in Road Town. Buggy's face immediately turned ugly. If the opponent was discussing changing the bounty, they were probably a powerful bounty hunter. For pirates, being defeated by a bounty hunter is worse than being captured by the Navy. Being captured by the Navy usually means survival, but getting caught by a hunter is a 99% chance of death. Nami understood from Buggy's expression, rubbed her chin, and her eyes flashed with cunning. Garen, should we go to Road Town to claim the bounty? Should we lead the way or bring people along? Huh? Garen was taken aback. Buggy, scared into a cold sweat, hurriedly flew his head in front of Nami with a flattering smile. Pretty lady, bring people. Just bringing people is fine. My bounty notice is dead or alive, and living people can also be exchanged for money. Oh, Nami's light orange pupils glinted with danger. Escorting living pirates for bounty is very risky. Who will bear this potential loss? Nami's dangerous and cold voice echoed in his ears, and Buggy suddenly felt like he was caught in the palm of a greedy demon. Look closely. Buggy furrowed his brow, his red nose trembling wildly, and after a long pause shouted, I have a treasure of 1 million berries on my ship. 1 million? Nami immediately sneered, having come from a background of stealing pirate treasures. She knew the score. Garen, let's lead the way. All right. Garen raised his sword and aimed it at Buggy's foot in his hand. Wait. Buggy, scared out of his wits, quickly changed his tune. 5 million. I have 5 million berries. 5 million? Nami squinted at Garen. Do you think that's enough? Enough for what? Garen scoffed. Not even enough to renovate a toilet. Garen had already figured it out. Berries are roughly equivalent to yen. 5 million converted to RMB is only 300,000, which is really only enough to buy a toilet. Buggy's 15 million could only buy a bedroom. Selling a house in a first-tier city for berries could buy the Pirate Empress and still have enough left for a dozen Rayleighs. Huh. Buggy was so angry he turned pale. 5 million isn't enough to buy a toilet? Are you a celestial dragon? Nami rolled her eyes. This was too outrageous. A celestial dragon? Almost, Garen joked. I am a descendant of the great celestial dragon. Huh. Wallace's eyes widened like saucers. Lord Garen has this background. Hey. Garen panicked. I was joking. What are you taking notes for? Don't keep making big news. The speaker may not have intended it, but the listeners certainly did. Wallace, a reporter who was wholeheartedly eager to uncover a big story, in that moment connected all the clues. The extensive knowledge accumulated over his years as a journalist provided him with excellent material to speculate about Garen's identity. First, Garen claimed to come from the distant kingdom of Demacia. However, when Wallace asked him in detail about the location of Demacia, Garen was vague, unable to specify even which sea his hometown was near. Secondly, Garen's armor and sword were truly rare treasures, crafted with techniques and materials Wallace did not understand. But the enormous natural sapphire on it was something he had never seen even in the palaces of some great kingdoms in the East Sea. What kind of noble knight could possess such luxurious and extravagant weaponry? This question deserved careful consideration. Moreover, Garen had just inadvertently revealed a crucial piece of information, disclosing an important detail about the fact that 500,000 berries were not enough to buy a toilet. 500,000 berries not enough to buy a toilet? A person who lived so extravagantly and treated money as if it were worthless could only be those legendary world nobles, Wallace thought. Wallace's imagination ran wild as he began to ponder the astonishing secrets hidden beneath the surface of the world. Why is it said that world nobles are a bunch of useless fools, yet they can still rest easy on the divine throne? Why are there countless strong individuals in the Navy, yet they still show deference to such weaklings? Look closely. Wallace found the answer in Garen. The incompetent fools are merely a facade of the celestial dragons, while the real elite are geniuses like Garen. Indeed, he had pieced together Garen's identity in just 1 minute. Sounds absurd, but upon reflection, it could be possible. That's how big news is made. Hey, Garen, feeling frustrated, nudged the dazed Wallace and said sternly, don't write about this nonsense. Understood. Wallace's eyes sharpened as he took his pen and blacked out the unfinished notes. I will never reveal Lord Garen's secret. Just don't think too much. I'm really not. Garen helplessly accepted. Ahem. Nami doesn't understand the celestial dragons. She coughed lightly to steer the topic back. In short, 500,000 is definitely not enough. Buggy hesitated, and Nami gave Garen a knowing glance. Garen instantly understood, raised his hand, and struck Buggy's foot with his sword. Deadly blow. Buggy's head hit the deck for the third time, and Garen's great sword blocked all light. No, don't kill me. Buggy stammered in fear. I still have money. How much? Nami leaned down to look at him, her tone dragging on. She was growing more fond of the pirate hunter job, which required no skills and paid quickly. About 300,000, Buggy said, tears streaming from the pain. It's all in the captain's quarters. Nami nodded in satisfaction and gestured towards the cabin. Lead the way. Yes, Buggy said weakly. The silence ended, and his parts flew up under Nami's glare, leading everyone to the captain's quarters. Unlike the Steel Knife crew, Buggy's ship was clean, and the captain's quarters exuded luxury. Nami's impression of this flying clown changed. Rarely did she see such a tidy room belonging to a middle-aged pirate. After entering the room, Buggy held back for a long time, and under Nami's scrutiny, pointed to a hidden compartment. Under the floor, Nami pried, opened the wooden boards, and pulled out a heavy box. Upon opening it, she found gold coins, jewels, and bundles of berries. Her amber eyes instantly turned golden. All the money you want is here. Buggy forced a smile. Can you not kill me now? No. Nami grinned and waved her hand. Captain Rednose, you're not being honest. Going to jail and still hiding things? You. Buggy's fake smile froze. Nami leaned down and knocked on the secret compartment for the treasure chest, the sound crisp with an echo. Buggy's face darkened even more. A double-layered secret compartment. Nami smiled proudly. So, Klitsch, you think you could trick me? Buggy's eyes went dark, nearly fainting. Nami laughed as she rummaged through the secret compartment, found a mechanism, and with a forceful pull, another layer of the compartment opened, revealing a small, exquisite treasure box inside. Nami eagerly took it out and opened it, only to find it filled with high-quality jewelry and gemstones. Look closely. Buggy had been a pirate for so many years, and this small box of jewels was worth more than the previous large chest. And a little booklet? Nami pulled out a thin booklet from a jewels and flipped through it in front of Buggy. Special recipe for Buggy's cannonballs? Wallace gasped. The cannonballs that sank our ship? Their power is on an entirely different level from ordinary ones. Oh! Nami lost interest and tossed the recipe back into the treasure chest. Buggy didn't say a word, but his heart was bleeding. He, a legendary pirate returning from the Grand Line, was actually being manipulated by a greedy girl. Nami smiled at Buggy, whose heart was filled with despair. Thanks, Captain Rednose. And to Garen, I say, this guy is for you. Whether to kill him is up to you. Wait a minute. Buggy sprang back to life, gritting his teeth. You've cleaned out all my treasure, and you still want to kill me? Whether I live or die is not up to you. Nami grinned mischievously. Look at the night. She waved the small treasure box, feeling quite pleased. You two chat. I'm off to hide the money. The captain's quarters fell silent. Buggy was sweating profusely, staring hard at Garen. This guy held his life in his hands. Garen, however, was conflicted, to kill or not to kill. This guy had bombarded them with cannonballs and sent minions to chop at them. If he died, he would deserve it. Moreover, Buggy was a devil fruit user, and after all the experience Steel Knife had given him, killing him might level him up directly. But Garen was scared. Buggy was a crewmate of the Pirate King, Shanks' old friend. If he killed him, a few days later, Rayleigh, Shanks, and the big shots from Roger's crew might come knocking. As a newbie, he couldn't handle that much pressure. After much internal conflict, Buggy snapped first. He frantically charged at Garen with his parts, tried to reclaim his sore foot. Deadly blow. Garen reacted swiftly, slicing him into a pile of parts with one sword strike. Buggy cried out, "Help me." Hey, hey. Garen sighed, "Stop shouting." Buggy continued to cry, "Help." Garen sighed again, delivering his line, "Stop shouting. No one will come even if you scream your throat raw." Lying on the cold floor, Buggy struggled in despair, his heart feeling dead. He reflected on his glorious past, and an intense unwillingness surged within him. I, Buggy the Clown, was once surrounded by 40 ships of the Golden Lion in the New World and did not die. Am I really going to die today at the hands of this unknown passerby knight? Shanks, Rayleigh, Captain Roger. These renowned figures kept appearing in Buggy's mind, granting him endless strength. This extraordinary power fermented in Buggy's still warm chest, and with a forceful shout, 2 powerful words erupted from his vocal cords. Help me. Garen was stunned by this surge of power, his face filled with helplessness. Stop howling. If this continues, I'm going to start chopping people. But Buggy refused to stop. Garen raised his great sword high, wanting to intimidate the out-of-control Buggy. Look closely. Buggy was instead frightened into a shiver. turning to use his devil fruit power to fly. A futile effort. Garen, irritated, swung his sword. Buggy shouted madly. Buggy the Clown will not die here. You can't decide that. Garen played along with the villain's line, just waiting for his deadly blow to cool down before giving him another one. Suddenly, a loud bang came from outside the captain's quarters, and the next second, the entire ship trembled violently, the sound of splintering would echoing throughout the cabin. The floor visibly tilted, and countless cracks appeared in the walls. What is happening? Garen tightened his grip on Buggy's foot and fled the crumbling captain's quarters with Wallace. Upon exiting the cabin, they were dumbfounded. Buggy's medium-sized pirate ship had been blown in half and was slowly sinking into the sea. Many of the minions on the deck were thrown into the water, and Moji and Kabeji were trembling, holding onto a lion. Nami gritted her teeth, bundling the treasure chest together to protect it under her, and shouted at them. Garen, we were hit by cannon fire again. Again? Garen was stunned. He switched to another ship and still got bombed. What terrible luck. Wait, he glanced at Buggy, who was sighing in relief. Was it his own bad luck? Or did this red-nosed guy bring bad luck with him? In an instant, he felt a sense of awe towards the legendary luck of Buggy, who had the color of the Conqueror's hockey. Just as Garen was in a daze, the second cannonball came. The sky roared, and the sound waves crashed like a tsunami. With a loud bang, the already shattered deck suffered a devastating blow, turning the ship into a pile of discarded wood on the sea. This cannonball had no fire, was solid, yet could create a high-pressure storm, smashing the ship apart, even more ferocious than Buggy's cannonball. A super high-speed kinetic weapon. Garen was dumbfounded. How much black technology is there in this place? Nami shouted while protecting the box. Don't just stand there. Come help lift it. Garen snapped back to reality and ran over with Wallace. But an unexpected change occurred. Nami and Wallace didn't see clearly, but Garen, with his level 4 physical fitness, used dynamic vision to catch sight of the solid cannonball coming through the air, whether it was a precise strike or just coincidence. The cannonball's landing point was right where the three of them were. With Garen's current abilities, he couldn't carry both of them away. The cannonball was too fast, appearing as a blurred trajectory in his field of vision, leaving no time to think of anything else. Either he runs away alone and watches Nami and Wallace die, or a fatal strike. Courage. Garen instantly activated his damage reduction, attack boost, and speed buffs, leaping from the deck. He still held on a Buggy's foot with his left hand, raising his right hand high with the great sword shining with righteous light. For his database body, wielding the sword with one or two hands had the same strength. Stopping in midair, Garen attacked the blurry cannonball in his sight. Normal attack. Targeting. Pay attention. A typical swordsman, even if barely able to see a high-speed object, would definitely not be able to intercept it. But Garen was different. If he could see it, he could cut it. No matter how fast the opponent was, as long as it was within the blade's range, it was a guaranteed hit. The great sword accurately met the high-speed solid iron bullet, the blade colliding directly with the cannonball. Garen didn't need to exert force. The cannonball's own kinetic energy caused it to split in half. The two halves of the cannonball changed trajectory, narrowly missing Nami and Wallace, and hitting the ship's hull beside them. Even with Garen's slowing effect, the fragments were still terrifyingly lethal, sending a spray of wooden splinters and water everywhere. Garen, impacted by the recoil, fell like a meteor, embedding himself into the damaged hull. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was only when Garen crashed down in front of her that Nami realized she had been saved. She peeked her head out from the broken deck, anxiously shouting, "Garen, where are you?" Knowing that Garen's sword wouldn't harm him, she still trembled with fear. "I'm here." Garen suddenly stood up from the wooden debris, casually saying, "It's okay, don't worry." Nami examined him. His armor was intact, his skin unscathed, and she instantly felt relieved. "That's good. Hurry and take the treasure chest and jump into the sea. We can't stay on this ship." "All right." Garen jumped out from a human-shaped dent, helping Nami pack the box. But his heart was turbulent. He had activated 40 damage reduction and still lost a quarter of his health. Who exactly was the opponent? A super high-speed solid iron bullet could destroy a ship with just kinetic energy. Garen guessed it was a black technology electromagnetic railgun, but actually, this cannonball was launched by pure manual effort. Not long ago, a giant ship cut through the waves of the EC. With countless turrets and sails all over the sky, the ship flew a flag with a white background and a seagull wrench pattern. It was a naval warship, high-grade equipment that only a rear admiral or above could be assigned, with a sea stone base, capable of sailing through the Grand Line and the four seas. On the deck lay a long recliner, where a muscular old man with white hair and beard was sleeping. The East Sea breeze blew in, waking the old man abruptly. He sleepily looked at the sea view and picked up a rice cracker to chew. "There's wind." He asked the naval officer beside him. "Smoker, have we reached the East Sea?" Naval warships usually don't come to the weakest sea, the East Sea. This trip was not only to send the naval hero Garp home for vacation, but also to send Colonel Smoker and his subordinates to the Roadtown Naval Base for a change of guard. Yes, it was Vice Admiral Garp. Pay attention. Smoker was wearing a long coat with Justice written on the back, completely different from the naval cloak, resembling a biker's jacket, very domineering. Coupled with his bare chest and abs, silver-gray crew cut, and a fat cigar in his mouth, he looked just like a mafia boss, not like a righteous navy. His personality matched his appearance. He dared to scold even his superiors if he found something displeasing. Many speculated that this promising colonel was sent to the weakest East Sea because of his bad temper. But in front of Garp, he restrained his arrogance, showing a bit of respect. "We've crossed the windless zone and reached the East Sea." "Good." Garp suddenly stood up, stretching his body with a sound like popping beans. "It's been a long time since I returned to the East Sea for vacation." He felt the sea breeze and smiled contentedly. "How's Luffy doing? He better not learn from that scoundrel Ace." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly narrowed, his sharp gaze piercing through the mist to the distance. A pirate ship? Smoker followed his gaze, but only saw the vast sea, increasing his respect for Garp. "Ha ha!" Garp laughed. "To dare to sail near the windless zone. They must be some capable young people. Just the right time for some exercise. Give me some cannonballs." The surrounding sailors were super excited. Is Vice Admiral Garp going to show off his strength? "Stop talking nonsense." Smoker shouted to his subordinates. "Cigar in mouth. Hurry and get them." "Yes." The sailors responded, knowing their superior was fierce but kind-hearted. Soon, a basket of solid iron cannonballs was placed beside Garp. Garp picked one up to weigh it, gazing into the distance, stretching his body, and suddenly exerted force in his arm. Meteor fist. The iron bullet flew out, instantly accelerating to a terrifying speed, glowing red in the air, and disappeared from sight in seconds. Vice Admiral Garp. The sailors were awed by this power, cheering excitedly. "Ha ha!" Garp laughed as he picked up a second cannonball. He was just exercising. As a Vice Admiral of the Navy, he couldn't be bothered to deal with small pirates, but using them as targets to exercise was a personal hobby. It was fate to encounter them, and sending a few meteor fists was the Navy's duty. Because it was too far, besides Garp, only a few lookouts saw that unfortunate pirate ship. 2 manual cannonballs had already turned the ship, flying the red-nosed skull flag into rotten wood. Garp casually threw out a third cannonball. "All right." Garp laughed easily, then said to the naval major beside him, "Let us set sail again. Pay attention." After exercising, Garp wouldn't go for a total extermination. The fate of the pirates was all up to their own fortune. Suddenly, Garp's eyes froze, his gaze fixed on the broken ship in the distance. "My meteor fist was cut off?" "What?" The female naval officer beside him was shocked. She had neat black hair, wore clunky square glasses, and dressed in a plaid shirt with slacks, lacking any authority, looking more like a friendly neighborhood girl. The only thing that made her look somewhat like an officer was the named sword figure at her waist. She was Smoker's subordinate, Chief Petty Officer Tashigi, a sword-loving female swordsman. Hearing that Garp's high-speed cannonball was cut by a pirate swordsman, Tashigi instantly became alert. She could barely see the cannonball as a blurred shadow, let alone cut it. She was immediately curious about the weakest East Sea and that mysterious swordsman. Maybe he is a sword master. Every swordsman's expectation is to challenge the strong. But the one calling shots was still Garp. His keen eyesight could see clearly what was happening with Garen, and he became interested in the young swordsman who had cut the cannonball. "Steer the ship over there," he ordered, and picked another iron bullet from the basket. "Let us throw another one and see." The last one was a lucky hit on Garen. But this time, the cannonball was precisely aimed at the swordsman who could slice bullets in midair. Over here, next to the sinking pirate ship, Kabeji, Machi, and Lion Ricky boarded the only lifeboat. Buggy, aside from his foot, had flown up as well. Though small, the lifeboat had food, drink, and a sail, enabling them to escape with the wind. Meanwhile, Garen and the 3 were squeezed on the broken wood, with nowhere to place their feet. A wave could flip them at any moment. "Stop!" Garen shouted, holding Buggy's foot. "Less on the boat, or my great sword won't be polite. Even if you start the boat, can you take the foot with you?" This foot is Buggy's lifeline. Garen didn't even let go when intercepting the cannonball. Baki's carefree face turned dark again. "Baki, don't even think about running." Garen's voice echoed over the sea. I don't believe there's another cannonball coming to save you. Captain Baki, Machi shouted. That is a pirate hunter who takes heads for money. Quick, hoist the sails and run. He said that, but his hands were already paddling desperately in the water, and Lion Ricky was helping to paddle too. But, Baki said, full of entanglement, my foot is in his hand. If I move more than 200 meters away, I won't be able to act anymore. Captain Baki, look closely. Kabaji said seriously, I have a way to solve it. What way? Baki asked in surprise. Kabaji drew his sword. Just sever it. Brilliant. Baki slapped his thigh and suddenly understood. If I cut off my leg, then that foot 1T count as part of my body. That way I can move freely. He felt like he had opened the door to a new world and gained a new understanding of his fruit ability. Kabaji's blade gleamed with a cold light as it approached Baki's calf. Baki was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Bastard, that's my leg. Lord Baki, Kabaji urged in a deep voice. Right now, if you cut off one leg, you lose just 1 foot, but if that pirate hunter gets on the ship, we lose 3 lives. Lion Ricky shouted with tears in his eyes, reminding that the loss of lives is not just 3. Baki was in a terrible dilemma. His ship was gone, his crew was gone, his treasure was gone, his recipes were gone, and he really didn't want to lose a leg. But right now, it seemed he could only make a heroic decision. Captain Baki, Machi looked back at Garen and the others were getting closer. If we don't run now, it'll be too late. Baki looked around at his remaining subordinates and said, troubled, for everyone. Let us do it. After saying that, he clenched his fist and his red nose trembled. Captain Baki, Kabaji was moved to tears. I'll remember this favor of severing my leg for a lifetime. Machi and Lion Ricky were sobbing, and the lifeboat was filled with a tragic atmosphere. Baki felt bitter inside. Am I, the clown Baki, going to be disabled from now on? Kabaji tightened his grip on the handle and slowly raised the sword. Boom, boom. An overwhelming sound wave came, interrupting the tragedy. Huh? Baki stared intently at the cannonball's trajectory. Garen was paddling and chasing, shocked, and stopped, angrily saying, no way, another one? I've already abandoned the ship, and it's still hitting me? This cannonball must have global positioning, infrared navigation, and high-tech. That's too shocking. Garen didn't have time to think, instantly unleashing a deadly strike and courage, leaping from the broken wood to meet the high-speed cannonball again. He successfully slashed the cannonball, but was hit by the recoil and smashed into the sea, disappearing from sight. On the lifeboat, Baki suddenly felt his ability fail and his body became weak. My foot fell into the sea with him. He ignited his survival instincts and shouted, quick, grab his companion as a hostage. Maybe we can all escape. All right. Kabaji immediately retracted his sword, preparing to turn around and attack. He was happy not to cut off the captain's leg. Machi gritted his teeth and threw down the sail rope. Ricky, let us go. Lion Ricky was somewhat reluctant. Look closely. Machi kicked the lion into the water, and he and Kabaji stepped on a Lion Ricky's back. Roar, roar, roar. Lion Ricky roared to bolster courage, quickly swimming towards Nami and Wallace. Garen, Nami shouted in panic as the strong enemy approached. Unbeknownst to her, she had already gotten used to Garen's protection, but this time, Garen had yet to show up. Kabaji raised his sword, and Machi swung his whip, revealing their fierce intentions. Damn it! Nami glanced at the spot where Garen fell into the sea, then looked at the treasure, picking up a long stick to muster her courage. Wallace also broke off a plank and held it in his hand, just as the weaklings were about to be beaten. Garen's voice suddenly exploded. Stop! Otherwise, your captain will be dead. Lion Ricky abruptly stopped, and Kabaji and Machi were frozen in place. Turning around to look, Garen was standing on the lifeboat, with a cold, gleaming great sword pressed against Baki's neck. Garen, with heavy armor that couldn't float, relied on paddling to advance. His database body showed no signs of fatigue, and his speed was still not slow. After falling into the sea, he quickly recovered, feeling his way to the side of the boat, and swiftly took the lifeboat and the softened Baki. Machi and Kabaji were in a dilemma, unable to take Nami and the others, but Garen could kill Baki at any time. Damn it, Baki was desperate. Why can't I move yet? Oh, Garen grinned. Your foot fell into the sea, and I forgot to bring it back. You. Baki's red nose inflated with anger, and as Garen pressed down the great sword, he immediately shut up, feeling like crying inside. Garen was in a good mood, regaining the initiative, smiling as he confronted. Surrender. This time you definitely can't escape. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge shadow suddenly covered the sea behind him. Garen turned around in shock. A giant ship like a small mountain was docked behind him, with countless cannon mouths, and the sails blocking the sun. A strange cloud of smoke flew from the ship, rushing straight towards the lifeboat. Garen stared at the giant ship, muttering, "I will never set a flag again." Although feeling depressed, Garen didn't dare to be careless. He saw clearly that it wasn't smoke, but a man. The lower half of his body spewing smoke, the upper half muscular and twisted, holding a strange long weapon with a crossbar. The smoke continuously sprayed, allowing this man to fly freely in the air. Look closely. His body has turned into smoke? A Logia-type devil fruit? Garen instantly thought of a name. Smoker the White Hunter. Looking up at the giant ship's flag, it was indeed the Navy's. Smoker had already rushed to his front. Astonishingly fast. "Wait!" Garen shouted urgently. "I'm not a pirate." But Smoker didn't listen at all, swinging his jutty and charging over. His explosive temper wouldn't allow him to listen to a pirate's defense. He would subdue them first. Damn it! Garen felt frustrated, not caring about Baki, focusing on dealing with Smoker. Smoker's speed far surpassed Garen at level 4, and the strength of a Marine captain was not something a novice could compare to. The half-man, half-smoke body rushed in front, with 10 hands smashing down with great force. Deadly strike. Courage. Garen activated his skill to meet it, and the great sword collided with the 10 hands, producing a crisp metallic sound. Smoker's physique was stronger, and Garen was knocked back 2 steps. Not silent? Garen was surprised his skill was still active, and Smoker could still turn into smoke. Does that mean I have to hit his physical form? He focused on Smoker's upper body, bent down, and charged in a slash. Smoker sneered. Trying to hurt a Logia-type user? Too naive. He swung his 10 hands to smash at Garen, completely unguarded, just as the great sword was about to hit. Smoker's torso suddenly turned into white mist. Garen's deadly strike missed, and his guaranteed normal attack failed for the first time. The Logia-type's elementalization made him untouchable. At the moment Garen missed, Smoker's 10 hands struck his shoulder, sending sparks flying. Garen was knocked back several meters, crashing heavily into the ground. I can't win. My physical capabilities are too inferior, and the opponent can ignore normal attacks. Garen knew very well. He couldn't win in a head-on confrontation, but he could take a sly approach. His expression hardened as he unleashed a new skill. True and false Monkey King. His body became illusory, leaving a dazed dummy in place. In his invisibility state, he quietly moved aside. Smoker seized the opportunity and flew in front of the fake Garen. It's over. He raised his 10 hands to strike at his neck. Bang! The righteous knight wielding a glowing great sword dealt Smoker a righteous backstab. Smoker's face was immediately filled with shock, and intense pain rapidly spread from his back, causing his muscular body to experience a brief paralysis. Look closely. A Logia-type body can generally ignore physical attacks, but Smoker actively kept his upper body solid to use his 10 hands to attack. This just gave Garen the opportunity. After the blunt strike hit, his lower body instantly elementalized. The smoke gathered into a complete human form, and he fell heavily from the air. Where's my ability? This feeling is different from Sea Stone. It feels like my fruit ability is directly gone. Smoker panicked, a bit dazed. Get down. Garen seized the opportunity, swinging his sword as Smoker was dazed. Smoker reacted quickly, raising his 10 hands to block, but Garen's target wasn't to hurt him, since the lifeboat was small. The two had already been standing at the edge of the boat, and this sword was meant to knock him into the sea. Smoker flew up like a cannonball, crashing down toward the sea. He wanted to elementalize and soar, but only created a splash of water. His silence effect wasn't over yet. Smoker had become a drowning dog. As a devil fruit user, he couldn't exert any power in the sea. His muscles felt soft and weak. The colonel with hockey appeared, and in just 3 rounds, he turned into a flailing weakling in the water. He lost. Alas! Garen stood on the ship, indignantly addressing Smoker in the water. I told you I'm not a pirate. Do I have to jump into the sea to calm down and listen to you? Meanwhile, Buggy watched the whole scene, slumped on the ship, incredulously saying, You actually defeated a Logia user? He recognized the strength of Logia users, knowing they were nearly invincible in the first half of the Grand Line. But this strong man was actually defeated by an unknown pirate hunter? Buggy was stunned. Oomph. Garen snorted lightly. Logia fruits are nothing special. He leaned his great sword against the deck, standing proudly. Ha! Even Buggy, despite being slumped, couldn't help but mock. Short-sighted brat. All the Navy admirals are Logia users. Garen ignored him, pretending to evade entirely. Ha ha! Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from behind Garen, and a broad hand firmly pressed on his shoulder. In that moment, Garen felt completely restrained, both scared and powerless. "Young man," the voice echoed in his ear, "you have quite the attitude." Moments later, the leaders of the Navy headquarters, including Karp, took this matter very seriously. They personally led a team to launch a fierce offensive against violent, illegal activities in the East Blue, achieving significant results. The Special Task Force successfully rescued the injured Navy officer Smoker and captured the unidentified armed figure, Garen, along with his accomplices, greatly deterring crime and uplifting public morale. The victims of violent crime, represented by Buggy, expressed their satisfaction at Garen's capture, significantly enhancing the sense of security among the populace. The criminal suspect, Garen, stated regarding his crimes, "I swear I'm not a pirate. Look over there. That red-nosed guy is the pirate." Garen shouted excitedly while being pointed at by the Navy soldiers with guns at his forehead. But the soldiers paid him no mind, holding their guns steady. They only listened to Vice Admiral Karp, ordering everyone to be taken back to the ship's deck. Behind Garen, his accomplices Wallace and Nami were also being escorted. Nami was extremely anxious, dragging 3 treasure chests like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Wallace, however, remained calm and even took out his camera to photograph the giant warship. He was a legitimate media reporter, and showing his credentials could clear up misunderstandings. Besides, this warship was a rare, newsworthy subject. Further back was Buggy and his crew. When the kind Navy soldiers fished Smoker out of the water, they also retrieved Buggy's foot that had fallen into the sea. "Captain Buggy," Machi panicked. "What do we do if we get caught by the Navy?" "What are you afraid of?" Kabeji said casually. "Being caught by the Navy is better than being chopped to death by that hunter. For small fry like us, they'll just lock us up for a few years and then release us. Right, Captain?" Buggy didn't respond, keeping his head down, cold sweat pouring down. Secretly glancing at Karp behind him, an old acquaintance, Karp ignored the criminal, laughing as he addressed the drenched Smoker. "Haha, you lost so badly in your first battle in the East Blue." Smoker, soaked and with his cigar extinguished, had regained his strength, but felt utterly embarrassed. Losing in the weakest East Blue made his confidence plummet. "I lost. That guy's strength is less than mine, but his ability is so strange. I wanted to grab a new cigar, but found it all soaked, making me even more anxious. His sword isn't made of sea prism stone. It can't hit my elemental body. But if I get struck, my devil fruit ability immediately fails. I can't figure it out. Haha, that young man's ability is indeed peculiar." Karp patted his back. "But this world is full of strange things. You lost due to carelessness. Don't underestimate the men on the sea." "Yes," Smoker conceded, significantly changing his perspective on the East Blue journey. At this moment, the warship lowered its lift platform, and everyone finally reached the deck. The Navy soldiers lined up Garen and the others for interrogation, while Karp leisurely lay back in his chair, wildly showing off his sunbae in front of them. While munching on sunbae, Karp casually scanned the few criminal suspects standing before him. Notably, Karp's gaze lingered on Garen with interest before quickly shifting away, finally fixing on the buried Buggy. Buggy shuddered and buried his head even deeper. But Karp's gaze grew more focused, revealing a look of recollection on his face. Taking advantage of this moment, Garen assessed the muscular old man who easily subdued him. Recognizing that terrifying strength and familiar face, he guessed, "This is Navy hero Iron Fist Karp, one of the world's peak powers." Encountering a top-tier boss on his first voyage, Garen internally exclaimed how absurd it was. Around him, Navy soldiers pointed at Garen. This unknown swordsman from the East Blue actually defeated Colonel Smoker from HQ. Colonel from the Logia type? Wallace captured the scoop, his journalistic instincts kicking in. Lord Garen was able to defeat such a powerful Navy officer? The value of a colonel from HQ is extremely high, much stronger than the trash from the South Blue. In the East Blue, they are of governor level. Garen took him down in a few rounds. And Wallace's special report on the Righteous Knight immediately gained a bunch of explosive points. The Navy soldiers continued to discuss. To defeat Smoker, he probably has the strength of an HQ colonel. Smoker was personally trained by Admiral Zephyr. He is not just an ordinary colonel. I think he has the strength of an elite brigadier. Another soldier exaggerated even more. Smoker is a rare Logia user in the Grand Line, on par with admirals. That knight defeated him in 3 rounds. It took Vice Admiral Karp to capture him, so he must at least be of Rear Admiral strength. Navy hero Karp? That old man is Karp? He had to personally deal with Garen? Wallace was so excited he was breathing heavily, his pen trembling as he wrote, eager to take more photos of Karp. Meanwhile, Smoker listened, his face dark as a pot bottom. At this point, the secretary ran in with a bounty poster. Saluting, Vice Admiral Carp. After verification, that knight is not a pirate. The only one wanted is the clown buggy with a bounty of 15 million berries. Right? Garen said innocently. I said I'm here to catch pirates. That red-nosed guy is who you need to deal with. Exactly. Nami snapped back to reality from her shock, activating her top-tier acting skills, looking at the Navy with a pitiful expression. We are the victims of a pirate attack. How can the Navy arrest people indiscriminately? As she spoke, her light orange eyes glistened with tears, softening the hearts of the Navy soldiers, filled with sympathy and guilt. Carp, however, didn't by Nami's act at all. Instead, he focused even more intently on the clown buggy. After staring for a while, he spoke. Clown buggy? I thought you looked familiar, that prominent red nose. Ha ha ha. Buggy flailed, awkwardly waving his hands, chuckling stiffly. That nose is very common, super common. Indeed, it's you. Carp suddenly stood up from his lounge chair like a sharply defined iron tower. The red-nosed kid who was beside Roger back then? Uh-huh. Who asked Roger? Buggy played dumb, but cold sweat was pouring down him like a waterfall. The surroundings went silent instantly, except for Garen. Everyone's gaze was glued to Buggy. Even Kabeji and Machi looked at their captain as if he were an alien. Gol di Roger. Carp directly called out the name, staring at Buggy. If I'm not mistaken, you were the apprentice crew member who followed Roger along with Shanks back then. Buggy fell silent. This statement caused an uproar. The red-nosed man was a crewmate of the Pirate King? The Navy soldiers' jaws dropped. The captain was a crewmate of the Pirate King? Kabeji and Machi's eyes were about to pop out. Shanks? Wallace caught the explosive news, analyzing excitedly. Is it the Yonko red-haired Shanks? This clown Buggy is a crewmate of the Pirate King, a close friend of the Yonko, living incognito in the East Blue. What dark plans does he have? Suddenly, he realized something even more shocking. Lord Garen effortlessly subdued him earlier. What? The nearby Navy soldiers instantly became agitated. He easily defeated a close friend of a Yonko? We misjudged earlier. To defeat such a character, he must have the strength of a Yonko. Nonsense. Is it possible for a 4 Emperor-level strength to be taken down by Admiral Carp? At most, he could match the strength of a 4 Emperor subordinate. No, he is not a pirate. He might not want to cause trouble, which is why he didn't attack Carp. Everyone gasped. He can compete with Carp? Carp is on par with Admiral Sengoku. So, does that mean he has the strength of a Navy admiral? Wallace paused, feeling that this conclusion was too far-fetched. And Buggy finally reacted. That's right. He was forcing himself to appear strong, but his legs were shaking uncontrollably. I am indeed a member of the Pirate King's crew. This sounded completely lacking in momentum. Ha ha ha. Carp laughed proudly. It's really you. As he laughed, Carp's gaze towards Buggy became increasingly strange. What do you want to do? Buggy looked terrified. My background is impressive, but my bounty is only 15 million berries. Are you going to kill me? At this point, he was shaking even more. He initially thought of spending a couple of years in prison before escaping, but unexpectedly, Carp exposed him as a member of the Pirate King's crew, instantly transforming him from a small fry into a notorious accomplice. Carp fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. Buggy, come join the Navy. No, don't kill me. Buggy screamed, then froze. What did you say? Everyone present was stunned by this turn of events. Even Garen, who was familiar with the plot, was bewildered. Join the Navy. Stay by my side. Carp approached Buggy, looking down at him. That red-haired punk encouraged my grandson to become a pirate. I'll have his old friend join the Navy. Isn't that interesting? This can't be. Buggy suddenly found his courage. I am Captain Roger's crew member. How can I betray the Navy? He can't let down the spirit of the captain in heaven. Little did he know that even Roger's own son was serving as Carp's grandson. Is that so? Carp stroked his beard, looking troubled. Then there's no choice. Pirate King's crew members must be executed. Buggy's determination instantly faded. Carp glanced at Kabeji and Machi. And your subordinates can't escape either. The two exchanged glances, their faces looking very ugly. Almost forgot that Lion counts too. Carp added. Lion Ricky was trembling in fear. Moments later, Kabeji gritted his teeth and knelt down. Admiral Carp, I've always had a heart for justice. I just took a wrong turn. Every day on the pirate ship, I've been tormented by my conscience. It's unbearable. Yes, Machi also cried. I became a pirate because I had no way to serve my country. Admiral Carp, I want to join the Navy. Lion Ricky also tried to act righteous. Carp nodded in satisfaction, looking at Buggy. Buggy's expression changed repeatedly, his body trembling, as if he was furious. After brewing that emotion for a long time, it finally exploded. Bastards! You all think this way. Kabeji and Machi shivered, burying their heads even lower. Why didn't you say so earlier? Buggy shouted in regret, excited. I just couldn't bear to abandon you guys. That's why I didn't switch sides. Under Carp's satisfied gaze, Buggy and his subordinates quickly donned the Navy's justice cloak, the word justice fluttering in the wind behind them, leaving Garen in a continuous state of confusion. Big news, big news. The crew of the Pirate King was actually influenced by the Navy hero Carp and decided to switch sides and become Navy members. Wallace, overwhelmed by the big news, was so excited that he rushed to take pictures of Buggy wearing the Navy cloak. Look closely. Taking pictures wasn't enough. Wallace, with a face full of devotion, approached Buggy for a face-to-face interview. Garen and the others had their identities as good citizens certified, and the Navy didn't stop this enthusiastic reporter. Oh, a reporter? Buggy's expression was calm, completely free of the panic and turmoil from a few minutes ago. That's right. Buggy adjusted his crooked justice cloak and posed mysteriously for the camera. I've always wanted to be in the Navy. It's because I have a heart for justice and can't bear to add chaos to the world that I've been hiding in the East Sea. Otherwise, Wallace's eyes lit up as he continued. Otherwise, with your status as a crew member of the Pirate King, staying in the Grand Line, there could be another Emperor. Yes. Buggy nodded, saying seriously, Shank's thinking is a bit less than mine. Just causing chaos in the world is not what Captain Roger wanted to see. Lord Buggy's demeanor is truly extraordinary. Wallace praised while taking notes. Suddenly, he was taken aback. But why did you attack our ship before? Buggy awkwardly smiled, instantly turning back into the face of a hidden master. A misunderstanding. I thought you were the Steel Knife Pirates, which is why I acted to eliminate evil. Later, I realized I had harmed the innocent, so I didn't go for the kill. Letting that knight strike me a couple of times is also settling the debt. So that is how it is. Wallace diligently recorded, his eyes filled with admiration. Ha ha ha. Buggy crossed his arms and laughed wildly. That's right. This is me, the dignified demeanor of Justice Partner Buggy. These two like-minded fellows made Nami's mouth twitch just one day, and she already wanted to test this reporter's intelligence again. On the other side, Carp, having collected Buggy, finally had time to address Garen. Knight boy, your abilities are quite interesting. Do you want to spar? Spa! The surrounding Navy instantly erupted. There's a chance to see Admiral Carp in a fight? Smoker looked at Garen with pity. When Carp was a trainer at headquarters, he loved to spar with talented young officers, claiming it was for broadening their horizons. Those who sparred with him never walked out of the training ground standing. Spar with you? Garen subconsciously used honorifics. Forget it. I want to live a few more years. Don't be so pessimistic, kid. Carp patted his shoulder. You can take out Smoker in 3 rounds. There hasn't been a young man like you in the East Sea for many years. It's just a spar. Don't be timid. Garen hesitated, but ultimately couldn't resist the impulse to experience peak combat power. All right, I agree, but it must be controlled. He was afraid Carp would get too excited and punch him to death. Of course. Carp smiled amiably. I'm very measured in my actions. Look closely. An East Sea unknown knight of Admiral level is going to spar with Iron Fist Carp. This news ignited the entire warship. Previously, Buggy had stolen the spotlight with his identity as a crew member of the Pirate King, but he was instantly overshadowed by Garen. After all, Garen was the one who crushed a natural-type colonel and slashed the crew member of the Pirate King. The sailors excitedly formed a large circle on the deck, all eyes glued to Carp and Garen. Wallace also abandoned Buggy, pushing forward with his camera to secure a front-row spot. Just as he steadied himself to take a couple of shots, a sword-wielding girl squeezed out from behind, none other than Daz Bounty, who was extremely interested in Garen's swordsmanship. Let us begin. Carp stood with his arms crossed, encouraging Garen. You go first. His eyes held anticipation, wanting to personally feel this junior's special abilities. Good. Garen wasted no time. He was well aware that if he didn't strike first, he might miss his chance. Deadly strike. Garen's great sword suddenly lit up. Oh, Carp's interest peaked. This sword light actually made him feel justice and brightness. It was just light, yet it could influence people's feelings. Even the well-read Carp was a bit moved, but he still didn't move, waiting for Garen to make his move. Garen charged forward with his sword, striking decisively. Too slow. His swordsmanship is too poor. Winning against Smoker was indeed just luck. Facing the incoming sword, Carp not only remained calm, but also scored Garen's strength within seconds. Just as the sword's edge was about to fall, Karp casually sidestepped, dealing with such a disparity in strength he could easily evade. But in the blink of an eye, Karp's expression changed. His observation hockey warned him. The evaded sword's edge actually changed direction and accelerated along the path of his dodge, about to strike his shoulder in the next moment. But Karp was a peak powerhouse. Even if it was just a hair's breadth, he seized the opportunity. Shave. His feet exploded against the ground, and his body moved at lightning speed. At this moment, he was serious. No one present could see Karp's movements, not even Garen and Smoker. The nearby sailors couldn't even open their eyes due to the winds that suddenly rose. Kapu suddenly appeared more than 10 meters away, while Garen stood stunned in place. Still in a sword-swinging posture, he was so fast just now that he wasn't even sure if he had hit. But Kapu was even more confused. He touched his shoulder, finding no significant damage, just a shallow scratch, not even breaking the skin. However, his justice cloak and sleeves had been sliced open, looking particularly disheveled. He still couldn't dodge it? Kapu finally showed surprise. The surrounding audience erupted. Vice Admiral Kapu was actually injured. Wallace was both filming the shocking scene and staring blankly. Could he really possess the strength of a Marine Admiral? Such profound swordsmanship. Pay attention. Standing next to Wallace, Dasky's expression was even more spectacular than Wallace's, who was stunned by the big news. Her brows were furrowed with depth, her eyes full of crazy yearning, and her hand, gripping the hilt, was filled with fighting spirit. This female swordsman's attention was entirely on Garen. She murmured, "There truly exists such an enigmatic swordsmanship in the world." Why does she say this? Wallace snapped back to reality and instinctively interviewed this knowledgeable female swordsman. Dasky pushed up her square glasses, revealing a serious and wise expression. Wallace thought this expression looked somewhat familiar. When he fought Smoker before, he had observed his swordsmanship. Dasky looked at Garen on the field and said solemnly, "Every strike is very crude, just simple chopping, with no technique whatsoever. His physical abilities are probably even inferior to Smoker." As she spoke, her yearning intensified, but neither Smoker nor Kapu could avoid his sword. So, Wallace played along. "This is not swordsmanship. It's the way of the sword." Dasky commented in a shocking tone. "Not only does every strike hit, but each sword strike has exactly the same force. Garen's data-driven body has output peaks, and his full force attacks are naturally consistent, but to normal people. This is godly swordsmanship that completely astonished Dasky. Returning to simplicity, the simple sword techniques conceal a power that ordinary swordsmen cannot comprehend in a lifetime. This resembles the legendary realm of swordsmanship. What way of the sword? The outsider Wallace listened in confusion, feeling it was impressive. Abandoning the flashy, returning to the instinct of the sword, singular and eternal, a path to the heavens. This is the legendary. A volume of swordsmanship, Dasky said seriously. A volume of swordsmanship? Wallace blankly noted this down and then added a sensational title to Garen's news report. 1 volume Sword Hero. Dasky looked at Garen, yearning. Such a high realm. When will I be able to reach it? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Nami, who had listened throughout, had a stiff expression. Looks like there's another one who needs a brain capacity test. The two of them could chat for so long because the two on the field had only fought 1 round before they tacitly paused their battle. Garen didn't dare to move recklessly. Kapu's serious body techniques made him feel like he was fighting against God. The Marine 6-style shave was played to perfection by Kapu, moving as fast as lightning, overwhelming the audience. Garen was awed, genuinely exclaiming, "Damn, that's fast." And Kapu was also very surprised. He had just used shave and thought he could easily dodge Garen's strange sword strikes. However, just as Kapu's figure moved like thunder, that approaching sword edge unexpectedly accelerated to a terrifying level with his movement and struck him completely before he could escape with his body techniques. Although the damage from this sword was minimal to him, the bizarre hit effect still shocked Kapu. What surprised Kapu even more was, although he had already noticed that Garen possessed some special ability to temporarily suppress devil fruit powers, he never expected that. In an instant he was struck by that sword. His Kinbunchika haki would suddenly disappear without a trace. The Kinbunchika haki, which he had painstakingly trained to the point of becoming instinctual, was extinguished in an instant. It was like a person with extraordinary vision suddenly going blind. Kapu tried to use Busashoka haki, but found that his previously dexterous Busashoka haki was also ineffective. Fortunately, this bizarre negative effect did not last long. and Kapu quickly regained control over his haki. But this strange phenomenon still left Kapu deep in thought. He had seen many things that could restrain devil fruit abilities, such as sea stone and haki. However, a power that could even temporarily suppress haki. What on earth is this? Kapu, who had roamed the seas all his life, had never heard of such a bizarre ability. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly moved. Once again, a gust of wind swept across the ground, and Kapu's figure flashed in an instant to stand before the ever-prepared Garen. Garen's surprise had not yet had time to show on his face before he felt his hand empty. When he came to his senses, Kapu was already several meters away, carefully examining his grand sword. Not sea stone. Kapu examined the magnificent sword back and forth. The materials and craftsmanship were of an extraordinary standard, but there didn't seem to be anything overly special about it. Unable to contain himself, Kapu finally looked up and directly asked Garen, "How did you manage to seal even haki?" Huh? Garen himself had not expected that the silence effect could also seal haki. How'd he do it? Garen hesitated for a moment and then began to seriously bluff. Actually, everyone's ears perked up attentively. "I am a Demacia-type night fruit user," Garen said in a deep voice. Everyone was stunned by the extremely incongruous name of the fruit. Impossible. A marine soldier couldn't help but question. "I saw through a telescope that you fell into the sea and were fine. How could you be a devil fruit user?" That's because Garen once again summoned the righteous partner mode, putting on a pious and serious paladin face. "The power of a devil fruit comes from the devil, but my night fruit can overcome the temptations of the devil, and my strength comes from the justice in my heart. The sea will naturally not reject my brilliance." As he spoke these words, Garen's bright and radiant armor shone even more brilliantly, overcoming the temptations of the devil. The strength comes from justice. Kapu carefully pondered this impressive statement and recalled the previous sword light that inexplicably felt like justice. After a moment of thought, he completed Garen's impromptu explanation. "So, your sword can restrain the power of devil fruits?" "But," Kapu curiously asked, "then why can it even?" "Because I am a knight in pursuit of justice." Garen's face radiated the light of justice, and he pointed to his fervent chest and said, "The sword of justice can sweep away all evildoers." "I see." Kapu nodded seriously, surprisingly accepting Garen's extremely absurd explanation. There was no other choice. For such an unprecedented ability, there was no better explanation than one better than devil fruit. Restraining devil fruit haki, not fearing seawater, duplication and invisibility, strange swordsmanship. Kapu eagerly asked, "Kid, does your night fruit have any other interesting abilities?" Garen paused for a moment, then looked at Karp, who was unwilling to let go of his great sword, with a strange expression, and said, "Well, there is. But you must hold my sword tightly." "Oh." Karp was puzzled, but still instinctively tightened his grip on the great sword. Karp was confident. Even if Sengoku charged in with the three admirals, it would be difficult for them to take this great sword from him for a while. "I call this move." Garen loosely grasped his fingers and, following the pattern of the night fruit, casually made up a name. A knight does not fall to bare hands. Garen's equipment one-click recycling function is a system-defined rule-level ability. No one can stop the great sword from flying back into his hand. Faced with the flying great sword, Nami did not choose to let go, nor did Steel Knife. And neither did Karp. As a result, the first two experienced what it was like to be an aerial acrobat, while the latter's encounter was even more brutal. As the great sword roared, Karp's towering body was instantly dragged by the sword that wanted to return to its master. In that moment, Karp realized the terrifying power behind it. He instinctively tried to stabilize his stance and resist this sudden force. But this approach only served to make Karp plow through the sturdy wooden deck like a human-shaped iron plow, creating a wide and deep trench along the way. The less powerful Nami and Steel Knife were exhausted and could no longer hold onto their swords. However, Karp was still Karp, despite being at a disadvantage in the struggle. He held onto the sword's hilt tightly. Since the hilt was still held by others, the great sword naturally could not successfully return to its master. Thus, in that moment, the great sword activated a more violent flight mode. In the astonished eyes of the naval soldiers, the great sword dragging Karp suddenly accelerated, much faster than Karp's Soru. In an instant, it created a powerful sonic boom cloud and circled around Garen at an untraceable speed. The unimaginable acceleration brought an irresistible centrifugal force, and Karp finally could not hold on any longer and let go of the sword's hilt, being flung away like a thrown meteor hammer. After a series of explosive sounds, Karp, who had measured the width of the warship with his body, had already fallen into the vast sea. The splashing water resembled a massive wave, with the peaks almost splashing up to the upper deck several dozen meters high. Meanwhile, the great sword quietly and bizarrely halted and ultimately returned gently to Garen's side, lying silently in his palm. So powerful? Garen was also taken aback by the effect of his one-click equipment recycling. Before witnessing this scene, Garen had doubted whether he could successfully recall the great sword from an elite like Karp. Now it seemed that the effect exceeded expectations. Nami's mouth twitched, and the thought of stealing Garen's great sword to get rich instantly evaporated before this shocking scene. This, among the stunned naval soldiers, the analysts who had just been enthusiastically discussing were even more excited. This is definitely the strength of a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. Is Vice Admiral Karp okay? Seeing such a shocking scene, some naval soldiers even began to worry about that legendary figure. Ha ha ha! Karp's hearty laughter rang in everyone's ears. He leaped back onto the deck from the sea, not caring about his soaked appearance, and genuinely praised Garen. What an interesting ability. Even I couldn't keep hold of this sword. Naturally, Garen, maintaining the demeanor of a knight, pretended to be calm and said lightly, "A true knight will never lose." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Garen perfectly replicated Karp's previous trajectory, smashing a sizable impact crater on the upper deck of the warship and heavily landing on the lower cannon deck. Karp, meanwhile, casually waved his smoke-emitting iron fist, laughing as he stood where Garen had just been. The repair cost for the naval headquarters warship immediately rose to another level. "Why did you suddenly hit me?" Garen quickly jumped out of the large pit, still covered in fresh wood chips from the iron nails, and angrily questioned Karp, who was swinging his iron fist. Karp replied seriously, "We're sparring. Isn't it natural for me to attack you?" Garen was at a loss for words, but he couldn't help but glance at his health bar, which had mysteriously decreased by almost half. This was not sparring. It was simply beating up a child. Thankfully, I have a database body that is always in full condition. Garen thought to himself, relieved. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't be able to stand up now. "You can still stand up?" Karp honestly expressed his true thoughts and looked at the unscathed Garen in surprise. "I thought I controlled my strength well. It seems I underestimated you." Although Karp still had reservations about Garen's just knight theory, he noticed Garen's peculiar abilities. A junior with such extraordinary power was worthy of Karp's admiration. For young people he appreciated, Karp preferred to use his heart iron fist to impress them, making them feel his expectations and importance. This was Karp's habitual teaching method. He couldn't let young people become too arrogant. Garen suddenly felt a bad premonition. "It seems your limits are far beyond this. I need to put in more effort," Karp said with a smile. Garen immediately felt a chill down his spine. With his database body, it was impossible to tell if he was injured. Once Karp figured out that limit, he would be able to buy a coffin. "Wait!" Garen hurriedly shouted to stop him and quickly activated his life-saving skill, Courage. The 40 damage reduction effect was applied to him, but Garen was still a bit uneasy and quickly connected to another skill, True and False Monkey King. Karp, indeed a man of action, had already swung his fist and lunged at Garen. Unlike last time, Karp's punch this time was infused with a dark-armed hockey, clearly much more serious than before. Garen, hidden in a void of invisibility, felt a little more at ease. However, Karp abruptly halted in front of Garen's decoy, with a fist wrapped in dark-armed hockey barely stopping in front of the fake body. While the force of the punch still created a gust of wind that howled forward, Garen's heart suddenly raced. No wonder Smoker just got hit. Karp wore an appreciative smile and said, "Such a peculiar stealth technique, you can't see through it without training your observation hockey to a certain level." Then, bang! Garen's body created another human-shaped dent on the warship that would give the Naval Logistics Department a headache. Moreover, it was Garen's main body that was hit while in an invisible state. Discovered? Was it observation hockey? Karp's innate ability to see through gave Garen an unexpected hit, making him experience the sensation of a ground-piercing missile once again, lying in the familiar debris of the deck. Garen was horrified to glance at his health bar. Even with the 40 damage reduction buff from Courage, he was nearly emptied by Karp's serious punch. If he hadn't activated his skills to boost his state, he would probably have become the first unfortunate soul in history to die in a friendly match at the hands of a naval hero. Although his body was still able to move freely, Garen had learned his lesson this time. He lay in pain in that pit, quietly preparing to play dead. Moments later, Karp, with his iron fist still enveloped in dissipating smoke, walked slowly to the edge of the pit. The expression of pain on Garen's face became more vivid. "You Garp said, surprised. Your aura is completely undisturbed. That punch just now, it didn't actually hurt you? Garp's gaze toward Garen grew even more peculiar, and his curiosity deepened. Well then, Garp's fist, as large as a cooking pot, once again became wrapped in the armed color of hockey. The dark hue even denser than before. Let me test your limits again. Garen's expression darkened. Garen unhesitatingly chose to surrender. The friendly sparring between Garp and Garen finally came to a satisfactory conclusion, with the ship repair crew becoming the biggest losers. Garen, who had crawled up from the wreckage, quickly retreated to a safe distance, maintaining a seemingly secure gap from Garp, whose iron fist was still clenched. This is quite interesting. Garp carefully observed Garen's body. Aside from being covered in a lot of dust and with chips, there were no signs of injury. Moreover, it was clear that the two punches just now had not affected his physical abilities at all. Garp suddenly had a higher regard for Garen's so-called night fruit. Soru. Garp's figure suddenly flashed. Garen felt as if a towering figure had appeared before him, and the gust of wind generated by the high-speed movement followed closely, whipping against Garen's face. Garen's body instinctively tensed, ready to use a skill to save himself. He had already developed a psychological shadow from those two iron punches. Hey, Night Boy. Garp, standing in front of Garen, smiled warmly. How do you like this move? Soru? Garen was slightly taken aback and instinctively spoke the name of this powerful technique. Oh, it seems you know about the Marine's 6 powers. Garp's hearty laughter contained a hint of gentle persuasion. So, do you want to learn? Of course. Garen nodded eagerly. This was probably the plot of an old master bestowing a unique skill. Join the Marines. However, Garp did not hide the conditions behind it. This is a technique that is not passed on outside the Marines. If you join the Marines, I can teach you. Having a connection to a military bigwig to become an officer was undoubtedly an extremely tempting offer. Garen couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. After a moment, Garen seriously declined. Sorry, I don't want to be a Marine. Why? Garp, unfazed by the rejection, continued patiently. Isn't that night fruit of yours a form of justice? Then why not join the Marines? Garen pondered for a moment and honestly expressed his true thoughts to the Marine hero before him. The justice of the Marines probably doesn't suit me. Garen certainly knew what kind of organization the Marines were in this world. Draped in a cloak of justice, yet shackled by heavy chains. They were ultimately just a gun in the hands of a small number of people. In a situation where the bizarre ruling class of world nobles exists. The current strongest violent organization, the Marines, is probably of the same ilk as the Bayong fleet of the Far East back in the day. No matter how hard the few capable and ambitious individuals within them try, they cannot save this fundamentally rotten and decayed body. A broken ship will eventually sink. Why do I say this? Garp's expression subtly became serious, but his tone remained calm. As a Marine hero who even opponents admire, Garp was never one to be obstinate. He only listened carefully to the different thoughts of others. Vice Admiral Garp. Garen thought for a moment and said, if I were to join the Marines, wouldn't you have already reached the pinnacle? Pretty much, Garp nodded candidly. Your homeland, the Kingdom of Goa. Garen paused and ultimately spoke solemnly. It hasn't changed one bit because of your status as a Marine hero. Garp fell silent. Garp certainly knew what kind of place the Kingdom of Goa was. However, the Kingdom of Goa is a member state of the world government. A model kingdom in the East Blue favored by the world nobles, while Garp is a Marine officer under the world government. Garp is powerless to change his homeland, even though he stands at the pinnacle of the Marines. In this light, the justice of the Marines seems somewhat powerless. Garp's gaze toward Garen suddenly sharpened. Garen's remarks carried a hint of danger, reminding Garp of his son who had become a revolutionary. But Garp's expression ultimately softened. In that case, what is your justice? This. Garen hesitated. He hadn't really thought about it carefully. Garen's starting point, considering himself a knight of justice, was quite simple. He was not an antisocial personality, nor would he gain experience points from bad people. Would he become a murderous fiend, slaughtering civilians? Moreover, wearing dazzling armor, wielding a shining great sword, and shouting justice while vanquishing demons. That was simply cool to the extreme. However, Garp's questioning led Garen to finally start contemplating the question of what is justice. With modern reasoning, Garen quickly arrived at the answer. Freedom. Equality, justice, rule of law. Garp was momentarily speechless by this series of refined terms. That was the justice one should have in a time of peace. Yet, Garen shifted his tone. In a place where those words hardly exist, justice is probably the sword in my hand. To help those in need. To fight for those who cannot fight. Where the rule of law cannot reach, a knight of justice is needed. This is referred to as Xia in the culture passed down from Garen's previous life. This was clearly not a culture favored by the authorities, especially not by the deeply rotten world government. However, Garp did not develop any aversion toward Garen because of this. After all, his son was 1,000 times more restless than Garen. All right, Garp acknowledged Garen's viewpoint and no longer pressed. Since you are unwilling to join the Marines, then so be it. But Garp's voice suddenly took on a pressure-filled tone. I hope you can use your power wisely and not betray your sense of justice. Garp did not say another word, but Garen could hear the intimidation and hope in his words. I will. Garen nodded earnestly, feeling confident about it. To gain experience and strengthen himself, Garen would go around cutting down enemies, while the normal person's sense of good and evil constrained Garen to only cut down bad people. So regardless of whether the motivation was more self-serving or altruistic, Garen had already become a knight of justice. After their conversation, the two did not continue chatting. Not having brought Garen under his wing, the carefree Garp did not feel disappointed. He simply kept the young man's name noted in his mind. Meanwhile, Garen shouldered his great sword and returned to Nami and Wallace's side. You didn't join the Marines? As soon as Garen approached, Nami said with some concern. That was an invitation from Marine hero Garp. My justice is in my heart. It doesn't need to be written on my clothes. Garen replied nonchalantly, inadvertently using his disguise technique again. Nami, however, immediately gave Garen a disdainful eye. Moments later, Nami suddenly spoke with a somewhat dejected expression. If only you became a Navy officer, you could. Nami didn't finish her sentence, but Garen understood her thoughts. If he became Garp's invited disciple, a direct student of the Navy hero, then it would be a piece of cake to use the Navy's power to eliminate the evil dragon and save Cocoa Village. I understand. It's about Cocoa Village and the evil dragon pirates, right? Garen proactively brought up Nami's concerns. Leave it to me. Nami was slightly taken aback, and her expression instantly became quite vivid. How did you know? I'll explain later. After saying that, Garen turned around and walked directly towards Garp, ignoring Nami's puzzled gaze. What's up? Garp asked, slightly puzzled to see Garen coming back. Have you changed your mind? No. Garen got straight to the point. I have a request. There's a group of pirates causing trouble in Cocoa Village in the East Sea, and I would like to ask you for help in eliminating them. Seeking help from a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters to deal with the weakest pirates in the East Sea is as absurd as asking for nuclear support to take down a watchtower. However, Garp patiently listened to Garen's words and asked seriously, Pirates in the East Sea? Tell me the situation. Garen could hear from Garp's tone that he was insistent on justice, but he could also read a hint of nonchalance from Garp's casual smile. There's no helping it. Garp is the peak combat power of the Navy and naturally wouldn't take the small pirates in the East Sea seriously. This is determined by the natural gap in strength. He would never take the initiative to trouble those small fries, and occasionally encountering them and giving them a few fist meteorites is already showing mercy. Moreover, those small fries causing trouble in a certain village. To put it nicely, they are pirates. To put it bluntly, they are bandit village bullies hiding in the rural areas of the East Sea. As soon as Garen said this, the Navy soldiers present showed disdain and contempt. This atmosphere had a somewhat negative impact on Garen's actions of pleading for the people. He needed to make them take it seriously, preferably to persuade Garp to personally take action, so that the evil dragon, which only bullies ordinary people, would know what it means to face a top-tier powerhouse. With this in mind, Garen's expression suddenly became very serious, and his voice took on a heavy tone. Admiral Garp, this group of pirates is not simple. The members of the evil dragon pirates are all fishmen who infiltrated the East Sea from the Grand Line. Fishmen? Garp was slightly surprised. It is indeed rare to find fishmen in the East Sea. But that was all. Fishmen are common in the Grand Line, and this title wouldn't scare even ordinary soldiers of the Navy headquarters. Garen then cultivated a storytelling mood again and said solemnly, Everyone, don't underestimate them. The captain of the evil dragon pirates, the evil dragon. Garen deliberately paused and suddenly raised his tone as if telling a story. He was once the right-hand man of the fisherman hero Fisher Tiger and had a close relationship with the warlord of the sea, Jinbei. He even faced off against Admiral Kazuru and survived. It sounded somewhat fantastical, but this was indeed the resume of the Cocoa Village bully, the evil dragon. The Navy soldiers were already stunned, and even Smoker, who was leisurely smoking a cigar, couldn't help but look serious. Garen then seriously concluded, I think this evil dragon has at least the strength of a rear admiral. After Garen's information-rich description, The evil dragon instantly became a long-standing bandit in everyone's mind that could only be dealt with by Karp personally. Then, Karp had his subordinates bring out the bounty order booklet. The bounty was 20 million. As expected, Karp looked at Garen thoughtfully. "You were just talking nonsense, weren't you?" Cough, cough. Garen's eyes wandered, and he awkwardly said, "What I said is all true." The right-hand man of Fisher Tiger? Karp's gaze towards Garen became more oppressive. Yes, he was indeed a cadre of the Sun Pirates. Garen continued to introduce the evil dragon's impressive resume. The evil dragon was indeed a cadre of the Sun Pirates, but compared to Captain Fisher Tiger, Alon's strength was basically just at the level of shouting Captain 666 from behind. And he has a close relationship with Warlord Jinbei, and survived in front of Kizaru? Karp asked back. This was true. Garen gritted his teeth and said, "It's just that. The evil dragon did survive in front of Kizaru, because Kizaru, after beating him up, couldn't be bothered to kill this small fry. Later, the good man, Jinbei, saved the evil dragon's life on the condition of accepting the Warlord of the Sea appointment." Karp, who had roamed the seas for many years and was familiar with the backstory, naturally wouldn't be fooled by Garen's few words. He saw through the evil dragon's real level at a glance. After pondering for a moment, Karp asked his subordinate beside him, "Where is Cocoa Village?" I know." The first to respond was Nami, whose voice trembled with excitement, looking at the legendary Navy hero before her. Nami's eyes were filled with unprecedented hope. "If we follow the Eastern Sea current westward, we can reach Cocoa Village in 3 days." Following the Eastern Sea current westward? Karp muttered himself. That's completely out of the way. Karp's destination was the Goa Kingdom. According to plan, he should part ways with Smoker after reaching the East Sea from the doldrums and return to his homeland of Goa Kingdom on a completely different route. Hearing Karp's casual remark, Nami's heart instantly sank. In the years of drifting at sea, Nami's impression of the Navy had almost become synonymous with hypocrisy, incompetence, and greed. They were unwilling to handle small cases and dared not tackle big ones. The Navy's credibility as a law enforcement agency was nearly non-existent. So even though she boarded the giant Navy warship, Nami couldn't muster the courage to seek help from the Navy, compared to the legendary Navy hero Karp. She was even more willing to place her hopes on Garen, whom she had only recently met and whose strength was limited. She had tried too many times with such things before. Karp's nonchalant words quickly brought back Nami's memories of countless times being turned away by the Navy. "Smoker?" Karp suddenly looked at Smoker, who was quietly smoking a cigar, and asked, "The road town where you're stationed for changeover should be on this route, right?" "That's right." Smoker had also checked the route for this station journey. Road town is also on the Eastern Sea current and should be in the middle position between here and Cocoa Village. "That's just on the way." Karp's smile carried a hint of expectation. "Smoker, you can take care of this evil dragon pirates. The first battle in the East Sea. You need to work hard." Smoker was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly returned to the usual calm and stern demeanor. "No problem. The real owner of this giant warship is Vice Admiral Garp." Both Smoker, who traveled from the Navy headquarters with him, and Garen, who happened to board the ship not long ago, can only be considered as hitching a ride. However, Garp's destination, the Goa Kingdom, is completely off the route to Lowtown and Cocoa Village. So after sailing for a while, Smoker, who is hurrying to Lowtown to take over the defense, will part ways with Garp, who is busy going home to see his grandson. Then, he and Garen's group will switch to a small boat to sail along the East Sea current. Smoker's plan to eliminate pirates is as follows. First go to Lowtown to complete the handover with the previous station Navy. Then integrate the local garrison at the Lowtown Navy base, and finally lead the army to attack the dragon pirates. Since there is still some time before Smoker and Garp part ways, the Navy soldiers arrange for Garen and the others to rest in the living quarters of the warship. Walking down the long corridor, Nami wore a happy and satisfied smile on her face. For the first time in many years, she saw real hope. "Thank you," Nami suddenly said softly to Garen, who was walking beside her. "It's just a small favor," Garen casually replied. His voice abruptly stopped. Nami had already blocked Garen's path, slowly walked in front of him, and finally looked up to meet Garen's gaze. From this angle, Garen read complex emotions that were hard to distinguish from her sparkling eyes. "You." Nami was silent for a long time before she spoke again. "Why do you know so much about me?" "Well," Garen answered without hesitation with a prepared excuse. "I am a knight training in the East Sea, and I have collected a lot of information on evil criminals in advance. The dragon pirates are one of my targets, so that means..." Nami's expression suddenly became quite interesting. "You knew my identity from the very beginning?" "That's right," Garen answered candidly. "The cadres of the dragon pirates are also small-time thieves with a bit of a reputation in the East Sea. to avoid raising too much suspicion. Garen did not mention deeper details, only revealing Nami's outwardly apparent true identity. And these two identities, upon hearing them, clearly did not belong to good people. So, Nami curiously asked, "If that's the case, why do you still want to help me?" "Well," Garen thought for a moment and then said seriously, "Did I not say yesterday? You are the night lady I have high hopes for. Dream on." Nami spat at Garen in annoyance, but a charming blush had already risen on her fair cheeks. Garen and the others continued to move forward under the guidance of the Navy soldiers. Nami casually walked beside Garen and started chatting again. "Do you think the Navy can defeat the dragon?" Although the topic was still heavy, Nami's expression was full of ease and liveliness. Like an ordinary young girl, she was curious about the upcoming new life. "Of course." "No problem." Garen noticed Nami's mood and cooperatively replied. "Smoker is a colonel from the Navy headquarters, and with his Logia fruit ability, taking care of the dragon, such small fry, is certainly not an issue." "Humph." Nami snorted lightly and said pointedly, "That guy can't even beat you. Can he last 3 rounds with me? Isn't that strong enough?" Garen exaggeratedly exclaimed, then shamelessly boasted, "In the recent training match, Garp knocked me away, and I also knocked Garp away. What kind of strength do I have? I and Garp are 50-50. PFF." Miss Nami disdainfully spat at Garen, but she couldn't help but smile at Garen's exaggerated performance. "Everyone, your rooms have arrived." The Navy soldier leading the way suddenly stopped and respectfully said to Garen, "Please rest assured, regardless of actual strength." Garen's impressive record of defeating a colonel from the headquarters and cutting down the Navy hero has ultimately made the Navy soldiers on this warship look at him with new eyes, even to the point of reverence. After leading the way, this Navy soldier was about to turn to leave. "Wait." Nami called out to the Navy soldier and smiled. "Could you help me get a few suitable clothes? My clothes fell into the sea during the previous naval battle, having been hit by cannon fire into the water twice. Nami's clothes were already soaked and in a terrible state." "No problem." The Navy soldier readily agreed. "Please get me a set too." "Thank you." Wallace also made the same request. Garen suddenly thought of something, and his expression immediately became quite strange. "Could you also give me a set of clothes?" The Navy soldier agreed one by one, and turned to leave to help Garen and the others find clean clothes. Nami noticed something odd and couldn't help but ask, "Garen, speaking of which, since I met you in a restaurant yesterday, you've been wearing this heavy armor, and I haven't seen you take it off. Don't you feel hot?" Garen's armor and great sword can indeed be removed. He just needs to deactivate his data combat mode to shed that equipment. "But, Garen replied with a gloomy expression, "You don't need to delve into this question." On the Navy warship, on the wide deck, Garen was wearing a neat, smooth white suit, and his bulging muscles made the originally refined suit exude a sense of powerful three-dimensionality. Coupled with Garen's masculine and handsome face, it was very attractive. This suit looked no different from the ordinary suits worn by elite individuals. If not pointed out, one would not notice any peculiarities. However, it was actually the uniform dress issued by the Navy to the officers of the headquarters. Wearing this white suit, along with a Navy justice cloak, could elevate one's handsomeness to a new height. The original owner of this suit was Colonel Smoker. Smoker had always been a casual guy who would just throw on a motorcycle jacket and head out half-naked, so he never bothered with such troublesome and cumbersome formal attire. Therefore, when one of his soldiers asked about it, he casually gave it to Garen. Smoker was slightly taller than Garen, but their builds were similar. Wearing this already remarkable suit, Garen instantly displayed a completely different aura from when he was in armor. He had the masculinity of a warrior and the elegance of a gentleman. There are too many bizarre humans on the sea, and young girl Nami was rare to come across someone like Garen, who was of a similar age, handsome, and had a decent character. Standing next to Garen, Nami unknowingly became a bit entranced, not with any lewd thoughts, but simply appreciating him. "Nami." Garen suddenly turned his head and called out Nami's name. "What?" Nami jolted awake, but showed no sign of panic. "How old are you this year?" Garen randomly asked this somewhat personal question. 16, Nami instinctively replied, and as she realized it, a faint blush appeared on her calm face. She pouted in annoyance and retorted, "Why do you ask that? Just curious?" Garen casually brushed off Nami's question and bluntly expressed his thoughts. "You're already developed so well at 16. You." Miss Nami decided to ignore Garen's teasing and angrily turned her head away. Garen, however, began to calculate the timeline. He remembered that in the original story, Nami boarded Luffy's pirate ship at 18. This year, Nami was only 16, which meant he was about 2 years, or less, before the original plot began. No wonder Smoker was only just sent to guard Logtown now. After clarifying the timeline, Garen continued to watch a group of Navy logistics soldiers busily working on the deck. They were assembling some machinery to help Garen and the others transfer to a smaller boat. After a long wait, the Navy soldiers finally built a large structure similar to a hoist on the deck. The next scene left Garen somewhat amazed. The rear deck of the giant warship suddenly split open in the middle and, under some mechanism's effect, slowly opened to reveal a spacious hold hidden beneath the deck. The hold was enormous, like a large military supply warehouse. Inside this warehouse, a small sailing ship, quite petite compared to the Navy's giant warship, was quietly docked. The freshly assembled hoist lowered hundreds of thick ropes, which the Navy soldiers then carefully secured to the ship's hull. Aboard the ship, Smoker, with a cigar emitting smoke, instructed his subordinates and the three of them. The soldiers from the Navy headquarters were elite and part of the Navy's future talent pool, so they wouldn't be sent in large numbers to the relatively peaceful East Blue. Therefore, Smoker brought only 30 elite troops from headquarters. The rest of his subordinate structure as a colonel would need to be completed at the Logtown Naval Base by taking over the station troops from the previous commanding officer. This was also the reason Smoker decided to first go to Logtown for the handover before heading to Cocoa West Village to hunt pirates. After more than 30 people, including Garen's group, boarded the small vessel, it felt cramped. Before Garen could express his thoughts, the pulley system began to turn slowly, and a massive hoist lifted the ship from the warehouse, finally setting it down on the sea like dumplings being dropped into water. Soon, a small naval ship multiplied from the giant warship of Carp. Standing on this petite ship, Garen looked up at the giant warship next to him, and the comparison made it feel like a grandson meeting his grandfather. Smoker, Garen couldn't help but comment, is the treatment between Navy officers really that different? Your flagship as a colonel feels smaller than Carp's anchor. Two veins bulged on Smoker's forehead. He didn't speak, but the glow of the cigar in his mouth suddenly intensified. Garen Sr. Dasky didn't notice her superior's unpleasant expression and proactively stepped forward. Garen found it strange that this unfamiliar, beautiful swordswoman was unusually respectful towards him, addressing him with the title Senior right away. Dasky earnestly explained to Garen, "Actually, the ship we're on isn't a Navy standard warship, but a regular armed civilian vessel. A colonel-level ship from the Navy headquarters should have a double-deck combat deck and be capable of carrying 60 cannons, but..." Smoker's expression grew darker, transforming from a smoke hunter to a haze hunter. But what? Garen didn't mind Smoker's attitude. After all, he was a man who could go toe-to-toe with Carp. Dasky paused, but still shared her superior's glorious achievements. Colonel Smoker had some skirmishes with the logistics department superiors when he was at the Navy headquarters. The more she spoke, the more engrossed she became, adding richer stories. Originally, our station unit was supposed to be more than 30 people, but before she could finish, Smoker's dark face loomed in front of Dasky. Without needing Dasky to finish, Garen could guess what Smoker had done. He understood why Smoker was assigned to be the security team leader in the rural East Blue. This capable yet temperamental guy, indeed, needed to be sent down to the grassroots for some tempering. Colonel Smoker would likely be the future commander of the Logtown Naval Base, right? While Garen and Dasky were discussing, Wallace suddenly asked a nonsensical question. That's right. It was Smoker himself answering, as he stood not far from Garen and the others, smoking his cigar. In that case, if Garen wants to exchange for a bounty. Wallace suddenly said meaningfully, "You could just find Colonel Smoker here for the exchange, right?" Exactly. Garen's eyes lit up. The NPC he was planning to go to for the bounty was right next to him. Nami's eyes also sparkled. She had long wanted to exchange the heads in that box for real cash. "Wait," Smoker said in a deep voice, "I don't have cash on this ship." The colonel of the Navy actually had no money on him? Garen displayed a disdainful expression. In fact, the Navy should have reserve funds on board for sailing, but Dasky timely interjected, explaining Smoker's great achievements to Garen. Smoker was so angry that steam seemed to rise from his head, literally. Dasky had to avoid her superior's gloomy gaze and softly explained, "If you want to exchange for the bounty, you'll have to wait until we reach Logtown and complete the handover with the previous station commander." All right then. Garen had no objections. After all, it was only a day's journey left to Logtown, so there was no need to rush. The station commander of Logtown, huh? Wallace, however, muttered to himself with a strange expression. "What?" Dasky asked curiously. "Nothing." Wallace shook his head and said meaningfully, "It should be fine." The small ship carrying the station troops of Logtown finally set sail. Smog and other Navy soldiers stood on the deck, saluting Vice Admiral Garp on the giant ship. Garen waved goodbye to Garp, who had been quite friendly towards him, as they parted ways. The two ships finally drifted apart, heading toward completely different directions. That clown buggy had actually become Garp's follower. Garen recalled the clown buggy he had seen not long ago during their farewell, and a strange feeling of absurdity arose in his heart. Buggy had tied his hair in a simple blue ponytail, donned a navy white shirt, and a justice cape, and surprisingly looked somewhat righteous. Haha, who cares? Nami, however, revealed a relaxed smile and casually said, "Fortunately, that red-nosed idiot didn't ask us for his treasures in the end." Garen was slightly taken aback and then remembered that he had extorted a significant amount of money from a newly appointed Navy officer. How much did we earn this time? Garen immediately leaned over to Nami and excitedly discussed the division of spoils with her. We made a huge profit. Nami's face was beaming with happiness and satisfaction, her brows dancing with the golden light of belly. That big red nose is nothing like that broke steel knife. Just that big chest alone contained 800,000 belly worth of treasure. As for the jewelry and gems in that small box, after careful appraisal, I found that if sold all at once, they could fetch 30 million belly. Nami's excitement grew stronger as she began counting on her fingers in front of Garen. And when we get to Lowtown, we can also exchange for 25 million in bounty. In just 2 days, we earned a total of 63 million belly. This speed of making money is something Nami could never have imagined before. Following Garen, this big fool, she made in 2 days what would have taken her 4 to 5 years of hard work to accumulate. Wait a minute. Garen noticed something was off. Where did the 25 million bounty come from? What do you mean? Nami had calculated this number early on in her mind and had happily recalled it countless times. Steel knife was 10 million, and the clown. Nami's smile instantly froze. Just a moment ago, she had been overjoyed that the foolish red nose hadn't asked her for any treasures. But now her expression changed to one of deep anguish. 15 million. It's gone. Lowtown is strategically located, serving as the gateway from the East Blue to the Grand Line, and is also a solitary island on this long route. Merchant ships and pirates heading to the Grand Line cannot bypass this single supply point, making Lowtown a natural transportation hub and trade center of the East Blue. It is also the birthplace and deathplace of Pirate King Roger. Due to its fame, it has become the busiest tourist spot in the East Blue. At the same time, Lowtown is a military stronghold that the Navy government values, with high-ranking officers stationed here year-round to carry out important tasks such as monitoring, exterminating, maintaining stability, and controlling the East Blue. With its economy, culture, and military combined, the prosperity of Lowtown cannot simply be described by the scale of the town, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a central city of the East Blue. Against this backdrop, the surrounding sea routes of Lowtown can be said to be bustling with activity, with countless ships sailing, revealing a scene of thriving prosperity. The closer one gets to the coastline of Lowtown, the more sailing ships can be seen. By the time the dock of Lowtown appeared in their view, Garen and his companions were surrounded by a continuous array of white sails. This scene, different from the grandeur of nature on the sea, showcased human creativity in another style, enough to please the eye. However, Smog's expression darkened as he looked at the surrounding ships, his sharp gaze fixated on the black flags fluttering in the wind. Those are all pirate ships, right? The situation in Lowtown was far beyond Smog's expectations. As a military stronghold with elite Navy forces stationed, it surprisingly lacked the clear and upright atmosphere he had imagined. Instead, pirate ships were everywhere, showing no signs of concealment. What Smog found even more incomprehensible was that the armed ship he was on was flying the Navy flag. Yet those pirates showed no hostility upon seeing it and had no signs of wanting to flee. Clearly, these pirates had become accustomed to the Navy's flag. What is going on? Smog directly asked Wallace, knowing that this young reporter was a local of Lowtown. Wallace explained with a strange expression. Lowtown has always been this way. What? The cigar that Smog was biting suddenly brightened a bit, and the smoke rings he exhaled became heavier. Hasn't there always been a Navy officer stationed here? How can these pirates be so arrogant? That's because, Wallace said earnestly, the Navy station in Lowtown has never been very clean. Not very clean? Garen couldn't help but ask. Didn't you recommend that I come to Lowtown to exchange for bounty before? That's because Lowtown is comparatively the best choice. Wallace explained somewhat helplessly. Lord Garen, you have always been in a high position, so you might not be aware of the petty struggles at the bottom. Generally, when bounty hunters exchange large sums of bounty, the Navy in Lowtown takes about 30% as a cut. 30%? Doesn't that mean I would lose 3 million belly? Garen questioned in astonishment. Is this still called the best choice? TCH. It seems you really are a noble who has never left the palace. It was Nami who spoke, using a slightly sarcastic tone to educate Garen. A 30% commission is already the most reasonable rate in the East Blue. If you go to some Navy branches to exchange for bounty, you might not even get a single cent, and you could lose your life to the local tyrants there. That's right, Wallace added with a sigh. At least the Navy in Lowtown will do their job after taking the money, and they can also guarantee the safety of their clients. Smog was already trembling all over, and faint wisps of white smoke began to rise from between his silver hair. Damn it. Smog took a deep drag on the remaining half of his cigar and then heavily threw the stub to the ground. He looked at the glaring pirate ships sailing toward the Lowtown dock and ground his teeth. It's bad enough they are embezzling, but are they not even catching pirates? But Dasky also stepped forward, somewhat puzzled. The current station officer in Lowtown is Major Hammer, sent by the Navy headquarters. Before coming here, I heard he has always been known for his effective suppression of pirates and excellent political achievements. Of course, excellent political achievements. Wallace smiled helplessly. The pirates that were caught are all those who refused to pay. Using those clueless guys to embellish his achievements is enough for him to gain a reputation for suppressing pirates. Wallace explained carefully. And only then did Garen understand the grand strategy of Major Hammer, the commander of Rogtown, to guard the checkpoint leading from the East Sea to the Grand Line, and then charge every pirate crew wanted to enter the Grand Line atoll. The pirate crews that paid would be treated as brothers, allowing them to sail freely without hindrance from the Navy, and also enabling them to purchase weapons, ammunition, nautical charts, and other contraband materials through Major Hammer's channels. As for those pirates who refused to pay, they naturally became Major Hammer's achievements in law enforcement. A toll station and service area targeting pirates? Garen couldn't help but admire this chief officer of Rogtown. This guy is truly a genius. Major Hammer is indeed a very clever person. To be honest, with his cautious nature, such an overt situation should not have happened today. Wallace, unfazed, commented and curiously said, logically speaking, Colonel Smoker should have been aware of the notification regarding the garrison handover long ago. I thought he had already cleaned up the traces, which is why he didn't directly tell you about the true situation in Rogtown yesterday. No. Smoker suddenly took a deep puff of his cigar and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Our original plan was to sail against the current from the Navy headquarters along the first half of the Grand Line, and then reach the East Sea via Reverse Mountain. But just as Vice Admiral Garp was returning to the East Sea, we hitched a ride on that Seastone warship. Departing from the Navy headquarters, we took advantage of a section of the Triangle Whirlpool and directly crossed the doldrums to reach the East Sea, saving a lot of time. Smoker then said in a deep voice, in other words, the expected arrival date in the notification is in 20 days. I see. Excitement flashed in Wallace's eyes. Major Hammer's intelligence was incorrect, so he hadn't had time to cover up his crimes, and today he just happened to run into Colonel Smoker, who was succeeding him as the righteous Navy. He had already caught the scent of a big scoop. Oomph. Smoker snorted coldly and said to Tashigi, I'll go check out the Navy base there first. You hurry and lead the team to catch up. Huh? Tashigi was still a bit taken aback. Where's the Rogtown base? Smoker then coldly asked Wallace. Before Wallace could respond, his body was enveloped in a cloud of white smoke. Forget it. Just take me there directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Smoker transformed into a large cloud of smoke, sweeping Wallace into the sky, heading straight towards Rogtown. What a mess. Tashigi muttered helplessly. However, as the highest-ranking officer in the current team, the young Tashigi had no choice but to take on the role of commander, ordering the sailors according to Smoker's commands. Increase speed, land. All units, form up, arm yourselves, and prepare for battle. Yes, the Navy soldiers responded in unison, their momentum impressive. Although there were few of them, these 30 were elite from the Navy headquarters. Just this one shout significantly changed Nami's impression of the Navy, who had been wandering in the East Sea for many years. With such Navy soldiers around, perhaps her hometown could indeed be saved. A crisp sound of cracking bones rang out nearby, and Nami turned her head to see Garen also warming up, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Are you preparing to help Smoker fight? Nami looked at the highly motivated Garen with some surprise and reminded him with concern. No matter how corrupt they are still the Navy. You can't make money by fighting the Navy. If you're not careful and get labeled a pirate, you could be in trouble. Don't worry. Garen replied casually. I'm here to help the headquarters colonel fight against corruption, so there's definitely no danger. Besides, Garen thought about how far he was from leveling up to level 5 and said with righteous indignation, those corrupt officials disregard the law, occupy their positions without merit, and abuse their power, not knowing how many innocent people they have harmed in the past. I, the Lone Ranger Garen, will act on behalf of justice today. Smoker is a hot-headed person who hates evil. When he gets angry, he smokes and flies. So, after hearing Wallace's accusations against the Rogtown Navy. He couldn't wait to soar into the sky, using his fruit abilities to reach the vicinity of the Rogtown Navy base in a very short time. He wanted to verify for himself whether what Wallace revealed was true or false. As the highest-ranking Navy base in the East Sea, the Rogtown Navy base was quite large and had a somewhat grand atmosphere. Under Wallace's guidance, Smoker quickly noticed the Navy flag hanging from the tall building. Half a block away, Smoker quietly descended from the air, restoring his physical form, and gently placed the somewhat dizzy Wallace on the ground. Cough, cough. Being swept up in a cloud of smoke and flying at high speed was not a pleasant experience. Wallace coughed for a while before catching his breath. Colonel Smoker, the Rogtown base is right ahead. If everything is normal, you will see what Major Hammer is doing with just a glance. Smoker remained silent, tightly gripping the weapon in his hand as he stepped toward the Rogtown Navy base. Wallace adjusted his somewhat disheveled collar and closely followed behind. Smoker's appearance could be described as extremely unfriendly. With his bare arms, large bulging muscles exposed, silver-white hair styled like a delinquent, and a constantly lit cigar emitting secondhand smoke. And his jacket resembling that of a biker gang. Even with the words justice added behind it, it still lacked the righteous flavor of a Navy cloak. Instead, it resembled some kind of dark humor uniform from a mafia group. No matter how you looked at it, he didn't seem like a good person. And when such a 2-meter-tall man, holding a blunt weapon, walked toward the Navy base with a gloomy expression, it looked even more out of place. Halt! 2 Navy soldiers guarding the base entrance, upon seeing Smoker, hurriedly raised their guns in response. Smoker stopped and scrutinized the 2 gate soldiers with a fierce gaze. You. One of the gate soldiers felt his scalp tingle under Smoker's stare and had to grip his flintlock rifle tighter. You're a pirate, aren't you? Based on Smoker's appearance, the gate soldier made the most reasonable judgment. Smoker's expression remained unchanged as he took a deep puff of his cigar. As he exhaled a thick smoke ring, Smoker was about to reveal his identity as a colonel from the headquarters and directly storm into the Rogtown base for a surprise inspection. Of course. Ha ha ha. Before he could finish the words not, the gate soldier had already laughed and lowered his gun. Just say you're a pirate. This is your first time in Rog, right? Why you look so grim? Huh. Smoker's expression froze, and he even forgot to smoke. Stop wasting time, let's go. The gate soldier showed a friendly smile that reflected the camaraderie between the military and civilians. The venue is behind the base. The other pirate crew members have already arrived. Venue? Smoker was even more astonished. You're lucky. Another gate soldier pretended to be enthusiastic and patted Smoker's arm, saying, Major Hammer is about to be reassigned. This is your last chance. Smoker tightened his grip on his arm, squeezing so hard that his knuckles turned white. Calm down. Wallace quietly approached Smoker and reminded him in a low voice. Who? Smoker took several deep breaths before finally refraining from smashing that gate soldier's head in. By the way, the Navy soldier leading the way suddenly turned around and asked, Which pirate crew are you from? Wallace glanced at Smoker, who was so angry he seemed to be smoking from his nostrils, and casually replied, The White Smoke Pirate Crew. Rogtown Naval Base, Commander's Office. The current stationed officer, Major Hammer of the Navy headquarters, was leisurely sitting in his office enjoying afternoon tea. Hammer was already middle-aged, but he wore a neatly tailored white suit and had meticulously styled short hair, looking very energetic. He appeared to be the perfect naval officer. Even the few strands of gray at his temples added a touch of calmness to his demeanor. On the neatly arranged desk, there were several high-quality literary works. Major Hammer was sipping tea while flipping through the pages of a book, looking cultured and refined. Just from this scene, no one could imagine that Major Hammer was actually the local emperor ruling over Rogtown. Nor would anyone guess that while Major Hammer quietly enjoyed his tea, a noisy pirate gathering was taking place on the other side of the naval base. And Major Hammer was the mastermind behind this pirate gathering. Of course, he would never personally show up. The dirty work of dealing with those insignificant East Blue pirates was always left to his trusted Lieutenant Charles. Keeping himself hidden in the background was Major Hammer's first principle in running Rogtown's pirate toll station. In about 20 days, Major Hammer looked at the book in front of him, but his mood remained calm as he murmured to himself, The officer sent by the Navy headquarters to take over my position will arrive soon. It's time to start clearing the traces. Many names flashed through Hammer's mind. Those were subordinates he could not fully trust. His gaze unknowingly became sharp, filled with ruthlessness and cruelty. Smoker? Hammer quietly chewed on this name. Major Hammer had received the transfer notice from the Navy headquarters and naturally knew what kind of person his successor was. A Logia-type devil fruit user, Zifa's prized disciple, and a young colonel in the headquarters. He had never met Smoker, but being from the Navy headquarters, Hammer had certainly heard of the infamous White Hunter smoker. Oomph. Hammer let out a cold snort. For the officers of the Navy headquarters, being assigned to a branch in the four seas, especially in the weakest East Blue, was essentially a demotion. Once aspiring to high positions, Hammer had cut off his career path to promotion in the headquarters by taking the position of base commander in Roadtown, wasting many years in vain. But Smoker was different. Smoker's colonel rank did not match the lowly position of base commander in Roadtown, and it was obvious that his assignment to Roadtown was merely a way for his superiors to train and temper him. Every time Hammer thought of this, he felt an indescribable hatred towards this stranger he had never met. Major Hammer, a panicked subordinate, suddenly burst into the office, trembling as he said, "Be big trouble." "What is it?" Hammer gently set down his teacup and said nonchalantly, "Is there a pirate over there at the venue who refuses to pay? Do I need to take action personally?" "No." The subordinate's voice trembled more. "A ship of the Navy has arrived at the dock, and they're lining up to come this way." The Navy? Hammer's calm demeanor finally shattered. An uncontrollable panic spread across his face. The other Navy branches in the East Blue absolutely cannot leave their jurisdiction to visit Roadtown without orders from superiors. So this group of Navy could very likely be the elite Navy sent to take over from him. But Hammer still had a glimmer of hope and asked in a deep voice, "Is there a man among them wearing a white suit and a justice cape?" The subordinate recalled deeply and replied, "There's no one wearing a justice cape. But there is indeed a tall man in a white suit at the front of that group of Navy. That guy has thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking righteous and like an officer." Major Hammer's face darkened immediately. The justice cape is a military uniform that even junior officers can wear. However, the justice cape has no buttons, and to keep it from falling during battle, it must rely on one's own power of justice. Thus, generally, junior officers who lack strength dare not wear such flashy clothing in a battle, only donning the justice cape during gatherings, oaths, and other occasions. Over time, wearing the justice cape in battle became a symbol of the strength and status of Navy officers. The fact that man wasn't he wearing a justice cape, however, did not alleviate Major Hammer's doubts, because he was wearing a white suit. Major Hammer, being from the Navy headquarters, naturally knew that Navy officers had a set of custom-tailored suit uniforms. This suit is not much different in style from ordinary suits, and can easily be mistaken for an ordinary person's attire. But standing in front of a group of Navy soldiers, still wearing a white suit, this undoubtedly means he is a Navy officer from the headquarters. Damn it! How could the headquarters people arrive so quickly? Hammer suddenly exploded in silence, smashing the desk in front of him with a palm. The exquisite teacups, elegant books, and sturdy desk were all shattered and turned into a heap of garbage under this blow. "And Major?" the subordinate asked tremblingly. "Should we run?" "Run? There are pirates everywhere in Roadtown now. Even a blind person can see there's a problem here. If we run, it would be tantamount to confessing guilt." Hammer gritted his teeth and said, "The other side has already landed in Roadtown. Do you think you can escape under the pursuit of a Logia-type user? What should we do then?" the subordinate asked in panic. The office fell silent again, and Hammer sank into deep thought. After a long while, Hammer's distorted face gradually returned to normal, and his voice was colder and calmer than usual. "Prepare cash and treasures, the more the better. Also, bring out my collection of Sea Prism stone bullets. Lastly, notify Lieutenant Charles. I need to see him." "Yes." The subordinate hurriedly agreed and immediately turned to leave. "Is that genius Smoker?" A glint of determination flashed in Hammer's eyes. "Let me have a word with you." The guard soldiers led Smoker and Wallace through a winding path, ultimately bringing them to an unremarkable warehouse behind the naval base. "Go in." The guard soldier pointed to the warehouse's large door, his tone carrying a hint of warning. "This isn't your pirate ship. Mind the rules." He had never heard of the white smoke pirates mentioned by Wallace, so he considered them just another unremarkable small pirate group among the countless ones in the East Sea. Such small pirate groups, which couldn't even earn a bounty, had mediocre strength and yielded very little profit. Therefore, the attitude of the two guard soldiers towards Smoker and his companion had quietly changed. "Umph." Smoker snorted coldly, glaring at the two guards with a fierce look that made them step back in fright. He then ignored the guards and pushed the door open with Wallace. As the door swung open, Smoker's expression darkened further. Inside the naval base's warehouse stood a large group of pirates, dressed in an array of colorful outfits and armed with various weapons, a veritable assembly of monsters. The appearance of Smoker and Wallace did not attract much attention, as the pirates were busy shopping. Indeed, they were shopping. Smoker scanned the warehouse and saw various supplies neatly arranged: food, drinks, medicines, long swords, and firearms. In front of these supplies, a small team of soldiers in naval uniforms was busy negotiating business with the pirates. What is going on? Smoker couldn't help but tremble with anger. His piercing gaze fixed on the supplies. There were even labels from the Naval Logistics Department that hadn't been removed. I had only heard that Major Hammer was doing business with pirates. Wallace also showed a shocked expression, saying, "I didn't expect he would directly sell the supplies allocated by the Navy." Smoker remained silent, his eyes burning as he walked over to a stall displaying a pile of nautical charts. He casually picked one up and examined it closely, his already grim face darkening further. These nautical charts are premium goods. The nearby naval soldier began to explain and promote. Not only do they mark the routes from the East Sea to the Grand Line, but they also include the defense maps of several major naval bases in the early part of the Grand Line. If you buy these charts, you'll have an easier time on the Grand Line. These are all contraband, right? Smoker asked slowly, his voice filled with menace. Of course. The naval soldier's tone became somewhat smug. These are top secret materials that Major Hammer brought from the naval headquarters. You can't buy them anywhere else. It's only because Major Hammer is about to be reassigned that we're clearing out and selling them. You're making a profit on this trip. Making a profit? Huh. Smoker's voice was laced with danger, and the smoke from the cigar in his mouth suddenly thickened. The naval soldier felt a chill run down his spine under Smoker's gaze and had to force himself to shout, "What are you looking at? If you're not buying, get lost. Otherwise." Smoker's terrifying expression was so daunting that the salesman couldn't finish his threat. Meanwhile, Wallace had quietly hidden in a safe corner, because he could already tell that Smoker's weapon was itching for action. Just as Smoker was about to explode completely, a loud voice rang out from the warehouse. "Everyone, attention! I am Lieutenant Charles, the garrison officer from the Rotown Naval Base." The many pirates busy purchasing illegal goods instantly fell silent and turned to look at Lieutenant Charles, who had appeared before them. Smoker also turned to look and saw a naval officer in uniform, draped in a justice cloak, standing in front of a crowd of East Sea pirates, looking quite presentable. His eyes, filled with killing intent, quickly shifted focus. Everyone here is an ambitious individual ready to challenge the Grand Line. Lieutenant Charles casually glanced over the pirates and said in a deep voice, "You should all be aware of the policies of our Rotown base, right?" "Yes, yes." Many pirates nodded in agreement. However, this time, the purchase price for the pass to the Grand Line has been slightly increased. Lieutenant Charles said, without changing his expression, each pirate group, 5 million berries. As soon as these words were spoken, the pirates became restless. 5 million berries? An impatient pirate questioned, "Why has it increased so much?" "Because this is the last chance." Charles shot a cold glance at the one who spoke out. "Once the garrison forces in Rotown are replaced, you will no longer have the chance to pass easily as before." "Easily?" The pirate pressed on. 5 million berries for a toll can be called easy. Other pirates nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere grew more chaotic. "Heh," Charles sneered and continued. "Want to bypass our Rotown naval base and head straight to the Grand Line? You are welcome to try. Rotown is a stronghold at the foot of the upside-down mountain, controlling the waterway from the East Sea to the Grand Line, without certain strength. Pirates trying to escape the Navy's watch and break through the Rotown waters are almost like lambs to the slaughter." After hearing Charles' words, most pirates shrank back in cowardice. They didn't want to risk their lives to test the strength of Major Hammer and the Rotown Navy. The pirate who had spoken up found himself in an awkward position, as Charles's threatening gaze remained fixed on him. After a moment of silence, he decided to go all out and shouted to the other pirates, "It's just a bunch of Navy, right? There are so many of us here. Why should we obediently hand over our money to them?" Boom! With a loud crash, the insolent pirate was suddenly stomped down by the quick-moving Charles, creating a human-shaped dent in the solid concrete floor. The pirate immediately spat blood and could no longer utter a word. "Sigh, there are always these hot-headed fools. We conduct business for money. At least we won't take your lives. Why do they have to seek death?" Charles slowly withdrew his foot from the nearly lifeless pirate, filled with disdain and contempt. The garbage of the weakest sea, the East Sea, dares to challenge the Grand Line? Such ignorant ants have no value other than paying tribute to Major Hammer. In the past, for the sake of store reputation, Charles would hold back a bit. Now that he was about to be reassigned with Major Hammer, why would he care about his attitude towards these pirates? "I'm just a lieutenant." Charles's voice was filled with pressure. "I think no one wants to force Major Hammer to take action personally, right?" The group of pirates lowered their heads. "So?" Charles's expression remained as cold as ice. Is there anyone who doesn't want to buy a navigation permit? The pirates remained silent. There is. An angry voice rang out from behind the crowd. The pirates turned around and instinctively made way for the man. Smoker clenched his 10 hands tightly, with his cigar emitting hot smoke, and walked out from among the pirates. Good, good. Charles laughed in anger. Since you want money but not your life, then don't blame me. I will act according to the law. The air on the scene immediately filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, and a great battle was about to break out. At this moment, another Marine rushed over. Lieutenant Charles, Major Hammer has urgent business with you. He's not far outside. Please hurry over. Charles was slightly taken aback, then shot a fierce glare at Smoker. You wait for me. I will be back soon. After saying that, Charles turned and left the warehouse. About a minute later, Charles quickly returned to the warehouse. His expression had turned quite ugly, no longer the relaxed demeanor he had before. What? Smoker, filled with anger, said, Are you going to act according to the law against me? No. The momentum diminished significantly as Charles carefully looked at Smoker. A biker jacket, exposed muscles, silver hair and a buzz cut, a large cigar. This was definitely a rebellious pirate, the kind that could even kill Marines when enraged. Since you are unwilling to pay, I have a business proposal. I wonder if you dare to accept it? Charles glanced around and then focused his gaze back on Smoker. Not only do you not have to pay, but there's also a reward of 30 million berries. What business? The pirates were immediately stirred by the number 30 million. Their greed awakened. Smoker, on the other hand, tightly gripped his 10 hands, ready to strike this Marine scum at any moment. Kill the Marines. Charles's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness in a while. Go help us ambush a squad of Marines. Go ambush a squad of Marines? Smoker's expression immediately became quite interesting. After a moment of hesitation, he replied in a deep voice, I'll take this business. After spending quite some time landing, Dasky led 30 elite Marines from Smoker's unit, marching straight from the dock to the Roachtown Marine Base. Garen and Nami also closely followed Dasky, acting as if they were the leaders of this Marine squad from a distance. The Marine soldiers had no objections to this. After all, Garen was a justice partner who could laugh and talk with Vice Admiral Karp and was a highly respected senior of their superior, Sergeant Dasky. The Marines marched quickly, and along the way, no one dared to block the path of this elite Marine group. Garen and his group quickly advanced to the front of the Roachtown Marine Base. Before arriving, Dasky had thought that this place had been turned into a battlefield by the enraged Smoker, but now she saw. The Roachtown Marines had lined up in 2 neat rows facing each other in front of the base, creating an impressive welcoming stance. In front of this group of Marines stood a middle-aged naval officer draped in a justice cloak, none other than Major Hammer, who was in charge of the Roachtown Marine. He wore a friendly and harmless smile, with a hint of flattery in his expression. You must be the soldiers from the Marine headquarters here to take over the defense at Roachtown. Major Hammer casually glanced at the group of headquarters Marines before his gaze landed on Garen, who was wearing a white uniform jacket. He slowly walked in front of Garen and politely saluted. I am Major Hammer, the current commander of the Roachtown Marine Base. Dasky found it a bit strange and had to respond from the side. I am Sergeant Dasky from the Marine headquarters. We are subordinates of Colonel Smoker from the Marine headquarters. Hammer looked at Dasky in response. A quiet little girl with neatly styled short hair and a pair of old-fashioned square glasses. She didn't seem to have the aura of a Marine officer at all. Hammer felt slightly condescending towards her, but still pretended to be polite and nodded in response. Then, the scene fell into an awkward silence. Dasky was secretly pondering the whereabouts of Colonel Smoker, while Hammer was waiting for the Smoker in front of him to respond. However, Garen had no intention of stepping forward to engage in pleasantries with Major Hammer. Hammer looked at Garen's expressionless face and couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation in his heart. This guy is so unyielding. It seems that this Smoker has indeed seen through the issues in Roachtown and doesn't even want to engage in superficial pleasantries. In this case, if I'm not careful, both sides might directly break into a fight. Major Hammer had no confidence in defeating the natural-type headquarters colonel in a head-on battle. He had to work hard to cultivate his emotions, putting on an overly enthusiastic and flattering smile. Colonel Smoker, I apologize for not welcoming you properly and for the lack of hospitality. Saying this, Major Hammer slightly bent forward in a somewhat servile manner towards Garen and extended his hand to greet Smoker. Garen was taken aback. Dasky and the other Marine soldiers also displayed strange expressions. Major Hammer's outstretched hand awkwardly hung in the air, along with his flattering smile frozen on his face. His heart suddenly became even more anxious. This Smoker is really not giving me face. No, I must get him to sit down at the negotiation table. Otherwise, I won't even have the hope of resisting. Dasky was about to speak to clarify things and ask about the whereabouts of the real Smoker. Major Hammer's smile became even more gentle. He didn't feel angry about Smoker's rudeness. Instead, he lowered his posture as if he were a servant. Lord Smoker, if there are any issues, let's go inside and talk. Major Hammer was sweating profusely but gritted his teeth and insisted. I have prepared a few gifts for you. I hope you will graciously take a look. This was already an open and blatant bribe. However, Major Hammer, pushed to the edge by Smoker's continuous cold treatment, could only resort to the most clumsy method, gifts. But it was not the Smoker in Hammer's mind who spoke, but a beautiful orange-haired girl beside Smoker. Excitement sparkled in her eyes. Nami had changed into the ordinary white shirt uniform of the Marine soldiers on the warship. Compared to Dashki, who is dressed in a standard uniform, she looks even more like a Navy officer. However, the commanding officer, Smoker, did not speak, and it was quite unreasonable for a female Navy soldier to interrupt so disrespectfully. Hammer felt a bit puzzled, but could only subtly reply to Nami, "That's right. It was indeed a tough journey for everyone coming from afar, so I specially prepared some small gifts for Colonel Smoker to welcome you." Hammer quietly glanced at Smoker again and said softly, "Lord Smoker, please don't worry. These are just some local specialties I collected from the East Blue. Nothing much, nothing much." Garen still couldn't react. He wasn't ready to play the role of a Navy colonel. Garen's indifferent reaction left Major Hammer at a loss, and he felt suffocated by the tense atmosphere. Fortunately, an angelic girl with orange hair came to Major Hammer's rescue. Nami walked over with a bright smile and casually patted Colonel Smoker's shoulder, saying, "Colonel Smoker, since someone is being so kind, we should not let them down." The corners of Garen's mouth twitched slightly, and he helplessly glanced at Nami. He could see that the little thief's amber-colored eyes were shining brightly like LED lights, sparkling with dazzling golden light. "Hey!" Dashki approached with a look of astonishment, questioning, "What do you want to do?" Nami, however, looked deeply at Dashki and said pointedly, "I understand your thoughts, but these issues can only be resolved after we go inside. Let's leave the matters here to me and Colonel Smoker." Major Hammer immediately understood the current situation. The orange-haired girl, with a playful demeanor in front of him, was probably Colonel Smoker's true confidant. Meanwhile, the quiet girl with glasses seemed somewhat rigid and probably hadn't been well trained by Smoker yet. "Damn you, Smoker!" Hammer silently cursed in his heart, putting on a cold face and acting aloof while letting your subordinates do all the dirty work. However, a more flattering smile broke out on his face. "This lady is right. If there are any issues, let's go inside and discuss them slowly." Dashki remained silent, her eyes flashing with complex meanings, clearly assessing the situation. The group of Navy soldiers behind her also wisely refrained from speaking up. After the real Colonel Smoker set off early and went silent, this Navy base probably had significant issues. Rushing in could lead to soldiers facing an unmanageable crisis. It was a good idea to let the powerful one-sword hero Garen go in first to scout the situation. "All right then." Dashki's expression stiffened as she seriously said to Nami, "Let's wait outside for now. You two go in and have a good talk with Major Hammer." "Sure." Nami's smile became even more charming. She unceremoniously walked over to Garen's side and gently hooked her arm through his. "Colonel Smoker, let's go." Garen had not fully settled into the role when Nami impatiently tugged on his arm toward the base's entrance. Fine. Garen could only be led into the Navy base by Nami, playing the role of Colonel Smoker. The intimate and improper behavior between Nami and Colonel Smoker left Major Hammer quite shocked. While maintaining a flattering smile, he quietly asked, "May I ask, who are you, ma'am?" "Me?" Nami was not at all shy and casually fabricated an identity for herself. "I am Colonel Smoker's aide." "I see." Major Hammer responded while inwardly sneering. "An aide? You, a base-level sailor in the lowest grade white uniform, can become the aide of a colonel?" However, looking at Colonel Smoker's demeanor, he seemed to have a caring and submissive attitude towards this beautiful soldier. Major Hammer suddenly realized both of Smoker's aides were charming young women, one quiet and gentle, the other lively and playful. They had no aura of elite Navy soldiers at all, and all their attributes were focused on feminine charm. This was hardly an aide. It was simply, unexpectedly, "You are such a smoker." Thankfully, as long as a person is greedy for wealth and lust, they are not hard to deal with. Major Hammer felt much more relaxed in his heart and secretly sighed. The colonel really knows how to play. Walking through the corridor of the Navy base, Garen silently brewed his emotions and contemplated his role. He naturally understood Nami's intentions. When Major Hammer, all smiles, invited Garen and Nami into a beautifully decorated conference room, Garen's face had already taken on a somewhat aloof and cold demeanor. "Colonel Smoker, please take a seat." Major Hammer, with a smile, walked to the rectangular conference table and personally placed a main chair for Garen. Garen nodded slightly without changing his expression and unceremoniously sat in the main seat, exhibiting a rather arrogant attitude. Major Hammer was not angry, but instead walked to Garen's left side to prepare a chair for Nami, humbly inviting her to sit. He had already seen through Nami's other identity as a low-level sailor, so he naturally treated her with greater respect. Nami also performed quite well. Acting was her lifeline. She walked slowly to sit beside Garen without looking sideways, lazily shifting in the comfortable leather chair, appearing relaxed and at ease. Entirely devoid of the awkwardness a low-level sailor would feel in front of a superior. Such performance further validated Major Hammer's previous speculation, prompting him to adopt an even more respectful attitude. Once both were seated, Major Hammer directly took out an exquisite small leather case and respectfully placed it on the table in front of Nami and Garen. Knowing what kind of person Smoker truly was, Major Hammer decided to skip the pleasantries and said straightforwardly, "Colonel Smoker, this is a local specialty I prepare to welcome you. I hope you'll accept it." Garen remained unmoved, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Major Hammer silently cursed but showed no sign of it on his face. Nami slowly extended her hand, gently opened the bulging small case. As it popped open, neatly stacked berries came into view. Nami roughly estimated that this case contained about 10 million berries in brand new cash. In the past, Miss Nami would probably have rushed to this pile of cash, eyes shining with greed. However, at this moment, she appeared very indifferent. She glanced at the money for a moment, then calmly closed the case again and said pointedly, "We appreciate Major Hammer's kindness. However, let's first discuss the security matters regarding Rogue Town." Nami said it with her mouth, but she had already quietly moved the little leather shoe a considerable distance closer to her. In the end, Nami simply took the box of money off the table and placed it beside her chair. Ahem. Garen coughed twice and put on a businesslike expression to cooperate with Nami's performance. "Major Hammer, as the base commander of the Rogue Town Navy, you have the responsibility to protect the territory and the people, to eradicate bandits and control the East China Sea. However, upon my visit today, I see those pests flaunting themselves in Rogue Town. How rampant they are." Garen's gaze sharpened, his face filled with righteousness. "What is going on? Can you explain this?" Major Hammer's heart sank. He could tell that the other party was trying to take advantage of him. "I apologize. Due to the recent transfer of defense duties, my subordinates have caused some unavoidable lapses in law enforcement." Hammer casually defended himself. His reasoning was insincere, and even a ghost wouldn't believe it. But Hammer knew that what Smoker truly wanted was this. Another exquisitely crafted wooden box was gently placed on the table by Major Hammer. The previous one was just local specialties. Major Hammer smiled and said, "I've also prepared some inexpensive little crafts for Colonel Smoker." Garen still looked displeased, but Nami had already shown a beaming smile that made Major Hammer feel reassured. Nami reached out again to bring the little wooden box in front of her, then unceremoniously opened it in front of Hammer. As the box cracked open, a dazzling golden light flashed into Miss Nami's eyes. Jewelry, jade, and gold coins were piled together, shimmering with brilliance. Nami casually picked out a pigeon egg-sized sapphire ring, admired it briefly under the bright conference room lights, and instantly revealed a highly satisfied smile. There were so many items in the box that even professional thieves would find it difficult to appraise the value of the treasure at first glance. But it was certain that the value of this box of jewelry and gold coins far exceeded that of the 10 million berries in cash. Even Major Hammer, who had maintained a calm expression, couldn't help but show a hint of pain when he saw Nami playing with the box of jewels. "Very good." While secretly cradling the box in her arms, Nami smiled at Hammer and said, "Major Hammer, you truly are a diligent and loyal official. It seems the bad rumors about you in Rogue Town are all baseless." Major Hammer's forehead suddenly bulged with two veins. This little girl didn't change her tune after taking the money. Instead, she revealed more of his dark secrets right in front of him. Clearly, she was being greedy and wanted to extract more benefits from him. However, Nami completely ignored Hammer's ugly expression and continued to hint. "These local specialties are nice, but they are indeed a bit eye-catching. Keeping these things around could easily affect Colonel Smoker's reputation for integrity. I wonder if Major Hammer has any more low-key collections?" This was no longer a hint. It was a blatant demand for a bribe. Moreover, Nami even clearly described the form of the requested items. Compared to cash, jewelry was more low-key, and naturally, bank checks fit the bill. To appease the formidable smoker, Hammer had indeed prepared various small gifts, including checks. Major Hammer's expression darkened even further, and his demeanor lost the previous calmness. You still want to use my weaknesses to extort money? Hammer's anger turned into a bitter smile in his heart. Good. I'll let you have the money, but not the chance to spend it. So without saying a word, Hammer took out a prepared East China Sea Bank note from his pocket and gloomily placed it on the table. This note was different from an ordinary check. It had no recipient or payer information, only an anti-counterfeit mark and an amount, which could be exchanged for cash at the bank. These hard-to-trace, easily portable notes were specially designed by banks for pirates, corrupt officials, criminal organizations, and other special clients in situations where the government was unable to regulate. Nami unceremoniously took the note in front of her, quickly fixing her gaze. 50 million berries. Even with Nami's acting skills, she couldn't help but fall into a momentary silence due to this shocking figure. The money came too quickly and too easily, making the little thief Nami find it hard to accept. She had only been by Garen's side for 3 days and had already achieved a small goal that she had struggled to gather for many years. Major Hammer was indeed a pillar of the military. Nami smiled happily, tightly clutching the check in her hand. After all, this was ill-gotten money. Carrying a box of cash and a box of jewels was indeed too conspicuous. If luck was not on her side and Smoker confiscated them afterwards, it would be a loss. So, Nami deliberately put on a greedy facade to extort this discreet yet valuable note from Major Hammer. I wonder if Colonel Smoker is satisfied with my work. Major Hammer held back an ugly smile and moved closer to Garen. Ha ha! Garen laughed heartily. Satisfied. Very satisfied. I am indeed very pleased with Major Hammer's selfless dedication. However, it was time for things to take a turn. Garen silently prepared himself and planned to take the opportunity to strike. Before making a move, Garen glanced at Major Hammer with ill intentions. But his gaze inadvertently landed on the luxurious watch on Hammer's wrist, sparkling with diamond glimmers. Ah, if you're going to kill the pig, you should first shave it clean. So, Garen jokingly said, Major Hammer, as a clean and dedicated military officer, isn't wearing such an expensive watch a bit inappropriate? If the people of Rogtown see this, it might tarnish our Navy's good image of justice. Yes, yes. Hammer nodded and bowed, moving even closer to Garen, and very thoughtfully pretended to take off the watch from his wrist. Colonel Smoker is right. I'll change it immediately. Just as Hammer pretended to bow and hand over the watch, a small revolver silently slipped from his sleeve and was tightly gripped in his palm. A gunshot rang out. The sea-stone bullet flew out from the flash of fire, hitting Garen's chest at close range with a loud bang. Garen fell to the ground. Damn it! Hammer excitedly waved the revolver in his hand, furiously cursing. You want to take even a watch? You're greedier than I am. Ha ha ha. Major Hammer laughed to the heavens, releasing the pin-up emotions at that moment. If you had taken the money and kept your mouth shut, it would have been fine. I didn't expect you to be so greedy, simply seeking your own death. The smile on Hammer's face gradually twisted from delight to a grimace. Don't worry. I've long prepared the scapegoat for your demise. The Rogtown pirates launch a rebellion. Colonel Smoker dies in duty. How's that for a news headline? Ha ha. I'll personally kill that pirate to avenge you. Colonel Smoker. Nami, however, said with a strange expression. Are you crazy? Killing even a colonel from headquarters? Do you think the Navy won't figure out the oddities? Ha! Hammer laughed even more sinisterly. So what if they find out? By then, I've already moved my assets and escaped. Truly, people die for money, birds die for food. A cold voice echoed in Hammer's ear. At this point, you're still thinking about moving your assets before fleeing? Huh? Hammer sensed something was off. Suddenly, a gleaming golden sword came crashing toward him. Major Hammer, after all, was an elite officer from the Navy headquarters training camp. Years of being stationed in Rogtown had not let him slack off in training. Instead, it had made this unruly man even stronger through anger and repression. In an instant, he reacted, arms instinctively guarding his face, and jumped back with a push of his feet. But it was completely ineffective. The sword's blade still struck Hammer, leaving 2 deep gashes on the arm he had raised to protect himself. Hammer staggered back several steps, and only after regaining his footing did he finally see the identity of the attacker. His expression instantly turned to shock and terror. He saw that the smoker, whom he had shot down, had somehow stood up, donning a set of magnificent armor and gripping a broad sword tightly in his hand. How could he have shot him and still equipped him with gear? How is this possible? Hammer said in disbelief. I clearly shot you with a sea-stone bullet. Indeed, it hurt a lot. Garen chuckled lightly, still showing signs of pain on his face. He had just been in a normal physical state, but had genuinely felt the pain of the gunshot. However, almost at the same time, his data form was automatically triggered by the external damage. You. Hammer's gaze sharpened, finally realizing something was wrong. You are not Smoker at all. Ha! Garen couldn't help but show a mocking smile. I never said I was. Thank you so much for your generosity, Major Hammer. Bastard. Hammer trembled with anger, almost grinding his teeth to pieces. He reached under the conference table and pulled out a long knife that he had prepared. Die for me. Shave. Although his talent wasn't exceptional, Hammer, as a Navy officer, had still mastered the basics of the Navy's 6 styles. Instantly, a terrifying force erupted from his feet, dashing toward Garen like a gust of wind, and finally, he slashed down at Garen's mocking face. Garen remained unfazed, instead growing more confident. After experiencing Karp's shave, Hammer's movement, which could still be captured by his dynamic vision, was hardly intimidating. Garen showed no intention of dodging, merely standing there as Hammer's blade came crashing down. The long knife struck directly into Garen's forehead and continued to slice down under the tremendous force. It looked like a brutal scene of tearing apart a ghost. Despite having seen Garen withstand various shots and remain unharmed, Nami still found it hard to accept such a horrific sight and couldn't help but cover her mouth in a gasp, worried for Garen. Meanwhile, Hammer, holding the long knife, had already noticed something was off. He had buried the blade in the opponent's forehead, yet the other party didn't even bleed. But it was too late. An illusory figure suddenly materialized from a transparent state, swinging a sword at Hammer's back. Caught off guard, Hammer was sent flying several meters away by Garen's sword, crashing through the wall of the conference room. Bricks and debris were scattered everywhere, and Major Hammer's meticulous appearance was now covered in dust. However, it wasn't long before Hammer stood up steadily from the rubble. Although he had injuries on his arms and back, his breath was already steady, and his gaze grew sharper. People in this world were all tenacious, and those who specialized in physical skills were like they had activated an invincibility cheat. What a hassle. Garen sighed lightly. It seems I'll have to fight a war of attrition. Hammer, an elite from the training camp with years of battle experience, despite only holding the rank of major, was not lacking in physical prowess compared to Colonel Smoker, who relied heavily on his fruit abilities. Although Garen claimed to be evenly matched with Karp, even his glorious feat of defeating Smoker was achieved through clever tricks. If Smoker were to take Garen's tricks seriously, he wouldn't lose to Garen, who had only reached level 4, based solely on physical strength. Kid, Hammer had seen through Garen's true strength. You dare to deceive me at this level. Garen, however, said nothing and charged at Hammer with his sword. In a fit of rage, Hammer gripped his long knife and slashed at this treacherous guy in front of him. At first, Garen could occasionally gain the upper hand thanks to his inevitable attribute, but as soon as Hammer realized something was wrong, he began to meet Garen's sword strikes with his own knife. With his absolute advantage in strength, Hammer was not afraid to block Garen's attacks head-on. Instead, he often managed to take advantage of Garen's spent momentum to strike back. Garen then experienced the frustration of being completely suppressed by a high-level physical fighter. The Judgment Big Top couldn't catch up due to its slow speed, and the inevitable normal attacks were blocked head-on by Hammer's brute force, leaving only the unpredictable True and False Monkey King to threaten Hammer. However, this invisibility skill had a cooldown of over 10 seconds, and the low frequency combined with insufficient damage meant Garen could only grit his teeth and engage in a war of attrition with Hammer. After a fierce battle, Garen's health had already dropped by more than half. Wait! Garen blocked Hammer's incoming strike with a sword and retreated several steps before speaking solemnly. You are a Navy major with a decent rank. Why do you choose to degrade yourself like this? Hammer scrutinized Garen, secretly astonished. He had already shown signs of exhaustion, with several bleeding wounds on his body, just barely maintaining his advantage due to his own strength, while the opponent, clearly weaker than himself, still appeared energetic and unscathed after the fierce battle. Shocked by this strange phenomenon, Hammer dared not act recklessly and could only follow Garen's lead to temporarily cease fighting, using the opportunity to recover his strength and think of a countermeasure. A decent rank? Degrading oneself? Hammer cooperatively engaged in a verbal battle with Garen. Do you know how long I've been wearing this major rank? Hammer pointed at his graying hair, indignantly saying, 10 years. It's been 10 years. Not only have I not been promoted, but I've also been sent to this rural place called Rog Town to guard the gate, just because I lack a fruit ability and don't have a general as a mentor. You, Garen said in a deep voice again. You have clearly been promoted by the Navy headquarters due to your excellent performance. The headquarters trust you so much, Yet you continue to engage in corruption and violate justice. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Promotion? Hammer scoffed disdainfully. Young man, are you really that naive or just pretending to be foolish? They promote me to lieutenant colonel and then assign me to the training camp in the West Sea branch? Who doesn't know that the training camp is just a clean office for retirement? Do you think such a clumsy tactic can fool me? The more Hammer spoke, the more agitated he became, clearly feeling a bit of genuine emotion. The Navy headquarters ignores me like this. What is wrong with me making some money here and saving a little for my later years? Garen fell silent for a moment, then took on an indignant appearance and reprimanded. You still have the audacity to be so rational. Do you think you are worthy of the word justice behind you? Ha ha ha. Hammer laughed unabashedly. You are still too young, too naive. Justice? Hammer's facial muscles twisted in an exaggerated emotional outburst, and he spat dismissively. What justice, what fairness, what law? To put it bluntly, it's just about robbing money more attractively. Hammer waved the long knife in his hand excitedly and angrily said, I was selected for the training camp at 16, graduated and went to war at 18. Which country in the Grand Line haven't I been to? Garen hadn't finished his sentence when Hammer's great sword suddenly slashed toward him. Garen held the sword of justice, his face filled with righteous indignation. Sorry. Blood filled up. Let's talk next time. At the Rogtown Navy Base warehouse, 10 million berries in cash were neatly stacked in front of a group of pirates, forming the most enticing rectangular prism. Besides Captain Smoker of the White Smoke Pirates, a dozen or so East Blue pirates, either confident in their strength or intoxicated by greed, also took on the task of ambushing the Navy detachment. They were gathered around the pile of berries, greed and violence written all over their faces. This is a deposit. The remaining 20 million berries will be paid to you once the job is done, Lieutenant Charles said gently, though deep in his eyes hid a strong disdain and ruthlessness. Wait, ambushing the Navy is no small matter. A pirate with a sinister smile began to haggle with Charles. With so many of us here, 30 million berries seems a bit insufficient, doesn't it? No problem. Charles's expression remained unchanged as he unhesitatingly issued a blank check to the pirates. After the job is done, Major Hammer will give each person an additional 5 million as a commission. As for this 30 million, consider it your extra bonus. With a few words from Charles, the pirates' pay suddenly skyrocketed several times. Ha ha ha. The pirates laughed heartily. Good. We'll take care of those Navy heads. Smoker silently smoked, not saying a word. But the anger and suppressed emotions in his heart continued to ferment with the quickly burning cigar and the increasingly thick smoke. Lieutenant Charles's mouth also quietly curled into a cold smile. He never intended for these pirates to get their hands on that money. These scum of the weakest sea were merely scapegoats prepared for Major Hammer. Once Hammer's assassination plan succeeded, Charles would hoodwink this group of weaklings into stepping onto the execution ground. Amidst the uproarious laughter of the pirates, another discordant voice emerged. So how should we divide this 30 million extra bounty among so many of us? The atmosphere turned bizarre again, as the dozen pirates looked at each other, each with greedy and unsatisfied expressions. I have the highest bounty here. A 3-meter-tall man wielding a large axe said bluntly. Of course I should get more. He. Another pirate with a doughy body and thin legs sneered. Having a high bounty doesn't necessarily mean you're strong. A group of pirates began to quarrel over the distribution of the 30 million bounty, and the warehouse, which had just quieted down, was soon filled with noise again. Smoker naturally paid no attention to this greedy and reckless human trash. Until, everyone, a pirate with a sinister smile, suddenly spoke up. I think this 30 million bounty will be better divided like this. Whoever kills more Navy men gets more money. Good. The pirate's eyes lit up, and someone chimed in. Let's count the Navy heads for money. Whoever kills more they. Before the sentence could finish, the grotesque smile was completely frozen on his face. As he had collapsed to the ground like a dead pig, Smoker casually swung his hands, causing a pool of fresh blood to splatter on the ground. You, what do you want to do? Another pirate pointed at Smoker in fear. Smoker completely ignored him, casually exhaling a thick smoke ring. His gloomy and stern face, shrouded in the mist, looked terrifying like a demon. The sound of air slicing through the warehouse echoed again, stirring waves of howling echoes. The pirate who suggested counting the Navy heads for money was knocked down by Smoker with a scream. Smoker slowly withdrew his blood-stained hands and coldly glanced at the other pirates. That guy wanted to kill us and take all the money. A pirate shouted in fear. Everyone, don't just sit there. The remaining dozen pirates swallowed nervously and exchanged glances, finally mustering their courage to stand before Smoker with their weapons. This sudden outbreak of violence left Lieutenant Charles somewhat stunned. But Smoker showed no hesitation. The black and white were reversed, justice was trampled, and demons roamed freely. Smoker had long been enraged by this twisted reality. He did not use his devil fruit abilities, but instead utilized the most instinctive and exhilarating way of humans, charging at the group of pirates with his physical strength. Those self-righteous pirates were no match for Smoker, even though he hadn't even used his trump card yet. Before long, the rowdy pirates shouting about exchanging Navy heads for money became incapacitated and moaning on the ground, each drenched in large patches of bright red blood. Smoker stood in the middle of this blood-soaked scene and turned to glance at Lieutenant Charles. Charles's expression instantly turned very ugly, based on the performance just now. This little-known captain of the White Smoke Pirates was actually far stronger than him. He had originally intended to find some weak pirates to be scapegoats for murdering the colonel of the headquarters, but unexpectedly encountered a genuine tough opponent. Seeing Smoker's eyes filled with crimson veins, Charles' attitude immediately softened. Brother, all those pirates' bounties, I'll give them all to you. However, Smoker remained unmoved, seemingly addicted to killing and unwilling to stop. Charles was instantly terrified. At that moment, a messenger rushed in, disregarding the bloody and terrifying atmosphere, and said to Charles, "Lieutenant, there's a fight breaking out in the conference room. Major Hammer requests you to bring people over for support." Smoker was slightly taken aback, and the murderous intent in his eyes immediately diminished. What? Charles' face instantly darkened like water, feeling even more anxious than when Smoker was staring him down. The key condition for their self-preservation plan was that Major Hammer could successfully assassinate Colonel Smoker while the enemy was careless. The fact that Major Hammer was fighting Smoker indicated that the assassination plan had completely failed. Then, what they had to face was an enraged Logia fruit user, a colonel of the Navy. This is bad. Charles gritted his teeth, instinctively wanting to flee. But Major Hammer's control over his core subordinates was always tight and terrifying, essentially creating a situation where they shared both glory and loss. Property, family, evidence. The chips in Major Hammer's hands were far too many, and after hesitating for a long time, Charles still didn't have the courage to defy Hammer's orders and escape alone. Charles secretly comforted himself. Since Major Hammer could still fight Smoker, it meant that Smoker must have been injured during the assassination attempt. Otherwise, with the invincible nature of Logia, Hammer wouldn't have the energy to send someone for support. In this way, there was still a chance for their side to turn the tables. After pondering for a moment, Charles finally made up his mind. He clenched his teeth and began to organize his weapons. Finally, Charles suddenly thought of something, and turned to the powerful, bloody, violent, and unruly great pirate and said, "Come with me. Let's kill that colonel together. You can take as much money as you want afterward." Major Hammer's situation was very awkward, just like Steel Knife back then. He was fully suppressing Garen's strength, which only delayed this awkwardness. The wounds on his body were continuously bleeding, his stamina was constantly being consumed, and sweat had quietly soaked his clothes. This was Hammer's first time in such a marathon-style battle. Meanwhile, his opponent in the race remained unscathed and full of energy. Hammer really wanted to escape, but it was too late. His exhausted stamina could not support him to use high-speed movement techniques like Suru, and his slightly weakened legs could not outrun that strange guy who could suddenly accelerate. At this point, the always self-important Hammer finally remembered to use the lives of his subordinates to exhaust the enemy. However, the average corrupt sailors were too weak to withstand Garen's sword edge. Meanwhile, Dasky, who had been waiting for news, also heard the sounds of fierce fighting in the base and led her subordinates to rush in from outside, restraining most of the troops under Major Hammer's command. Hammer could only endure while secretly hoping for his capable lieutenant, Charles, to come to his aid. Deadly strike. Garen raised the shining great sword for what felt like the umpteenth time and struck down on Hammer. A familiar sound of metal clashing rang out as Garen's blade was barely blocked by Hammer. However, Hammer's hands, which were used to block Garen's great sword, were already trembling uncontrollably, and the muscles in his arms were painfully sore. "Major Hammer, I'm here to support you." Lieutenant Charles' voice suddenly sounded from his side. "I also brought a powerful pirate to help." Hammer immediately breathed a sigh of relief. More help? Garen's heart sank. He had only been able to entangle Major Hammer by relying on his database body and healing passives. He had painstakingly worn down Hammer's stamina, and he couldn't afford to have another powerful helper appear. So, Garen looked over with some worry. Garen's expression suddenly became quite strange. "Your helper really is powerful, brother." Charles forced out a flattering, ugly smile and said to the great pirate beside him, The Navy headquarters guys are right here, and as a pirate, you can't avoid their targeting. He had completely lost the arrogance he had when facing the weak pirates of the East Sea and began to talk about mutual benefit. Smoker did not respond, only slowly casting a complex gaze that was difficult for others to read at Major Hammer not far away. Major Hammer also took a moment to assess the helper Charles had brought. The villain stood 8 feet tall, with strong muscles like a white bear, sharp eagle-like eyes, silver-white short hair like a steel brush, a fierce appearance like a hungry tiger, 2 large, smoking cigars in his mouth, and a long black iron weapon in hand, making him a fierce and terrifying great pirate. Good. Major Hammer was overjoyed and immediately tried to win over this great pirate. Brother, help me kill that evil little guy, and I can give you whatever reward you want. Smoker still did not speak, only silently raising the solid and heavy weapon in his hand, looking ready to assist. Charles beside him relaxed his expression and focused on Garen, who was confronting Hammer, adopting a stance of united effort against the rebel. Bang! A righteous blow struck heavily on Charles' head. Before Lieutenant Charles could react to who had attacked him from behind, he collapsed to the ground, half dead under Smoker's powerful strike. You? Major Hammer looked at Smoker in fear and confusion, his expression quite remarkable. Garen, however, looked relaxed and casually planted his great sword in the ground, finally adopting a stance of watching a show while silently recovering. You've really shown me. Smoker finally broke the silence, speaking in a deep voice. You garbage. As soon as he finished speaking, smoke began to rise from Smoker's body. His tall and sturdy figure instantly transformed into a swirling cloud of white smoke, which then rushed towards Major Hammer. Hammer had already been fighting Garen for a long time and was at the end of his strength. Faced with Smoker's full-force attack, Hammer had no power to resist. In just one encounter, he was bound by the smoke that Smoker had transformed into. Smoker then solidified the upper half of his body from the smoke state, finally using his weapon to firmly lock Hammer's neck, ruthlessly pressing Hammer's head to the ground. You. With no way to escape, Hammer gritted his teeth and said, filled with reluctance, You are Smoker. That's right. Smoker said coldly, I'm the Smoker you want to kill. Damn it. Damn it. Major Hammer struggled to adjust his difficult position of rubbing his face on the floor, and indignantly muttered to himself, If only I had a few more days, I could make a clean getaway. Still thinking about escaping? Smoker exhaled a large cloud of smoke and coldly said, You're dead today. With that, Smoker completely reverted to his human form and stomped down hard on Major Hammer's back, pinning him to the ground and slowly raised his heavy jutty. Wait, Major Hammer said, calming himself down, You can't kill me. Smoker's movements paused. I've already been captured by you. You can't kill me. I'm a Navy officer, and any crimes I've committed should be judged by Navy military law. You have no right to sentence me to death. Perhaps because there was too much food in Impel Down that couldn't be consumed. They needed to throw in a few more buckets of rice. In this world, pirates captured by the Navy are not necessarily executed on the spot. For corrupt officers within their ranks, the Navy has a different set of procedures for handling them, without explicit orders from higher-ups in the Navy or the world government. Very few people in the Navy, aside from Akainu, have the habit of executing captured criminals on the spot. A handful of iron-blooded commanders have even been labeled as cold-blooded murderers. Major Hammer's voice grew sharper and higher, almost shouting with all his might at Smoker. Smoker, if you consider yourself, you shouldn't violate Navy regulations. Smoker's expression darkened considerably, and the jutty in his hand trembled slightly. Silence ensued. After a moment, Smoker slowly relaxed his grip on his weapon. In that instant, his other hand transformed into several snake-like tendrils of smoke, tightly binding Major Hammer, who was pinned to the ground, with the white smoke constricting him. Major Hammer actually revealed a relaxed and relieved expression, because he knew that his life was saved. At least for now. Smoker, you really aren't going to kill this guy? Garen stepped forward with his greatsword, looking shocked. He had been waiting with his sword at the ready, prepared to deal the final blow and earn some experience. Yet, Smoker had put down his weapon. Smoker took a deep puff of his cigarette, his tone somewhat strained as he said, This is the Navy's rule. Corrupt personnel, once captured, must be sent to the military court at headquarters for sentencing. Garen fell silent, glancing somewhat gloomily at the bound Major Hammer. This guy seemed to have received some kind of immunity, completely free of fear of death. Smoker noticed Garen's dissatisfaction, and he himself was equally displeased. This dissatisfaction made Smoker feel very irritable and suppressed. However, as a Navy officer, Smoker could only force himself to believe in the Navy's justice. So, Smoker said solemnly, Don't worry. with this guy's crime of murdering a superior. Sending him to the military court will definitely lead to a death sentence. Garen's expression remained quite gloomy. After all, what he wanted was not just a just trial, but also the experience points that came with it. He still did not put down his greatsword. Ha ha! A somewhat mocking laugh echoed in Garen and Smoker's ears, coming from the completely defeated Major Hammer. How ridiculous! Hammer laughed hysterically, tears almost forced from the corners of his eyes by his reckless laughter. You're already a colonel, yet you still haven't realized what so-called justice really is. Death sentence? Hammer pointed at his own fine head, educating Smoker, the Navi Jr., in a tone reminiscent of a life coach. Do you think the money I've saved over the years is worthless? I've long been prepared for this situation. As long as the money is in place, the death sentence can be commuted to life imprisonment. Once I serve a few years in jail and the storm passes, I'll be released for good behavior. Who knows, if I'm lucky, you might see me back on the sea in a few years. Smoker's face darkened immediately. This is what so-called justice is. Hammer laughed even more mockingly. Those plump, brainless superior officers can just stamp a couple of papers at their desks and swallow all the money I've worked hard to earn over the years in one go. Ha! Hammer's words tortured Smoker's ears like a curse. It's so easy to make money under the banner of justice. Smoker clenched his teeth. His eyes filled with flames of anger. What now? Hammer, however, showed no fear. He enjoyed the exhilarating feeling of educating his junior. If you still uphold the Navy's justice, you can't kill me. And if you don't kill me, I might just be able to enjoy life outside, thanks to the Navy's justice. What will you do? Smoker trembled with rage, his brow furrowed with conflict and pain. His emotions were in disarray. Hammer's words were almost like a spell, making it difficult for Smoker to comprehend. Not to mention Smoker, even his teacher Admiral Zephyr couldn't escape this spell. Hammer wanted to say something more, when a greatsword suddenly pressed against his neck. What are you trying to do? Hammer asked in surprise, looking at Garen. Your superior didn't kill me. Huh? Garen innocently pushed the blade of his greatsword a little closer to Hammer's neck and said, Don't get me wrong, I never said I was part of the Navy. Major Hammer's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Major Hammer, you say, as the blade gradually pressed against Hammer's neck. Garen maliciously continued, How about this news headline? Corruption in the station troops of Roadtown. Major Hammer executed for violently resisting law enforcement. Hammer's eyes immediately filled with terror and panic, and he cast a pleading look at Smoker. Smoker remained silent. After a few breaths, he turned away with a gloomy face. So this is why I didn't want to be in the Navy, because... Garen sighed softly and with a single stroke. He brought down the sword. Let scum like you live. Major Hammer's head rolled to the ground. All his valuable life experiences turned into Garen's experience points for leveling up. Smoker, however, still made no move. He simply stood with his back to Garen, quietly smoking. The cigar in Smoker's mouth quickly burned down to just a stub under his heavy breathing. But for the first time, he did not take out another cigarette to continue. The lingering cigar smoke gradually dissipated, and the fresh air without secondhand smoke was something Garen found somewhat unaccustomed to. Smoker. Garen walked over and gently patted Smoker's shoulder. Don't let that kind of guy's words affect you. Clearly twisted beyond recognition, yet still shamelessly trying to impart life experiences to his juniors. If the sea were full of such smart people, this world would truly be doomed. Garen displayed a sincere disgust on his face and said seriously, as a Navy bearing justice, what you need to do is never forget your original intention and remember your mission. I understand. Smoker's tone was very stiff. However, Garen still felt uneasy and continued to ask, Why have you stopped smoking? Smoker gave Garen a strange look and replied, I ran out. Garen, who was addicted to talking, felt his old face flush. Forget I said anything. The problem with people lies in their tendency to be overly instructive. Garen's self-righteous talk had no effect on Smoker, an independent adult with mature values. Even if Garen hadn't stepped in to take action, Smoker's jit would have surely landed on Hammer's head. After all, he was the type of person who would dare to hit his superior when enraged. Major Hammer was decapitated under Garen's great sword, and Lieutenant Charles, who had taken a full blow from Smoker, was now struggling on the edge of the boundary between animal and plant. At this moment, the corrupt garrison in Roadtown was already a leaderless mess. Yet the chaos at the Roadtown base continued, even more grandiose than when Major Hammer was present. The leader's sudden demise did not cause the corrupt Navy to surrender. Instead, it ignited their ferocity to fight for survival. Surrender meant imprisonment. A desperate fight meant the vast ocean outside the base where all scum could enjoy unrestricted freedom. 30 Navy personnel, led by Tashigi, were blocking the entrance of the base, still fiercely engaged in battle with the corrupt Navy who had the numerical advantage. Flames suddenly erupted within the rogue town base, and the sounds of gunfire, shouting, screams, and clashing metal surged like waves, one after another. Smoker spat out the cigarette, but in his mouth, picked up his heavy jit, and transformed into a cloud of smoke, charging into the sky. Garen also wasted no time picking up his great sword and rushed towards the noise. Besides wanting to gain some experience points from the minions, Garen also wanted to take the opportunity to test his new skill. After slaying the formidable Major Hammer, Garen received a substantial amount of experience points, allowing him to level up to 5 in one go. Then came the familiar notification sound from the system: Random Reward Extraction. You have received a random reward, Skill Frenzied Taunt. This skill comes from the game character, the Armored Tortoise, Ramos. However, its effect, like Garen's other skills, is slightly different from that in the game. Taunt a unit, forcing the target to attack you for 2 seconds. The range of use is limited to 30 meters. The description of the original skill is vastly different from what Garen remembered, and he vaguely sensed that the effect of this frenzied taunt might turn out to be quite different in reality. With the intention of experimenting with the skill, Garen quickly made his way to a battlefield where a small-scale skirmish was still ongoing. Several Navy soldiers from the headquarters, following Tashigi, were engaged in a hard-fought battle with the corrupt Navy, completely unaware that a powerful ally had already arrived nearby. This powerful ally did not rush in with his great sword as usual. Instead, he stood by and carefully observed the situation. Garen's gaze wandered and finally locked onto a burly man who was engaged in close combat with a Navy soldier. In his mind, Garen activated Frenzied Taunt and couldn't help but shout at the unfortunate guy, "Hey, you scoundrel, come and attack me." Huh? Everyone present was momentarily stunned. If we consider the skill's effect in the game, that guy should have immediately turned and charged at him. Garen thought to himself. Then a gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck Garen's armor precisely. The burly man, after being taunted by Garen, surprisingly dropped his blade and drew a flintlock pistol from his waist to shoot at Garen from distance. Garen was taken aback and quickly understood the hidden meaning of this skill. It only forced the target to attack him, but did not restrict the opponent's method of attack. Garen couldn't help but feel disappointed. In the game, Ramos' Frenzied Taunt could force opponents to only use basic attacks, compelling fragile mages to come down and engage in unarmed combat with a beefy tank, demonstrating its powerful control. However, it seemed that Garen's Frenzied Taunt was not as effective as he had imagined. Nevertheless, Garen soon changed his perspective on the skill. Before the 2 seconds of Frenzied Taunt had expired, the unfortunate guy, after firing a shot, frantically reloaded his weapon, displaying a fierce determination to attack Garen. However, the Navy soldier who had just been in close combat with him had not left yet. After a brief moment of astonishment, the Navy soldier quickly reacted and slashed at the unfortunate guy. At such close range, the approaching blade seemed to go unnoticed by the unfortunate guy, who was only focused on attacking Garen. Yet, the face of the corrupt Navy was clearly marked with fear and panic, indicating that he was not completely devoid of reason. It seemed as if an absolute presence was manipulating his will, forcing him to find every possible way to attack Garen. The blade struck down from his shoulder, severing a significant portion of his arm, blood splattering everywhere. The corrupt Navy, now missing an arm, let out an uncontrollable scream of pain, his facial muscles contorting grotesquely from the injury. Even so, he stubbornly struggled to attack Garen. It wasn't until the 2 seconds of the skill's duration ended that he collapsed in a pool of blood, his serious injuries causing him to faint instantly. The entire process looked like an extremely thrilling horror movie. As the skill user, Garen himself felt a chill run down his spine. The scene fell into silence. Garen, the headquarters Navy, and the corrupt Navy exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of it. The 12 seconds cooldown for Frenzied Taunt ended unnoticed. Garen silently looked at another enemy minion and mentally chanted, "Frenzied Taunt." The unfortunate guy number 2 froze for a moment and then uncontrollably charged at Garen with a blade. What's happening? He shouted in panic, yet he couldn't control the thought in his mind to attack Garen. It was an extremely contradictory and terrifying experience, knowing the danger and wanting to avoid it. Yet his brain was firmly occupied by a completely different thought. I must find a way to stab him. In order to attack Garen, he abandoned all defense and evasion. The Navy soldier behind him quickly raised his firearm and delivered a bullet to the unfortunate guy. He screamed and fell to the ground. However, even as he lay in a pool of blood, he still struggled to grab a handful of dirt and threw it weakly at Garen. The second person died on the way to attacking Garen. The scene was utterly silent. This bizarre and terrifying method of twisting people's will was simply too eerie. A few seconds later, the remaining enemy soldiers knelt on the ground, crying out, "Spare us! Don't curse us!" Ah! Garen waved his hand at the few Marines. "I'll leave it to you to handle." "Yes, yes." The Navy soldiers hurriedly nodded in agreement. Garen turned to leave, but a familiar voice rang out beside him. How'd you do that?" It was Smoker who spoke. After elementalizing, Smoker quickly cleared out the rebels from various parts of the base. When he finished his sweep and arrived here, he happened to witness such a bizarre scene. This, Garen, caught off guard by Smoker's question, could only push it all onto the non-existent devil fruit. "That's also the ability of my night fruit." "Night fruit?" Smoker questioned with disbelief. "How does this resemble a knight's ability?" The invisibility was already quite sneaky, and this is even more. "Ahem," Garen explained seriously. "As the saying goes, the form of the soldier avoids the real and goes for the false. Invisibility and substitutes are precisely how knights employ military strategy." As for just now, Garen pondered for a moment, finally organizing his words. "The candlelight is silent. The moth comes on its own. They came at me so crazily. Perhaps it's because I'm too outstanding." Smoker's planned defensive shift was evidently much more complicated than the peaceful handover he had envisioned. Cleaning up the remnants, collecting evidence, and reporting back to headquarters. Smoker and Tashiji's tasks suddenly became heavy, making it impossible for them to directly launch an attack on the Dragon territory as planned. According to Tashiji, the bandit extermination plan would have to be postponed for another day, meaning they wouldn't reach Cocoa West Village for about 3 days. Wallace was busy returning to the East Blue Daily newspaper to report and prepare to publish the major news he had recorded over the past 3 days. With the chaotic matters coming to a close, the few familiar faces became busy, while Garen and Nami found themselves with some leisure time. In the unfamiliar rogue town, the only way to pass the time was probably this white suit in the most upscale clothing store in Rogue Town. Garen casually pointed to a suit on the shelf that caught his eye. This suit was handcrafted from alpaca wool imported from the West Sea, designed by the aristocracy of the Goya kingdom. The salesgirl eagerly approached, smiling as she began to promote it. "I'll take 10 sets. Garen's words immediately silenced the salesgirl. "Ha!" The salesgirl's expression turned quite interesting. This is a limited edition. There's only 1 set." "Oh," Garen casually replied. "Then pack up all the clothes that look similar to this suit in the store." As a protagonist, how could he not have a wardrobe full of the same style of clothes as a backup? The salesgirl was still a bit taken aback. "Aren't you going to ask about the price?" "Ahem." Nami, closely following Garen, stepped forward with a charming smile and gently unzipped the large canvas bag she was holding in front of the salesgirl. This canvas bag was so large that it could hold everything Garen had collected over the past 3 days in one go. The head of the steel knife had already been swiftly exchanged for 10 million berries in cash under the special care of the new mayor of Rogue Town, Smoker, plus the selfless contributions of good-hearted people like the Clown Buggy and Major Hammer. The contents of this bag were extremely rich, making it hard to imagine that the seemingly delicate young girl Nami could carry it. But Nami clung to it tightly, getting more and more into it. The well-informed salesgirl was immediately dazzled by the contents of the large bag. Nami's smile grew more radiant. She had only been saving money before. This was her first time enjoying the thrill of spending lavishly, and it was incredibly satisfying. After all, this money technically belonged to Garen, so why not spend it? "Your family is really wealthy," the salesgirl remarked with a dazed expression, expressing her most sincere thoughts. "Just average," Garen casually replied. "My family is just an ordinary household." This comment made Nami, who was struggling with the bag, roll her eyes at Garen in disdain. "For me, the happiness that money brings is less than 5. Garen continued smoothly, his noble demeanor growing stronger. "My purpose in going to sea has never been to make money. Earning money is just a byproduct." However, the salesgirl was already wide-eyed with excitement, and other staff members gathered around like moths to a flame. Having money naturally makes one a big shot. Garen's unreasonable requests were fulfilled by the enthusiastic staff in just a few minutes. Dozens of identical white suits were neatly folded and packaged by attentive employees and presented to Garen, with wads of cash thrown out. Garen's shopping trip was completed smoothly in this simple and domineering manner. Next, it was Nami's turn to choose clothing, which could be considered an employee benefit Garen provided for the temporary navigator. Although Nami was already a hidden millionaire, she had lived a frugal and low-key life due to her tragic background and hard work, always wearing a plain short-sleeved shirt and skirt. This was her first time being able to wear the expensive clothes she liked without restraint. The young girl, suffocated by a heavy life, finally experienced a small sense of liberation. Nami casually picked out a valuable piece of clothing and, under the service of the starry-eyed staff, walked into the fitting room. A series of enticing rustling sounds echoed, creating an inexplicably romantic atmosphere. After a long wait, Nami finally emerged, having changed her outfit. Unexpectedly, Nami chose a pure white princess dress that was completely contrary to her lively personality. She wore a solid-colored, off-the-shoulder dress, her bright orange short hair just grazing her delicate collarbone, while the thin, white fabric cascaded down in layers, accentuating an alluring curve supported by Nami's scientifically improbable figure. The skirt slightly flared under Nami's tiny waist, revealing her long, porcelain-like legs, creating an ambiguous curve under the warm lights. Nami's smile was just right, with her dimples appearing cute and lively, while the slight upturn at the corners of her mouth hinted at an innate elegance and charm. So beautiful. The first to praise was the salesgirl who had been accompanying her. Such flattering words were part of her professional skills, but today they came from the heart. No need to say more. Garen silently took out a bundle of cash. Buy it. Is it pretty? Nami unexpectedly walked up to Garen and asked unnecessarily. Stunning. Garen generously offered his praise. Nami's smile brightened even more. Garen's gaze quietly shifted to Nami's left arm. There was a light yellow silk scarf gently tied there, contrasting beautifully with Nami's jade-like fair skin. But Garen knew that Nami wore this scarf not for aesthetics. You don't need to hide it, Garen said softly. I know what that is. Nami's body trembled slightly. Garen's expression suddenly became serious, his eyes filled with determination. In 3 days, I will fulfill my promise. That salted fish will definitely die. The ambiguous atmosphere suddenly became heavy, and the nearby salesgirl unconsciously tensed up. Nami simply replied with one word, but her eyes contained infinite brilliance. Go pick out a few more clothes, Garen said with a gentle smile, then uttered one of the most domineering lines a man could say. Buy whatever you want, I'll pay. Several hours later. Is it too late to regret now? Garen slumped half-dead in a chair at the clothing store, weakly gazing in the direction of the fitting room. Because of Garen's words, Nami instantly entered shopping mode. Unlike Garen's wholesale approach, she had to personally try on each piece of clothing before coming out to let Garen admire her. Cheongsams, skirts, hot pants, dresses, aristocratic gowns. She tried on all sorts of outfits. At first, Garen was amazed, watching with great interest. As time passed, however, he felt like a dehydrated salted fish, barely hanging on. How can it take so long to buy clothes? Can't we just pack them up and wear them at home? Garen couldn't help but cover his face and sigh. Ha! The salesgirl beside him, though also showing signs of fatigue, was invigorated by the power of money. Girls always shop like this. Sigh. Garen sighed helplessly, his expression gloomy as he continued to wait for Miss Nami to finish changing. After a while, Nami emerged in an expensive and dignified mink coat. She energetically walked up to Garen and asked the question she had repeated countless times that day. Do I look pretty? Pretty my ass. Garen helplessly retorted. What are you wearing a mink coat for in the middle of summer? Spendthrift, hurry up and finish shopping so we can go home. Humph. Nami huffed lightly, but remained unfazed as she ran back to the nearby shelf to pick out more clothes. Sir, please be patient. The salesgirl smiled and tried to mediate. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. She's just perfect for her. Stop. Garen waved his hand impatiently. Don't say anything about pretty or not. I'm face blind. I can't tell if she's pretty or not. At the Rogtown dock, after Smoker thoroughly restructured the original garrison, the plan to attack the dragon's territory was finally set in motion. Although many soldiers in the original garrison were corrupt elements colluding with Major Hammer, after a thorough cleansing, Smoker successfully reorganized the remaining useful personnel under his command, allowing him, a colonel, to finally assemble a force of 100. After taking over the Rogtown base, Smoker's flagship was finally upgraded from a miniature civilian armed vessel to a standard warship equipped with dozens of cannons. Smoker finally had the dignity of a senior officer. Senior officers naturally wouldn't personally handle those tedious matters, so Smoker leisurely smoked a cigarette at the bow of the ship, while his aide Tashigi busily directed the naval soldiers in transporting supplies, repairing equipment, and counting personnel preparing for the ship's departure. At this moment, the busy movements of the naval soldiers suddenly came to a halt, and a series of unconscious whispers of admiration began to rise. Tashigi followed the soldier's gaze and saw a tall man in a well-fitting white suit, exuding an imposing presence, walking toward them. Senior Garen, Tashigi waved her hand from a distance, greeting Garen with a hint of excitement in her tone. Garen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, the naval soldier's focus was naturally not the same as Tashigi's. Their eyes were fixed on the orange-haired girl next to Garen, who was dressed in a pure white off-shoulder dress. After shopping with Garen yesterday, Nami had changed out of her long-standing short-sleeve dress and put on the off-shoulder princess dress that Garen had initially deemed stunning. How do I look? Nami, enjoying the admiring glances from those around her, asked Garen with a hint of pride. Not bad. Garen instinctively tightened his nerves upon hearing this familiar question, his tone becoming stiff. Oomph. Nami pouted in dissatisfaction. You didn't say that when you bought it for me yesterday. Garen paused but then expressed his true feelings to Nami. It looks good, but showing your shoulders and legs like this. Who wears this for sea battles? Nami looked down at her exposed slender shoulders and long legs peeking out from her dress, innocently saying, What's wrong with dressing like this? Many girls dress like this when going out to sea, right? Looking at Nami's resolute expression, Garen couldn't find a rebuttal. Compared to the future Nami, he remembered, this version of Nami, dressed in a short off-shoulder dress, was indeed quite conservative, and the various beauties at sea wore even less. He couldn't imagine what special techniques these bold girls used to avoid wardrobe malfunctions during fierce battles. Just wear what you want. Garen, whose rigid thinking couldn't keep up with the open-mindedness of this world, decided not to comment on Nami's outfit. After all, Nami did look much more pleasing to the eye in this attire. Back in Cocoa West Village, Nami's expression suddenly became serious. Her voice filled with determination. I want them to see a different side of me. Standing next to Garen, in front of the warship, Nami was completely transformed. It wasn't just a set of gorgeous new clothes. It was a hope for a new life within her. She finally had the courage to directly confront the dragon. Miss Nami. Suddenly, another surprised voice came from beside them. Garen and Nami turned to see Wallace, who had arrived at the dock without them noticing. He had already decided 2 days ago to follow Garen, the human news machine, to Cocoa West Village to report on the night Garen's heroic deeds. Wallace marvelously exclaimed, Miss Nami, you've changed so much. Can I take a picture? Of course. Nami gladly accepted the request. However, Wallace did not pull out his camera as usual. Instead, he took out a strange large snail and placed it in his hand, then posed for a photograph with Nami and Garen. Nami and Garen were slightly taken aback. Garen carefully examined the obviously living large snail in Wallace's hand and asked in surprise, Is this a telephone bug? That's right. Wallace proudly introduced his new equipment. This is an imaging telephone bug with video capabilities. It doesn't need film, can take and store a large number of photos, and can also record videos. After connecting to a special external communication device, it can even fax photos and videos back to the newspaper headquarters in real time. Imaging telephone bug? Nami was surprised and asked curiously, This thing must be expensive, right? Indeed, telephone bugs were already considered rare creatures in the East Sea. Furthermore, an imaging telephone bug with features as rich as a digital camera and fax machine was even more of a legendary treasure in the eyes of someone like Nami, who was for the lower working class. As a professional thief, Nami had no way of knowing the specific price of the imaging telephone bug, only having the impression that it was very expensive in her mind due to the vast difference in their social standings. Yes, Wallace nodded gently and continued. Such equipment is rare at our newspaper, and only high-level reporters are qualified to use it. Ordinary reporters capture news of little value and don't need to use such expensive real-time fax equipment. Oh, Garen detected the implication in Wallace's words. You've been promoted? Thanks to Lord Garen, I captured a world-class big news story. Wallace expressed his gratitude with a nod, excitedly stating, I have been promoted to the Vice President of the East Sea Daily. Vice President of the East Sea Daily? Nami exclaimed in surprise, that really is. The value of this position is much greater than it sounds. Because of the existence of the special creature known as the news bird, almost every island in the sea, except for the Calm Belt, was within the distribution range of the newspaper. Major news stories, like the execution level of the Pirate King, could spread throughout the world within 3 days, reaching a point where everyone knew about it. In this context, a newspaper that controls public opinion has, to a certain extent, controlled the direction of the sea situation, and its influence is self-evident. The East Sea Daily is the newspaper with the largest circulation in the East Sea region. Although its influence cannot be compared to the major newspapers in the Grand Line, it is still sufficient to dominate the direction of public opinion across the entire East Sea region. Coupled with the weak control of the world government and inadequate news regulation, local newspapers have an even stronger presence. Nami looked at Wallace's youthful face which seemed overly young for the position of vice president, and said in disbelief, "Did the news we've been working on these past 2 days have such a great impact that it directly led to your promotion to vice president?" "Well," Wallace said a bit shyly, "there are actually a few other reasons as well. The financial backer of the EC Daily is my father." Ah. Nami's expression suddenly became strange as she recalled the huge interview expenses that Wallace had casually mentioned earlier. "No wonder you, a small reporter, were so generous." "Huh." Wallace revealed a shy smile and said, "Miss Nami and Lord Garen have helped me a lot. My father has never supported my career as a reporter. It was you two who helped me prove my abilities as a reporter, which ultimately changed his view." Wallace waved the imaging telephone bug in his hand and said, "Enough talk. Let's take a picture. Your current appearance is perfect, and I want to take it and fax it back to the newspaper as a supporting image for that feature report." "Oh," Garen asked curiously, "haven't you sent out that report yet?" "Not yet. After all, this involved a world-class big news story concerning a naval hero and the crew of the Pirate King, so it needed to be handled with care," Wallace explained seriously. "Moreover, the news also involves Miss Nami, and considering the secrecy of our upcoming anti-piracy operation, I've specially arranged a release time so that this news report will arrive in Cocoa West Village around the same time our anti-piracy team does." "I see." Nami nodded gratefully at Wallace. "Speaking of which," Garen suddenly became curious and asked, "Since it's a report about me, can I see the news draft in advance?" "Of course." Wallace readily took out a stack of documents from his briefcase. "This is the news draft I wrote. Please take a look." It contained accounts of Lord Garen's heroic deeds, from Steelblade to the Clown Buggy to the corrupt garrison in Roguetown. "Very good." Garen nodded in satisfaction and eagerly took the news draft Wallace handed him to review. After all, it was his first time being a news figure, and he was quite looking forward to it. A moment later, "I say," Garen's face darkened like water. "What the heck is this 50-50 and one sword hero?" 2 days later, Cocoa West Village, Dragon Park. Arlong's image truly lived up to his identity as a shark fisherman, standing nearly 3 meters tall, with blue skin all over, a fierce gaze like a hawk, a mouth full of sharp teeth, and a long, serrated nose that was as sharp and hard as a steel saw, coupled with his muscular body like a steel ingot, and the large red tattoos imprinted on his chest and arms. He looked like a terrifying, big thug leader. Arlong was indeed just a big thug leader, although he always prided himself on being a superior race and shouted every day about establishing some dragon empire to rule the entire world of humans. This future emperor of the Fishman Empire had basically only been doing one thing for many years: collecting protection fees. The vast territory of the Dragon Empire consisted of only 20 villages around Cocoa West Village. The only thing remotely related to the grand ambition of establishing an empire would be the East Sea maps that Arlong forced Nami to draw. On this day, Arlong was once again racking his brains over the national affairs of the Fishman Empire. "Is that Mouse coming today?" "That's right." His loyal subordinate, the Fishman karate expert Karubi, immediately replied. "The date we agreed with Colonel Mouse is today." "Oomph." Arlong snorted coldly, his expression darkening considerably. While he collected protection fees from innocent villagers, he also had to regularly pay protection fees to the local naval Colonel Mouse. Because after all, Arlong and his gang were fishmen from the Grand Line. Without corrupt officials covering for them, they would definitely stand out in the eyes of the Navy. In order to secure his position as the local tyrant, Arlong had no choice but to endure humiliation and regularly send money to Colonel Mouse. Of course, the proud Arlong would never admit that he was paying protection money. This weak and filthy lower creature, Arlong, self-taught, employed the AQ-style mental victory method. "When we fishmen rule the sea in the future, I will make that greedy mouse spit out all the money he swallowed." "Yes, yes." The lackeys nodded in agreement, as if the great Fishman Empire would be established tomorrow. But Arlong's expression was still not good, because he was actually greedier than Colonel Mouse. Every time he had to bribe Colonel Mouse, Arlong felt his heart bleeding. And whenever Arlong was in a bad mood, he sought comfort in the process of tormenting the weak. After a moment of contemplation, Arlong angrily asked, "Why hasn't the ransom from Cocoa Village been delivered this month?" His voice was filled with brutality and cruelty. "We've been urging them, but they still can't gather the money," a trembling subordinate replied. "Can't gather it." Arlong's voice was full of displeasure, and a cruel smile crept across his lips. "Then fine. I'll personally go help them." Cocoa Village. The villagers were gathered in the village, their faces filled with worry. "Sigh." Officer aGiant looked at the faces of the crowd with a gloomy expression and helplessly asked, "Can't everyone really gather more money? If the ransom ISNT paid this month, that bastard evil dragon will probably come to the village to wreak havoc again. There's really no other way, a pale villager said in a low voice. Recently, the fishing harvest has been poor, and the crops in the fields are not yet ready for harvest. We really can't gather more money. Each villager in Cocoa Village had to pay a ransom of 100,000 berries to the evil dragon every month to protect themselves from being killed by the fishmen of the evil dragon pirate crew. This burden was far too heavy for a remote village that had no other output besides agriculture and fishing. What if? A villager timidly suggested. What if we go find Noki Gao to gather some money? Silence fell over the crowd. aGiant's expression darkened further, making the long scar on his face appear even more sinister. Not only aGiant, but all the villagers actually knew what this meant. Noki Gao was Nami's sister, who barely managed to make a living by planting orange trees. Asking Noki Gao for money essentially meant once again placing the burden of protecting Cocoa Village on the shoulders of the lonely girl, Nami. The villagers didn't want to do this, but the cruel reality always forced them into a corner. aGiant trembled all over, filled with pain. As the officer, he couldn't protect the village, but instead was repeatedly forced to push the responsibility onto Nami, whom he regarded as a daughter. aGiant. Suddenly, an excited female voice came from the side. The crowd turned to see a blue-haired girl running towards them, her face full of excitement as she waved a newspaper in her hand. This beautiful girl was Noki Gao, Nami's sister, whom they had just been discussing. Noki Gao, what happened? aGiant forced a difficult smile, trying to appear less distressed in front of the children. Look at this. Noki Gao ran up to aGiant, breathless, and handed him the newspaper without taking a moment to rest. Huh? aGiant took the newspaper in confusion and casually glanced at the headline. In-depth feature on East Blue Night Garen? Who is this? Noki Gao said excitedly. Don't mind that, just look further down. aGiant glanced down the page, and his emotions suddenly became even more excited than Noki Gao's. Nami, how did she make it to the newspaper? What? The villagers exclaimed in surprise. Without hesitation, they crowded around, looking with concern at the newspaper. There, prominently displayed, was a photo. Nami, dressed in a luxurious princess gown, stood side by side with Garen in a white suit, both smiling gently at the camera. One was elegant and charming, the other dignified and imposing, just as the newspaper described them as the knight and the princess. The villagers were momentarily stunned. They didn't have time to speculate as their attention was completely captured by the rich and exciting content of the feature article. After a long while, aGiant asked in disbelief, "And Nami has a boyfriend?" It seems so. Noki Gao nodded seriously. It was a natural conclusion to come to, because the love story about Knight Garen in the newspaper was entirely embellished and adapted by Nami under the temptation of Wallace's exorbitant interview fee. The simple plot of a knight and a thief encountering each other had been transformed into a touching love story through the collaborative efforts of Nami and Wallace. Has Nami really grown up to this age? aGiant kept murmuring this phrase to himself. He had always regarded Nami as a daughter, and now he suddenly felt the disappointment of having his precious cabbage raided by a pig. But the other villagers were entirely focused on that pig. Nami's boyfriend. One villager said incredulously, "He's such a powerful man." Another villager excitedly chimed in, "Not just powerful. That guy seems to be a high-ranking noble from some big kingdom." Sigh. aGiant's thoughts couldn't turn around, given Nami's status. Would it be inappropriate for her to find such a strong boyfriend? Let's not think about that for now. One villager said excitedly, "If Nami's boyfriend is willing to help, our village will be saved." Everyone obviously thought of this. Their faces, which had become thin and yellowed from a difficult life, suddenly flushed with excitement. "Oh," a sinister voice suddenly echoed behind them. "Your village is saved?" The villagers shuddered in unison, and a layer of cold sweat quickly broke out on their foreheads. Then, a tall shadow blocked out a large part of the sunlight. They turned their heads with difficulty to see the fishman evil dragon standing behind them, accompanied by a few lackeys, all wearing cruel and tyrannical smiles. The lively village instantly returned to a state of oppressive silence. "Ha ha ha!" A long laughed wildly, and in a rough voice said, "I seem to have heard something very interesting." His sharp, murderous gaze swept over the villagers. "Isn't Nami getting a bit restless?" The villagers all lowered their heads, not daring to meet the evil dragon's gaze. "Bring me that newspaper." Aaron casually instructed his subordinates beside him and sneered. "You actually want to resist my rule? I want to see who dares to be so arrogant." The newspapers clutched by the villagers were soon handed to Aaron, and several fishmen subordinates curiously gathered around. "The Justice Knight of the East Sea." Aaron scoffed disdainfully at the title with just a glance. What a lower race. Still expecting something like a Justice Knight? Aaron continued reading, and his expression suddenly darkened. Looking as if he had eaten 2 pounds of dung, he saw that the newspaper detailed the glorious achievements of the Justice Knight, Garen, in the East Sea over just 3 days. Punishing the Steel Knife pirates, defeating the corrupt navy of Lowtown. Such news was already shocking in the weakest sea, the East Sea. But the next part was the main event, defeating the Pirate King's crew, the Emperor's close friend, the Clown Buggy. Defeating Navy Headquarters Colonel Smoker in 3 rounds. And sparring with Navy hero Garp, having a 50-50 outcome. Even the swordsmanship experts of Navy Headquarters were impressed by him. A master of the one-sword style. Boss. One fisherman's subordinate trembled and couldn't help but suggest, should we run? The previously arrogant Aaron was trembling all over, speechless. Complex emotions fermented in his chest, finally erupting in a sudden burst after a long silence. Run. Boom. The cannon roared. Aaron looked in the direction of the sound and saw his beloved Evil Dragon Park engulfed in blinding flames. Not long ago, in the waters near Coco Village, Nami stood at the bow of the warship, gazing at the empty sea ahead. The sea breeze from her hometown gently brushed her face, tousling her neatly arranged hair, creating a slightly messy layered look. But Nami was not in the mood to tidy herself. She simply gazed at her increasingly closer homeland with mixed feelings. How far is it? Smoker walked over to Nami and asked. Nami carefully sensed the flow of air around her, listening to the pulse of the ocean currents beneath her feet, and quickly made an accurate judgment based on her genius navigator talent. If we go at full speed, we can reach it in 20 minutes. Good. Without hesitation, Smoker turned and shouted to the naval soldiers, all hands, battle preparations. Yes. The Navy soldiers responded in unison with a thunderous voice. Long swords were drawn, bullets were loaded, and dozens of cannons emerged from the warship's hull, revealing their menacing muzzles. This enormous battleship finally showed its sharp fangs. The ship's lookout was also fully alert, continuously scanning the situation ahead. Smoker picked up his heavy jutty. Sergeant Tashigi quietly placed her hand on her famous sword. Shigeru. Wallace was ready with the image-transmitting snail to maintain the news front. And even Nami tightened her grip on her usual defensive staff. Only Garen stood leisurely beside Nami in his white suit, knowing he could summon his armor and great sword at any moment. Everyone, stay alert. Smoker took a deep puff from his cigar and solemnly warned his subordinates. This time, our opponent is not the small pirates of the East Sea, but fishmen from the Grand Line. Be careful not to die. The strength of fishmen is 10 times that of humans, posing a significant challenge to ordinary soldiers, especially those local troops just reformed from the Lowtown base. Moreover, Garen had previously analyzed Aaron as a terrifying figure who could joke with the warlords of the sea and had engaged in close combat with Navy admirals. Garen? After checking on his subordinates' preparations, Smoker approached with a serious expression and asked, Is that evil dragon pirate crew really connected to the former Sun Pirates? Indeed, there's a connection, Garen replied seriously. In fact, many members of the evil dragon pirate crew were once minions of the Sun Pirates. Smoker's expression grew graver. He was well aware of the caliber of the former Sun Pirates. Don't worry too much. Garen, however, wore a highly disdainful smile. Compared to their captain, the fisherman hero Fisher Tiger, Aaron is just a low-level fish. Fisherman hero? Sun Pirates? Nami quietly listened to Garen and Smoker's conversation, finally unable to contain herself. You mentioned this last time. What exactly is the origin of the evil dragon crew? This. Garen glanced at Nami and said solemnly. The captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger, was the boss that Aaron once followed. But unlike the scum of the evil dragon, he was a genuine hero. Smoker remained silent. As a Navy officer, he couldn't agree with such statements, although he actually thought the same. A hero? Nami retorted with a frown. In her mind, fishmen were essentially representatives of demons and scum. The combination of this term with hero sounded very harsh to her. That's right, Garen explained earnestly. He once launched an attack against the world nobles, rescuing hundreds of fishmen and human slaves from their cages. Fishmen slaves? Nami's voice was filled with surprise. Don't they claim to be a superior race? Huh. Smoker scoffed disdainfully. Fishmen are not a superior race in the Grand Line. On the contrary, they're beings discriminated against by most humans. Garen continued with Smoker's point. Fishmen are not even qualified to set foot on land. They are coveted by slave traders. The situation of fishmen in the Grand Line is not much better than that of your hometown villagers oppressed by fishmen. Moreover, most members of the Sun Pirates were former slaves ravaged by world nobles. What? Nami murmured in disbelief, a hint of chaotic emotion flickering in her eyes. Hey, Garen sensed the situation was turning sour and quickly added, "You're not actually feeling sympathy for those scum, are you?" Nami didn't answer, but her stiff expression betrayed her inner thoughts. "Listen," Garen said seriously, "no matter how tragic their experiences are, it doesn't justify the tragedies they create for others." His tone grew increasingly contemptuous. Only characters like Fisher Tiger, who dare to confront the strong, are deserving of the title of hero. Eren, who shifts his own suffering onto powerless victims, deserves only to be called scum. Yes, Nami clenched her fists tightly, dark memories of years of suffering flashing through her mind, and the determination in her eyes finally solidified once more. Speaking of which, Smoker said strangely, since the Don Quixote pirates are fishmen on the Grand Line and have countless connections with the Sun Pirates, why have they been hiding in the East Blue for so many years without being discovered by the Navy? The quality of the East Blue Navy is as low as that of the East Blue Pirates. They're usually too lazy to manage small matters and dare not manage big ones, but there is a special red line. Some things are matters that the local Navy must manage. For example, events involving the nobility of the world government's member countries, events affecting the world government's financial income, and events threatening the stability of the world government's rule. Small matters can naturally be suppressed, but if the local Navy does not manage these big matters, it will face severe accountability from superiors if they escalate. And the Sun Pirates are a thorn in the side of the world government, while fishmen on the Grand Line are also targets of exclusion by the human kingdoms. It's hard to imagine how the Don Quixote pirates, with such a glaring halo, can still feel secure as local tyrants in the East Blue. Well, Garen thought for a moment and replied, "I did find something while gathering intelligence." "What did you find?" Smoker asked curiously. "Do you remember Captain Hammer?" Garen said meaningfully, "There is a similar existence above Don Quixote, who has been collecting his dirty money and acting as his umbrella. I think he is called Captain Mouse or something." "What?" Smoker's eyes suddenly sharpened, and his emotions became uncontrollable. There's that kind of scum in the East Blue Navy. After the Lowtown incident, Smoker's hatred for the corrupt Navy had even surpassed his hatred for those scummy pirates. Heh, Nami interjected unceremoniously. The word surprisingly is not quite accurate. This situation is the norm in the East Blue. A thin wisp of smoke slowly rose, and Smoker's gloomy expression entered the haze mode once again. Anger brewed silently. Just as he was about to say something through gritted teeth, the lookout on the warship shouted loudly, "Report. Coronel Smuki. A ship has been spotted ahead." The lookout paused and then added loudly, "It's a Navy warship." "What? A warship?" Smoker's expression froze, and he muttered to himself, "How could there be other Navy here? Could it be?" Smoker recalled what Garen had just said, and his face suddenly became quite interesting. So he composed himself and ordered, "Signal flags. Indicate our identity. Have that warship come over." "Yes." The nearby Navy soldiers saluted and quickly got busy signaling to the distant unidentified warship. The Navy has a special flag signaling system for communicating with allies. Each Navy branch in the East Blue has its own unique identity marker in this flag signal system. All East Blue Navy branches know that the Lowtown Navy branch is the highest-ranked Navy base in the East Blue, directly dispatched from the Navy headquarters as a special envoy. In front of those ragtag Navy, Smoker's unit is the absolute superior force. Sure enough, after revealing the superior unit's insignia, the distant Navy warship hesitated for a long time, but ultimately obediently approached as instructed by Smoker. Once the two warships met and stabilized, the Navy soldiers on the opposite ship saluted Smoker in unison. Smoker said nothing, merely coldly watching the officer on the opposite ship. It was a lewd-looking man, someone who genuinely gives off a sleazy vibe just by appearance, wearing a comical mouse-eared hat with a thin monkey-like body and two slanted mustaches. Two small eyes that dared not meet Smoker's gaze were restlessly hidden under the brim, with a look of ingratiation on his face, and a thin layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. Describing him as shifty-eyed and fox-like was quite apartment Navy headquarters Colonel Smoker. "Which unit are you from?" Smoker said, with his sharp gaze already fixed on the lewd man. "East Blue Branch 16, Colonel." The lewd man trembled as he saluted, and then nervously spoke the name that perfectly matched his image, Mouse. "Oh, you're Colonel Mouse?" Smoker's eyes glinted with more hostility. "What a pleasure to meet you." Colonel Mouse, Colonel Smoker, it sounded like they were on equal footing. But Navy personnel know that the rank of the headquarters Navy is 3 grades higher than that of the branch Navy, whether in terms of individual strength or officer status. So, Colonel Mouse, the worthless colonel of East Blue Branch 16, could only lower his head and act like a grandson in front of Smoker. the elite colonel of the Navy headquarters. Stationed in Logtown, Smoker can already be considered the highest commander of the East Blue Navy, the naval governor guarding the sea. Encountering the commander, especially when caught in wrongdoing, Colonel Mouse naturally felt nervous, as if walking on thin ice. "You," Smoker's voice, laced with a hint of hostility, echoed in Colonel Mouse's ear. "What are you doing in Cocoa West Village?" This. Colonel Mouse's body stiffened, and his usually eloquent tongue was now knotted, unable to utter a word. What was he doing in Cocoa West Village? Naturally, he was stepping out of the barracks, engaging with the locals, and performing a military-civilian relationship with the local military model, Comrade Arlong. Could he say that to his superior? Cold sweat thickened on Colonel Mouse's forehead, eventually forming beads that trickled down his cheeks. Upon further reflection, Colonel Smoker is the commander of the stationed troops in Logtown, the last line of defense for the East Blue Navy, tasked primarily with guarding the gate to the Grand Line, and would not easily leave his jurisdiction. What would the elite Logtown Navy be doing in a remote village like Cocoa West? Colonel Mouse quickly figured out that the Don Quixote pirates, with their naturally mocking faces, had been exposed. So, here he was, a Navy colonel brazenly appearing in the heart of the Don Quixote pirates' territory. The implications behind this were self-evident. What's wrong? Smoker pressed aggressively. Can't you say? The powder keg in his words was already quite thick. Smoker's subordinates, under their superior's hint, quietly gripped their weapons. Meanwhile, Nami fixed an extremely angry gaze on Colonel Mouse. She had already understood that this lewd Navy colonel was one of the culprits responsible for her hometown being enslaved and destroyed by the Don Quixote pirates for years. Colonel Mouse frantically organized his words in this tense atmosphere, and finally he steeled himself, gritted his teeth. His overly humble and bent back straightened up. Then, with his lewd face, he forced a righteous appearance and shouted loudly. "I received report from the public and confirmed that the Don Quixote pirates are running rampant in Cocoa West Village, oppressing the people." Colonel Mouse became increasingly immersed in his role, and by the end, he was genuinely trying to muster the imposing spirit of the righteous Navy with his small mouse-like eyes, protecting our territory and ensuring the safety of the people, eradicating banditry. Is the sacred duty of our East Sea Navy's 16th Division. I am here to lead the army against the bandits. Huh? A chorus of gasps erupted. The voices came from Nami, Garen, Smoker's subordinates, and even Colonel Mouse's own subordinates. In Nami's eyes, which were almost ablaze with indignation, the words "I have never seen such shamelessness" were glaringly evident. Garen, without holding back, mocked, "Colonel Mouse, isn't your image a bit inappropriate for saying such things?" However, Colonel Mouse stubbornly endured the doubts of the crowd, forcing himself to say, "My lord, although my appearance might not do justice to the Navy's image, my righteous heart can withstand scrutiny." Colonel Mouse was gambling, betting that the other party had no evidence to prove his collusion with the bandits. Although there were many loopholes, at least he could temporarily gain a glimmer of hope. "Heh!" Smoker coldly sneered, raising his hand as if to strike the other party. He had had enough of the scum mixed in with the Navy, feeling that they were like rotten flesh on a living body, nauseating. Colonel Mouse's strange behavior had already proven Garen's earlier words. Therefore, whether there was concrete evidence or not, Smoker was prepared to take the other party down first. Perfect. Garen smiled as he stepped forward, just in time to block Smoker's attack. Under Smoker's puzzled gaze, Garen gently patted Colonel Mouse on the shoulder and said, "We are here under the orders of Vice Admiral Carp to eradicate the evil dragon pirates." "Vice Admiral Carp?" Colonel Mouse exclaimed in shock, thinking to himself that this was bad. That scoundrel, the evil dragon, has even attracted the attention of Navy hero Carp. This salted fish is definitely done for. Garen continued in a calm tone. "Since you, Colonel Mouse, are also a righteous force here to eradicate pirates, why don't we combine our forces and jointly deal with the bandits?" Colonel Mouse paused for a moment, then quickly nodded in agreement. "The commander is right. I am willing to follow Colonel Smoker in attacking the evil dragon. What are we waiting for?" Garen patted Mouse's shoulder with satisfaction, saying, "Quickly prepare for battle and march with us into the evil dragon's territory." "Yes," Colonel Mouse replied seriously, turning to instruct his subordinates to prepare for battle. He was serious, because Colonel Mouse had just realized that the subordinates of the 16th Division were just as corrupt as he was, and they would never voluntarily betray him with evidence of his corruption. Therefore, the only role that could still bite him was the pirate evil dragon. He must kill him to completely shut that salted fish's mouth. Colonel Mouse thought to himself, his eyes filled with rare determination. Meanwhile, Smoker quietly leaned towards Garen and asked in confusion, "Garen, what are you doing?" Garen looked at Colonel Mouse's excited figure preparing for battle and smiled maliciously. "Didn't he say he came to eradicate the evil dragon? Let's put them to work." After sailing for a while, the two warships soon arrived at the outskirts of the evil dragon's territory. Nami looked at the familiar sight of evil dragon paradise. Her memories of nightmares intermingling with hopes in reality, her thoughts racing. That building. Smoker looked at the tall building in evil dragon paradise and said in surprise, "It looks a lot like the one on Sabati Archipelago. Truly, the fishmen from the Grand Line." "Heh," Garen disdainfully commented. "They consider themselves a noble race superior to humans. Yet they have learned the bad habits of humans who seek pleasure." "Fire." Smoker calmly issued the order. "Let Colonel Mouse's troops fire as well." The Navy gunners, already itching for action, immediately pulled the fuses of the cannons, causing the densely packed artillery on the warships to roar like a forest. Colonel Mouse also eagerly accepted the order, frantically urging his subordinates to bombard the fishmen. "Fire! Fire!" Colonel Mouse waved his command sword, shouting wildly at his subordinates. He was possibly the one who wanted to blow up the evil dragon the most here. Cannons rained down like a storm upon evil dragon paradise, which had been built with countless extorted protection fees by Arlong, turning it into a sea of smoke and ruins in an instant. Finally, Nami silently watched this spectacular scene, her amber eyes already quietly filled with tears. After a round of bombardment, the fishmen left behind in evil dragon paradise suffered some casualties. But it was only a certain degree of casualties. For the fishmen, whose physical capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary humans and who could dive into deep water at any time to escape, dodging cannonballs was not a difficult task. After the Navy's round of bombardment ended, the fishmen quickly launched a counterattack. Dozens of strong, tall fishmen armed with various weapons shrieked as they charged at the Navy warships on the beach. In addition to these fishmen, there were also... What was that thing? Colonel Mouse's frenzied expression instantly froze on his face, because he saw a terrifying giant beast appear in front of his ship. It was a special combatant brought by the evil dragon pirates from the Grand Line, Sea Beast Moo Moo. Moo Moo was a manatee, with a strange fishtail and small scales on its body, while its upper body resembled a comically clumsy cow. But no matter how harmless it looked, the giant manatee Moo Moo, which was 2 sizes larger than the Navy warships, was a terrifying sea monster in the eyes of Colonel Mouse and his subordinates. "The evil dragon has such a trump card," Colonel Mouse muttered in panic, instinctively turning to cast a pleading glance at Smoker's ship. However, Smoker's Navy ship had quietly retreated several hundred meters without anyone noticing. Not only that, but all the cannons on that ship were also aimed at this friendly force. "Colonel Mouse." Garen looked at the now drenched Colonel Mouse with sweat, gleefully shouting, "Seeing your unwavering fighting spirit and determination to capture the bandits. Colonel Smoker is very pleased. The higher-ups have already decided. You will be the vanguard for this anti-bandit operation." "Huh?" Colonel Mouse's face darkened, and he couldn't help but glance at the approaching sea monster Moo Moo. "This is an official military order." Smoker also cooperatively shouted sternly, "Anyone who retreats without permission will be executed without mercy." Colonel Mouse looked at the approaching sea monster and then at the gleaming cannon aimed at him from behind. His thoughts twisted and turned, getting stuck in his throat. Colonel Mouse's judgment was quite accurate. His subordinates were indeed cut from the same cloth, greedy and timid, arrogant in success, and panicked in failure. Previously, when they combined forces with the elite of Rog Town to deal with the evil dragon, these corrupt Navy men fought bravely, like tigers descending a mountain, to assist Colonel Mouse in silencing witnesses to cover up their crimes. But now, in the blink of an eye, the strong allies had turned into cold-faced military judges, and the Navy, which had planned to carry out an easy victory, had become the vanguard for a tough battle. Meanwhile, the terrifying sea beast, feared by both gods and men, was already revealing its horrific maw not far from the surface of the sea. Garen looked at the sea cow, which was larger than a warship, and leisurely remarked that the cow looked quite cute. "That it does," Nami instinctively agreed softly. If she had any good impression of the dragon pirates, it might be due to this large, cute, and somewhat silly sea cow. However, the branch Navy facing the charge of the sea cow did not share this leisurely sentiment. Under the urging of the fishmen, the sea cow charged furiously towards the warship, its massive body crashing through the waves and creating tumultuous swells, causing Colonel Mouse's relatively large ship to bob like a small dinghy on the water. Colonel Mouse pondered for a moment, but then frantically roared at his subordinates. "Fire! Kill that cow!" It wasn't that he had courage, but that he had no way out. Colonel Mouse could see that Smoker had no evidence to prove his corruption and was instead using this frontline order to eliminate him, a disgrace to the Navy. Running away would only give Smoker a reason to execute military law. Fighting the Dragon Pirates might still provide a glimmer of hope. Kill those scum. Kill them all. Colonel Mouse screamed hysterically, his eyes already filled with bloodshot veins. He muttered nervously to himself, "If we just shut them up then it'll be fine." However, none of Colonel Mouse's subordinates obeyed his orders. "What are you doing?" Colonel Mouse angrily questioned his subordinates, waving his command knife in the air. "Fire." His subordinates remained silent, each revealing a complex expression. "Colonel," one subordinate bluntly said, "give it up. Your mind is no longer clear. At this rate, Smoker has already made up his mind to eliminate you. No matter if there's evidence or not, you won't have a good ending. You. Colonel Mouse's expression froze, his thin, yellowed face suddenly filled with an abnormal red from fear and excitement. He knew his subordinate was right. As a Navy disgrace who climbed to power through scheming, Colonel Mouse knew this simple truth. If your superior is determined to kill you, then the evidence is non-existent. What to do? Colonel Mouse muttered in panic. Suddenly, a katana was pressed against his neck. The one holding the knife was Colonel Mouse's most trusted aide. Before Colonel Mouse could voice his question, the aide said in a deep voice, "Colonel, just confess. You always eat meat while the brothers only get soup. We don't need to die with you." Other branch Navy members also brightened up, looking at Colonel Mouse as if he were a straw to clutch at. "That's right," another branch officer said. "You were the one asking for bribes. And you were the one colluding with pirates. We're just following orders. We won't be sentenced to death." Colonel Mouse's face turned completely gray. So, just as the Sea Cow was about to swim to the front of the warship and crash into it, the Eastern Sea's 16th branch, designated as the Vanguard by Smoker, used their strongest output method. The aide holding the knife against the weak and trembling Colonel Mouse shouted loudly towards Smoker, who was hundreds of meters away. "Smoker, I report. Colonel Mouse is guilty of embezzlement, colluding with pirates, and oppressing the people." The Sea Cow had already charged to the front of the warship, and its massive head was about to crash into the ship's bow. The branch Navy members, filled with panic, quickly cooperated with their aide and began to shout loudly. The surface of the sea was suddenly filled with various curses. "I also report. The mouse not only embezzles but also bribes superiors. The mouse is worthless. I put up with him for too long." Garen couldn't help but comment with a twitch of his lips. Colonel Mouse really knows how to manage his subordinates. "Oomph," Smoker coldly said. "This trash finally dares to speak." After saying this, Smoker immediately transformed into a cloud of smoke, ready to fly over to rescue those branch Navy members. He only wanted to eliminate the main culprit and didn't intend for all these corrupt Navy men to perish at sea. Moreover, that warship was also public property. It would indeed be a pity if it were damaged by a foolish cow. "Wait." Garen helplessly looked at the enemy far away on the surface of the sea and had no choice but to say to the flying Smoker, "Take me with you." Smoker said nothing more, separating a wisp of smoke to envelop Garen, who had already donned armor and a large sword, and they both flew into the sky together. For someone like Smoker, a distance of 1,000 meters was practically nothing. He and Garen quickly reached the top of the Sea Cow, which was about to crash into the warship. "So big," Garen exclaimed, looking at the cow's head below, which was large enough to serve as a parking lot. "Just average. Not even considered a sea king." Smoker disdainfully expressed his thoughts as a citizen of the Grand Line's big city. "Moo." The Sea Cow, however, was completely unaware of the strange cloud of smoke flying above it and roared as it charged towards the branch Navy's warship. "White vine." Smoker made a casual waving motion towards the Sea Cow, and that arm instantly transformed into a solid mass of white smoke, quickly expanding at a visible speed. The white smoke ballooned larger and rushed towards the Sea Cow, ultimately coalescing into dozens of giant smoke vines. These vines clawed and danced like a sea king squid, tightly entangling the Sea Cow's assault. Smoker's gaze sharpened, and he forcefully pulled back the arm that had transformed into smoke vines. "Moo." The Sea Cow's wild charge was abruptly halted as Smoker's hook pulled it back. The massive body, even larger than a warship, was surprisingly unable to move under Smoker's smoke restraints and fell heavily back onto the sea, creating towering waves, bound by these annoying smoke vines. The Sea Cow moo displayed a human-like expression of irritation and angrily struggled against the smoke wrapping around it. After all, smoke is just smoke. Under the Sea Cow's frantic resistance, it quickly began to dissipate. "Let me down to cut it." Garen looked at the giant beast beneath him, a spark of excitement appearing in his eyes. He really wanted to see just how strong those strange sea creatures in this world were. Smoker nodded and released Garen, who had been wrapped in smoke high in the air. Critical strike. Garen leaped down from the sky, his great sword gleaming with dazzling light. The target was simply too large. There was no need to aim. The sword fell steadily onto the head of the sea cow Moo Moo. Garen still underestimated his own strength and overestimated the power of this giant sea beast. The moment his sword made contact with the cow's head, a powerful impact created visible ripples on the sea cow's plump skin. The immense residual stress from the oscillating shockwave penetrated the skin and bones. Charging straight to Moo Moo's brain, Garen's heavy sword carved a gaping, blood-spraying wound on the sea cow's head, wider than Garen himself. And the massive outpouring of blood turned Garen into a blood-soaked figure. Moo! The sea cow Moo Moo cried out in pain, its car-sized eyes reflecting confusion and anguish. With just one strike, it had been knocked into a mild concussion by Garen. So weak, Garen could clearly sense the weakness of the giant beast beneath him. Its movements were sluggish, defenses weak, and its massive body was nothing more than a glaring target for the strong at sea. Moo Moo, don't just stand there. The fishmen, closely following the sea cow, urged it to continue fighting despite the blood gushing from its head. Moo! The sea cow Moo Moo let out a painful groan, displaying a very human-like expression of distress on its face. Get moving! The fishmen, who had been its keepers for many years, shouted from not far away. Moo Moo! The sea cow groaned again, the painful sound making even Garen aware of its inner turmoil. Are the animals in this world so human-like? Garen mused curiously, even forgetting to continue swinging his sword at the cow. I say, Garen casually addressed the sea cow beneath him, if you don't want to fight, why not pretend to be unconscious? Moo! A somewhat excited grunt suddenly sounded. Garen felt the giant cow head tremble beneath him, and it quickly began to plunge into the sea. The sea cow Moo Moo hesitated for only half a second before making the most correct decision. It closed its eyes, pretending to be a driftwood, and allowed itself to sink completely into the ocean. However, this fainted sea cow did not float back up after sinking. Instead, it sank deeper towards the seabed in a peculiar posture during its fainting process. Before long, the sea cow Moo Moo completely disappeared into the currents, leaving behind a large patch of light red blood diluted in the sea. The fishermen's faces turned grim. Moo Moo was one of the top combatants in their pirate crew, yet it had been forced to flee with just one strike from the enemy. With their leader, the evil dragon, absent, they were unsure whether they should counterattack this terrifying opponent. However, Garen was not in a better position either. After the sea cow Moo Moo fainted, he lost his footing and quickly fell into the sea. His heavy armor and great sword were not suitable for swimming, so Garen could only rely on his strong physique to keep himself afloat by treading water. This swimming method was extremely cumbersome, resembling a land duck struggling for survival in the water. But as long as the thrust was sufficient, even a brick could fly. Garen's tireless, data-driven body was just such an engine. In the astonished gazes of the fishmen, Garen swam towards them like a human-shaped speedboat, creating towering white waves as he approached. He redefined the way of swimming, increasing efficiency by over 1,400. Don't panic. The fisherman officer, a master of fisherman karate named Kruby, barely steadied himself and encouraged his comrades. In the water, we fishmen are invincible. If we drag him into the water, we can win. The fishmen exchanged glances, finally regaining their fighting spirit after years of fisherman supremacy indoctrination. Facing the approaching Garen, they advanced rather than retreated, rushing at him. Oh! Garen showed an expression of anticipation, charging towards the group of fishmen without any defenses. These fishmen truly lived up to their reputation as sea creatures. Their speed and strength in the water far surpassed that of ordinary humans. However, they were still just far superior to ordinary humans. Garen could clearly feel that these fishmen were still far from being a threat. The fishmen seemed to have some self-awareness. As they rushed in, they did not immediately attack, but instead wrapped around him like water snakes. Garen chose not to resist, allowing the fishmen to swarm around him and tightly bind him. 7 or 8 fishermen lackeys crowded together, entangling Garen's limbs from all sides. Soon, Garen's upper body, which had been floating on the surface, was dragged down into the water by the combined efforts of the fishmen. This was a common tactic in fisherman naval combat, dragging a powerful human enemy into the water and then using their race's innate ability to breathe underwater to hold the opponent down until they exhausted their oxygen and could no longer breathe. The fishmen clung to Garen like glue, aiming to prevent him from surfacing. Once the enemy was submerged, they would naturally be at a loss. The next step was simply to wait for the enemy to drown. Moments later, hey, Garen said with a hint of amusement. How long are you going to hold on to me? We're all men here. Can we be a bit more considerate? The fishmen all displayed expressions of terror. How can you talk underwater like us? Garen was not only unharmed by the water, but also calmly conversed while submerged. Well, Garen said, somewhat conflicted, I don't really know. Once his data-driven body was activated, it was no longer a human body. One could say he had become a game player, while his physical form was merely a character model in the game. He couldn't be injured, couldn't drown, and could speak in any situation. He could even keep his mouth shut if he wanted to. After all, regardless of the character's state in the game, the player controlling the character could always speak. Since he refused to let go, Garen looked at the dazed fishmen, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Then don't blame me. Although Garen had a scientifically unorthodox database body, he was still bound by the basic laws of physics. For example, the damage dealt by his sword swung in the water would naturally be reduced by the seawater, akin to being blocked by the water in advance. However, there was one skill that could ignore such laws: judgment. Even though his body was still bound by the fishmen, Garen grasped his great sword tightly and began to spin rapidly in an instant. Neither the seawater nor the bodies of the fishmen could stop the high-speed twirling of the great sword, unable to slow it down even a little. The golden sword light traced circular trajectories in the water, like a meat grinder operating at full speed. Those fishmen who had actively wrapped around him had no chance of escape. Their muscular and strong bodies were sliced in half the moment they came into contact with the sword's edge. The already blood-tinged seawater was suddenly soaked through with a richer, more vivid red. By the time Garen stopped the spinning of the great sword, the fishmen had already turned into a pile of indescribable organic matter. Sigh. Garen, soaked in blood, frowned with some resistance. This move is still a bit too disgusting. Judgment, as a grass-cutting technique, harvested real human lives. Those fishmen were cut into several pieces as if they were being harvested like leeks. This bloody scene made the small leader Kruby's scalp tingle. His own kin, in the terrain where the fishmen excelled, had their lives so easily taken away. Kruby, who had previously boasted about the fishmen's invincibility in naval battles, had quietly lost all his courage. Kruby, another officer, the octopus fishman Xiaoba, who remained at the evil dragon paradise, couldn't help but suggest, let's retreat first and wait for Brother Arlong to come. Okay, Kruby did not hesitate at all, turning around to swim back. Everyone retreat first. Let's go find Brother Arlong. A group of fishmen immediately followed Kruby like lost dogs, swimming back tightly behind him. Garen simply did not chase after them, but surfaced and waved to the naval ships approaching from behind. When the warship drew near, Garen suddenly exerted force with his legs, leaping directly onto the deck of the warship. Are you okay? Seeing Garen covered in blood that even seawater couldn't wash off, Nami couldn't help but ask with concern. Although she already knew that Garen wouldn't be hurt at all. I'm fine. Garen smiled gently. This is all the blood of those small fry. Nami didn't say anything more, but her eyes held a bit more hope and delight. For the first time, she realized that the fishmen she had feared for years were so easy to defeat. All personnel, listen up. Smoker, flying back from the sky, loudly issued orders to his subordinates. Prepare for a beach landing operation. Yes. Seeing Smoker and Garen easily repel the fishmen, the morale of the naval soldiers soared to unprecedented heights. The naval warship quickly approached the beach of Evil Dragon Paradise. Taking advantage of this landing time, Smoker turned his attention to another important matter. First, bring that naval disgrace up, Smoker said in a deep voice. A group of sailors promptly dragged the bound Colonel Mouse over. Following them were a group of witnesses who bravely reported their superiors' illegal actions. Before Smoker could speak, these just people began to shout. I officially report that the Mouse has always been the umbrella of the evil dragon pirate crew. This was the normal version. The more dramatic ones were already filled with intense excitement. That Mouse is corrupt and lawless, openly building a small power in the branch, acting like a local tyrant. We, the naval soldiers who are devoted to justice, have been forcibly coerced by this arrogant, corrupt individual. There were even some soldiers from the branch who were crying and shouting, Commander, you finally came to uphold justice. We have been waiting for this day for several years. The tense atmosphere of the anti-bandit battlefield suddenly became relaxed and lively. Colonel Mouse, whose heart was as dead as ashes, couldn't help but roar upon hearing these words. Didn't you all get a share when I took the money? What money? What money did we get? The aide who captured Colonel Mouse shouted righteously. Those are all your evidence of corruption. We have endured humiliation for so many years just to preserve the evidence. A group of benevolent and righteous individuals eagerly jumped out to distance themselves from Colonel Mouse, drawing a line and pretending to be at odds with corrupt individuals, clamoring to expose Colonel Mouse's dark secrets. Colonel Mouse's illicit dealings with the evil dragon were ruthlessly exposed one by one. Nami felt a surge of anger in her heart, wishing she could stab Colonel Mouse herself. She finally understood. Her repeated appeals to the Navy over the years were fruitless, not only because of the Navy's inaction in some places, but also because Colonel Mouse, the naval disgrace, had been helping Arlong suppress matters. However, now that Colonel Mouse's dark secrets were largely exposed, those just individuals still did not let up, almost holding a pity party for undercover agents. The noise was as loud as a vegetable market. "Shut up," Smoker coldly shouted. "You guys know whether your backgrounds are clean or not. If you say any more, I will deal with you along with the mouse right now." The scene fell silent immediately. "What?" Smoker then turned to the pale Colonel Mouse and asked, "Now tell me again what you came here for?" Colonel Mouse's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, unable to force out a single word no matter how hard he tried. After a long time, knowing he could no longer deny it, Colonel Mouse had to tremble and admit his crimes. "I have been sheltering the evil dragon pirate crew and helping those fishmen cover up their crimes." "Huh?" Smoker snorted coldly, his voice laced with suppressed anger. "As a naval colonel bearing justice, you openly accepted bribes and condoned pirates' crimes for years. You deserve to die. I am guilty." Colonel Mouse obediently confessed and then sincerely begged for mercy. "I am willing to accept military law punishment." This was Colonel Mouse's last little thought. According to military law, Colonel Mouse would not be executed on the spot, but sent to the headquarters for trial. By then, there would be more operable steps. It was impossible to escape entirely, but saving his own life would not be difficult. Major Hammer had thought this way back then. Seeing this strangely familiar scene, Garen had already tightened his grip on the great sword and quietly moved closer to Colonel Mouse. However, Garen's great sword had not yet been raised. A heavy 10-foot already struck heavily on Major Mouse's head, instantly smashing out a pool of red and white substance. Military law enforcement? There's no time. Smoker slowly retracted his weapon and coldly said, "You have already been shot dead on the spot for violently resisting the law." In the territory of the evil dragon, on the beach, when Kruby and Octopus Little 8 returned to the shore with a group of terrified fishmen, they happened to run into Arlong and his crew, who were quickly returning following the sound of cannon fire. "Boss Arlong," Octopus Little 8 said, somewhat flustered, "the Navy is coming." This was unnecessary. Arlong had already seen the two Navy ships approaching the coastline. It was the Navy. Arlong let out a huge sigh of relief. Having just read the big news, he thought that the terrifying character reported in the newspaper had come to help Nami take revenge on the rich. Previously, Wallace had considered the upcoming anti-piracy operation and had deliberately written a conspicuous subtitle in the article stating that Nami, Garen, and the main Navy had parted ways in Rogue Town. Therefore, Arlong was unaware that the East Sea Knight, who possessed the strength of a vice admiral, was actually on the very ship he was staring at. "Boss Arlong," Kruby added, "the Navy attacking us has Major Mouse's ship. I initially thought he was coming to collect money like before, but I didn't expect that Major Mouse would open fire as soon as we met." "What?" Arlong was slightly stunned, and his mind, which had just been filled with panic, was suddenly filled with anger. That shameless scum, having taken so much money from me. He actually wants to come and blackmail us. Arlong clenched his fist tightly, his muscular body slightly trembling, exuding a murderous aura. "Wait." He looked at the approaching Navy ships with displeasure and said to Kruby and Little 8, "What are you all doing swimming back to shore? Our fisherman's battlefield is the sea." This. Little 8 showed a look of panic and said awkwardly, "There's a creepy guy among the Navy. He can talk underwater, doesn't he drown, swims faster than us fishmen, and killed 7 or 8 of our brothers in one encounter. Even a manatee, Moo Moo, was cut down by him in one strike." As he spoke, Little 8's expression of "it's not that our army didn't work hard, but the enemy is too strong" became increasingly vivid. "Kruby and I really didn't want to risk our brothers' lives, so we decided to retreat and find you for help." However, Arlong, who Little 8 was hoping would come to their aid, felt his heart, which had just calmed down, tighten again upon hearing this. "That." Arlong's expression of anger slightly faltered, and he asked with a subtle tone, "How strong is that guy?" He paused, then provided a reference for this strength. "How does he compare to me?" "That guy shouldn't be stronger than Boss Arlong," Little 8 replied seriously. Kruby nodded in agreement, His strength is probably a notch below Boss Arlong. Kruby and Octopus Little 8, one reckless and the other naive, were not the type to flatter or lie. What they said was very credible, so Arlong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It shouldn't be that EC night coming. Just as Arlong was carefully assessing the opponent's identity, another fishman officer from his crew stepped forward, visibly upset. He was the kissing fishman Jew, whose facial features were different from most fishmen. Not only did he lack exposed sharp teeth, but he also had two protruding, strange lips. Jew's special ability was to hold water in his mouth and use his unique oral structure to shoot powerful water cannonballs. Hearing Little 8 and Kruby's somewhat disheartened words, Jew was very dissatisfied. Since that guy isn't stronger than Boss Arlong, why are so many of you afraid of him alone? Before Little 8 and Kruby could respond, Jew continued to complain. We fishmen are invincible in naval battles. How can you lack the courage to fight? Hey! The good-natured Little 8 didn't retort, but the hot-headed Kruby couldn't help but fire back. We just said that guy is stronger than us. If we don't come back to find Boss Arlong for help, are we supposed to let our brothers go to their deaths? Jew, however, scoffed and questioned according to the fishman supremacy theory. We fishmen are born 10 times stronger than humans. With so many brothers here, why should we lose to a human in the sea? You, Kruby, furious, pointed at Jew's peculiar thick lips and scolded. You really live up to your name as a kissing fishman, always spitting on your teammates. Bastard. Jew's blue skin flushed with anger. Are you discriminating against fish species? The racial distinctions within the fishman community were indeed very clear. For example, shark and whale fishmen were inherently stronger than other fishmen, while kissing fishmen were born with ridiculous thick lips. Where there are people, there will be divisions. And where there are divisions, there will be barriers and discrimination. Even among humans living in the same city, there are distinctions between locals and outsiders, and naturally, the intelligent fishmen are no exception. So what if I do discriminate against fish species? Kruby, fueled by anger, completely disregarded the internal political correctness of the fishmen and cursed. All you do is talk big. If you're so capable, then you go. All right. Jew was also ignited by this escalating conflict and unhesitatingly accepted. I'll go. Be my guest. Kruby angrily turned his head away. Arlong, after thinking for a moment, agreed to Jew's somewhat impulsive battle plan. He was also looking to send another subordinate to test the true strength of the opponent. You, the kind-hearted Little 8 warned with concern. We've already lost 7 or 8 brothers to that guy. You must be careful. Jew, however, ignored Little 8's kind intentions and arrogantly declared, watch me take a dozen brothers over and sink both of those Navy ships. Everyone just wait to beat the drowning dogs. After saying this, Jew waved to gather about 10 fisherman subordinates and turned to swim towards the Navy ships. Before long, 2 fisherman subordinates hurriedly returned. Not good. Boss Jew has been cut down by the Navy. On the Navy ship, Garen leaped back onto the deck, his great sword still stained with blood that had not been washed clean. Several fishermen corpses floated haphazardly on the surface of the sea, and the water around the ship had already turned an abnormal light red. On the deck of the ship, a group of Navy soldiers was working hard to pull a large net from the sea, with a few fishermen still struggling helplessly in the net. However, they didn't struggle for long before being shot to pieces by the well-trained soldiers. Smoker stood at the bow of the ship, speaking with a hint of disdain. Come to attack my warship? The Navy headquarters won't be defeated by such outdated tactics. Just now, that wave of weak attacks from the fishmen was mostly dealt with by our naval soldiers. As the Navy from the Grand Line, they have no fear of fishmen, and are equipped with shallow water bombs, special fishing nets, and harpoons designed specifically for fishmen. If a few fishmen minions attacking a warship require Navy officers to go into hand-to-hand combat, the fishmen would have already dominated the Grand Line long ago. Garen jumping into the sea to fight was merely to take a few lowly fishmen's heads. The fishman who could spit high-speed water bullets was somewhat threatening, but was easily cut down by Garen in 2 or 3 strikes due to the absolute difference in strength. The warship continued to approach the beach in an orderly manner, getting closer to the shore. Fortunately, the territory of the evil dragon was located in a natural deep-water harbor, saving the Navy soldiers the trouble of switching to small boats for landing. All personnel, battle preparations. Dasky shouted loudly to the naval soldiers, and the usually quiet her showed a rare display of the aura of an elite officer. The 30 elite naval soldiers directly under Smoker quickly made their battle preparations. Under the leadership of these elite sailors, The newly reorganized garrison of Roadtown and the 16 subordinate naval forces eager to redeem themselves displayed a completely different fighting spirit than before. "Brother Arlong," a fisherman underling said anxiously as he saw the approaching naval ships. "Even Brother Joe has been killed. What should we do?" Arlong remained silent, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Although the deaths of his subordinates pained him, he was even less willing to simply lead the team to flee. He was an extremely greedy guy, his attachment to wealth rivaling that of Nami and Captain Mouse. And all of Arlong's assets were currently in the territory of the evil dragon. He could run, but that money couldn't he escape. After thinking it over, the lives of the fishmen underlings were still not as important as money. Although he superficially claimed that all fishmen were brothers, those weaklings were ultimately just expendable cannon fodder in Arlong's eyes. After pondering for a moment, Arlong revealed an aggressive expression and shouted to his subordinates, "They're just some human navies. We are the supreme fishmen." Arlong brought out his brainwashing theory of fishman supremacy, half threatening and half inciting. "Today, I will let those weak humans know who is the master of this sea. No one is allowed to retreat in this battle." However, as soon as Arlong's grandiose words left his mouth, his own expression suddenly darkened, because Arlong clearly saw a dense white smoke floating on the approaching naval warship. More precisely, it was a half-smoky man. Arlong, who had at least once wrestled with the current Navy Admiral Kazuru, certainly knew what this anomaly represented. That was a Logia type? Unable to contain himself, Arlong shouted at Kruby and Hachi, "There are Logia users in the Navy." "Huh?" Kruby and Hachi were momentarily taken aback. After a moment, Kruby awkwardly replied, "It seems there's a guy in the Navy who can release strange smoke." "You didn't say such important intelligence." Arlong gritted his teeth and said, "Do you want me to go to my death?" "Well, you didn't ask." Hachi scratched his head awkwardly. "I was just focused on that strange knight who could talk in the water." "What?" Arlong's expression grew even more terrified. "What knight are you talking about? That strong guy who drove you back as a knight?" "Yeah." Hachi answered honestly. "That guy was wearing heavy armor, holding a big sword, and could swim so fast in the water." "What a strange guy." "Damn it." Arlong's blue skin flushed red, and he suddenly felt a pang for his good brother Gio, who had volunteered to fight. "Nami?" A fisherman underling suddenly shouted in panic, trembling as he pointed at the orange-haired girl standing at the bow of the warship, unable to articulate properly. "And Nami is on that warship." As soon as this was said, more than 10 fishmen showed fear, their limbs trembling as if they were sifting through flour. Even the face of their leader, the evil dragon, turned quite ugly. "Huh?" Kruby, curious, followed the fishman's gaze and indeed found his familiar colleague Nami. Unlike the usual submissive and patient navigator, Nami was currently dressed in a luxurious off-shoulder dress, exuding a noble aura like a proud princess. There was no longer any fear or retreat in her expression, only a determined gaze directed at those who were once her nightmares, her eyes filled with the flames of vengeful anger. "How did Nami end up on that warship?" Kruby, still unaware of the danger, curiously asked, "So what if it's Nami? She's just a little girl. Why are you all so afraid of her?" The fishmen, paralyzed in fear, did not respond, only trembling even more. They feared Nami because they were among the fishmen who had just read the newspaper with Arlong. After reading that newspaper, not only did the fishmen begin to develop a fear of that seemingly weak girl, but even the evil dragon himself had already considered fleeing with the loot. If Garen and Smoker had arrived half a day later, the evil dragon pirates might have already run away in a panic. "I say," Arlong's blue face turned from blue to red, then from red to black. Finally gritting his teeth and saying to Kruby and Hachi, "This is what you call slightly inferior to me? This is what you call strength similar to mine?" "Ah." The honest octopus Hachi was slightly taken aback, innocently replying, "It does seem to be." "Shut up." Arlong scolded with a dark expression. "Hachi, Kruby, how did you two learn to flatter like humans? Is this the time to praise me?" After saying that, Arlong turned to leave. The 10 or so fishmen who had read the newspaper immediately followed him. "Brother Arlong." Hachi, still not reacting, asked blankly, "Where are you going?" "Where to?" An excited fishman underling voiced Arlong's thoughts. "To run away." "Huh?" The honest Hachi said in surprise. "Didn't Brother Arlong just say no one can retreat today?" Hachi's unintentional words made Arlong's ugly face blush as he pretended to leave. However, as a leader who has always held a high position, Arlong felt embarrassed to express his true feelings in front of his subordinates. Fortunately, another fishman under pressure to escape stepped forward to help Arlong voice his inner thoughts. "Aren't we running? Do you know who the knights on that ship are?" "Who?" Octopus Little 8 and Kruby asked with puzzled expressions. The fishman's subordinate replied with a face full of fear. That SA man, who can match carp? Big Brother Arlong. Just as the fisherman hadn't run too far, someone suddenly thought of an important question. Where should we run to now? To Cocoa Village. Arlong quickened his pace, gritting his teeth as he said, if we can capture a couple of villagers as hostages, we might have a chance to escape. The fisherman's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly followed their Big Brother Arlong in the direction of Cocoa Village. Big Brother Arlong. Another fisherman couldn't help but call out to their leader. This time it wasn't because they didn't know where to run, but because their Big Brother Arlong was moving like the wind, his swift figure almost leaving a blurred shadow in their sight. Arlong's strength as the fisherman leader was perfectly displayed at this critical moment, creating an obvious gap between him and the fisherman subordinates who lacked physical prowess. Wait for us. A fisherman subordinate instinctively shouted his inner thoughts. However, it seemed Arlong couldn't hear him, as his speed only increased. Naturally, Arlong couldn't hear, and even if he did, he would pretend not to. At this life-and-death moment, he couldn't afford to take his subordinates with him. The memories of being trampled and killed by Kizaru in his youth were too vivid. Arlong dared not hesitate in front of an admiral-level figure. So, it wasn't long before Arlong vanished without a trace before his fisherman subordinates, thanks to his powerful physical abilities. However, the fisherman subordinates didn't have the time to lament their leader's agile figure, as the soldiers of the Navy who landed behind them were already pursuing them with murderous intent. In this tense and lively race, two unfortunate individuals who ran slowly had already fallen victim to the Navy's bullets. After being shot, these two fishmen, due to the inertia of their full speed running, fell to the ground, performing a difficult pose of fish out of water. The human-shaped smoke jet, flying smoker, and the speedster Garen were hot on their heels, almost ready to crash into the panicking fishman crowd. Hearing the increasingly close shouts of killing, Kruby, who was running at the front of the line, suddenly halted and slowed his pace. What are you doing? Little 8 said anxiously, if we don't run faster, it will be too late. The Navy was pursuing too closely. At this rate, no one would escape. Kruby's voice was heavy. I'll hold them back. You take the brothers and escape. Kruby. Little 8's eyes filled with sorrow, and he couldn't help but urge, that man is too strong. You'll die. Big Brother Kruby. The fisherman subordinates all looked at him with a mix of respect and reluctance. Don't worry about me. Now is not the time for hesitation. Kruby clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with tears of a man. His steps slowed, but the power in his clenched hands grew stronger, his brows set in determination. Octopus Little 8 still felt hesitant, and a few fisherman subordinates who were touched in their hearts also slowed their pace alongside Kruby. No need for more words. Kruby completely stopped, his suddenly solid figure as firm as rock, standing tall like a green pine. To die at the hands of such a man is the best fate for a warrior. Take care. Little 8 nodded heavily at Kruby, who had already made up his mind, tears silently sliding down his face. Time was running out. Let's go. Kruby slowly turned around, leaving his fisherman companions with an unforgettable, resolute back. Octopus Little 8 wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and turned to lead the few remaining fishmen in the opposite direction to escape. The noise gradually faded, and the surroundings returned to silence. Kruby felt as if he was the only one left in the world, facing the imminent tragic death. In Kruby's view, the renowned invincible knight was getting closer and closer. At this moment of conclusion in his life, Kruby couldn't help but reflect on his rather unremarkable life, being a thug in Fishman Street, being a lackey in the Sun Pirates, and later following Arlong to the East Sea as a minor officer in the Arlong Pirates. Not only did he not have any highlights, but he also seemed to be sinking deeper. Yet unexpectedly, in the final moment of his life, he could still welcome such a glorious death. A man who could match carp. Kruby murmured, a self-deprecating smile curling his lips. You didn't kill me just now in the sea. It must be because I was too weak, right? Weak enough that a man like you wouldn't even bother to strike. As he spoke, Kruby's eyes suddenly shone with a fierce light, and an overwhelming aura burst forth from his iron-like body. I was wrong. Kruby tightly clenched his fists, the thick veins on his arms pumping incredible power into his iron fists. Since coming to the East Sea, I have not struck at any strong opponent. My fishman karate has only served as a tool to oppress the weak. At this moment, Garen had already charged ferociously in front of him, the blade of his great sword tracing a brilliant golden arc in the air, aimed directly at the standing Kruby. Thank you. Kruby recalled the pure heart he had when he trained in fishman karate, and the spirit of a warrior quietly gathered again. Let me find back the true essence of Fishman karate in this last moment. He rooted his feet like iron stakes, sinking into a horse stance, and stretched out his powerful arms forward. The iron fist, charged with power for a long time, struck out towards the oncoming Garen. Fishman karate, thousand-tile, straight punch. The punch flew like an arrow, with the force of a thunderclap. In an instant, Kruby unleashed a dazzling white wave of energy that split the air. The so-called thousand-tile straight punch is a powerful technique capable of shattering 1,000 tiles with a single punch underwater. However, Kruby had been busy oppressing the weak and tormenting civilians in remote villages in the EC for years, and he had stagnated at the realm of 1,000 for a long time. Yet the punch Kruby threw at this life-and-death moment had already broken through the shackles of 1,000. Kruby couldn't help but reveal a carefree smile, secretly thinking, to be able to throw this punch, I have no regrets in this life. Although this punch had already surpassed the limits of his martial path, Kruby would not believe that such a punch could defeat an EC knight with admiral-level strength. He only wanted to use this punch as a final performance of his life, and then die gloriously at the hands of an unparalleled powerhouse. However, a fierce punch sent a white wave of energy roaring out. The unparalleled strongman, who could match Carp, was perfectly hit and sent flying, plowing a deep trench in the ground. The unparalleled strongman who was struck by this punch seemed to be rendered motionless. What the hell? Kruby's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at his own fist, his expression becoming dazed. Kruby suddenly had great doubts about his true strength. At this moment, the battlefield underwent another strange change. The invincible knight, who had collapsed in the mud, inexplicably turned into a cloud of exploding smoke. How could this be? Kruby was even more baffled. Bang! A dull sound of a heavy sword striking the ground. Kruby, still in a daze, fell to the ground in response. Garen stood behind him, his great sword not yet retracted. With a heavy blow to his spine, Kruby lost his ability to move, and the intense pain left him paralyzed. Yu. The severely injured Kruby lay on the ground, struggling to catch a glimpse of the unparalleled strongman who had hit him from behind, and said with a face full of rage, "How can a strongman like you use such despicable means against me?" The hatred and pain on Kruby's face were indescribable. This suffocating death was nothing like the glorious end he had imagined. Garen didn't understand. Kruby was furious at Garen's nonchalant attitude, his eyes reddening. Forget it. Garen swung his sword down. First, let's take the head. Kokoyasi village. Not long ago, the sound of cannon fire and the panic on Aaron's face when he fled had completely ignited the long-extinguished hope in the hearts of the villagers. They could see from afar that the evil Dragon Park, which loomed over their hometown like a mountain, had become dilapidated under the bombardment of shells. Following that, the sound of chaotic gunfire echoed from a distance, further stirring up excitement among the villagers who had suffered humiliation. Has Nami's boyfriend come? One villager, with a flushed face from overexcitement, eagerly said, if such a strong man intervenes, the evil dragon's gang will definitely be wiped out. This, Nami's sister, Nojiko, looked at the rising smoke in the distance and murmured, I hope so. Nojiko gently brushed aside a few strands of blue hair by her ear, smiling slightly. Nami has only been at sea for a month, and she already brought back a boyfriend? I really want to see what kind of person Nami's boyfriend is. However, Aiken felt an inexplicable frustration in his heart, his face filled with an unspeakable gloom. Clearly, their village was about to be saved, yet he couldn't feel any joy. Just as the villagers were eagerly awaiting good news, the sound of crisp gunfire grew closer and closer, mixed with some clearly audible footsteps. Who was coming? Frustrated by the pig that knocked over the cabbage, Aiken still retained a hint of the constable's vigilance, and he immediately shouted sternly at the villagers. Everyone hide. The villagers, who had long been experienced in dealing with the evil dragon's sporadic raids, quickly scattered to find places to hide at the first sign of danger. But it was too late. Aaron's mad dash to escape was faster than even his fisherman brothers could catch up to, let alone these weak villagers. Soon, Aaron's nearly 10-foot-tall frame crashed into Kokoyasi village. The villagers were immediately too frightened to move. At this moment, Aaron appeared very disheveled. The large, open-collared shirt he was wearing had been torn by branches in his frantic escape, and his heavy breathing was uneven. His blue face was covered in glistening sweat, whether from fear or exhaustion. He gasped for air a couple of times and scanned the crowd with bloodshot, menacing eyes. The villagers who were swept by Aaron's terrifying gaze all shuddered. But Aaron's gaze finally landed on the beautiful blue-haired girl. You, come here. With that, Aaron walked toward Nojiko. Seeing the towering fishman approaching, Nojiko's expression slightly froze. Stop! Don't touch her! Aiken rushed over, agitated. However, the evil dragon had no intention of teaching Aiken a lesson. He suddenly lunged in front of Nojiko. He grabbed her petite body and tightly locked her neck in his powerful arm, capable of crushing steel. Aiken's body froze. He could only anxiously watch from several meters away at Eren and Nojiko. The captured Nojiko, showed no fear, instead laughing dismissively. Woman, Eren said angrily. What are you laughing at? Ha ha. Nojiko laughed even more mockingly. You look just like a lost dog right now. You're in such a hurry to kidnap me. You must be pushed to a dead end. You bastard. Eren's face turned red with anger, and he tightened his grip a bit more. I'll kill you. If you kill me, you'll only die worse. Nojiko fearlessly retorted Eren, her eyes filled with the pleasure of revenge. Eren's face changed colors, but in the end, he still didn't dare to make any excessive moves. At this moment, another sound of chaotic footsteps approached. Octopus Xiaoba, along with several panicked fisherman lackeys, also arrived at Kokoyasi village. Brother Eren, Xiaoba cried out in distress upon seeing Eren. Our brothers have all been killed by the navy. Kruby, The soldiers led by Dasky were not pushovers, and with the relentless and ruthless Colonel Smoker, they quickly hunted down the cowardly fishmen. By the time Xiaoba barely escaped to Kokoyasi village, only a few fisherman companions remained by his side. These fishmen were all in a state of panic, their faces filled with despair and fear of being cornered. Seeing such fishmen, the villagers of Kokoyasi village unconsciously felt their fear of fishmen lessen significantly. And Eren, looking at his almost pitiful situation as a lone commander, could no longer maintain the fierce appearance he had. Soon, Kokoyasi village welcomed new guests. First was Smoker, flying in as smoke. Then came Garen, rushing in with a bloodied greatsword. Close behind them were Dasky with her drawn sword, Nami gripping her long stick, and a group of fierce and murderous navy soldiers. Koko West village was soon surrounded by hundreds of spirited naval soldiers, and Arlong's escape route was completely sealed off. No Kigo. As soon as Nami steadied herself, she saw her sister captured by Arlong. Nami, no Kigo completely disregarded her own danger and greeted her casually. You really came back. Nami's eyes narrowed, and she angrily shouted at the evil dragon. Arlong, let her go. Arlong, however, grinned with a cruel and crazy smile and said harshly, Want your sister to live? You have to let me leave here safely. A voice full of mockery suddenly rang out. How can you still call yourself a fisherman supremacist? A so-called superior race that doesn't even have the courage to face me head-on, only knows how to hold civilians hostage to survive? Arlong, who was ruthlessly mocked, instinctively wanted to show a hint of anger. But when he looked in the direction of the voice, he immediately obediently closed his still unopened mouth. Mocking him was that East Blue Knight, the man who was evenly matched with Carp, not even daring to speak. Garen, on the other hand, laughed even more mockingly, his expression filled with obvious disdain. Garen? Nami whispered worriedly in Garen's ear. My sister is still in his hands. She was concerned that Garen's overly aggressive attitude would provoke Arlong. It's fine. Just leave it to me, Garen replied casually. Saying this, he took 2 steps closer to Arlong with his sword, causing cold sweat to suddenly bead on Arlong's forehead. Garen looked at the ferociously intimidating Arlong with disdainful eyes and casually said, I'll give you a chance. Fight me like a man. If you win, I'll let you go. Arlong's face darkened, and he could no longer help but curse back. Are you shameless? With your strength, you dare to deceive me? Garen said helplessly. Why are you so timid? Come and try it, you might win. Win my ass. The agitated Arlong couldn't hold back his foul language. He unhesitatingly admitted defeat without any shame. At this moment, not only Garen, even the naval soldiers present and the villagers of Koko West village looked at Arlong with extreme disdain. Only a few of Arlong's remaining fisherman subordinates could understand their boss's mindset. Admitting defeat in front of a man with the strength of a vice admiral is not shameful. All right. Garen tightened his grip on the great sword and assumed a stable stance to face the enemy. Arlong quietly took 2 steps back. If you still have some backbone, let that girl go. Garen's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, If you're a man, come and chop me. Arlong instinctively opened his mouth to retort. Do you think I'm stupid? However, how come? Arlong uncontrollably let go of the hostage no Kigo and charged at Garen with a brave and fearless stance. Big brother Arlong. Actually, several fishermen subordinates showed expressions of surprise, unable to restrain their admiration. Big Brother Arlong is really a tough guy. At this moment, Arlong was glorious. He was honorable. For the second time in his life, he actively launched a brave and fearless charge at a man with vice admiral strength. Every muscle in Arlong's 3-meter-tall body tensed up as he charged forward, filled with a raging blood flow, his steps tearing the ground apart like a plow. He charged at Garen with the ferocity of a tiger descending the mountain or an eagle swooping down, truly embodying the spirit of burning bridges and disregarding death. Yet Garen remained calm, unmoved by the storm-like offensive, silently standing with his sword, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Soon, a thunderous boom erupted at the scene, and a shockwave spread in all directions. The figure of Garen flew backward, kicking up a massive cloud of dust, and finally landed closely with the family cement steps. Meanwhile, Arlong, who barely stopped his attack, stared blankly at his own fist, dazed. The crowd was in an uproar. Critical hit. A dazzling golden sword suddenly materialized from the transparent void, striking directly at Arlong's spine from behind. Arlong let out a painful cry as a gory wound was cut into his back, flesh bursting out. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and Arlong's body trembled violently due to the excruciating pain, sweat from the pain quickly beading on his forehead. Even so, Arlong still did not fall. His fish skin was clearly much thicker than crocodiles. Gasping for breath to ease the pain, Arlong awkwardly hunched over, then turned around with rage in his eyes. He saw the knight wielding a great sword who had struck him from behind. Garen also looked awkwardly at the towering fishman in front of him, who had not been knocked down by his full-strength blow, and gave a disingenuous dry laugh. "You!" Arlong forcefully wiped away a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with uncontrollable anger and humiliation. "How dare you claim to be evenly matched with Carp?" Garen quietly took a few steps back from the furious fishman, a bit embarrassed. "I was just joking." Who knew it would be published in the newspaper unchanged? "Bastard." Arlong's chest heaved, his eyes bloodshot, his voice filled with indescribable rage. "What garbage reporters and scrupulous media." Cough, cough. A strange voice came from the crowd in the distance. It was the accompanying journalist Wallace, who had used his talent for running fast to follow the naval soldiers to Cocoa West Village. Wallace explained seriously, "Our media only records the truth as it is. As for whether readers will misunderstand the news content, we can't control that." He indeed did not add any distorted facts regarding Garen's strength in the news article. Wallace faithfully recorded the glorious achievements of Garen and Carp knocking each other away, as well as Garen's boastful claims of being evenly matched with Carp in front of Nami. Arlong's face turned red with anger. He recalled his previous embarrassing display and felt even more ashamed. Bastard. Consumed by rage, Arlong unleashed another straight punch at Garen. This punch was no less forceful than his last full-strength strike, fueled by anger and humiliation, exceeding his limits. Facing the strike that was like a white rainbow, piercing the sun, aimed directly at his face, Garen, whose invisibility skill was still on cooldown, had no time to dodge and could only grit his teeth to take it. Courage. Garen activated a skill that provided a 40 damage reduction effect and used the broadside of his sword to block Arlong's punch. However, the force behind the punch was incredibly fierce. The external shockwave and the internal power it contained were both immensely strong. In that moment, Garen experienced the terrible sensation of being struck by a siege hammer, as the tremendous force transmitted through the sword forced him to stagger back several meters before he could finally stabilize himself. At this point, Garen's feet were buried deep in the ground like iron plows, and the land in front of him was plowed into a wide trench by his own feet. This guy is really strong. Garen's gaze towards Arlong became serious. He could clearly see from his own health bar changes that the opponent's strength was even greater than that of Major Hammer from Rogtown. Even though he had leveled up to level 5, there was still a significant gap in physical strength compared to Arlong, the shark fishman, and he couldn't gain any advantage in a head-on confrontation. Moreover, Arlong was not only a gifted shark fishman, but also a master of physical techniques, with a remarkably strong recovery ability. The wide wound that Garen had just inflicted on him healed quickly, and blood ceased to flow out. Against such a high-health melee warrior, Garen could only rely on his own incredible recovery ability to wear down his opponent. 50-50. Arlong cursed angrily, but did not give Garen a chance to catch his breath as he charged at him again like a bolt from the blue. His speed was so fast that Garen couldn't evade it all. So, Garen simply steadied himself and used his output skill, Judgment, directly against Arlong, relying on his still ample health bar. However, Arlong showed no fear of the rapidly spinning great sword. he charged straight into the sword's whirlwind, using his thick fish skin to absorb the slicing edge, and then unleashed a powerful right hook aimed at Garen's chest plate. Aolong sustained 2 more wounds from the great sword's spinning attack, while Garen was once again sent flying without any suspense after taking the punch. I'll show you 50-50. Watching Garen being thoroughly beaten, Aolong finally felt some of the frustration in his heart dissipate. However, his expression did not improve much, because that knight stood up and scathed once again. Aolong sensed something was off. He knew that the 2 punches he had just landed with all his strength were definitely not weak. Yet his opponent had not even broken skin. Ha! Garen brushed off the dirt from his body and said casually, "I previously underestimated your strength." Seeing Garen's relaxed demeanor made Aolong more cautious. He couldn't help but recall what he had read in the newspapers. This opponent might not be an equal match for Kizaru, but he could still exchange blows with him, so he might be hiding some strange trump card. In that case, Garen, following Aolong's thoughts, said seriously, "Then I must use this trump card." What? Aolong's expression froze, his muscles tensed, and his brows furrowed with seriousness. Garen's expression became focused, a surge of energy rising from his dantian, gathering at his throat before he shouted, "Smoker! This little prick, let's go shoulder to shoulder." Aolong's face darkened. Meanwhile, the menacing Smoker was approaching with his jit in hand, surrounded by a thick white mist. "You, how can you call for help?" Aolong pointed at Garen, his eyes wide with anger. "Didn't you say to fight me one-on-one, and if I win, you'll let me go?" Garen ignored Aolong's accusation and innocently replied, "But you didn't agree just now?" "You." Aolong's blue face turned red with anger, his voice filled with rage and reluctance. "You're shameless." Garen gripped his great sword tightly and said earnestly, "Against a wicked scoundrel like you, there's no need for any chivalry." Smoker's appearance changed Aolong's mindset again. If Garen, with the strength of a major, reminded Aolong of Kizaru's power, then Smoker, a natural type user, made Aolong recall Kizaru's cunning. This was the unique cunning of natural type users. They couldn't be hit, couldn't be touched, and had various elusive special attack methods based on their respective fruit abilities. "Damn it!" Aolong muttered angrily and turned to run. This time, he fled towards the sea. The ocean was the fishman's territory and a natural refuge to evade the pursuit of ability users. Thinking of this, Aolong's heart bled. He had previously risked everything to capture a hostage in Cocoa Village. Worrying about that night, with major strength, if he had known that the 50-50 was worthless, he would have jumped straight into the sea to escape. The unscrupulous media is to blame. While fleeing, Aolong couldn't help but cast a sorrowful glance at the reporter Wallace, who was busy taking pictures nearby. "Try to run." Garen quickly chased after him, shouting at Aolong's disappearing figure, "If you're a man, come back and fight me." Then, Aolong's fleeing figure suddenly paused and turned back to charge at Garen again. Once more, he demonstrated what it meant to be resolute, brave, and carry the responsibility of a man in front of his remaining few fisherman subordinates. However, this time Aolong did not manage to land a hit on Garen. White blow. Smoker threw a punch, and in an instant, his arm transformed into a solid mass of white smoke, condensing into an enormous smoke fist within mere moments. This giant fist, propelled by the smoke, flew rapidly towards Aolong, its momentum impressive. Yet, Aolong, still tightly controlled by Garen's taunt, completely ignored the attack of the smoke fist and madly charged towards Garen. The smoke fist stood in the way of his attack on Garen, but Aolong disregarded it and crashed into it. Accompanied by a loud thud, the smoke fist created by Smoker shattered upon impact. The smoke fruit, after all, had inherent flaws in direct confrontations. And for Smoker, whose fruit ability was underdeveloped, it was even harder to use his naturally intangible smoke to stop the charge of a physical technique master. However, Smoker showed no hesitation. He simply waved his smoke-transformed arm again, White Snake. The dispersed smoke reformed into several solid-looking white smoke snakes that tightly bound Aolong. Aolong's muscles tensed as he desperately fought against the white smoke snakes with his formidable strength, and in no time, he managed to push the snakes back, causing them to weaken and become unstable. Critical strike. Garen took this opportunity to swing his sword, landing a cut on Aolong's chest. A new, gaping wound opened on Aolong's body, blood pouring out. Aolong cried out in pain, and in his agony, he burst forth, breaking free from the binding white snakes and lunging towards Garen. However, he pounced onto a decoy. Next came another familiar stab of justice. I have to say, Garen's body is indeed very tough. After sustaining so many injuries, he still has the strength to fight fiercely against Garen and Smoker. However, facing Garen and Smoker, such physical prowess only brings Eren a faint glimmer of hope for survival and more bodily suffering. The ensuing battle process was quite tedious, especially for Eren, who felt extremely frustrated. If he attacked Smoker, the opponent could transform into smoke and ignore physical damage. If he went after Garen, the latter had a despicable clone technique, with Smoker providing remote support. Even if he got lucky and landed a hit, Garen would still be unharmed. Trying to turn and run would only result in that bizarre knight calling him back to his doom with a single word. A few minutes later, Smoker and Garen stood side by side, their tin hands and great swords stained with fresh merman blood. Meanwhile, Eren lay at their feet, covered in bleeding wounds, powerless and collapsed. His body was drenched in blood, his chest heaving like a broken bellows, gasping for breath like a salted fish washed ashore. This salted fish is really tough. Garen couldn't help but express his inner thoughts and turned to Smoker, saying, "Thanks for this." If Garen were to face Eren alone, he could probably battle him for half an hour. "Thanks for what?" Smoker took a deep puff of his cigar and replied calmly, "This is just our Navy's pirate extermination mission." Saying this, Smoker casually summoned a wisp of smoke to drag the barely alive Eren, turning to walk back to the Navy soldiers' camp. "Huh?" Garen exclaimed in surprise, blocking Smoker's path. "Where are you taking him?" "Taking him back," Smoker replied casually. "According to our Navy's rules." Garen suddenly remembered an issue. This operation was actually an official Navy pirate extermination mission. He wouldn't receive any bounty for the pirate's head, nor would he have the right to deal with the captive. Wait. After a moment's thought, Garen spoke righteously. "The evil dragon has committed numerous crimes in the village. His offenses are no less than those of Colonel Mouse. Letting the evil dragon live to face Navy justice is too lenient for him." This. Smoker hesitated slightly. Smoker decisively shot Colonel Mouse before because, after the events in Rogue Town, he was deeply disgusted by the corrupt Navy, but that didn't mean he had successfully transformed into a kind of 2-0. While he could still control his emotions, Smoker wanted to follow Navy protocols. Garen continued to denounce Eren's crimes with righteous indignation, shamelessly wielding a blade against the weak, riding on the backs of the common people like a local tyrant. Such scum shouldn't be spared. Should we bring him back to celebrate the new year? Smoker felt a hint of temptation. Garen glanced at the nearby villagers of Cocoa West Village, who were filled with anger and delight, and decided to rally the masses. "Smoker, ask those villagers who have suffered at the hands of the mermen for years. Shouldn't that evil dragon die?" The villagers had long had enough of the oppression and exploitation from Eren's gang, and years of accumulated hatred erupted at this moment. Cries for blood and vengeance rose all around. "He should die." A voice filled with anger and hatred suddenly rang out from the side, even overpowering the villagers' uproar. Garen turned to see that it was Nami. Her eyes brimmed with hot tears, a mix of excitement, joy, hatred, and sorrow swirling in her sparkling pupils. Trembling all over, Nami suddenly burst forth, snatching a gun from a nearby Navy soldier, and strode over. Finally, she pressed the barrel tightly against Eren's forehead. Eren. Tears streamed down Nami's cheeks, and her eyes sparkled with vengeful fire. "Do you remember?" Her finger tightened on the trigger, her body shaking uncontrollably. "Back then, you pointed a gun at Belmir like this." "Ha!" Eren, with the dark barrel pressed against his forehead, instead revealed a relieved smile and recklessly said, "What Belmir? I've killed many in my life. What could she count for? Stop talking. If you want to kill me, just do it." After saying that, Eren resignedly closed his eyes. The scene suddenly fell silent, with only Nami's heavy breathing remaining. Tears flowed freely down Nami's beautiful face, her body trembling even more violently. Nami had never killed anyone, nor had she ever thought about killing. But this ugly merman before her, she wanted to kill. Pain and conflict fermented in her heart, transforming into even more surging tears in her eyes. The finger on the trigger tightened more and more. At that moment, a large hand firmly settled on the long gun barrel. "Stop." Garen sighed softly, then looked at Nami and said, "You are not this kind of person." Nami froze, her hands gripping the gun, trembling more visibly. Garen gently applied pressure, slowly moving the gun, aimed at Eren away. "Nami," Garen repeated earnestly, "you're not this kind of person." Nami completely dropped the gun in her hand and threw herself into Garen's broad embrace, finally breaking down and crying out loud. Eren struggled to open his eyes. Having not died, Eren couldn't help but feel a flicker of luck, while Garen gently comforted the emotionally overwhelmed Nami in his arms. He shot a cold glance at Eren, Don't think too much. She is not this kind of person. I am. Garen tightly held Nami, who was weeping in pain, with one hand, while raising his great sword high with the other. He swung down with a single strike. Although Garen's sword was a heavy one, its blade remained sharp, and with the weight of the sword, the strike was unstoppable. A crisp sound echoed, akin to chopping vegetables. As Aaron's face, filled with fear and panic, was forever frozen in that expression. He ultimately could not face death as nonchalantly as he had claimed earlier. A paper tiger accustomed to bullying the weak would never learn such indifference. Nami did not look at Aaron's dying expression. She simply lay helplessly on Garen's chest, crying loudly. She had finally escaped from her nightmare and found a place where she could cry out her pain like a normal girl. Garen cooperatively allowed Nami to vent her emotions in his embrace. But his attention was drawn to the system's new changes. The powerful Aaron provided Garen with a massive amount of experience points, far exceeding the gains from the dozens of Murloc minions and officers he had previously slain. Garen successfully leveled up to 6. His physical strength had once again made a small leap with this level up. He could roughly sense that if he were to encounter Major Hammer again, he might not even need to use his words to confront him directly. The new skill he gained upon reaching level 6 was not a random reward, but Garen's signature skill, Demacian Justice. Demacian Justice. Garen calls upon the power of Demacia to deal massive damage to a target. The more evil the target, the greater the damage dealt. This skill was still significantly different from how it was portrayed in the game, and the description was so concise that Garen found it somewhat confusing. What did it mean that the damage increased with the target's evil degree? Garen couldn't help but ask the system, which had been on standby for a long time. For once, the system responded to Garen's question. The damage dealt by this skill would provide varying damage amplification based on the target's evil degree. Determined by its evil degree? Garen curiously pressed further. How is this evil degree determined? The system replied again, based on the host's moral perspective. It assesses the target's malicious intent and the severity of their actions. Malicious intent and severity? Garen pondered over these two terms and suddenly had a realization. Does that mean the more heinous the crimes committed by the opponent, the greater the damage amplification of my skill? Both are committing evil. The weak little pirate can only rob and kill, while the strong big pirate can commit horrific crimes like slaughtering cities and annihilating nations. If the damage increases with evil degree, then this Demacian Justice, in a sense, is a skill that grows stronger against stronger foes. This time, however, the system coldly replied, that question does not require an answer. Please explore it on your own. Then, this mindless system returned to standby mode, leaving Garen to figure things out alone. Yet, Garen was still haunted by many unanswered questions. What is the conversion formula between damage amplification and target evil degree? Is there a limit to the damage amplification ratio? How should the target's evil degree be quantified? Garen contemplated for a long time, but still found no answers. Ultimately, he concluded why the system said that question did not require an answer, because regardless of how the damage amplification is calculated, he would still be using this big sword to cut people. As for those questions, he would know after using it a few more times. Lost in thought, Garen finally managed to break free from that mental loop. Just as he was about to refocus on reality, he was interrupted by a noise from outside. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull and rapid metallic knocks sounded, originating from Garen's sturdy chest plate. Garen snapped back to reality and looked down, discovering Nami was blushing and pounding her tiny fists against his chest. Nami tilted her head back to look directly into Garen's eyes. Her fair cheeks, still marked with tear stains, now flushed with an alluring shade of embarrassment. And she angrily said to Garen, "How long do you plan to hold me like this?" Ahem. Garen finally realized his rudeness. Meanwhile, the onlookers were observing the tightly embraced couple with varying expressions of blessing, envy, curiosity, and anger. The curious gaze came from Nami's sister, Nocturne, who was quite interested in the little interaction between Nami and Garen, a faint smile creeping onto her lips. The angry glare came from the sheriff, aGiant, who regarded Nami as a daughter. Seeing the knight holding Nami so closely, his face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. Damn it! aGiant could no longer hold back and shouted, "Let Nami go." Nami also blushed and struggled a couple of times in Garen's embrace, but could still not break free from his solid arms. Wait! Garen silently exited data mode, returning to his physical form in a white suit, and said seriously, "I didn't feel anything while wearing armor." You. Nami shot Garen an annoyed glare, but ultimately gave up her symbolic struggle. When they finally separated, Nami's face had turned a deep crimson, losing the calm demeanor of the little thief from before. "Nami," Garen looked into Nami's eyes and asked solemnly, I have a question to ask you. Nami paused slightly, feeling her face heat up even more, her heart pounding loudly in her ears. After hesitating for a long time, she shyly said, You go ahead and ask. However, Garen suddenly turned his head, pointing to a few remaining murlocs that had been firmly controlled by the Navy. Are there any of those fishy scum over there who deserve to die, just like Aaron? Nami's expression suddenly stiffened. Garen, however, did not understand Nami's complex feelings and continued to elaborate on his question. Are there any of those who kill wantonly, commit numerous evils, and waste food in this world? I can go help the Navy save some rations. Nami stared at Garen in silence, then let out a frustrated huff. Meanwhile, the few murlocs over there trembled all over. These lucky ones had already prepared to go to Navy prison for a meal, but they never expected that the god of death would focus his attention on them again. Nami was annoyed for a while, but ultimately complied with Garen's request and directed her scrutinizing gaze at the few murlocs. Except for the sorrowful octopus Xiaoba, the other murloc minions could not lift their heads under Nami's gaze. That guy. Nami pointed at the murloc who had buried his head the deepest and gritted her teeth. He loves to torture and kill humans the most. Over the years, he has killed no less than 10 villagers from the surrounding villages with his provocations. No. The fishman waved his hands weakly. His blue face turned pale with fear. It was the evil dragon who forced me. Nami merely returned a disdainful sneer. Nami knew very well. The evil dragon not only did not force this guy to kill, but had actually been angry with this bloodthirsty fishman brother several times. After all, he had killed many of the taxpayers under the evil dragon for no reason. All right then. Garen slowly walked towards the fishman, simultaneously reactivating his data mode. Just so happens I've just comprehended a new sword technique. Let's try it out on you. Sword technique? Demacia immediately perked up, her eyes glued to Garen. Garen stood in front of the fishman, raising his great sword slightly. I really didn't. The fishman, reported by Nami, defended himself in terror, but could find no strong argument. No. Garen's voice held not a trace of pity. Accept your punishment. Then, Garen raised his great sword high. Justice will prevail. In the moment the great sword descended, the vast sky suddenly brightened. This light was more dazzling than the sun, hotter than flames, and coalesced into a brilliant beam above the clouds. It emanated from the heavens, shining down like the staff of God. Justice, light, glory. This sword of light descending from the heavens contained countless heart-stirring positive forces. Smoker, Demacia, the Navy soldiers, villagers, and even the fishermen. Everyone was awed by this great power. Smoker was so shocked that he forgot to smoke a cigar, and after seeing this light, he began to somewhat believe Garen's earlier nonsense. His power came from justice. Demacia gazed at the sword light, completely immersed in this unparalleled sword technique. Once the sword of light that had plunged down from the vast sky dissipated, the world returned to tranquility. Only the clouds in the sky, driven away by the sword light, faithfully recorded the brilliance of the previous moment. As for the fishman, the target of Garen's attack and the subject of Demacia's justice, he was already dead. He seemed to have been burned by some high temperature, turning into a charcoal sculpture from the outside in. However, this light of justice did not harm anything else. Not even the grass beneath the fishman was damaged. About 80, Garen firmly remembered a number. As the user of the skill, he could clearly feel the attack power of that heavenly light. Garen's skill descriptions never directly stated the damage values, because the damage caused by his skills always had a threshold, a cap, and below this cap value, Garen could freely control the strength of his attacks. For example, his decisive strike could either deliver a full force blow that left the target incapacitated or lightly touch the opponent's body. However, Garen's skill output could never exceed that damage cap, which was determined by Garen's own physical strength. Without an increase in physical strength, Garen could only produce a threshold output, with each strike having the same force. This is also the reason why Demacia regarded Garen as a swordmaster. However, that recent strike of Demacian justice, the actual output effect was approximately 80 greater than the damage P Garen could normally deal. Garen's ultimate damage was already impressive, and with an 80 damage increase, it directly reduced that low-level fishman to ashes. There was silence at the scene, everyone immersed in the splendid spectacle just witnessed. Garen turned back to the other fishmen. Why don't you try my sword as well? Huh? The fishmen snapped back to reality, looking at one another in shock. This. Several fishmen thugs broke out in cold sweat, their faces pale and uncertain, forcing a smile. Maybe we should pass? In the end, Garen still tried the greatsword on them. However, Garen did not kill this time, because Garen could precisely control the output of skill damage. He was able to summon a light of justice from the sky that struck the target, but only served to give them a sunbath. The damage increase from this skill was also based on the actual damage Garen dealt. Garen could completely test the mechanism of this damage increase while only causing slight damage to the target. Thus, under the watchful eyes of many Navy soldiers and villagers, Garen summoned the light of justice several times from the sky. The first time they witnessed this great sword, everyone had expressions of shock as if they were about to meet God. After a few more times, people became accustomed to it. Skills approached the way, and the way can connect to the divine. After witnessing this light show several times, Demacia was still entranced. She tightly gripped the hilt of her sword at her waist, murmuring, incorporating the belief in justice into swordsmanship. To what realm has Senior Garen cultivated in the way of the sword? Meanwhile, Garen was still carefully studying the damage increase mechanism of the great sword. Under the identification of Nami, the undercover agent within the evil dragon's criminal organization. The crimes committed by the remaining fishmen over the years have been thoroughly exposed. Based on their crimes, Garen also roughly tested the relationship between the so-called evil degree and the damage increase ratio. As long as someone actively killed for evil purposes, the damage increase provided by their evil degree was at least over 60. Characters like Octopus Xiaoba, who were unwilling to torment humans but still obeyed the evil dragon's orders to kill under certain circumstances, provided a damage increase of nearly 50. Among these fishmen, the one providing the lowest damage increase was indeed Octopus Xiaoba. The sample size was insufficient. Garen muttered to himself. He then turned to look at Nami, his eyes suddenly brightening. Nami, how about you give it a try? No problem. Nami also showed interest, since Garen had already explained to her that he could summon the power of justice to assess the target's evil degree. In any case, being struck by that beam of light would not cause her any harm. Nami eagerly stood in front of Garen, looking forward to this unique special examination. Another beam of light fell, directly striking Nami on the head. Garen used an extremely light force, so that when Nami was enveloped by this beam, she only felt a slight warmth like candlelight. Once the light dissipated, Nami couldn't wait to come over and ask, "What is my evil degree?" Garen carefully sensed and said, 15. 15? Nami asked in confusion, "What should a good person be?" Well, Garen pondered for a moment and still expressed his opinion. A pure and flawless good person should be 0%. What? Nami exclaimed in surprise. So this kind-hearted girl actually has a 15 evil rating? You. Garen looked at Nami oddly. You don't seem like a kind-hearted girl, do you? You treated me to a free meal on our first meeting and almost stole my sword. Oof. Nami's face turned slightly red, and she awkwardly turned her head away. Smoker. Garen turned to Smoker, who was watching with great interest. Do you want to give it a try too? Sure. Smoker straightforwardly agreed to Garen's request and stepped forward with curiosity. A beam of light descended. Garen announced the level of increase he felt. Your evil rating is 10. Smoker frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. A Marine bearing justice. How could I have such a high evil rating? TCH. Miss Nami, with an evil rating of 15, didn't hold back and revealed Smoker's dark history. Those colleagues from the Marine headquarters that you've defeated probably wouldn't think so. Smoker fell silent, his expression gloomy as he stood aside, continuing to smoke his cigar. Garen-senpai. Demacia approached with a face full of excitement and slightly bowed to Garen. Please let me experience your sword technique. No problem. Garen was naturally pleased to accept a willing test subject. Demacia immediately stood at attention, tidying her somewhat messy hair, as if preparing for some formal ceremony, behaving meticulously. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, mixed with a hint of nervousness. Don't worry too much, Garen said with a gentle smile. Your evil rating won't be too high. Demacia nodded indifferently. She didn't really care about what her evil rating would be. Garen slowly raised his sword and remarked with a hint of sentimentality. Everyone in this world has a dark side that others don't know about. I think pure good people with a 0 evil rating probably don't exist, right? As he said this, Garen felt a bit guilty himself. He was just an ordinary person who roamed around doing good deeds to get stronger by collecting heads. Yet he always played the role of a flawless knight of justice in front of others. Given this hypocrisy, he could probably inflict a considerable damage increase just from that. Garen-senpai. Demacia was already getting a bit impatient. She couldn't wait to personally experience the swordsmanship of a true swordmaster. Here it comes. Garen swung his sword, and the sword light descended from the heavens. Dashki felt the various bright energies contained within this sword light and couldn't help but immerse herself in the understanding of the sword path. How much, how much? Nami couldn't help but ask. Smoker, who had been quietly smoking, also perked up his ears. Garen held the great sword in disbelief and said percentage. 0. Garen always thought that pure and kind-hearted people only existed in books, but now he has encountered a living one. Dashki is kind-hearted, strong and brave, upright and selfless. She is not afraid to fight against evil pirates, nor does she execute the Navy's absolute justice in a biased manner. Her only hobby is collecting famous swords, yet she is extremely restrained about it, never harboring greedy thoughts. Garen can't help but feel a bit emotional. This is the legendary, natural airhead, and Dashki perfectly embodies this trait. She is completely immersed in a profound understanding and contemplation of swordsmanship, completely indifferent to her evil level, and unconcerned about the surprised and curious gazes from Garen, Nami, and others. Ever since she was bathed in that sword light, Dashki has entered a mysterious state of meditation. Smoker, feeling a bit impatient, busily directed the Navy soldiers to escort the captives and clean up the battlefield. Nami, on the other hand, rushed into her sister Nojiko's embrace, and the two sisters, excited after a long time apart, whispered to each other while occasionally casting discreet glances at Garen. From Nojiko's playful smile, Nami's faint blush, and Aiken's gloomy expression, it was clear that their conversation was likely related to Garen, the protagonist of a knight's love story. Garen, however, was seriously observing the silent and still Dashki. While marveling at her pure goodness, he couldn't help but feel a bit curious. After a long time, Garen finally couldn't hold back and leaned closer to Dashki, asking Dashki, "What have you realized?" Garen couldn't help but be curious. He himself didn't even feel the skills he unleashed, yet this female swordsman had been dazed in place for several minutes, contemplating. "Huh?" Dashki exclaimed in surprise, instantly shattering the mysterious atmosphere of enlightenment. Coming back to her senses, Dashki looked quite embarrassed, fidgeting to adjust the frames on her nose, and blushingly said, I didn't realize anything." "Then how could you be in a daze for so long?" Garen asked in astonishment. "I'm sorry." Dashki was startled by Garen's instinctive stern tone, hurriedly bowing slightly. "Senior Garen, it's my dullness that prevents me from grasping the profound meaning of integrating the belief in justice into swordsmanship." As she spoke, Dashki's eyes even showed clear signs of disappointment. Well, Garen didn't know how to respond, as he himself didn't understand the principle behind this profound meaning. But Dashki slowly clenched her fists, as if making a difficult decision, her brows furrowed tightly. It wasn't until her fair face turned red from holding her breath that she finally mustered some rare courage. "Senior Garen, I have a rather presumptuous request." Dashki looked at Garen, her expression serious. "What?" Garen felt that something was off about the atmosphere. "Please teach me the profound meaning of the way of the sword," Dashki said earnestly. "Huh?" Garen's face turned red, and he instinctively replied, "You're a girl. This will be inappropriate. Is it because I'm a woman that it's not allowed?" Dashki's spirit suddenly drooped. Her voice filled with disappointment and helplessness. Is it destined that female swordsmen cannot achieve success in swordsmanship? Cough, cough. Garen finally realized that he had another well-known nickname. He quickly remedied. "Don't think too much. That's not what I meant." "So what does Senior Garen mean?" Dashki's somewhat dejected expression improved slightly, and she cautiously looked forward to Garen's next words. Garen pondered in silence, nervously organizing his vocabulary in his mind. However, before Garen's theory of swordsmanship, which combined inspirational quotes, ancient martial arts, and lousy philosophy, could take shape, Dashki suddenly had a realization. "What you mean is, the way of the sword cannot be conveyed in words, only understood?" Garen was taken aback, and the large sword he had been holding accidentally fell to the ground. "This?" Dashki furrowed her brows and murmured, "Senior, you dropped your sword. Is this to tell me not to be so bound by external famous swords as before, but to focus on cultivating my own sword techniques?" Garen was at a loss for words, and could only helplessly support his forehead with a sigh. "I see." Dashki looked at Garen's helpless gesture, her expression excited. "My previous understanding of swordsmanship was too superficial. The way of the sword is not about the sharpness of external famous swords, nor the strength of the body, but the belief born in our minds, right? No wonder, Senior Garen, you can integrate the belief in justice into your sword techniques." As she spoke, Dashki respectfully bowed to Garen. "I humbly accept your teachings." Garen looked at the excited Dashki. With a strange expression said, As long as you can understand, that's good. That pretentious knight is indeed not a good thing. aGiant, with a dark expression, watched the interaction between Garen and Dashki, gritting his teeth. Having a girlfriend, yet openly flirting with a beautiful female Navy officer. aGiant, Nami said, hands on her hips, angrily. I've already said, that guy is definitely not my boyfriend. This makes me even more uneasy. aGiant looked at Nami, whom he regarded as a daughter, and said with some pity, those noble knights are indeed all heartless beasts in human clothing. Don't think of any strange things. Nami helplessly covered her face and complained. She knew that aGiant was probably imagining some tragic story of a poor girl selling her beauty to save her hometown, while a noble knight played with her feelings and abandoned her. Just as aGiant was about to explain the importance of self-respect and self-love to Nami, the fierce-looking smoker slowly approached with a cigar in his mouth. Faced with this Navy commander whose face bore the word fierce, aGiant immediately became nervous. Bandits pass like a comb, soldiers pass like a sieve, officials pass like a shave. This saying is no joke in chaotic times. The older and more worldly aGiant looked at Smoker's fierce and intimidating face and was already mentally calculating how much money he needed to offer this Navy commander as a thank you gift. Everyone, Smoker said in a calm tone, since the evil dragon pirate crew has been completely eliminated, we will withdraw our troops. Huh? aGiant was a bit surprised and asked curiously, Commander, won't you stay a while longer? Nami, who had become quite familiar with Smoker over the past few days, was not as reserved as aGiant and immediately said warmly, Smoker, why are you leaving so quickly? Thanks to you, my village was saved this time, and I was planning to treat you all well. Eliminating bandits is the Navy's duty. No extra thanks are needed. Smoker said nonchalantly, if you really want to thank someone, you might as well thank Garen. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't have known there was so much filth hidden in this EC. But Nami still insisted a bit. Don't you need to bring some gifts? Smoker's style as a Marine not only changed her previously biased view of the Navy, but also made her have a good impression of these Marines who truly protect the people. It was rare for her to not show her stinginess in front of others. No need. If I accepted valuables for fulfilling my duty as a Marine, I will be no different from that garbage, Colonel Mouse. Smoker refused cleanly and decisively. Speaking of which, although I have eliminated that tumor, Colonel Mouse, there are definitely many hidden evils left in the 16 branches he ruled over in the EC. I still have to hurry to deal with these corrupt Marines, so I won't bother you any longer. All right. Nami nodded sincerely to Smoker. Thank you. Nami suddenly thought of something and smiled at Smoker, saying, wait here for a moment. I'll go get some oranges from my home for you to eat on the way. The Marines quickly regrouped at the dock and orderly escorted the captives aboard. The incorruptible Colonel Smoker did not accept any valuable gifts, only gladly accepting the local specialty oranges given by Nami and Nojiko. Smoker had a rush to clean up the remnants of the corrupt Colonel Mouse, so Garen, Nami, and Wallace naturally stayed in Cocoa West Village for the time being. Together with the cheering villagers, both sides had a lively and touching farewell at the dock. Garen, just before leaving, Smoker called out to Garen. Is there something? Garen kindly responded to this Marine friend he had just met and was about to part with. After thinking carefully, Smoker took a deep puff of his cigar and said seriously, although that flash of sword light was very convincing, I still don't believe in the nonsense of the power of justice. Power is just power. There is no distinction of good and evil. You're right. Garen did not put on airs, simply answering honestly. There is no good or evil in power. It is the people who have it. Smoker looked deeply at Garen. Even so, your actions still live up to the word justice, although not as perfectly as that journalist wrote. I hope you won't go astray in the future. Garen did not waste words, simply replying with two concise and powerful characters. I will. Smoker turned and boarded the ship, but Daz Bones, filled with admiration, stood respectfully in front of Garen and bowed. Senior Garen, thank you for your guidance. I will not slack off in my swordsmanship practice. Keep it up. Garen cooperatively displayed a look of satisfaction, generously praising and encouraging Daz Bones. I felt an unprecedented pure spirit from you, my sword of justice. Huh? Daz Bones was slightly taken aback, momentarily shy for being praised by the Garen she respected. This is a heart of a child among millions. Garen's praises became increasingly extravagant, but his expression looked very sincere. I see the future of swordsmanship in you. Senior Garen, I will live up to your expectations. Daz Bones excitedly bowed to Garen again and finally turned away reluctantly to complete her farewell. Lord Garen, Wallace approached with a notebook, his face full of curiosity as he asked, what swordsmanship did you impart to Sergeant Daz Bones? Can you share the philosophy behind it? This Garen said with a strange expression. I don't have any specific swordsmanship theory. It's all Daz's bones-high comprehension. She figured it all out by herself. Oh. Wallace nodded and muttered to himself as he wrote in his notebook. The essence of East Sea Knight swordsmanship, enlightening the Navy's swordsmanship experts. Seeing Wallace's habitual writing style, Garen was somewhat speechless. Garen suddenly thought of something and asked Wallace, Wallace, aren't you planning to return to Rogue Town? No. Wallace stopped writing, replying seriously. I carry a transponder snail and an external fax device with me, so I can send news articles back to the newspaper remotely without returning to Rogue Town. Moreover, I want to follow you, Lord Garen, to report on your achievements as a Knight of Justice. But, Garen sighed slightly, saying, You heard what Smoker said just now, and you've been by my side for so long. You should have seen clearly whether I am a flawless Knight of Justice or not. Wallace pondered for a moment, but smiled slightly. That's right. I have roughly seen what kind of person you are. Not a lofty noble, nor a flawless knight. But that doesn't matter. I have been looking for big news worth reporting, and you're the creator of big news. As for your concerns, I will write in the news that you are a Knight of Justice, and you are a Knight of Justice. Hearing Wallace's shameless words, Garen's gaze towards him changed. Wallace said seriously, In short, news figures are all artificially shaped, and the media has countless methods to manipulate public opinion. In this case, the truth and falsehood no longer matter. What matters is the promotional effect of the news figure in their deeds. Wallace paused, then said somewhat emotionally, This sea is filled with various legendary stories of great pirates rampaging across the seas. The world government and the Navy also spare no effort in promoting their legitimacy as rulers. However, these stories do not have a truly meaningful hero. Wallace looked intensely at Garen. True or false, it doesn't matter. This sea is full of adventurers seeking personal freedom, selfish and evil pirates, and a navy controlled by the world government. But there has never been a knight who promotes and practices justice. What I want to do is to shape you, Lord Garen, into such a simple Knight of Justice, distinct from pirates and the Navy. I want those naive children to have an option of just partner when they shout out their dreams. I understand. Garen grasped Wallace's thoughts and nodded with feeling. I will continue to play this role of a Knight of Justice well. With the conversation opened up, Garen straightforwardly expressed his inner thoughts. So you don't need to keep speaking to me so respectfully. It feels a bit uncomfortable. No, Lord Garen, Wallace said seriously. To make others believe, you must first believe yourself. Smoker and his party finally departed by ship, and the silhouettes of the two tall warships gradually disappeared from everyone's view. Nami turned around and prepared to head back home to Cocoa West Village to rest. She glanced back at Garen, who was closely following her, and felt a complex mix of emotions. Smoker was right. The salvation of her hometown relied entirely on Garen's strength. Her own fate had also changed completely since meeting Garen. However, due to the somewhat ambiguous relationship between them, Nami felt embarrassed to openly say thank you to Garen. But this gratitude was firmly etched in her heart. She looked at her hometown relatives, who were beaming with joy, and then glanced at the Dragon Park, which had been bombarded and left in ruins, feeling a surge of joy and anticipation for stepping into a new life. The Dragon Park, which still stood defiantly in her sight, was no longer a nightmare in Nami's mind. Wait, Nami suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her eyes filled with disbelief and surprise. What is it? Garen asked curiously. Smoker and the others didn't go to clean up the battlefield at Dragon Park, did they? Nami asked slowly, word by word. No, I don't think so. Garen recalled slightly. Those fishmen either died on the coast or in the village. We never went into Dragon Park. In other words, Nami's eyes sparkled with the light of treasure. The money that the dragon had taken is still there. Naval ships. Smoker stood at the stern, gazing at the Cocoa West Village that had disappeared from view, quietly smoking a cigar. Behind him, Tashigi was happily sharing the special oranges that Nami had sent with a group of Navy soldiers, creating a peaceful atmosphere of victory and reunion. Colonel Smuki. A sycophantic voice suddenly rang in his ears. The owner of the voice was the former aide of Captain Mouse, who was still in a redemption state as a tainted witness. He said to Smoker with a fawning expression, I have big news to report to you. There is still hidden loot in Arlong's base that he has accumulated over the years. We can make a big profit if we go back now. Smoker frowned in displeasure. The aide shrank his neck and quickly changed his words. We can confiscate these ill-gotten gains. The notion of confiscation was quite reasonable. According to Navy regulations, confiscating the property of pirate crews after extermination was a necessary procedure. However, Smoker grew even more displeased exhaling a thick smoke ring. So many oranges? Can't you keep your mouth shut? Save your little cleverness for when I go to the 16th Division to clean up corrupt Navy officials. The aide immediately broke into a cold sweat, trembling and unsure how to respond. That money didn't belong to the dragon. It was extorted from the villagers. Tashigi approached with an orange and smiled, saying, Colonel Smoker was originally thinking of leaving this money for the villagers, right? Oomph. Smoker snorted coldly and said no more. Want an orange? It's very sweet. They say those orange trees were planted by Navy soldiers who sacrificed themselves to the dragon. Tashigi wasn't angry at her superior's hot and cold demeanor. She just smiled and handed him a peeled orange. Cigars are still better, Smoker said with a straight face. Then he took the orange from Tashigi's hand. After the bombardment, the once Grand Dragon Park had turned into ruins. The Dragon's building, modeled after the amusement park in the Chambord Islands, was also reduced to shambles by the Navy's cannon fire, yet it still stood there, barely upright, due to its solid steel framework. At this moment, Garen, Nami, and Wallace were walking through this dangerous building. Arlong valued wealth greatly, and his greedy nature made him overly cautious about hiding his treasures, which was not in line with his own intelligence. Even though Nami had been a cadre in the Arlong Pirates for 6 years, she didn't know where Arlong's treasure was hidden. However, in the face of Nami's skills as a little thief, the treasures Arlong hid weren't too difficult to find. Arlong ruled over 20 surrounding villages, and over the years, the accumulated wealth was quite substantial. After following Nami around the dragon's territory for a while, Garen felt as if he were exploring the lair of the Western Dragon, dazzled by all sorts of treasures. However, Garen didn't take any of that money. Not even the money-loving Nami took any. Nami simply called the villagers of Cocoa West Village over. Dragon Park suddenly became lively. The villagers' faces flushed with excitement. And one by one, with shining eyes, they rushed into what they once considered the dragon's den, breathlessly hauling out the dragon's treasures. When it came to fighting the dragon, numbers might not matter, but when it came to sharing the spoils, more people meant greater strength. Under Garen's slightly astonished gaze, the treasure trove that would require an excavator to dig out was emptied by the villagers in less than 2 minutes. After moving the treasures, the villagers were still full of energy and turned their attention to other items in Dragon Park. Weapons, furniture, ornaments, even carpets were not spared. Shadows of people carrying valuables darted among the ruins, and excited calls echoed, transforming the wasteland into a bustling scene. Garen's gaze towards the villagers suddenly became strange. Nami, standing beside him, quickly sensed the change in Garen's expression. The faint disgust on Garen's face was quite evident. Garen? Nami leaned closer, concerned, and bluntly asked, Do you have any prejudice against the villagers of my hometown? Prejudice? Garen pondered for a moment, but couldn't help but express his inner thoughts. I just think that when they were oppressed by the dragon, they didn't dare to resist and only relied on you, a girl, to shoulder the burden of saving the village. Now that the dragon is dead, they come to share the fruits of victory without hesitation. This is a bit too. Garen thought of some rather unflattering words, but to accommodate Nami's feelings. He didn't say it directly, knowing that she regarded those villagers as family. Nami understood Garen's meaning and immediately defended the villagers. That money originally came from the dragon squeezing it out of them. I'm just returning it to them. And Nami's voice grew a bit subdued. They have fought back. They called me a traitor, but several times they clashed with the fishmen to rescue me from the dragon. Over the years, Belmare wasn't the only one who sacrificed. Garen listened intently, and his impression of the Cocoa West villagers gradually improved. Oh, and Nami quickly dispelled those bad memories and chuckled. I'm not some weak girl. In this village, no one can compare to me in martial arts. I am the hope of the whole village. Garen nodded slightly, acknowledging Nami's opinion. Meanwhile, the fervent anti-tyrant movement in the Evil Dragon Park had come to a temporary halt, as the evil dragon's treasure had finally been completely scavenged. However, to Garen's surprise, the villagers did not take their abundant treasures home. Instead, they gathered their valuables in the square of the evil dragon's territory. They then placed those valuable items down one by one, neatly stacking them together. The sheriff, aGiant, was standing in front of the dazzling piles of treasure, seriously counting them with a small notebook. Aren't they taking the money home? Garen asked curiously. The evil dragon's money wasn't stolen from just our village. After collecting it, it must be shared with other villages. Nami replied in a tone that implied it was obvious. How could we just take the money home? After fully understanding Garen's meaning, Nami pouted a bit and said, Garen, you really think too poorly of people. Ha! Garen chuckled awkwardly, feeling a lot in his heart. Nami let out a slight huff. then turned back towards the tall building. I'm going to look for the evil dragon pirate crew's ledger to distribute the money to the other victims. Garen, not wanting to stay alone, quickly followed her. The accompanying reporter, Wallace, faithfully trailed behind Garen. The evil dragon pirate crew was full of burly fishmen, and the brainwork of handling the ledger was usually Nami's responsibility. Nami climbed several floors in succession, easily navigating the corridors until she stood at the door of a room. However, her figure suddenly froze. "Why aren't you moving?" Garen asked, puzzled as he approached. Nami didn't answer, but Garen saw her slender shoulders trembling slightly. Garen realized something. He didn't say much. He just reached out and opened the door. A strange smell came rushing out, a terrible odor that was a mix of ink, paper, and stale air. The furnishings inside were very simple, just a writing desk, a chair, and a desk lamp, along with stacks of paper filling the entire room. Each stack as tall as a person. Seeing these piles of paper, Nami's expression became even gloomier. Garen was awakened by this shocking scene. He knew these were not ordinary papers, but the East Blue Sea charts that Nami had drawn under Arlong's coercion. Drawing sea charts was not a task Nami hated. On the contrary, her dream was to draw sea charts of the entire world. However, the sea charts before her were not born from Nami's dreams, but had become the embodiment of her long-standing nightmares. Garen gently placed his hand on Nami's shoulder and said solemnly, "It's all in the past." Nami's trembling body suddenly stabilized. After a brief silence, Nami nodded heavily. "Yeah." Her face broke into that cheerful smile again. "I'll go burn them," Garen said seriously as he looked at the sea charts. "Why?" Nami asked in surprise. "You don't even know what those are." "No need to know," Garen said with a commanding tone. "Since this place makes you unhappy, then I'll burn it." Nami's face turned slightly red upon hearing this, but she quietly turned her head away. Garen then strode over to the sea charts, and after a moment of pause, he turned to Wallace and asked, "Did you bring a lighter?" "No, I don't smoke," Wallace replied bluntly. Garen, who had just delivered a cool line, suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and had to turn around and leave. "I'll go borrow a fire." Saying this, Garen hurriedly walked out of the room. Nami just stared blankly at Garen's departing figure, and a hint of happiness quietly appeared in her smile. Wallace, being perceptive, didn't disturb Miss Nami's emotions and casually walked into the room, picking up a sea chart to browse through. His nonchalant expression suddenly turned serious, his gaze completely fixed on the sea chart. Wallace randomly pulled out a few more sea charts to examine, and his interest grew stronger. What a treasure worth its weight in gold. Wallace couldn't help but exclaim. Still immersed in her little emotional moment, Nami suddenly reacted and immediately turned to ask, "Treasure? Where?" Wallace waved the sea charts in his hand. "It's these sea charts." Nami's excited expression instantly froze on her face. After a moment, she smiled helplessly and said, "You don't have to flatter me like that. I know I'm a genius." "Indeed, a genius," Wallace said earnestly. "Ordinary sea charts on the market can do well to depict routes, islands, and boundaries. But the information in your sea charts is much richer. Beaches, coastlines, underwater topography, seabed, bedrock and sediments, aquatic flora and fauna, the speed and direction of currents, monsoon directions. Even complex information like freshwater uninhabited islands suitable for resupply and temporary resting reefs are recorded. I know all this, of course." Nami waved her hand dismissively. She was already a genius cartographer, and gathering this information was made much easier by the racial talents of the fishmen. Using marine creatures to measure ocean information naturally yields more detailed and reliable results. Nami said somewhat disinterestedly, "But how do we turn these sea charts into money?" "Sea charts are regulated commodities by the world government. They are hard to sell." Nami naturally knew the value of these sea charts. They were of great significance to an ambitious organization like the evil dragon pirate crew, and they were also quite useful for her own navigation. However, it would be very difficult for an individual like Nami to sell them for money. "It is indeed hard to sell what you have," Wallace said with a smile, "but my family knows some industry giants. These East Blue Sea charts are enough to support the existence of a large shipping company." Nami's eyes lit up immediately. What she hated was not the sea charts themselves, but the evil dragon who forced her to draw them. After hearing Wallace's words, Nami instantly changed her mind. At this moment, Garen returned holding a blazing torch, raising it to set the sea charts ablaze. "Cough, cough." Nami subtly blocked the stacks of sea charts. "I thought about it. Let's keep these sea charts. They've already been drawn." 3 days later, in front of Nami's house, Garen gently knocked on the door and called inside. "Nami, it's time to go." The door suddenly opened, and a sleepy Nami in a loose nightgown stood in front of Garen. Go? Where to? Nami slightly tugged at her overly revealing collar. But the sudden movement pulled at the fresh wound left from modifying her tattoo. The fiery sensation jolted her awake from her half-asleep state. On the first day after the fall of the Dragon Pirates, Nami went to the village's tattoo artist to replace the dragon emblem on her arm with a windmill orange design that she liked. Let us go out to sea for an adventure. Garen said seriously. Wallace has almost finished preparing, so you should hurry up and pack your things. Saying this, Garen walked into Nami's house and found a comfortable spot on the living room sofa. I'll wait for you here. Nokigao was preparing breakfast at home and greeted Garen with a smile when she saw him. After 3 days of spending time together, Garen had become quite familiar with Nami's family and fellow villagers. Oomph. Nami looked at Garen, who seemed overly familiar, and raised an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable mix of emotions. What things to pack? I don't think I'm officially your crew yet. Huh? Garen was momentarily taken aback, surprised on his face. Not yet? I thought. Although they hadn't spent a long time together, Garen felt that his relationship with Nami should have naturally progressed. Speaking of which, Nami changed the subject and asked Garen a seemingly vague question. What is your dream? Dream? Garen was even more stunned, standing there for a long time without an answer. This world was quite strange. One thing was that almost everyone could readily shout out a clear dream. Dreams like charting the world's seas, becoming the greatest swordsman, becoming the pirate king, or becoming an admiral in the Navy were all different. But like most people from his past life, Garen was a salted fish without dreams. Perhaps only in the world of manga could it be like this. In the real world, people were already too exhausted just trying to survive. Where would they find time to dream? You don't even know what your dream is. Nami looked into Garen's eyes, her tone quite aggressive. If you wanted to go out to sea with you, where are you taking me? Garen couldn't find the words to organize his thoughts and could only grit his teeth and say, let us go out to sea first and talk later. TCH. Nami gave Garen a disdainful glance and bluntly said, you should just go out to sea by yourself. No. Garen's expression suddenly became resolute, and he looked at Nami with intense eyes. I want you to go out to sea with me. Nami's deliberately cold expression made her face feel slightly warm under Garen's gaze, and she pouted. Why? Because. Garen dragged out the words, but failed to follow up. However, during this brief moment of waiting, Nami's face gradually turned red, and a flicker of expectation passed through her sparkling eyes. Garen then said seriously, because I can't sail. You. Nami turned her head in anger, deliberately ignoring Garen. However, Garen got up and walked out without any hesitation, turning back to leave a parting remark. I'll be waiting for you at the dock. Hurry up. What kind of captain is this? Nami stomped her foot in embarrassment and anger, but she couldn't help but feel frustrated as she watched Garen's back. Nokigao, on the other hand, smiled silently, having a clear understanding of her sister. This was not a trivial emotion between a navigator and a captain. A single-masted sailboat was quietly docked at the pier. This was the boat Garen had requested from the villagers of Kokoshia, small in size, but of good quality, perfect for a small group like Garen's. Garen and Wallace had already boarded the sailboat with their luggage and waved goodbye to the villagers who had come to see them off. After a long while, the villagers returned to the village, and the sun rose higher in the sky. But the boat still hadn't set sail because they were still missing one person. After waiting a bit longer, Garen turned to Wallace and said, let us raise the sails first. When Nami arrives, we can set off right away. This, Wallace asked with some concern. Are you sure Miss Nami will come? It seems she hasn't made it clear that she wants to go out to sea with you. She will. Garen confidently nodded, then smiled gently. Girls are shy and don't say it outright. But when I went to Nami's house this morning, I saw that her luggage was already packed and placed in the living room. I see. Wallace nodded and hurriedly helped Garen raise the sails. As soon as the small sail was raised, the sailboat began to move slowly away from the dock, propelled by the wind, held back only by the mooring ropes. But before long, a fierce gust of wind suddenly blew. The wind filled the sail, applying a tremendous force that actually broke the knots of the mooring ropes. Oh no, Garen thought to himself, realizing the importance of the 9 knots Nami had taught him. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to regret his carelessness as the small boat was already blown out to sea by the fierce wind. What? Nami, who had just arrived at the dock after saying goodbye to her family, froze and dropped the large bag she was carrying. This idiot actually left me behind. But a moment later, the small sailboat quickly sped back toward the dock, and Garen's figure clearly appeared in front of Nami. Nami. Garen frantically gathered the sail lines while happily greeting Nami. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You. Nami sensed the sudden change in the strange wind direction with her innate talent as a navigator and angrily said, You were clearly blown back by the wind. Ha! Garen laughed awkwardly. I told you I can't sail. How could I navigate against the wind like you? Nami crossed her arms and habitually explained to Garen. If you want to sail against the wind, you need to keep the sail at an acute angle to the wind and sail in a zigzag pattern, utilizing the vertical component of the wind on the sail. But this angle must be controlled well. It can't be too large or too small, ideally around 22 degrees. If you want to speed up, you can't rely solely on the wind's push. You also need to adjust the boat's heading to force the wind to change direction on the sail, and the wind will give the sail a reactive force. Seeing that the topic was about to turn into a lecture on Bernoulli's principle, Garen's expression quickly became serious. He spoke slowly and deliberately. I don't understand. Don't explain anymore. You. Nami sighed lightly, then picked up her luggage from the ground and stepped onto Garen's small sailboat. She casually placed her luggage on one side of the boat and said helplessly, I really can't do anything with you. Just follow my instructions to control the sails. Under the command of the navigation expert Nami, this small sailboat, which was at the mercy of the sea breeze, finally successfully sailed out of the dock of Cocoa West Village. The scenery of her hometown gradually faded away, and a brand new world appeared before Nami's eyes. Galen. Nami looked at the vast and magnificent ocean ahead and asked once again, Have you found what your dream is? A dream, huh? Galen stood side by side with Nami at the bow, his voice filled with confidence. That kind of elusive thing is better off without it. I just need to know where I'm going next. Where to? Nami asked curiously. Galen thought of the knight's name that had already begun to be sung in the East Sea and answered without hesitation, to cut down the next scum. Who? Nami asked with great interest. Galen recalled a rather unremarkable name, a man with 5,000 experienced babies under his command. The Krieg pirates were a dominant force in the East Sea, the largest, most expansive, most advanced, financially abundant, and strongest pirate crew in the East Sea. Since its establishment, Captain Krieg has always adhered to the advanced business philosophy of building miracles in overwhelming numbers, constantly making progress and pushing forward. After years of development, the fleet now has over 50 large warships, more than 5,000 professional fighters, well-equipped, with abundant resources and broad prospects. After hearing Galen's goal, Nami's first reaction was, Are you crazy? That was the East Sea overlord, Admiral Krieg, who had 5,000 subordinates. Krieg's notorious reputation was well known throughout the East Sea, even among children. Even having witnessed Galen's formidable power of taking down a fishman with a single strike, Nami was still unwilling to let Galen take the risk of challenging Krieg's reputation. Because the Krieg pirates had too many people. You heard me right, Galen said seriously. I'm going after that admiral from Africa, in front of the strong. No matter how many weaklings there are, it won't matter. The original Admiral Krieg was defeated and had his entire army wiped out by Hawkeye with a single blow shortly after entering the Grand Line due to his bad luck. Although Galen wasn't a top-tier powerhouse like Hawkeye, his abilities made him unafraid of tactics involving sheer numbers. Not only was he not afraid, but he was actually delighted by the thought of facing more opponents. 5,000. They had a full 5,000. Nami excitedly stepped closer, grabbing Galen's collar and shouting, There are only 3 of us. No, not even 3. Galen corrected Nami's mistake in a calm tone. I'm the only one who can fight. Then why are you going? Nami said angrily, pulling harder but still unable to move Galen's tall and sturdy body. Of course I'm going. Galen paused, then said with a serious expression, A pirate crew of a few dozen can harm the villagers of 20 villages. The damage caused by Krieg, with 5,000 under his command, will surely far exceed that of a mere dragon. How can I sit idly by? You. Nami slowly released her grip on Galen's collar, her expression becoming somewhat strange. You're talking big again. Whether it's grandstanding or not doesn't matter. What matters is whether I take action. Galen frankly admitted this. So, shall we set sail? Nami was silent for a moment before finally letting out a gentle sigh. If you want to seek death, then go ahead. I'll navigate for you. Meanwhile, Wallace was reading the newspaper featuring his report on the East Sea Knight's great victory over the Dragon Pirate crew. Smiling with satisfaction, the story of the righteous knight has new material to write about. With one report after another being published, within 10 days, Galen had defeated the Steelblade, the Clown, and the Dragon Pirate crews and collaborated with the headquarters colonel to clean up the corrupt navy in Rogue Town, becoming a household name in the East Sea as the Righteous Knight. However, outside the East Sea, Galen's name barely made a mark, only appearing in a small corner of the article about the news of the Pirate King's crew member Buggy turning over a new leaf. After all, the media was well aware of the subtle writing style used by their East Sea counterparts. They wouldn't simply reprint overly flattering articles in the newspapers of the Grand Line. Nevertheless, being recognized by the naval hero garb and suspected to be a swordsmanship genius, Galen still left a faint impression in the minds of many important figures. New World. Red-Hair Pirates. PFF. After casually glancing at the newspaper, red-haired Shanks sprayed the drink he hadn't swallowed yet all over the place. Fortunately, the person standing in front of him was not someone who would be easily splashed. The man with eagle-like sharp amber eyes simply shifted slightly to avoid the sudden attack from the Yonko red-haired. He was Shank's friend, the swordsman Dracul Mihawk, who often came to spar with him. What did you see? Mihawk waved his hand to dissipate the alcohol mist in the air, curiously asking his old friend, whose expression had drastically changed. Shanks looked quite peculiar, staring at the newspaper for a long time before speaking in a daze. One of my old friends actually became a Navy officer. Mihawk, intrigued, took the newspaper and carefully browsed through it. It featured an article resembling an official Navy propaganda piece, praising the former Pirate King's crew member Buggy for turning over a new leaf and dedicating himself to justice, while also promoting the legitimacy and legality of the Navy and the world government. However, Mihawk could still pick up on some strange points from this report. He was defeated by an unknown swordsman from the East Sea. Mihawk was somewhat surprised after reading it. Is this your friend? Ha ha ha. Shanks chuckled helplessly. He is indeed my close friend. We were both interns under Captain Roger. But ever since he ate a devil fruit, his strength hasn't improved much. He scratched his head awkwardly. To be honest, I have a part of the responsibility in this. Mihawk did not ask further and instead turned his attention to the corner of a newspaper with interest. Are you interested in that so-called one-sword hero? Shanks followed Mihawk's gaze and curiously asked, a swordsman like you should have long stopped believing in such legendary stories, right? Mihawk put down the newspaper and smiled slightly. I naturally do not believe in such mysterious swordsmanship. However, since this young man has gained the favor of Garp with his sword skills and has the reputation of a one-sword hero, he is probably not simple. Mihawk casually stroked the cross on his neck and said with interest, it might be worth checking out when I'm bored. In the East Sea, on a medium-sized ship that did not fly any flags. The East Sea's Righteous Knight? A beautiful girl with a simple blue long ponytail sat at a small table on the deck, gazing intently at the newspaper report about the Righteous Knight Galen. Does such a powerful and benevolent Righteous Knight really exist? The girl, burdened with the weight of her family and country, was moved by the overly inspiring news, and a hint of fantasy and expectation emerged in her eyes. For everyone trapped in darkness, such a righteous knight is the embodiment of hope. Why are you so excited? Said the blue-haired woman with an explosive hairstyle sitting next to the girl, somewhat disdainfully. Do you really believe in such nonsense as a righteous knight? Yes, I'm sorry. Miss Finger. The girl hurriedly put down the newspaper and deliberately showed an exaggerated, fierce expression. I was just shocked that there is such a fool in the EC. This blue-haired girl is not an ordinary person, but Princess Nefertari Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom. However, at this moment, her identity is that of an intern agent who has just joined the secret criminal organization Baroque Works. The woman with the blue hair and explosive hairstyle in front of her is one of Vivi's immediate superiors, the second-ranked female agent in Baroque Works, Miss Finger, a user of the Thorn Fruit ability. To play the role of a female agent in the criminal organization, Vivi had to make every effort to disguise herself as someone completely opposite to her true character. She tried to maintain a stern expression and explained her earlier display of true emotions. I'm a bit worried. What if our mission in the East Sea is disrupted by this fool knight? Don't worry, a colder voice sounded from behind. It was a bald man. He is Miss Finger's partner, a killer who stands at the top of the agency's operatives, a user of the Chop Fruit ability, Mr. One. Mr. One's expression was extremely indifferent as he coldly stated, we've already investigated such news figures. He is not as powerful as the newspaper claims, just a swordsman with decent strength. Many people have witnessed this, and it's not hard to verify. Vivi immediately smiled and said, of course, with your abilities, Mr. One, no swordsman can pose a threat. Haha. Another sharp laugh came from Miss Finger. We're not afraid of that knight, but if you encounter him alone. Me alone? Vivi sensed some ominous information, and her expression suddenly turned somewhat ugly. Isn't this mission supposed to be led by you and Mr. One? Of course not. Miss Finger looked at Vivi disdainfully. Do we really need to deploy 2 senior agents for a deal with a third-rate pirate group in the EC? We came to the EC for a more valuable business. Then, Vivi suddenly felt flustered. She was just an intern agent who had managed to join the organization with her decent skills. She had no experience in carrying out criminal activities on her own. After sailing for a while, Mr. One and I will part ways with you. The next task will require you to complete it alone. Miss Finger had a malicious smile on her face. Don't worry, Our Baroque works has your back. When you fail and die on your mission, we will come to help clean up the mess." Vivi's face suddenly darkened significantly. Miss Finger, however, smiled triumphantly, picked up her teacup, and left, leaving Vivi sitting at the table, her expression fluctuating with inner turmoil. "Don't think too much." Mr. One, who exuded an aura that discouraged approach and was usually silent, rarely took the initiative to speak. If you want to obtain the qualification and codename of a mid-level agent, you must have the ability to complete tasks independently. Do not fail in turn. Yes. Vivi nodded heavily, her heart finally feeling a bit more stable. Her gaze inadvertently fixed on the article about the Knight of the East Sea, and she suddenly had some strange thoughts. What would happen if she really encountered this righteous knight? The naval branches in the East Sea each have clearly defined jurisdictions, and the duties assigned to them by the naval headquarters are limited to ensuring the safety of their respective sea areas. Therefore, as long as incidents occur outside their jurisdictions, the branch navies can confidently shift the blame to their allies. In the absence of directives from superior officers or significant profit incentives, these branch navies, lacking a sense of justice, would not easily enforce the law across jurisdictions. However, due to the insufficient armed forces of local navies and the need to consider political influences, the naval bases in the EC are all established around the territories of the world government member countries. This ultimately leads to one result. Outside the territories of the world government member countries, the branch navies jurisdictions fail to cover. And in the unregulated areas that the headquarters navies look down upon, countless pirates always take root and even directly seize lands to rule. The territory of the Click Pirates is precisely such an unregulated area, which has been a famous pirate den in the EC for many years. However, the Navy has never come here to eradicate pirates, as the Click Pirates are not as weak as Garen thinks. Such a large pirate group with over 1,000 members can no longer sustain itself solely through robbery. Their biggest income comes from managing territories and ruling the people. For a normal country, having military personnel accounting for 5% of the total population is already considered militaristic. However, the Click Pirates possess over 5,000 professional combatants, which means they control a population resource on the scale of hundreds of thousands. Coupled with dozens of islands and hundreds of miles of sea territory in that unregulated area, Pirate Captain Click's power and status are on par with those of the kings of small countries. The Navy has maintained an unspoken understanding with such a dominant pirate, and for many years they have lived in peace. But at this moment, an unexpected guest has arrived in this pirate kingdom of the East Sea. Nami carefully manipulated the sextant to measure the angle of the sun and the sea level, diligently recording the measure parameters. After careful calculation, Nami compared her findings with the astronomical calendar and regional nautical charts and concluded, "Garen, be careful. We have entered the territory of the Click Pirates." Finally arrived. Garen, who had grown tired of the sea scenery, exclaimed somewhat exaggeratedly. The sea adventure was not as colorful as Garen had imagined. Most of the time was spent on lengthy and tedious voyages over the ocean, especially on the small boat he was on, which had limited facilities. The time became even more unbearable. Where? Garen stood at the bow, gazing into the distance, and said with some confusion, "I don't see any land. This vast ocean is already within Click's sphere of influence." Nami gently tapped the table and seriously reiterated Click's power in front of Garen. He is a great pirate who rules dozens of islands and controls hundreds of miles of sea. Oh, Garen, however, completely failed to grasp Nami's warning-laden words and simply said with some disappointment, "There's still such a long way to go." Sigh. Nami helplessly rubbed her forehead and softly sighed. "I hope you're as capable as you think you are, or else we're doomed on this trip." Lord Garen will definitely be able to do it. Wallace, who was quietly reading a newspaper nearby, confidently answered for Garen. "A ship is coming." Garen, standing at the bow, suddenly exclaimed as he looked at the distant sea. "What?" Nami was startled and quickly rushed to Garen's side. "Is it a patrol ship from the Click Pirates?" Following Garen's gaze, Nami soon relaxed. The small ship did not fly any pirate flags. Nami could also see several strange pulley arms slanted on the ship's deck, with many sturdy nets hanging down. Coming from fishing village, Nami certainly recognized this as fishing gear, so this sailboat must undoubtedly be a fishing boat. What made the ship less threatening was that its hull was severely damaged, with the mast and sail completely destroyed, and it could only barely sail by rowing. Was it a distressed ship? Nami looked at the ship in front of her and said curiously, "But there is no stormy weather around here." The people on the distressed fishing boat seemed to have noticed Garen and his group and suddenly began to row faster, bringing their boat to the front of Garen's ship. There were about a dozen men on the fishing boat, all showing varying degrees of fear on their faces. When they reached Garen, they directly cried for help. Help? Garen calmly asked. What happened? An old man with graying hair and a face full of wrinkles, yet possessing a body of dark, muscular strength, stepped forward. Unlike the other fishermen, this old man did not appear so flustered. However, his slightly trembling voice still betrayed his inner fear. We just encountered an attack from a terrifying sea beast. A terrifying sea beast? Nami replied incredulously. How could there be such large sea beasts that can attack sailboats in these waters? Under the pressure of Arlong and the cooperation of many fishmen, Nami had nearly drawn the entire map of the East Sea to ensure safe navigation. The distribution of marine life was also a very important piece of information in the map she created, and she would never make a mistake in her professional rigor. We've never seen it before, the old man said with lingering fear, but truly appeared just now. And it attacked our fishing boat. Just appeared? Garen looked around, but could only see an overly calm sea. There's no trace at all. However, the distressed fishermen all looked panicked, completely unlike they were faking it. According to these fishermen, they had made a mistake while operating their equipment during fishing, resulting in them provoking a monstrous beast they had never seen in their lives. Fortunately, the giant beast seemed to not take them seriously, only attacking the fishing boat once before sinking back into the sea and disappearing. But of course, the fishermen did not dare to place their lives in the hands of that beast, so they had to row desperately to escape this area. Please. The leading old man politely bowed slightly to Garen and requested, Our mast is broken, and it's truly difficult to return to port by manpower. We hope you can help us tow the ship back. No problem. Garen readily agreed to their request and asked, Who are you? Which island do you want to return to? The old man said solemnly, I'm the captain of this fishing boat, Demacia. We are all fishermen under Lord Cleek. Under Cleek? Garen said in surprise. You are from the Cleek pirates? No, we're just laborers under the pirate crew. Captain Demacia quickly explained. Please rest assured. Although this is the territory of the Cleek pirates, they only charge passing merchant ships protection fees. As long as you don't intrude into the Cleek pirates' base, they will make things difficult for ordinary vessels like yours. He bowed deeply again, his voice full of helplessness and a different kind of humility. Please be sure to help us. This fishing boat is also Lord Cleek's property. We absolutely cannot lose it. All right, Garen casually agreed, intending to learn more about the Cleek pirates from this local fisherman. But at that moment, a huge shadow suddenly emerged beneath the calm surface of the sea. The terrifying sea beast appeared again. A fisherman, frightened out of his wits, spotted the dark figure and immediately screamed, Help. What? Garen instantly activated his data combat mode, his white suit transforming in an instant into a magnificent suit of armor, and a broad sword appeared in his previously empty hands. However, the fishermen had no mood to pay attention to this miraculous scene. They only stared at the terrifying giant beast that was gradually surfacing beside them with horror. Don't panic. Garen tightened his grip on the great sword and calmly reassured the trembling fisherman. I can protect you. Saying this, Garen stepped forward, ready to leap into the sea and battle the unknown giant beast. The terrifying sea beast that had instilled fear in the fishermen finally slowly surfaced. It truly lived up to the name Terrifying Sea Beast. Its size larger than both Garen's small sailboat and Captain Demacia's battered fishing boat combined, creating towering waves as it emerged from the depths. As those large, menacing eyes broke the surface, the fishermen were struck with cold sweat, unable to move. Garen, Nami, and Wallace also fell silent, but unlike the fishermen, their faces showed no panic, only an indescribable strangeness. The expression on the terrifying sea beast that emerged from the water was similar to that of the fishermen. It was Moo Moo, the former combatant of the evil dragon pirates. With its eyes the size of a car and a mouth large enough to swallow a sailboat whole, a human-like expression of panic gradually appeared on its comical cow face. Hey! Garen broke the silence. However, just as he was about to say more and greet this old acquaintance, Moo Moo's massive body, which had not fully emerged from the water, quivered slightly. Moo! The manatee Moo Moo let out a soft call and then played back its own earlier action of surfacing in a rewind fast-forward version. Before Garen could say anything, the massive manatee had already sunk straight back into the water. In just a few seconds, the silhouette of Moo Moo submerged underwater vanished from Garen's sight. No wonder I couldn't find it while cleaning up the battlefield. It turns out this guy escaped to another sea area. Garen looked at Moo Moo's fleeing figure, somewhat speechless as he slung his great sword back onto his shoulder. That sea beast actually lets go? The fishermen, however, were ecstatic and shouted, "We are so lucky!" The cheers of surviving the disaster quickly resonated around them, as the survivors could not contain their excitement about being alive. "Don't shout." Nami couldn't help but call out to the ecstatic fisherman, then helplessly revealed the truth. "That stupid cow was scared away by us. Okay? How is that possible?" A few fishermen who had already been terrified by the manatee turned to look at Garen and the others, firmly rebutting. How could such a terrifying sea beast be scared off by humans? One fisherman who had calmed down a bit finally noticed something unusual about Garen and asked in surprise, How did you suddenly get a set of armor?" "It's my special ability," Garen replied concisely. Wallace, however, frowned slightly and asked with concern, "Don't you guys know Lord Garen? Haven't you seen a newspaper?" "Newspaper?" The fisherman replied in shock. "Is this young man a famous person?" "Of course." Wallace's tone was serious. The righteous knight Garen was a news sensation he had created. "We really haven't seen the newspaper." A few fishermen exchanged glances, wearing a helpless and awkward smile. "We simply can't afford it." "Can't afford it?" Nami exclaimed. "A newspaper only costs 100 berries. You're even stingier than I am." The fishermen's smiles became increasingly forced, their voices tinged with difficulty. "We are all laborers under Lord Click, living only to work hard. We don't have a single penny to spare." Garen picked up on the underlying meaning in their words and couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean?" As if finding a point to vent. The fishermen began to share their grievances with Garen. It turns out that the Click pirates completely divided their professional fighters and civilians into two classes. Professional fighters enjoy high welfare and almost unrestricted freedom, while the lower-class civilians are managed under complete oppression as full-time laborers. These laborers have no personal freedom, no wages. Survival supplies are uniformly allocated, and they have to contribute labor to the Click pirates. Click has cultivated over 5,000 professional fighters with high recognition, strong motivation, and decent combat power through a high welfare employment system, while simultaneously squeezing a large amount of funds from the lower-class civilians to maintain the operation of the pirate group. As for the fishermen in front of them, they're the kind of lower-class laborers who can't even afford a newspaper. Their entire existence revolves around fishing and making money for the Click pirates. Isn't this treating people like slaves? Garen seemed to see an amplified version of the evil dragon pirates and couldn't help but say angrily, "I came here to cause trouble for Click." "You." A few fishermen's eyes lit up, excitedly changing their address. "Are you a bounty hunter?" "Pretty much." Garen admitted his identity without hesitation. The fishermen exchanged glances, gradually revealing a complex emotion in their eyes. After a brief silence, their faces erupted in even more excitement, exaggerated as if they had seen an angel descend. "Please. You must defeat that demon Click. We can guide you." "Of course," Garen replied lightly. "I came here to take Click's head. But don't get your hopes up." A loud shout suddenly rang out. The voice belonged to the captain of the fishing boat, old Dekies. His face was very gloomy, and his tone became extremely sharp. "I've seen many arrogant bounty hunters like you. A bounty of 17 million does not represent Click strength. Don't come here to seek death." Garen naturally wouldn't be intimidated by such words. He waved his hand casually. "Old man, don't worry. I'm not the kind of weakling who can't recognize my own strength." But Dekies was completely ungrateful, only more excitedly scolding. "I'm advising you out of goodwill. You still have time to turn back." Before he could finish, the agitated Dekies was pulled back by several young fishermen. As they secretly restrained Dekies, they smiled at Garen. "This old man is scared to death by that Click guy. You must not listen to him. Our hope for freedom lies with you." Garen sensed something was off, but naturally wouldn't be afraid of the little antics of a group of ordinary fishermen. So he furrowed his brow and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. I will naturally deal with the Click pirates." The old man Dekies, firmly held by his companions, looked at Garen's confident expression and suddenly abandoned his struggle and resistance. He sighed helplessly, looking at Garen with a very complex emotion, both worry and hope. "Thank you, my lord." The fishermen hurriedly nodded and thanked, their expressions very flattering. "We will guide you." The main island of Click's territory. A tall man covered in various shields stood on the dock, roaring at the laborers. "You all be careful. These are high-quality goods that Lord Click bought from the Grand Line. If you break them, you won't be able to pay with your lives." "Yes, yes." The laborers carrying heavy loads had to bend their waists even more and trembled as they saluted the shielded man. Captain Palu, this strange guy who wore shields like clothing, was the captain of the 2nd combat unit of the Click pirates, known as Ironwall Palu, who held the 3rd highest position in the pirate group. At this moment, Palu was strutting on the dock, demonstrating his authority as a senior officer in front of the lower-class laborers. He completely failed to notice that outside the harbor, filled with the clique pirates' giant warships, an inconspicuous small sailboat was slowly approaching. The clique pirates are really wealthy. Garen looked at the dozens of giant warships neatly docked in the harbor and couldn't help but express such feelings. The clique pirates were indeed rolling in riches. Those impressive large warships in the harbor could make our East Blue Military District's highest commander, Colonel Smoker, feel inferior. Clique's flagship battleship, the Sword, was undeniably impressive in size, rivaling the giant warship commanded by Rear Admiral Carp. The fishermen's expressions immediately turned tense as they anxiously scrutinized Garen, seemingly worried that he might flee in fear from this spectacular sight. However, Garen had no intention of running away. His gaze was firmly fixed on the flamboyant man, flaunting himself on the dock. The sailboat he was on steadily approached the pier and finally came to a stop at the shore. The foreman, Ironwall Palu, finally noticed Garen's unfamiliar sailboat and instinctively cast a wary glance in his direction. Garen, already donned in armor and wielding a large sword, stood at the bow of the ship, unwavering as he locked eyes with Palu. The atmosphere at the dock became subtly charged. However, this brief calm was soon shattered. It was not Garen or Ironwall Palu who broke the silence, but rather the fishermen who had been trailing behind Garen. They rushed out from behind him, desperately running to Palu. Before they could even reach him, they shouted, "I report, there are pirate hunters infiltrating." Two of the faster ones had already reached Palu's side. They immediately turned around and pointed directly at Garen, who still stood at the bow, their faces morphing into expressions of eager flattery. "Captain, it's this man." This island was the capital of Clique's territory and the barracks where the 5,000 combatants of the Clique pirate crew were stationed. Garen, appearing at the dock under the title of Pirate Hunter, quickly became the target of everyone's ire. Hundreds of pirate patrol members, armed with swords and guns, surrounded Garen's small sailboat, while the strongest among them, Ironwall Palu, stood proudly at the forefront, watching him like a hawk. Next to Garen were only Nami, Wallace, and the old man Dexus. "Pirate Hunter," Palu shouted loudly, "you are surrounded. Surrender now." But Garen showed no sign of panic. He did not respond to Palu's shout. Instead, he turned to Dexus, who was still beside him, and asked with interest, "Old man, aren't you going to run with those people?" Dexus gazed deeply at Garen's relaxed expression and did not directly answer his question. Instead, he pondered aloud. "So, you sensed something was off all along, right? How could I not notice?" Garen glanced disdainfully at the good citizens huddled behind Palu, adding, "Those guys were so excited earlier that they almost stuffed your mouth shut." Alas. Dexus sighed heavily, his expression complex as he said, "As long as they can achieve the merit of reporting a pirate hunter, the lower-tier workers can qualify to become professional combatants. In the eyes of those young people, you're like a pie falling from the sky." The professional combatants of the Clique pirate crew were high-paid employees, standing in stark contrast to the lower-tier workers, who were essentially slaves. Garen chuckled lightly, frowning slightly as he remarked, suffering under the oppression of privilege, yet desperately trying to claw their way into the privileged class. This can be said to be very social. Garen and Dexus's casual conversation naturally infuriated Ironwall Palu, who shouted at them with even greater anger, "Pirate Hunter, if you don't surrender now, the pain you will face later will be 10 times worse." Palu's voice was exceptionally loud, resonating like a loudspeaker. But Garen continued to ignore him. He merely looked at Dexus again and returned his earlier question. "Since the rewards are so rich, why don't you join those young people in taking a shot? If you win, you won't have to work at sea anymore." Ha ha! In the face of impending doom, Dexus surprisingly wore a relaxed smile like Garen's. "The stakes I'm betting on are much higher than theirs. It seems I made the right bet." Dexus's smile grew broader. The terrifying sea beast that appeared earlier was indeed scared away by you. "Yes," Garen replied. "That stupid bull is wandering around the sea because it suffered at my hands." With a newfound sense of leisure, Garen set down his sword and began to chat with the overly calm old man Dexus. "By the way, your demeanor doesn't seem like that of an ordinary fisherman." Dexus's face revealed a hint of nostalgia, when the security here was still decent. "I served as the mayor for a few years, but that was a long time ago, after so many years." Before he could finish, Palu's furious roar erupted again from a distance. "You scoundrels dare to ignore the authority of Lord Palu." Garen frowned and retorted, "Shut up. You're interrupting my conversation." His fearless and dismissive attitude momentarily stunned Ironwall Palu. After a few seconds of hesitation, Palu finally realized that he was the one who had brought over 100 men to catch a turtle in a jar. Damn it! Palu slammed his heavy shield with a thud and strode towards Garen. Only then did Garen finally take a proper look at Palu. Finding it somewhat amusing, Palu's title of Iron Wall came from the sturdy shield he wore like clothing. Among these shields, the two large ones on his chest stood out the most. At a distance, Palu resembled an Oreo cookie sandwich between shields. What was even more ridiculous was that the large shields had concentric circular patterns, making them look like a prominent target. It seemed that chatting would have to wait. Garen sighed lightly, and then raised his large sword in an unusual posture. This was not the stance for swinging a sword, but rather for throwing a javelin. The aerodynamic shapes of a great sword and a javelin were vastly different, and their mass and center of gravity varied greatly, making such a stance unsuitable for throwing. However, in the face of absolute power disparity, the influence of these techniques became insignificant. With Garen reaching level 6, he had enough strength to look down upon a small-time pirate officer like Iron Wall Palu. Garen hurled his large sword with all his might, and the heavy sword tore through the air like a lightweight javelin, tracing a perfect parabolic arc in the sky. Iron Wall Palu, who had taken 2 steps closer to Garen, was struck with terror by the high-speed sword flying towards him. Palu desperately tried to dodge, but the heavy shield weighed him down, making it difficult to perform effective evasive maneuvers. Coupled with the target-like shield on his chest, Garen's thrown sword quickly and accurately found its mark in the bullseye. The sword, as a weapon, has the strongest penetrating power, and the most lethal part is always that incredibly sharp tip. Under the thrust of Garen's great sword, which resembled a piercing spear, the proud shield of Palu was easily pierced as if it were mere paper. The incoming great sword penetrated the shield and continued its momentum, driving straight into Palu's chest. The blade pierced through flesh and blood, mercilessly exiting through Palu's back, once again piercing another layer of shield behind him. Yet the might of this heavy sword had not yet been fully unleashed. Before Palu could utter a cry of pain, he was pushed back by the sword that had pierced through his chest, ultimately being nailed to the ground like a candied hawthorn. Ah! Palu's weak and miserable scream finally rang out, his mouth overflowing with terrifying blood froth. Come back. Garen, with an expressionless face, extended his right hand with fingers outstretched. The sword, nailed to the ground, suddenly moved, pulling straight out from Palu's chest. By the time the great sword flew back into Garen's hand, Palu had completely lost his breath from the secondary injury. Blood continued to drip from the great sword in Garen's hand. Truly worthless. Garen sighed helplessly. Palu's strength was even weaker than that of the officers from the Fishman pirate crew, and the experience points he provided were merely a drop in the bucket for Garen, who required more and more experience to level up. Fortunately, there were enough of them. Garen looked maliciously at the large group of pirates in the distance, gripping his great sword as he slowly took a few steps forward. And Master Palu is dead. A somewhat panicked voice rang out among the crowd. An uproar immediately erupted among the pirates. Another pirate, who looked like a squad leader standing at the front of the line, spoke in a deep voice to reassure everyone. Everyone, don't panic. We have hundreds of brothers here, and he is just one person. Upon hearing this, the pirates, whose morale had been shaken, finally quieted down a bit, barely mustering the courage to face battle. Garen was quite satisfied with this. However, the good times didn't last long. A more terrified, trembling voice emerged from the crowd of pirates. He is the righteous knight from the newspaper. What? Is he the one who is on par with the naval hero Carp, the one-sword swordsman? The panic spread like an epidemic among the crowd. Seconds later, the first pirate turned to flee from the group. A few seconds later, Garen looked at the spectacular scene, resembling the end of days, his expression quite astonished. The East Sea Knight has arrived. Run. As they fled, they didn't forget to shout in terror to provide themselves with an acceleration buff. Wait, don't run. Garen helplessly chased after them. I'm not. Stop spreading rumors. The leading pirates were thinking of temporarily escaping back to Lord Creek's camp for help, which was somewhat purposeful. However, once a mass event begins, it tends to develop into uncontrollable and unexpectedly severe consequences. The pirates ran faster and farther, and their fleeing momentum grew stronger. Before long, countless other unaware pirates were swept into this tide of fleeing people. Like a snowball, the size of the fleeing pirate group grew larger and larger. The streets were left empty after the pirates passed, with all the pirates joining the escape formation. The remaining laborers cowered and hid inside their houses. Most of these people didn't even understand why they were running. Brother, what happened? A confused pirate, desperately trying to keep up with the fleeing group, anxiously asked a colleague beside him for the situation. I don't know either. Everyone is running, so I'm running too. Unfortunately, The colleague he asked was just following the trend as well. Fortunately, there were always some completely terrified activists in the fleeing group, shouting loudly to explain to their fellow pirates. The East Sea Knight from the newspaper has come. Captain Palu has been killed. Similar shouts resonated one after another, spreading among the panicking crowd. This created an even worse effect. Due to the inevitable subjective errors in human information transmission, the content of these shouts quickly transformed from realistic accounts into fantastical tales as they were passed from pirate to pirate. Initially, the shouts spoke of the East Sea Knight killing Captain Palu with one sword, but eventually evolved into the horrifying news that the East Sea Knight had effortlessly struck, leaving only a few pirates from the Creek pirate crew alive. Garen, however, felt quite helpless. He barely caught up to kill a dozen or so pirate minions. But due to the overwhelming number of opponents and their strong will to escape, he could only stand behind them and sigh. However, the number of pirates who died was far more than the dozen Garen had slain. The rest were unfortunate souls who perished in the stampede. Wallace looked at this spectacular scene and excitedly exclaimed, "Just relying on the name of the East Sea Knight can intimidate countless small-time criminals. This is the power of the news." The expression on the face of the righteous knight, Garen himself, however, was not good. He looked at the dust stirred up by the fleeing pirates in the distance, murmuring helplessly to himself, "My experience." All of his experience had completely fled. But a few minutes later, the dock was left with only a group of laborers looking at each other in confusion. They watched the pirates fleeing in disarray, their faces filled with astonished and dazed expressions. Besides this large group of laborers still immersed in shock and unable to react, there was another group left at the dock, the dozen or so young fishermen who had reported Garen on the front lines. They didn't want to flee with the pirates. They were specifically stopped by Garen. Looking at Garen's broad great sword, still stained with fresh blood, these righteous, well-meaning citizens were immediately frightened to the point of their legs going weak, trembling uncontrollably. Garen slowly walked up to the fastest young fisherman from before, raising his hand to press the sword's blade on the other's shoulder. "Do you have anything else to say?" The young fisherman immediately softened, collapsing to his knees in front of Garen with a thud. I really couldn't help it." Tears filled the young fisherman's eyes, and it was hard to tell whether they were more from regret or fear. He trembled and spoke in a wailing tone. "Our lives are just too hard. It's all because of Creek." Another fisherman, shaking all over, timidly began to defend himself. "My family works under Creek, and we often can't even eat enough. Only by achieving merit for the pirate crew can we." Other fishermen chimed in, creating a somewhat lively atmosphere resembling a grievance meeting. "So," Garen said expressionlessly, "is this your reason for aiding and abetting evil, for colluding with the Tiger, bringing someone who came to eliminate pirates, rescue laborers, and help you escape from suffering into a hopeless situation?" The noisy fishermen suddenly fell silent. Did they think that recalling their tragic backgrounds and hard lives could absolve them of their vile crimes? Garen suddenly put more force into the great sword in his hand and shouted sternly, "If absolution were effective, what would I need this great sword for?" With a slight movement of his wrist, the great sword resting on the young fisherman's shoulder shifted inward slightly, instantly freezing the expression of terror on his face forever. A large spurt of blood surged forth, and the remaining fishermen turned pale, drained of color. They had already realized that this time they were likely doomed. Under the fear of death, one fisherman, overwhelmed by the extreme oppressive atmosphere, lost control of his emotions and shouted madly at Garen. "What right do you have to accuse us? We have no power, no hope of resistance. Living in this hellish place, we can only struggle to climb up. What's wrong with that? What's wrong?" Garen remained unmoved and raised the great sword in his hand once more. "The inability to resist is not your reason to speak for the darkness. Since you choose to trade the lives of others for profit, do not expect to preserve your own life beneath the swords of others." In the end, all the fishermen perished under Garen's great sword. Dexis watched with a heavy heart, as these were his companions who had lived together on the fishing boat. However, Dexis had no intention of stopping it. He understood that he and those young men blinded by profit were not of the same kind. The dock returned to silence, with only the blood quietly flowing on the ground, merging with the dust into a glaring dark red. Yet the dock workers who silently watched felt no fear at all. Instead, they seemed ignited with fervor, their eyes turning bloodshot. Finally, a pirate hunter has come. These laborers, whose living resources were severely restricted, did not know the name of Garen, the Knight of the East Sea, but that did not affect their excitement at all. Living under the oppressive rule of Click for years, it was the first time they had seen the once mighty pirates show such a hideous cowardice as today. Their eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration for Garen. Everyone, Garen responded to the emotions of the laborers. I have come here today to completely eradicate the mountain of the click pirates that weighs down on the people. Good. A roar of cheers erupted, and the air at the dock seemed to heat up several degrees due to the fervent atmosphere. Garen, bearing his great sword, slowly walked toward the direction the pirates had fled. Once he reached a distance, Garen turned back to the excited laborers and said, "Wait here for a moment, and watch me take the head of Click." Another round of cheers erupted. Garen then turned and left, a lone figure with his sword, leaving behind a solitary and lofty silhouette. In that moment, his image was infinitely elevated in the eyes of the laborers. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted among the laborers. It was the sound of a large wooden box being violently opened. One laborer pulled out a brand new firearm from the open box and raised it high. He excitedly waved the firearm in his hand and shouted to his fellow laborers, "Brothers, after so many years, a hero has finally come to save us. But Click, that demon has 5,000 men, and this hero is but one." His voice grew more impassioned. "If we still have a shred of blood in us, we should not hide behind that lord waiting for rescue." As soon as these words were spoken, the laborers' eyes hardened. A massive force began to brew silently, about to burst forth. The laborer holding the raised firearm urged, "The cargo we are transporting is filled with weapons bought with our blood and sweat. Let us take up these weapons and fight Click." The laborers were momentarily stunned, but the anger they had accumulated over the years finally erupted. Fight Click. The boxes at the dock were opened one after another, and brand new firearms were grasped tightly by the furious laborers. They held their weapons firmly and fearlessly followed Garen's steps toward Click. At first, it was the dock workers, then laborers from the towns along the way, and finally countless lower-class civilians who joined the fight upon hearing the news. The solitary ranger Garen suddenly became the leader of a steel legion charging forward. This unexpected turn of events left Garen utterly astonished. He looked at his experience bar and helplessly muttered to himself, "I told you to wait behind." Not long ago, Click's mansion was the core of the entire island, with Click's most trusted and elite first combat squad stationed there year-round. This vast and grand mansion, luxurious and magnificent, could no longer be considered an ordinary wealthy residence. Palace would be a more fitting description. However, for Princess Vivi, an old-school noble, such a palace with overly coarse lines, chaotic layout, and overly vibrant colors was written all over with a big vulgar character. But she herself did not show a trace of noble elegance at this moment. Instead, she deliberately put on a rebellious and indifferent expression, striding with her arms and legs moving in large motions, stomping her bright-colored, thick-soled, high-heeled boots loudly on the ground. Vivi was trying to display the dominance of a social person, but inside, she still felt a bit anxious. Her current identity was that of an agent for a large cross-sea criminal organization tasked with an illegal arms deal. At this time, this novice criminal was walking alone into the stronghold of the Click pirate group, the local tyrant in the East Sea. Vivi was not truly alone. She had a dozen subordinates from the work agency following her. However, compared to the 5,000 combatants of the Click pirate group, these dozen or so subpar fighters could be considered almost negligible. Under the lead of several pirate crew members, Vivi finally ventured deep into the heart of Click's mansion and met Click himself, the tyrant of the East Sea, seated high in a wide chair. He was tall and strong, with short light purple hair, and his rugged facial features always gave off a fierce and violent impression. What made Vivi feel even more uncomfortable was that in order to display his majesty as the tyrant of the East Sea, Click wore his heavy golden armor at all times, draped in a shaggy cloak that could double as a blanket. The East Sea was currently in summer, and Click's attire made one feel hot just by looking at it. His vulgar aesthetic, which seemed to want to coat himself in gold, made Vivi feel that this man was an outright nouveau riche. But Vivi did not show any disdain in her heart, while Click preemptively sneered and shouted, "The envoy sent by the Baroque work agency is just a little girl like you, barely out of your diapers." As soon as the words left his mouth, Click's gaze suddenly turned cold and ruthless. The deliberately displayed intention of cruelty all turned into a test, an invisible weapon oppressing Vivi. For the first time facing a situation alone, the criminal Vivi instinctively felt a bit intimidated. However, she quickly stepped into the role of a small leader of a large criminal group, having rehearsed mentally countless times before coming. It wasn't difficult to portray. As long as she imitated the coldness, ruthlessness, and deep contempt for the weak exhibited by Miss Fingerlady, she could perform vividly. Thus, Vivi boldly stared into Click's eyes and put on a very disdainful smile. I'm not just a little girl, but also an intern without a code name. Vivi paused and directly quoted what Miss Finger Lady had said to assert her authority over Click. A deal with the weakest of the weak, a third-rate pirate group, is not worth our Baroque works sending out higher-level agents. You're looking for death. Click, who had been a local tyrant for too long, was furious and instinctively wanted to stand up and teach this ignorant little girl a lesson. You can certainly try. Vivi took a heavy step forward, her tone even more resolute and merciless. If this deal goes wrong, Baroque works will naturally make you pay the price. Click's fierce expression suddenly froze, his forehead bulging with angry veins, and his eyes were filled with surging rage as he looked at Vivi. After a moment of confrontation, the gloomy Click still retreated, feeling indignant. Instead of intimidating her, he was confronted head-on by a seemingly weak girl, making Click's face look quite unpleasant. But no matter how arrogant and overbearing he was, he knew he couldn't completely tear his face with the other party. The mysterious criminal organization Baroque Works from the Grand Line was not something that Click, the so-called overlord of the East Sea, could provoke. The reach of Baroque Works extended from the Grand Line all the way to the Four Seas. With members mostly recruited from elite pirates and bounty hunters from various places, and those top-level agents possessed the powerful ability to roam freely in the weakest sea, the East Sea. Besides traditional businesses like assassination, intelligence, and mercenaries, Baroque Works was also the largest arms dealer connecting trade routes between the Grand Line and the East Sea. Due to natural geographical blockades, there was a significant technological gap between the East Sea and the Grand Line. Just the firearms produced in the Grand Line had far superior performance in terms of range, durability, lethality, and accuracy compared to the locally produced ones in the East Sea. For a large pirate group like Click's, which relied on numbers to win, the importance of weaponry was self-evident. Therefore, Click's pirate group not only couldn't compete in hard power, but was also at a disadvantage in the transaction as a seller's market. Seeing the faint signs of retreat and apprehension from the other side, Vivi's heart finally settled down. Unknowingly, her tightly clenched palms were already soaked with slippery sweat. Vivi continued to maintain that domineering and dismissive attitude and impatiently urged, "The goods have been delivered. Is the money ready?" Relying on intimidation to gain the upper hand was not working, so Click simply stopped wasting time on bargaining. He nodded to the two subordinates waiting nearby, who immediately understood and turned to leave. Moments later, the two burly pirate guards struggled to bring over two heavy, oversized briefcases, opening them in front of Vivi. Inside the cases was neatly stacked cash, providing a powerful visual impact. However, Vivi's status as a grand princess made her naturally resistant to such material wealth. So, Vivi calmly walked forward to check the money, then closed the case and effortlessly lifted the two oversized briefcases. The huge size of the cases contrasted sharply with Vivi's slender and frail body, and her ease made Click's impression of the girl change a bit. Vivi was not some delicate girl. Her ability to become a candidate for a mid-level agent in Baroque Works relied on her strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. "If the money is fine, then I won't disturb you anymore." She lifted the two large cases, leaving behind a sentence before turning to leave. "Wait." Click immediately called out to Vivi, looking somewhat uneasy. "You can't leave until the goods are verified at the dock. Don't you trust our organization's credibility?" Vivi stopped and frowned slightly. This amount of money is no small matter. Click's face darkened, his voice laced with long-suppressed anger. "Even for Baroque Works, we must follow the rules. This is my territory, the domain of Click, the overlord of the East Sea." Vivi remained silent, alone in the pirate lair. Beneath her relaxed exterior lay an extreme tension. Vivi wanted to leave with the money to complete her mission, but didn't dare to overact and provoke Click into losing his temper. As she hesitated slightly, Click, who had just lost face, regained the initiative with a bit of arrogance, dramatically masking his earlier fear. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. "In this sea area, no one can challenge my authority." Just as his words fell, a faint tremor began under everyone's feet, causing those present to be momentarily stunned. The tremor started subtly, but quickly escalated, soon giving the sensation of an earthquake approaching. Following that, a wave of sound came from the distance, also growing from small to large as it neared, until it engulfed everything around. The noise was too overwhelming to discern anything but one piece of information. Someone was coming. "Many people. What is happening?" Vivi asked in astonishment. Click also didn't know the answer, but already had a very bad feeling in his heart. He quickly took out his golden shield and giant war spear, hurrying to step out of the palace against the terrifying wave of sound. Vivi followed closely with a dozen subordinates from the organization. As soon as they stepped outside, They were met with a spectacular sight, a tide of people surging like the sea. These people were agitated, their faces flushed, each holding long knives and firearms, desperately converging into a tsunami rushing towards Click's residence. They were shouting some loud slogans, but the scene was too noisy to discern. Vivi was horrified by the terrifying scene of chaos and couldn't help but ask, "Is this the Navy coming?" "No." Click gritted his teeth, clutching the one-ton war spear. "These bastards are all my subordinates." The vanguard of the attacking force at Click's base was neither the knight, Garen, leading the charge, nor the workers uprising with weapons. Instead, it was the miscellaneous pirates of Click's pirate group. The fleeing crowd grew from the hundreds at the dock to thousands in the town. When they finally escaped to the front of the Click mansion, the fleeing group had grown to more than 2,000 people. Such a chaotic force was powerful and terrifying. If it weren't for the elite 1st Combat Squad stationed outside the Click mansion as the last line of defense, Click's beloved palace would have long been trampled into dust by these refugees. The captain of the 1st Combat Squad, Click's loyal dog, known as aGiant, had reacted early and was desperately trying to halt the tide of people ahead. However, the situation had completely spiraled out of control, and aGiant's efforts were proving to be of little effect. The people at the front wanted to stop, but the unaware pirates behind were pushing forward desperately, forcing the crowd to continuously advance towards Click's mansion. Anyone whose steps faltered risked being trampled to death by their frenzied colleagues. Countless voices in the crowd were creating panic with their shouts. The content of these shouts had long since changed. Initially clear calls for help from Lord Click. They had transformed into terrifying rumors that Lord Click had been slain by the righteous knight. Such rumors spread like wildfire, causing the morale of the 1st Combat Squad members blocking the crowd at the mansion to waver. A stampede of this magnitude would be an unstoppable and terrifying event in the cold weapon era of Earth, essentially signaling the defeat of the war party. However, this was a world with extraordinary beings. To calm a completely irrational and crazed crowd, 2 words were needed: strong and ruthless. aGiant's strength was not to be underestimated, but his overly chivalrous nature prevented him from being harsh with his fellow pirates. Click, however, was indifferent. He was a thoroughly ruthless and cruel individual. Yet it was this ruthlessness that allowed him to make the correct choice as a superior. Under Vivi's shocked gaze, Click raised the heavy battle spear in his hand and, with a surge of power, hurled the one-ton weapon into the most crowded area of the crowd. The heavy spear, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, landed and continued its momentum, impaling several pirates and carving out a wide gap in the throng. The surrounding pirates froze in shock at the sight of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Passively calming down from the chaos, Click had already leaped into the crowd, pulling the spear from the bodies of his subordinates, and without hesitation lunged towards another agitated area of the crowd. With a sweeping motion of the battle spear, more limbs and bodies fell. "I am Click. Everyone stop!" Click shouted in fury, brandishing the bloodied spear at his rebellious subordinates. "Who gave you the courage to assault my mansion?" We are not here to attack you," a trembling pirate explained beside Click. "Someone is chasing us from behind." "Chasing?" Click was infuriated beyond measure. "So many of you, and you flee without a fight in your own stronghold. They are really strong." Another pirate couldn't help but explain. "He is." However, before the pirate could finish, Click slammed the spear into the ground, creating a crater. "I don't care who he is. Anyone who dares to cause trouble on my territory will die without a burial place today." Just as Click's ruthless words were spoken, a new wave of momentum, no less formidable than the previous one, surged toward him from a distance. Standing atop the corpses of his slain subordinates, Click looked toward the source of the sound. Another group of armed rebels was surging like a tsunami. This group of rebels appeared noticeably more ragged than the previous pirates, their emotions more agitated, and they were more unified and determined. They did not charge forward chaotically like the previous group. Instead, they halted in front of the 2 armies as if following orders. This group had a unified goal and a hero leading them: the righteous knight, Garen, standing at 8 feet tall, strong, and robust, clad in shimmering armor with frost and jade inlays, wielding a massive broad-bladed storm sword. He was truly imposing and striking. Click, dressed in his ostentatious golden armor, immediately thought upon seeing Garen. "This guy's gear is even more extravagant than mine." Click was indeed quite showy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have crafted a suit of armor and gilded it. Yet, in terms of appearance, he was completely overshadowed by Garen. Then Click's gaze shifted to the mob behind Garen, and his heart twitched again. These people were his labor assets, and the weapons they held looked like high-quality goods he had just purchased. Clay's anger surged uncontrollably. Bastards! How dare you come here and act recklessly? Clay pointed at Garen, standing at the front of the two armies, and shouted furiously, Kid, who the hell are you? Garen also fixed his gaze on Clay, who stood atop the pile of corpses, slowly raising his great sword to his chest. I am Garen. Garen? Clay found a name somewhat unfamiliar and began to curse indiscriminately. Just a nameless rat. How dare you challenge me, the overlord of the East Sea, Clay? Today, I will make sure you never return. Clay brandished his golden shield in his left hand and the battle spear in his right. His gaze hardened as he prepared to charge at Garen. Generally, Clay preferred to use the lives of his subordinates to wear down the enemy's stamina. However, today, before the battle had even officially begun, many of his subordinates had already suffered casualties due to the suppression of the riot and trampling incidents. Such significant losses were painful for Clay. Therefore, he decided to take matters into his own hands and confront the leader of the uprising directly. However, before Clay could move, the pirate underling who had previously not finished speaking hurriedly called out, Lord Clay, that guy is not just any nobody. He is the righteous knight from the newspaper. Clay's steps came to an abrupt halt. He turned his head with some difficulty and asked softly, Which righteous knight? The pirate underling, trembling in fear, replied, He is the famed swordsman who did not fall behind in front of the Navy hero Carp. Clay's expression fell, and his body trembled. He nearly sat down on the ground in shock. He recalled the name Garen and indeed connected it to the East Sea Knight featured in the newspaper reports over the past few days. Cold sweat began to bead on Clay's forehead, and he looked at Garen with some difficulty, instinctively feeling fear. But as the leader of a pirate crew, Clay knew he could not show any fear. Otherwise, he would only die faster. Brothers, Clay forced a grim expression and shouted loudly to his pirate subordinates. Don't panic. Everyone rush up and chop him down. The pirate minions were momentarily stunned and hesitated upon hearing this. They looked at the knight Garen, who stood like a fierce tiger, then glanced back at their leader, Click, whose expression was dark and menacing. For a moment, they felt stuck between a rock and a hard place. However, Garen reacted quickly. He turned to the laborers who had followed him and said, You all stay on the sidelines and observe strategically. Wait for my command to join the battle. Huh? The enthusiastic laborers were caught off guard. Naturally, they wanted to fight alongside Garen. But the leader's command was very clear, leaving the laborers feeling somewhat conflicted. After dropping this line, Garen hurriedly charged into Click's formation with his great sword in hand. While charging into the fray alone, Garen didn't forget to encourage the still hesitant pirates on the opposite side. Don't just stand there. Listen to your boss. Garen leaped into the enemy formation like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, unstoppable and dominating. The pirates, driven by Click, barely had time to swing their blades before they were torn apart by the whirlwind created by Garen's spinning greatsword, drenched in blood and flesh. Unlike previous descriptions, this whirlwind was a true tornado. In this world, powerful sword masters have mastered the strange ability to create artificial, handcrafted tornadoes. Achieving this requires not only some technical factors, but the most important, fundamental, and essential condition is the strength of the swordsmen themselves. As long as one is strong enough, even a breath can create a gale. After reaching level 6, the effect of Garen's skill, judgment, underwent tremendous changes alongside the enhancement of his physical capabilities. As long as Garen spun quickly enough, the airflow generated by his greatsword could transform him into the Happy Windman. A tangible, visible, raging tornado centered around Garen's spinning greatsword rampaged through the pirate crowd as he moved. The rapidly swirling storm increased the attack range of Garen's judgment by more than double. The weak pirates caught in the outer airflow would be swept up, soaring high before crashing down, leaving them incapacitated. Those who barely managed to withstand the storm were still unable to escape the terrifying spinning blade at the center of Garen's vortex. With just one skill, Garen created a brutally bloody vacuum zone within the dense enemy formation. When the duration of judgment ended, Garen halted the spinning of his greatsword. However, the tornado formed by the spinning sword was a byproduct of the skill and did not immediately disappear with the skill's termination. Over the past few days, Garen had conducted multiple experiments and had figured out how to control the residual tornado. The moment he stopped the spinning of his greatsword, he abruptly guided the wind with a broad blade and then swung it toward the enemy's direction, shouting, Hasaki. The spiraling storm surged forth along with his sword's momentum, roaring and crushing everything in its path, flying straight out for several meters before finally collapsing and dissipating. The pirates caught in this tornado experienced the sensation of being spiraled upward before crashing down to the ground, leaving a scene of despair. Looking at the pirates still groaning in agony on the ground, Garen felt somewhat dissatisfied. This tornado lacks lethality. It seems I need to get stronger to kill with the wind. After muttering to himself a few words, Garen rushed back into the enemy formation with his sword raised. Since landing on the island, Garen had already slain over 50 people. However, the experience gained was far less than what he earned during the extermination of the evil dragon pirate group. This income was merely a drop in the bucket for his increasingly high leveling experience. After all, the fishmen inherently possessed 10 times the strength of humans, and the experience points gained from defeating fishman minions were tenfold compared to ordinary pirate minions. Lacking quality, he could only rely on quantity to win. Garen soon transformed into a pirate-slaying machine, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the pirates. The laborers waiting in the back initially felt a surge of blood and wanted to rush forward to contribute their lives to the righteous knight's cause. However, upon witnessing Garen's effortless and efficient slaughter within the formation, they stood dumbfounded, obediently following Garen's earlier command of stay on the periphery. The pirates suffered heavy casualties, yet their captain Click's panic state surprisingly calmed down. He realized that the so-called righteous knight was not as strong as the papers claimed. Garen's displayed strength was indeed formidable, but not to the point of being completely incapable of resistance. Thus, Click immediately abandoned his previous plan of sneaking away alone and pretended to take on a fierce demeanor, standing behind his troops as an overseer. With one hand holding a shield and the other gripping a gun, Click looked at Garen with eyes full of malice and resentment, silently vowing, "You bastard, let you be arrogant for a while longer. Once your stamina is nearly depleted, I will personally take your head." Click had once achieved a glorious record of defeating the strong with the weak, relying on the tried-and-true tactic of overwhelming numbers. This was an extremely cruel tactic, requiring the sacrifice of countless lives to pave the way for victory. However, the word mercy had never existed in Click's dictionary. The ruthless and unfeeling Click would never feel compassion for the casualties among his minions. He would only feel pain over the permanent loss of his forces. He deliberately created an absolute class divide between combatants and civilians, molding his subordinates into expendable and easily replaceable cannon fodder. However, Click's loyal subordinate, the capable demon in the pirate crew, aGiant, could no longer watch this brutal scene. Witnessing his comrades dying in droves, aGiant finally couldn't hold back and spoke to Click. "Lord Click, the losses among our brothers are already too great." Click's expression remained unchanged, his gaze still cold. However, considering that the knight had been fighting in the crowd for quite some time, he assumed Garen's stamina must have been significantly depleted. After a moment of silence, Click agreed to aGiant's request. "All right, we will take action. This time we should use those weapons. Be prepared." aGiant nodded in understanding. He was Click's right-hand man and naturally knew about the secret weapons hidden within Click's armor. The most notable among them was the highly lethal and indiscriminate MH5 toxic gas, which would cause irreparable damage to the human body upon inhalation. Therefore, before each battle, Click and his subordinates would prepare gas masks in advance to avoid accidentally harming their own people with the gas. After a brief preparation, Click and aGiant, the two highest combat powers in the crew, finally moved out together, coordinating perfectly as they charged toward Garen, who was mowing down the crowd. At this moment, Garen had just entered a throng of pirate minions, with the surrounding space completely sealed off by their bodies. The pirates had no intention of using their flesh to block Garen's movements. Their first reaction was to turn and flee. But it was too late. The first attack came not from Garen, but from their leader Click, who hurled a massive spear from a distance. The densely packed pirates inadvertently formed a barrier that confined Garen, and Click would not miss such a great opportunity to attack. The spear, weighing a ton, soared toward Garen with the tremendous kinetic energy imparted by Click's full throw, indiscriminately targeting wherever Garen stood. Hearing the sound of air tearing in midair, the pirates hurriedly pushed and shoved to escape, causing several to fall injured in the chaos. As the true target of the spear, Garen remained calm, not dodging or evading. With his powerful dynamic vision, Garen locked onto the incoming spear and suddenly threw his greatsword. The greatsword collided fiercely with the spear in midair, producing a deafening clash of metal. Under the collision of the two forces, the seemingly heavier and larger battle spear was immediately knocked away, being sent flying by the large sword in an instant. Garen's thrown sword did not lose momentum, continuing to fly directly towards the charging Click. Click hurriedly raised his sturdy specially made golden shield, exerting all his strength to block the sword that was slicing through the air. After a thunderous crash, Click staggered back 2 steps, and a deep dent appeared on the shield he considered indestructible. He was secretly astonished, and his wariness of Garen rose a few more notches. At that moment, a swift figure suddenly emerged from the group of pirate soldiers around Garen. Without any fear, the figure rushed up close to Garen and wrapped around him tightly. This was the phantom mannequin, who had a seamless coordination with Click and accurately seized the rare opportunity when Garen had no weapon to defend himself. aGiant's weapon was a pair of twin hooks, also known as Eastern staffs. This type of weapon was well suited for close combat. aGiant, who was skilled in combat techniques, knew that Garen's strength far surpassed his own, so he immediately employed joint locks to restrict Garen's ability to exert force. One hand held the hook to lock Garen's right hand, while he quickly pressed into Garen's arms with his body, aiming the tip of the other hook directly at Garen's neck. The neck is a particularly vulnerable vital point, making aGiant's strike extremely lethal. After successfully executing this attack, the noisy battlefield suddenly fell silent. Quite impressive technique. Garen broke the brief silence with a calm voice. "How are you unharmed?" aGiant's eyes widened in terror as he looked at the unscathed Garen. How could this monster still speak as if nothing had happened after receiving a blunt blow to the neck? Garen did not answer aGiant's question. He merely moved his right hand, which was locked by aGiant. This hand was firmly controlled in front of aGiant's chest, making it difficult to move. Still not letting go, Garen said to the astonished aGiant, "This hand is meant to hold the sword." Seeing Garen's relaxed smile, the perceptive aGiant immediately sensed the impending danger. Soon, aGiant felt an abnormal wave in the air behind him, as if something was flying toward him. aGiant decisively abandoned his control over Garen and attempted to leap sideways to dodge the incoming projectile. However, Garen chuckled and said, "Don't run." aGiant's evasive motion suddenly stalled, and he recklessly turned back to launch an attack on Garen, displaying a momentum as if he intended to perish together with his enemy. aGiant was no weakling. At such close range, he could ensure an effective strike on Garen's vital points. But Garen had no intention of dodging. What he wanted was to exchange blood for life. Garen took aGiant's blow head-on, relying on his vastly superior strength to prevent being pushed back by aGiant. Meanwhile, his right hand remained pressed firmly against aGiant's chest. The object flying in from behind aGiant was none other than the large sword Garen had just thrown. In its final moments of flight, the sword encountered an obstacle. This obstacle pressed tightly against Garen's right hand that was meant to hold the sword, preventing the sword from returning directly to Garen's grasp. Bound by the laws of the system, the sword chose to accelerate and break through the obstacle without hesitation. And this obstacle was aGiant's body. The scientifically accelerated sword possessed an unstoppable, maximum power, piercing through aGiant's chest in an instant. Before the pain could even register in his central nervous system, the blood-stained hilt emerged from aGiant's abdomen and returned steadily to Garen's right hand, which was pressed against aGiant. aGiant, pierced by the large sword, finally felt the unbearable agony after a brief neural delay. His facial muscles twisted uncontrollably, and his throat trembled with blood froth, leaving him unable to speak. Garen gripped the sword's hilt tightly and suddenly pulled the bloodied sword out from aGiant's chest. Blood gushed out wildly from the fatal, wide wound. Although aGiant was a physically robust martial artist, he could not withstand such a lethal injury. He collapsed to the ground, futilely trying to press his hand against the gruesome wound, while only managing to cling to life in excruciating pain from massive blood loss. Garen did not waste any more time on aGiant. He lifted the large sword and charged towards Click, who was now looking astonished. Click was suddenly engulfed in immense panic. He had never anticipated that his capable assistant aGiant would be defeated so quickly and completely. The abysmal start caused Click to halt his attack on Garen in a fluster, countless thoughts of escape flashing through his mind. But Garen would not give him any chance to flee. Critical strike. Garen's sword, shining with the light of justice, struck squarely against Click's steel shield. The tremendous force caused Click's proud shield to buckle and deform deeply, and his arms holding the shield were numbed by the transmitted shockwave. In a life-and-death situation, Click could only grit his teeth and retaliate for survival. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he firmly held the shield in front of himself while rapidly tightening his other hand into a fist and swinging it out. Click's fist was also specially made, embedded with indestructible diamonds, ensuring defensive capabilities while greatly enhancing the lethality of Click's punches. This punch landed squarely on Garen, sending Garen flying back several meters. Seeing that the killing machine finally suffered, Click couldn't help but show a hint of joy. However, Click's joy quickly dissipated, for suddenly, an obvious distortion occurred in the invisible void before him. The sword-wielding knight unexpectedly materialized, bypassing the now battered and deformed shield before striking down at Click's body with the sword. Click's sturdy armor, made of alloy steel, indeed had excellent quality. Although it was shattered and on the verge of being useless from Garen's full-force slash, it still managed to provide some protection to Click's body. However, the residual stress that penetrated the armor still left Click feeling short of breath and dizzy. As Garen prepared to pursue the attack, Click, enduring the pain, unleashed his trump card, MH5 Poison Gas Bomb. Several poison gas bombs, hidden within Click's armor, suddenly ejected, and the thick smoke from the explosion quickly enveloped the entire battlefield within a few moments. The pirate soldiers, who had long distanced themselves, panicked and fled even further upon seeing the poisonous gas. The poison not only caused damage but also somewhat affected Garen's visibility, creating an opportunity for Click to survive. Knowing the potency of his poison gas, Click quickly pulled out a gas mask and put it on. However, Click's expression immediately changed drastically. His gas mask had been damaged during the recent battle by Garen's attack, rendering it ineffective against the poison. Click quickly held his breath and nervously pondered a countermeasure. A thought flashed in his mind, and he immediately sprinted towards the nearby spot where akin had collapsed. The range of the poisonous gas was extensive, and akin was right at the center of its lethal area. As Click approached, he saw the barely alive akin tightly clutching an intact gas mask in his hand. In that hazy cloud of toxic gas, the panic-stricken Click and the agonized akin exchanged a glance. Two voices rang out simultaneously. One was harsh and ruthless, filled with pressure. Hand over the gas mask. The other was weak yet resolute. Lord Click, put on the mask. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, but Click quickly reacted. He snatched the gas mask from Akin's hand and eagerly strapped it onto his face. Meanwhile, the already severely injured akin inevitably inhaled the deadly gas. His pale, bloodless face turning an abnormal shade of ashen, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood again. This blood was no longer the normal crimson color, but rather a terrifying black produced by the reaction with the toxic substance. Ha! Akin managed to laugh with great difficulty, his face twisted in pain, yet somehow revealing a sense of relief. Click coldly glanced back at akin, and then ignored his loyal subordinate. He turned to escape in a particular direction. You can't escape. A familiar voice emerged from the toxic smoke, causing Click to freeze in place. Immediately after, a relaxed Garen broke through the smoke and stood in front of Click. Garen was surrounded by a layer of golden light, resembling a protective shield. This was the visual effect of his courage skill when its damage reduction effect was activated. How come you're unharmed? Click stared in disbelief at Garen, who was breathing freely in the poisonous gas, and then irrationally screamed. No one can inhale MH5 gas and be fine. This deadly gas, once inhaled, would rapidly destroy the lung function and spread through the respiratory system into the bloodstream, damaging vital organs throughout the body. Even a physically strong fighter with a non-human body would be severely weakened if they absorbed the gas, even if they survived. However, Garen's data-structured body was the true definition of non-human compared to normal human fighters. I'm not unharmed. Garen stepped forward with his sword drawn and began to speak in a way Click could not comprehend. This gas is indeed potent. I'm losing health quickly. My current health cannot sustain me in this poison for long. Click couldn't understand Garen's words, but that did not prevent him from reading the blatant killing intent in Garen's eyes. So, Garen gripped the sword tightly, raising it high. I want to play any tricks with you. The poisonous gas enveloped the battlefield, obscuring the sights within. Some unfortunate pirate minions had already proven the gas's lethality with their bloodied corpses, and no one dared to approach that deadly zone. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the swirling smoke, anxiously awaiting the outcome of the decisive battle. The spreading toxic mist exuded silent terror, quietly infiltrating the crowd until a beam of light descended from the sky. The brilliant golden sword pierced through the azure dome, splitting the sky in an instant and crashing down to the ground. In that moment, people forgot their panic, forgot their worries, only feeling awe. This light felt like justice. What is that? After a long astonishment, the crowd stirred restlessly. Is this the power of that night? Although the toxic mist made it hard to distinguish, the laborers instinctively linked this magnificent light with the striking figure of Garen. Garen's heroic image gradually ascended in people's hearts. Meanwhile, Garen, the center of attention, stood beside Click's corpse, muttering to himself, 150. The tyrant Click, who enslaved hundreds of thousands of laborers, ruled over dozens of islands with an iron fist, committing every atrocity imaginable, had exceeded Garen's expectations for the additional damage limit, granting Garen's ultimate ability, Demacian Justice, a 150 damage boost. The Overlord of the East Sea was, in simple terms, the most notorious villain recognized by the people of the East Sea. Such a high amplification effect allowed Garen's already overwhelming damage output to increase exponentially. Running, struggling, blocking, every effort was futile. As the light sword fell from the sky, Cleek's wicked life reached its end. Garen did not dwell on the high damage boost provided by Cleek for long, as he would be poisoned soon if he did. Garen chose not to escape the poisonous area in a desperate and awkward manner, but instead employed a more visually stunning method to purge the poison. Judgment. Garen swiftly spun his great sword, the rapidly rotating wide blade gathering the surrounding air, quickly forming a visible tornado. As the air flowed, the surrounding toxic mist was absorbed into this tornado. The colorless storm rapidly became a menacing purple-black due to the condensed toxic gas, making the tornado even more dangerous and lethal. The laborers outside could only see a storm sweeping through the center of the toxic mist, as the poisonous gas on the battlefield was completely absorbed by the purple-black vortex. The toxic gas was compressed and concentrated in a high-speed rotation, causing the blackness of the storm to deepen. Seeing that the toxic gas had been cleared, Garen immediately stopped the spinning of his great sword and swung the blade outward to direct the wind force. To maximize his damage output, Garen maliciously aimed the poisonous tornado at the nearby pirate minions. The pirate minions, in a panic, tried to flee, but the roaring black storm crashed into the crowd, mercilessly harvesting their fragile lives. The toxic mist perfectly compensated for the tornado's lack of lethality, quickly creating a vacuum of death among the pirates. Garen slowly sheathed his sword, and countless adoring and yearning gazes quickly concentrated on his radiant armor. At Garen's feet lay the lifeless body of Admiral Cleek, whose eyes remained wide open in death, and the barely alive akin, gasping for breath. The victor was already clear. Garen did not rush to declare victory. He merely glanced down at Akin, who was still clinging to life, his chest pierced by a great sword and having just absorbed a large amount of toxins. Yet he survived thanks to the tenacity of a physically strong fighter. Garen emotionally said to Akin, "Cold-hearted, ungrateful, ruthless, selfish. Is it worth selling your life for that kind of trash?" The recent indifferent behavior of Click, who snatched the gas mask from Akin, shocked Garen. How could a person like that have loyal subordinates? Ahem. Akin coughed weakly, struggling to squeeze out a sentence from his hoarse throat. "Lord Click has been kind to me." Garen looked at Akin with a complex expression and said solemnly, "You are different from that guy, Click." "Huh." A pained smile appeared on Akin's face. "I know Lord Click has character flaws, and his actions are all despicable deeds. However, my loyalty to him will never change." He turned his head with his last bit of strength to look directly into Garen's eyes and said, "Please honor my final loyalty. Kill me." "Kill you?" Garen was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't get it wrong. I never said I would let you live. You are different from that guy, Click. That statement is not a compliment." Garen's mocking smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious and stern expression. "Click is purely evil, but you are foolishly wicked. Knowing Click's crimes, you neither stay out of it nor dissuade him. Instead, you willingly act as a lackey, colluding with a tiger." Akin's smile suddenly froze, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. This bloodied man, facing death, still uses loyalty to justify himself. Garen coldly looked at Akin, his tone filled with undisguised disgust. "Your loyalty is blind loyalty that cannot distinguish between good and evil. As for righteousness, do you have a misunderstanding of the word righteousness?" Garen turned around without hesitation and threw a final remark at the already fading Akin. "You are not worthy of dying with the name of loyalty and righteousness. Nor do you have the right to say that word. In your final moments, you should reflect on how many crimes you helped Click commit." Akin was left speechless. Hearing Garen's words, he finally recalled those evils that he had taken for granted and ignored. Even at the end of the road, a purely evil person like Click would not regret his crimes, but a foolishly wicked person like Akin would. His eyes finally showed some regret and pain. Unfortunately, it was already too late. After saying these words, Garen prepared to leave, allowing Akin to collapse on the ground and bleed to death. For those burdened with countless crimes, yet still trying to embellish themselves, Garen never hesitated to deliver the most painful death. After walking a couple of steps, Garen quickly left the dying Akin behind. He glanced at his experience bar. It was still at level 6, and he was visibly close to level 7. Much of that experience came from his previous kill of Alone. Garen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. These weak pirates are really worthless. Garen had already killed over 100 and even collected the heads of the leader clique and the officer Palu. Yet the experience gained was still not as much as what he earned from wiping out the dragon pirates. After all, the fisherman foot soldiers were worth 10 times more. And the leader alone was much stronger than clique, whose power largely relied on rich equipment. Experience. Garen murmured to himself, his sharp gaze quietly shifting to the nearby pirate foot soldiers. The foot soldiers who had just suffered casualties from Garen's poisonous storm trembled at his gaze. Wait, Garen suddenly noticed something. The pirates who were killed by my wind didn't seem to provide me with experience points. Garen abruptly stopped and quickly thought of the issue. Those pirates were not killed by the tornado, but rather by the poisonous gas mixed in the wind. So this means... Garen's expression turned grim. My kills were actually taken by Click, who was lying on the ground. He suddenly thought of another question. When I left Akin on the ground to die, should Akin be counted as having died from sword wounds or from Click's poisonous gas? Ahem. Garen walked back, sword in hand, and awkwardly said to Akin, I thought about it. Out of humanitarian considerations, I decided to give you a quick death. Demacia, after seeing the regret that quietly appeared in Akin's eyes at the last moment, Garen compassionately granted him a spectacular death. Akin's level of evil, in Garen's strong moral judgment system, reached an astonishing 100. After all, in Garen's eyes, Akin was not a chivalrous figure of loyalty, but the second in command of a large local terrorist organization. Akin's death, as Garen imagined, did not evoke any sympathy or regret. When the righteous sword descended upon Akin's head like divine punishment, Garen only saw the joy and satisfaction on the faces of countless laborers and heard the thunderous cheers that echoed through the heavens. The laborers began to spontaneously call out the name they were initially unfamiliar with. The voices rose and fell, ultimately converging into an incredibly powerful force. Under this force, the laborers found courage, the pirates began to feel fear, and the bystanders like Vivi were also moved and stirred. The righteous knight Garen began to transcend from a name to a yearning, a hope, a symbol. Garen enjoyed this glory of being in the spotlight and then turned his blade toward the remaining pirates. Though they were called remaining, there were still thousands of them. Since Garen landed on the island, the pirates had lost about 500 to 600 men. However, only about 100 of those were slain by Garen. A large portion died due to Click suppressing the riots and being accidentally harmed by the poison gas. But the most significant cause of death was due to trampling during the panic escape. As he pursued, Garen felt some regret seeing the mass of corpses. These pirates died from being afraid of him, yet the system did not count those kills towards him. After killing Akin, Garen was still a small distance away from leveling up to 7. So, he did not hesitate for long and turned to charge at the still numerous pirate foot soldiers. However, before Garen could take 2 steps forward, the pirates before him all knelt down. The pirates who were initially standing at the front begging for mercy quickly developed into a collective movement, and their formation shrank down significantly. The sound of knees thudding against the ground created an extraordinary momentum. This large display, filled with submission indeed, proved effective, causing Garen to stop his attack. Garen has no good feelings towards these pirates. The members of the Click Pirates are voluntary employees, which means they knowingly chose to work for Click despite his evil for their own benefit. However, the Click Pirates are a large group of 5,000 people. Among these 5,000, there are those watching the warehouses, guarding the gates, and those responsible for patrolling. These people may have never seen blood. They are all guilty, but not necessarily deserving of death. In direct combat, as an enemy, Garen can decisively slay these pirate minions driven by profit to fight for Click. However, when the enemy completely lays down their resistance and surrenders, Garen cannot bring himself to slaughter captives indiscriminately for the sake of leveling up. This is a critical measure. It may not be accurate, but it must exist. Without its constraints, a person can become a monster that acts recklessly based on their own power, suddenly gaining immense power and transforming into an extraordinary being. Garen constantly reminds himself not to be blinded by that power, not to see human lives as experience points to be harvested at will. Garen does not want to earn more horrible titles like Red Dog No. 2, Death Knight, or Thousand-Man Slayer. Looking at the pirates sprawled on the ground, Garen let out a slight sigh and ultimately rested the sharp tip of his great sword on the ground. He surveyed the numerous pirates and said loudly, "Drop your weapons and gather them on the ground, then squat down with your hands on your heads." The pirates, kneeling and begging for mercy, immediately breathed a collective sigh of relief. The sheer number made that light sigh sound extraordinarily loud. Garen's easy victories over Click and Akin, combined with the visual shock of his sword effects and his reputation as the Knight of Justice in the newspapers, made Garen's orders very effective on these pirate minions. The pirates obediently stood up, threw their weapons to the ground, and returned to their original positions, finally adopting the most non-threatening posture of squatting with their hands on their heads, as Garen instructed. Garen then turned back to the laborers who followed him and commanded, "Send someone to collect the weapons and guard the captives." Although the laborers were a makeshift riot force that formed unexpectedly, they naturally established a simple command structure. Hero Garen was seen as the leader of the troops, while Nami, Wallace, and Dexis, who came ashore with Garen, were tacitly regarded as the cadre of the riot group. Some individuals who were well-liked and had prestige among the laborers naturally became small leaders with a certain level of command authority during the riot. Upon hearing Garen's orders, Dexis, who had once been a town mayor, reacted immediately. He quickly gathered the laborers following him and went to collect the pirates' weapons as per Garen's instructions. Nami also quickly embraced her new role as a temporary commander of the troops. She volunteered to Garen to serve as a search officer and took a portion of the laborers to search the island for the property left behind by the Click pirates. Thanks to Garen's immense strength and absolute prestige as the leader, this naturally formed rough personnel system demonstrated high work efficiency, collecting weapons, guarding captives, searching for property, and hunting down remnants. These tedious tasks were carried out in an orderly manner by a group of laborers who had just gathered. As the leader, Garen found himself relatively idle, merely watching over the numerous captives in the square amidst the crowd of laborers. Just a little more experience, and I could reach level 7. Why didn't you all surrender a bit later? Garen looked at the groups of pirate minions surrendering and muttered to himself with some sentiment. Because he did not want to mistakenly kill those who did not deserve death, Garen had never killed surrendering pirate minions. This led to his current awkward situation of insufficient experience points. Wait, after a moment of contemplation, Garen suddenly thought of a solution. He stood in front of the pirates and raised his voice to ensure every pirate minion could hear him clearly. Those who served as officers in the Click pirates stepped forward voluntarily. In order to effectively command a large army, the Click pirates had set up numerous squad leader positions beneath the 2 top combat unit leaders. As soon as Garen spoke, the pirate group fell silent. Not a single person stepped forward. Garen frowned and said in a more serious tone, "You have 3 minutes. If you don't want to step forward, then the people next to you will help you. Otherwise," Garen left a chilling ellipsis at the end of his ultimatum. After a moment of commotion, the pirates quickly threw out dozens of nervous-looking, unfortunate souls within just a minute. As soon as they stood out, they trembled and knelt in front of Garen, stammering words of pleading. "Don't panic." Garen quietly raised his great sword and calmly said, "I am not one to kill indiscriminately. Calling you pirate officers forward is to give your crimes a fair trial." Upon hearing the word trial, the dozens of pirate officers exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. The pirates did not know how that knight would judge them, or how he would ensure fairness. Garen casually pulled out a pirate officer and seriously instructed, "Stand straight." "Yes, yes." The pirate quickly straightened up, nervously waiting for the judgment that Garen mentioned. After standing still for 2 seconds, the pirate, with a face full of fear, shouted, "Knight, you said you would judge me? Why are you raising your sword?" Garen swung his broadsword. "Don't worry, it won't hurt. Demacia, every girl has once dreamed of a remarkable knight in their dreams, embodying the most beautiful fantasies about the opposite sex during their youth. Princess Vivi is no exception. However, after bearing the heavy burden of her country, Vivi's imagined knight was no longer a handsome figure filled with romantic charm. Instead, it became a just knight who could protect the weak, act heroically, and save people from peril. Handsome knights are not hard to find in those great kingdoms. There are always noble knights with perfect physique, appearance, and demeanor. However, just knights seem to truly exist only in fantasy. So after reading the feature report on Garen, the Knight of the East Sea, in the newspaper, Vivi has imagined scenes of herself interacting with that just knight more than once. Those scenes are always magnificent and touching. The just knight radiates a warm light, selflessly extending a helping hand to the girl trapped in darkness. Facing powerful enemies, the just knight fearlessly stands in front of the girl, wielding his sword in defense. After dispelling the darkness, the knight and the princess bask in the light together, enjoying the joy of victory. Vivi's fantasy has come true, at least at the beginning, as she imagined. She met that just knight, and that just night could indeed summon a warm light. The dazzling and blinding light made Vivi somewhat mesmerized, and Garen's act of slaying pirates and liberating laborers fulfilled all her fantasies about the just night. So even though Vivi was currently trapped in Click's mansion by the labor army and found it hard to escape, she did not feel anxious. She was silently looking forward to her meeting with the Justice Knight. Vivi believed that as long as she spoke out about the suffering she was enduring, that knight representing light would surely extend a helping hand to her. However, instead of the Justice Knight, Vivi first encountered the knight's retainer, Nami. Nami did not come alone. Behind her were dozens of armed laborers. Nami wasn't specifically looking for Vivi. She just happened to run into Vivi and her group while searching Click's assets. Vivi was holding 2 suspicious large boxes, and behind her were a dozen subordinates from the Baroque Works, all staying in Click's luxurious mansion. Upon encountering Nami's group, the Baroque Works minions instinctively showed hostility, and after confronting them for a moment, they gave up resistance due to their absolute disadvantage in numbers. Who are these people? After taking control of the situation, Nami quickly turned to a nearby laborer and asked. One laborer stepped forward, filled with indignation, and gritted his teeth as he pointed at Vivi's face, saying, "She's the arms dealer. I saw this woman escorting weapons to the island today." Arms dealer? Nami repeated the term with some distaste and glanced at Vivi again. Her face was deliberately adorned with unsightly heavy makeup, her hair tied up in a high blue ponytail. Wearing a tight outfit with strange circular patterns on the upper body, very scanty white denim shorts on the lower body, and sporting a pair of white high-heel knee boots that had a somewhat nightclub style. A strong sense of a gangster girl. Nami bluntly expressed her thoughts. She really doesn't look like a good person. Vivi's expression immediately darkened. She didn't like this outfit either. She only dressed like this to match her undercover identity as a Baroque Works agent. However, before Vivi could explain, Nami decisively ordered the laborers beside her. Take this arms dealer to the square and tie her up with the pirates. What? Vivi immediately became anxious and protested. I'm not an arms dealer. Nami didn't respond. She simply walked over to Vivi and picked up the 2 large boxes that Vivi had placed at her feet. Nami carefully felt the weight of the 2 boxes and then assessed their size with her eyes, smiling as she said to Vivi, "These boxes are filled with stolen goods, right? If you're not an arms dealer, then who are you? Are you here to tour the Click pirates with money?" Vivi's expression faltered, and she had no choice but to harden her resolve and say, "I am indeed an arms dealer. This arms deal with the Click pirates was arranged by me. However, I have my reasons for doing so." Her eyes were filled with a heavy meaning, and the fierce aura she had deliberately created was completely shattered by the genuine emotions Vivi inadvertently revealed. Seeing the scene, Nami felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was just like her past self. Unconsciously, Nami lowered her hostility towards Vivi. Nami asked in a much gentler tone, "Do you have any difficulties?" Vivi glanced anxiously at the subordinates of the Baroque Works behind her, and after a long pause, she said, "I want to discuss this privately with the knight. He will definitely help me." Discuss privately with the knight? Nami's gaze fixed tightly on Vivi's beautiful face, and the hostility that had just dissipated inexplicably surged back. "Just tell me if there's a problem. I will help you convey it to Garen." After repeated use, Garen had a basic understanding of Demacia's judgment system of good and evil. Anyone with over 60 damage amplification was basically considered scum in Garen's perception, wasting food while alive. Among the dozens of pirate officers selected by Garen, half of them belonged to such despicable criminals. After all, those who could rise to high positions in such an evil organization were basically not good people. So after completing the judgment, Garen cleanly sent those scum detected by the Great Sword to meet their deceased master Click. After witnessing the beams of light descending one after another, both pirates and laborers developed a certain immunity to the splendid light and shadow effects. However, they were also shocked by another miracle. The knight's light sword could distinguish good from evil. One notorious villain after another within the pirate crew was detected by that beam of light, and one after another, they turned into corpses under Garen's great sword. The pirates nervously lowered their heads, beginning to reflect on their past misdeeds. While some opportunists mixed in with the laborers also anxiously shrank back into the corners away from Garen. The crowd that had been surrounding Garen suddenly diminished significantly. Unknowingly, he had completed the ideological screening and political assessment of the subordinates, ensuring the purity of the labor leadership team. Garen also successfully gained the last portion of experience from those pirate officers, leveling up to level 7. The long-awaited upgrade reward finally arrived. Random upgrade reward extraction. Obtained random skill Lawrence Heart Eye Blade. block all incoming damage, and control effects for 0.75 seconds, then slash out a powerful sword chi in the target direction. This skill comes from the game's hero, the duelist Fiora. However, like Garen's other skills, it has many differences from the original version. The original skill's control effect was completely removed, and stab was replaced with sword chi. The intuitive feeling brought by this change is, now I can perform flying slashes too. Garen looked at the golden slash he had unleashed, his tone filled with excitement. The sword chi was a full 2 meters wide, flying out for dozens of meters without dissipating. It wasn't until it left deep gashes on a wall that it finally came to a stop. Garen could feel that the power and size of this sword chi were entirely under his control. Moreover, compared to his basic strength, it had a very high damage bonus. This meant that as long as Garen became strong enough in the future, the sword chi produced by Lawrence's Hard Eye Blade would also strengthen to a terrifying degree. And the most important aspect of this skill wasn't the damage, but that 0.75 seconds of invincibility. If used properly, it could turn the tide of battle at a critical moment. While Garen was focused on studying his new skill, Nami, responsible for searching Click's assets, returned to Garen with a strange girl. Who is she? Garen curiously examined the blue-haired girl beside Nami, dressed like a little gangster. Arms dealer. Nami first confirmed Vivi's identity. The weapons at the dock were transported by her. Smuggling arms? Garen's impression of Vivi immediately dropped significantly. However, Nami then said with a strange expression, she also claims to be a great princess from the Grand Line. Garen looked at Vivi with a surprised expression. You say you are a princess? Vivi hurriedly nodded in affirmation and wanted to recount her twisted experiences. Why does this line sound so familiar? Garen's expression suddenly became as strange as Nami's, and he said to Vivi, Miss Arms Dealer, you're not going to say. If I let you go now, you'll grant me a noble title as a reward when you return to your country, right? Noble title? Vivi furrowed her brows and couldn't help but mumble to herself. How can this knight speak so casually about such things? Vivi's impression of Garen plummeted. The flawless knight had suddenly fallen to the level of a profit-driven bounty hunter. After pondering for a moment, Vivi still said with a frown, if you insist on wanting to become a noble, I can communicate with my father about it. As long as you can help me solve this crisis, obtaining a title for such merit shouldn't be difficult. She really is getting into character. Garen, however, had already leaned over to Nami and whispered, yeah. Nami also turned her head to whisper in Garen's ear. It's really suspicious for an arms dealer caught red-handed to say such things. Yet Vivi was completely unaware of the strange atmosphere and was just thinking about continuing to tell her story. Enough, Garen rudely scolded. If you want to avoid blame, at least come up with a better excuse. Vivi's expression froze. The words she and yet spoken were stuck in her throat. She finally realized that this knight in front of her didn't believe her at all. Garen had no pity for her and continued to point out the flaws in her words. An arms dealer with a large amount of stolen money suddenly claims to be an undercover agent infiltrating a criminal organization? And your true identity is a princess? This plot, Garen's words trailed off as he murmured. This plot seems a bit familiar. He carefully examined Vivi's appearance. She wore heavy makeup on her face, and her clothing style was vastly different from the pure princess he remembered. But she still had a naturally beautiful head of smooth blue hair. Garen immediately changed his question. Which country are you a princess of? Vivi was startled by Garen's scolding and timidly replied, Alabasta. Vivi then nervously added, you people from the East Blue might not know, but Alabasta is a great civilization in the Grand Line. Vivi? Garen directly called out her name. Huh? Vivi was taken aback and said in surprise, how do you know my name? It's really you, Garen curiously asked. Why are you in the East Blue? I was sent here to complete a mission due to arms dealings between the Baroque Works and the Kuroha pirates. Vivi answered straightforwardly and then curiously asked, you don't doubt my identity anymore? Have you seen me before? Nami also looked at Garen in confusion. Garen? How did you determine she is a princess just by asking one country's name? Do you know her? I suppose you could say I know her. As someone with a blank history, Garen could only make up a story. I've seen her before. Nami was not so easily fooled and continued to ask. Then why didn't you recognize her at first? Ahem. Garen fabricated. I just saw her from a distance a long time ago, and Vivi has changed a lot since then. The more he spoke, the more flaws appeared, and Vivi herself found it quite strange. Alabasta has strong privacy protection for royal princesses. Vivi rarely showed her face as a princess, except on important occasions like the World Conference, and she attended very few meaningless noble social events. Therefore, very few people knew the true appearance of Princess Vivi. This was also the reason she could infiltrate Baroque Works as an undercover agent. Don't get caught up in such trivial matters. Garen clumsily shifted the topic. Vivi, what difficulties have you encountered? Please tell me clearly. This question struck a chord with Vivi, so she no longer focused on why Garen knew her, but instead spoke seriously about her situation. There is a large-scale rebellion in my country, a powerful, large criminal organization, and a mysterious leader whose identity hasn't even been clarified. Nami was somewhat shocked as she summarized the key points from Vivi's words. The level of difficulty clearly exceeded her understanding of difficulties. She hesitated to look at Garen, but Garen decisively responded, I will help with this. What? Nami was slightly taken aback and exclaimed, think carefully before you speak. You're about to provoke a large criminal organization in the Grand Line. Even Arlong and Kuroha are just mid-level cadres in such a criminal gang. I know. Garen remained unfazed, his voice filled with strength. Wherever righteousness lies, I will not yield to power, nor will I care for profit. Even if there are thousands, I will go. Garen's concise and powerful words brought tears to Vivi's eyes, making her feel as though the imagined righteous knight had truly stepped into reality. Sigh, he's at it again with the pretty words, Nami helplessly muttered. But her gaze gradually developed a determination that rivaled Garen's. A few days later, in the kingdom of Goa, in a noble's mansion, a muscular bald man was sitting quietly in meditation. Mr. One, a female voice abruptly interrupted the bald man's thoughts on swordsmanship. What? Mr. One's face showed no expression, and his voice was as cold as ice. Is there a change in the mission? It has nothing to do with our mission. Miss Fingers said with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. It's that intern's mission that has gone awry. Weakness is weakness. They can't do anything right. Disdaining the weak was Miss Fingers' consistent style. Mr. One felt somewhat annoyed by this, but being as silent as a blade, he never spoke unnecessarily. He simply asked in a terse manner, what happened? She has lost contact with the organization. Miss Fingers said, moreover, the Baroque Works has sent the latest intelligence from the East Blue region. The Kuroha pirates have been annihilated. The one who acted is that so-called righteous knight. Him? Mr. One slightly furrowed his brows and asked, what do you plan to do? Miss Finger lightly flicked her fluffy, deep blue hair and said nonchalantly, of course. We'll go and get our revenge and make that guy cough up the money he owes our organization. The business of Baroque Works is not something anyone can disrupt. She said with dissatisfaction, the useless little girl who can't get anything done. I wonder if she is dead yet. She ruined our work agency's reputation in the EC, and now I have to waste my time cleaning up her mess. Mr. One, however, was not as relaxed as his partner and asked with a serious expression, are you planning to go alone? Of course, I can handle it by myself. He's just a name dropper. Miss Double Fingers spat disdainfully and confidently said, isn't the information from the agency very clear? That so-called righteous knight can't even defeat a third-rate major from Roguetown. As for his achievements in exterminating the fishmen, ISNT is just a title he gained by following the Navy. Garen's strength had been displayed in front of many people. In Roguetown, he was suppressed by Major Hammer to the point of being in dire straits, and only managed to win with Smoker's assistance after holding on for a long time. Many present witnessed this, and it was thoroughly documented in various underground organizations' intelligence reports. As for the battle with Major Hammer, it had only been half a month since it happened. For a normal person, half a month is not enough to grasp a sword technique, and it's impossible for one's strength to improve significantly. Therefore, at this moment, Miss Double Fingers was completely confident, not putting any stock in the so-called righteous knight who was renowned in the eyes of ordinary people. All right, Mr. One nodded slightly and reminded, be careful. I won't have any problems, Miss Double Fingers replied, but she looked at Mr. One, whose muscular body resembled that of a warrior more than an assassin, with some amusement. But you staying here alone makes me a bit uneasy. The client requires absolute stealth for the assassination. Can you manage that with your style? Mr. One raised his shiny bald head and looked at his partner with a cold gaze, saying, don't worry. Killing everyone present is a successful assassination. After taking on the epic task of saving the Alabasta Kingdom from Princess Vivi, Garen and Nami immediately left Princess Vivi aside, because there were just too many trivial matters after eliminating the Clock Pirate Group. Nami had to check the Clock Pirate Group's accounts and count the confiscated goods. The scale of the Clock Pirate Group was not on the same level as the Dragon Pirates, and its economic scale was comparable to that of a small country. While Nami was counting money to the point of cramps in her hands, she was also exhausted, feeling dizzy and unsteady on her feet. As the leader naturally chosen by the workers, Garen was also involved in handling various matters during the cleanup process. Garen had never had experience as an administrator, but fortunately, he had the experienced former mayor, Dox, under his command to manage affairs and handle many trivial matters for Garen. However, some major decisions still needed Garen to make personally. Standing in front of the wide square at the Clock Mansion, Doc said to Garen, "Lord Garen, the cleanup operation is over. According to statistics, the number of pirate deaths is over 550, but the exact number is still to be verified. Some pirates escaped the island amidst the chaos, and their numbers are hard to count. The Clock Pirate Group has more than 1,000 members scattered across 32 territorial islands outside this island. How do you plan to handle this?" Garen felt it was a bit troublesome, but adhering to the belief of seeing things through to the end, he replied, "Once the matters on this island are dealt with, I will take people to clear out the Clock territories." "Yes." Dox nodded and pointed to a large group of captured pirates tied together in the square, saying, "Also, there are as many as 3,022 captured pirates. How should we deal with them?" Garen felt even more overwhelmed. He had only ever been concerned with cutting people down and had never considered the aftermath. But now with over 3,000 captives, the complicated situation made it impossible for Garen to simply wash his hands of it. "How about leaving it to the Navy?" Garen suggested. "The Navy?" Dox shook his head. "The Navy can't handle pirates of this scale. For these trivial yet troublesome pirate lackeys, the Navy usually leaves them to be dealt with by local governments." "Local government?" Garen was slightly taken aback and said helplessly, "Where is there a local government? This is originally a pirate den. The local government is the Clock Pirate Group." "There is." Dox nodded deeply and looked meaningfully at Garen. "What you hold in your hands now is the power to rule this sea area." "What?" Garen said, somewhat surprised. "I didn't intend to stay here and be a local tyrant." Dox showed no disappointment, only asked calmly, "Do you plan to leave directly?" "That's right." Garen nodded. "I came to punish Clock, and I have no intention of taking over his power." He then pointed to the orderly labor force over there and said to Dox, "Look, managing and organizing this land on your own is quite orderly, isn't it? Orderly?" Dox shook his head and smiled helplessly. "The order you see is all built upon your personal prestige. With your strength suppressing them, the workers will show order, and the pirates will obediently surrender. Once you leave, this sea area will quickly return to its original state." Garen sensed Doc's persuasive tone and, trying to refuse indirectly, said, "You should have some confidence in yourself. You have the weapons and manpower in your own hands. It's not difficult to protect the safety of this sea area." "Sigh." Dox shook his head even more vigorously. "Lord Garen, you are oversimplifying things. This sea will always belong to the strong. If you are not here, how will those workers obey my management as an old fisherman?" Garen fell silent. He understood this simple truth. When the old power falls, the conflict over dividing the inheritance alone is enough to cause a new force without a strong leader to fall apart. Moreover, relying on ordinary people like us to protect this sea area. Doc's aged face showed a hint of bitterness, and deep wrinkles formed on his forehead. "It's impossible." Garen was about to say something to refute, but Doc sighed deeply. "You're not the first hero to come to save this sea area." "What do you mean?" Garen didn't quite understand Doc's words. Due to geographical factors, this place had always been a paradise for pirates. When one pirate group fell, more pirate groups would swarm in once the wind died down. Dox, with a profound expression, said, "I have lived for so many years and have grown accustomed to the changing tides. Pirates come one after another to seize territory, and heroes also come one after another to act heroically. It's a cycle every few years. Click is not the first pirate to be defeated, nor are you the first hero from the trials. But," Deki sighed helplessly, "you heroes fly too high and too far, never stopping on our little branch. But we ordinary people are like small trees that cannot fly high. As long as the tree is still there, it is never lacking in insects that gnaw at its flesh and blood." Garen wanted to refute Deki's words with some theory about mobilizing the power of the masses, but he could never bring himself to say it, because in this world of extraordinary power, the strength of ordinary people can never compare to that of an extraordinary being. Too many ants cannot bite an elephant to death. They can only be trampled and flee in disgrace. Garen's unscientific achievement of single-handedly defeating the Click Pirate Group of 5,000 with just one sword is the best proof of this. Dekis looked deeply at Garen and said heavily, "After so many years, I can no longer wait for the next hero." Garen looked at Dekis' aged and weathered face, feeling a bit emotional. No wonder this old man Dekis has been overly calm from the very beginning. He is like a professional NPC leading people through dungeons, repeating the familiar task of leading heroes to slay dragons year after year. This kind of work is naturally not a problem for a thoughtless NPC, but for a living person, it is. Like other adventurers, heroes, and nights. Garen only wanted to figure out how to punish evil, but he never considered what would happen to the land after he was gone. This was not a responsibility he should bear, but once it was brought up, it became an inescapable question in his heart. After the downfall of Click's territory, the first collective meeting of the new labor force's leadership team was held. The attendees included temporary leader Garen, temporary official Dekies, Nami, Wallace, and 10 representatives spontaneously elected by the laborers during the riot. Everyone, Garen said with a serious expression. After careful consideration, I have made a difficult decision. What? Hearing Garen's extremely serious tone, everyone took it very seriously. Garen looked around and finally fixed his gaze on his companions Nami and Wallace. I am prepared to take over the power of the Click pirate group and become the leader of this sea area. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Dekies immediately showed a smile, and the 10 labor representatives who idolized Garen as a hero also expressed their approval. Wallace did not voice any opinion, only eagerly took out paper and pen to record the news. However, Nami seemed a bit hesitant. You mean? Nami bit her lip, struggling to ask the question that concerned her. Are you planning to become a pirate? Become a pirate? Garen replied decisively. How could that be possible? Establishing an organization doesn't necessarily mean forming a pirate crew. What I want to do is a legitimate business. This organization will become a righteous group under my leadership. That may be true, Nami murmured to herself, but her expression still showed some displeasure. Due to years of dark experiences, Nami had a subtle resistance to all rulers. Taking over power, becoming a leader, ruling this sea area. One more misstep, and it would be no different from Click or that evil dragon. Trust me, Garen saw through Nami's thoughts and said earnestly, I will not be blinded by power. In fact, this small piece of territory cannot obscure my vision at all. This was indeed Garen's true inner thought. In his view, he stayed behind primarily to help the poor and needy. Moreover, Garen changed his approach to Nami, the 33 islands left behind by Click. 150,000 subjects, over 50 large warships, more than 500 various cargo ships, and tens of thousands of weapons and equipment, as well as treasures worth hundreds of millions. These assets cannot be handled without a professional financial officer. Stop talking. Nami's fair cheeks had already turned red from too much excitement. I'm in. It had already been 7 days since the downfall of the Click pirate group. A Navy warship flying the Seagull flag was sailing at full speed towards the main island of the former Click territory. Smoker stood at the bow of the ship, gazing ahead, the thick cigar smoke obscuring his gloomy face, further intensifying the tense atmosphere. Originally, after dealing with the corruption in the 16 branches of the East Blue Navy, Smoker planned to return to Roadtown to guard the sea. However, before he could set off, he received an extremely shocking piece of news through the Navy's intelligence system. The largest pirate group in the East Blue, the Click pirate group, had been destroyed, and a knight named Garen had become the new ruler of that lawless land. Upon hearing this news, Smoker immediately turned the ship around and headed straight for the sea area where the former Click territory was located. Are we there yet? Smoker shouted loudly for what seemed like the 100th time. His gloomy expression and irritable tone made the accompanying navigator break out in a cold sweat every time he answered Smoker. Colonel Smoker, calm down. Tashigi fearlessly stood in front of Smoker, shielding her colleagues from Smoker's oppressive anger. She gently persuaded. The intelligence we received did not say that the senior Garen became a pirate. Smoker ungraciously exhaled a large cloud of smoke from his mouth and angrily said, Going to the pirate's den to claim territory. What else could that be but piracy? If I wait a few more days, I might even see his bounty notice. Impossible. Tashigi, usually gentle like a little rabbit, now retorted her superior with a hint of anger. A man capable of wielding such righteous swordsmanship will absolutely not fall to piracy. Tashigi paused and expressed her concise and powerful belief. I believe in him. There was not a shred of doubt or hesitation in her eyes. Smoker remained silent, quietly smoking a cigar. After a moment, he slowly said in a cold tone, I hope the situation is as you think. Otherwise, I will personally end him. After sailing for a while, the large deep-water harbor of the former Click territory finally came into view of the Navy. It was even busier than when Click was around, with various fishing boats and cargo ships coming and going, almost filling the vast port to capacity. Smoker's attention was completely drawn to those warships. The warships left behind by the Click pirate group stood like mountains in the harbor, with sails and turrets stretching out in a continuous line, any one of which was not smaller than Smoker's naval flagship. Such a massive scale, such abundant firepower. Smoker's expression grew even more serious. Garen is up to something big. Hearing his superior's conspiracy theory, Smoker once again stood up without hesitation. Colonel Smoker, don't make baseless assumptions about Senior Galen. These warships aren't flying the pirate flag. Smoker was slightly taken aback by this, only then noticing that those imposing large warships had no black flags at all. They were flying a flag he had never seen before, a pure white background with a golden sword of light descending from the center. The color scheme and pattern of the flag gave it no sense of the terror associated with a pirate flag. Instead, it was filled with an aura of justice and light. This was the flag personally designed by Galen, essentially the skill icon of Galen's ultimate move in the game. Seeing such a flag, Smoker's mindset stabilized somewhat. At least Galen hadn't blatantly hung any pirate flags. However, after experiencing multiple anti-corruption actions, Smoker no longer trusted surface-level justice as he once did. Holding the worst-case scenario in mind, he ordered his naval soldiers to be fully prepared for battle before landing on the island. He even ordered the warships to charge into the harbor in a manner reminiscent of a beach landing, rushing into the dock. The reaction of the armed individuals on the dock also raised Smoker's suspicions. From the moment they saw the Navy warship's flag, many were startled and hastily grabbed their weapons. As they got closer, he could clearly hear them shouting, "Oh no, the Navy is coming." Upon hearing such obviously hostile words, Smoker's expression immediately became serious. Before the warships had even stabilized, Smoker transformed into a cloud of smoke and flew in front of those panic-stricken armed individuals. A young armed man nervously gripped a musket, trembling as he aimed it at Smoker. This was already an overtly hostile act, almost as if he had pirate written on his face. Smoker's mood plummeted to the bottom, his grip on his weapon tightening to the point where his veins were bulging and his knuckles turned white. However, before Smoker could strike, a heavy slap landed on the back of the pirate's head. A man resembling a junior officer slapped the young man hard, causing him to sway unsteadily, and then angrily said, "Do you still think you're a pirate? You are now a legitimate employee of Lord Galen. Lord Galen has emphasized many times that Navy soldiers are allies. When a Navy visits, you must treat them well." The junior officer confiscated the young man's gun and scolded him severely. "You fool. What do you think you're doing pointing a gun at allies? Apologize to me." Then, Smoker watched in astonishment as the young man, whom he had mistaken for a pirate, respectfully ran up to him and bowed in apology. He only nervously retreated back into the ranks when Smoker nodded in acknowledgement. What was going on? Smoker asked in confusion. The junior officer immediately replied enthusiastically, "Hello, Admiral. That guy used to be a minion under Clock, and his old pirate mindset hasn't been fully reformed. When I go back this time, I'll make him write several political reports and self-reflections." When dealing with Clock's pirate minion captives, Galen had specifically allowed them a special channel to prove their innocence, which meant letting those pirates voluntarily sign up for the Great Sword's evil degree testing ceremony. As long as they could pass the recognition of the Sword of Justice, those pirates could regain their freedom. The consequences of failing the test were self-evident. With Galen's prior performance of slicing through dozens of villains with his ultimate move, not many pirates dared to sign up for the test. However, over 300 pirates, who could be considered pure and not tainted by evil, with an evil degree of less than 30, signed up and passed the rigorous review, becoming legitimate employees under Galen. Smoker roughly understood the young man's identity, but asked in confusion, "Political reports, self-reflections. What are those?" The junior officer smiled and explained in detail. "You might not know, Admiral, our leader, Lord Galen, has a unique ability to discern good and evil. Only those with a low degree of evil can hold positions in the organization. Each level of position has corresponding evil degree level requirements." This, Smoker exclaimed. Speechless, he knew that Galen had a swordsmanship secret that could tell good from evil. But he never expected Galen to use it as a method for ideological assessment in the army. The junior officer's explanation wasn't over yet. As for the so-called political reports and self-reflections, those are treasures taught by Lord Galen to reduce one's evil degree. Is writing those things useful? Smoker asked skeptically. The Navy had similar brainwashing methods, but they were much simpler in comparison. Moreover, in Smoker's experience, writing a couple of self-reflections and copying military regulations was a clumsy method that had no effect at all. Of course, the junior officer said seriously, "Lord Galen once said, 'Doing is better than not doing,' and if you say it more, you'll believe it. We not only have political reports and self-reflections, but we also hold regular events." He started listing a series of new terms that made Smoker feel dizzy. Democratic living meetings, criticism and self-criticism meetings, courses on the spirit of justice. Smoker completely dismissed his suspicion that Galen had fallen into depravity and become a bandit. because what he saw in this place was utterly unrelated to the word pirate. On the contrary, this place was overflowing with positive energy, making it hard to imagine that it had recently been a pirate hideout. The cadres under Galen made Smoker feel somewhat uncomfortable. They had none of the rough demeanor of seamen. Each one was friendly and smiling, making Smoker and the Navy feel as if they had entered a high-end restaurant with excellent service. Those former laborers and pirates obviously did not naturally possess such behavior. All of it came from Galen's requirements. The indicators for the cadre's ideological assessments were also closely tied to Galen's concepts of good and evil. With such an assessment mechanism hanging over their heads, those newly appointed cadres rapidly transformed into the model civil servants in Galen's mind at an almost magical speed. Moreover, due to Galen's strength and prestige, these subordinates couldn't help but develop genuine admiration and longing for Galen. After all, these cadres had been verified by Galen's great sword and were true comrades whose concepts of good and evil were similar to Galen's. Led by several junior officers, Smoker and his group began heading towards Galen's office building, which was the former residence of Clock. Along the way, Smoker saw even stranger phenomena. At the construction sites, large warehouses, and other facilities along the way, there were large groups of men with pained expressions and shackles on their feet doing hard labor. While they were focused on their work, there were people nearby holding knives and guns to monitor and intimidate them, making them look no different from slaves. The cruel scene made the naturally kind-hearted Dasky feel a bit uncomfortable. What kind of people are these? Dasky couldn't help but ask. Reform for labor prisoners, the guiding young officer said, introducing a new term, and explained, they are all former pirates who have been sentenced to labor reform. So they are pirates. Smoker immediately lost interest and no longer focused on those prisoners who looked like slaves. In his eyes, pirates were not deserving of sympathy or pity. However, there was still some reluctance in Dasky's eyes as she continued to ask, how long do they have to work like this? How long? The young officer replied in a very calm tone, life imprisonment. Life? Dasky exclaimed. Doesn't that mean they have to be slaves for a lifetime? They're not slaves. The young officer corrected Dasky's wording seriously. They are reformed through labor prisoners. Lord Garen said, those who commit crimes in the name of freedom do not deserve to have freedom. But they can't all be sentenced to life, right? Dasky said somewhat resistantly, aren't the degrees of their crimes different? The young officer shook his head and said somewhat helplessly, we don't have a perfect legal system here, nor a formed judiciary. Lord Garen can only choose a one-size-fits-all approach. Moreover, the young officer's tone revealed a bit of disdain and indifference again. If they truly had a clear conscience, they would have volunteered to participate in the evil degree assessment long ago. The officers selected by Lord Garen with the big sword are mostly people with similar views on good and evil. Therefore, Garen's subordinates generally hold a natural hostility towards the group of pirates. However, the young officer explained to Dasky again, I've heard that Lord Garen is planning to train professional reform-through-labor instructors. Once our system is improved, those prisoners who perform excellently during their sentence will be able to receive reasonable reductions in their sentences. Dasky nodded slightly, finally reluctantly accepting this seemingly brutal method of handling. When the group arrived at Garen's office, Garen, who had already received reports from his subordinates, was waiting at the entrance to greet them. Smoker, Dasky. Garen warmly greeted these two old friends who had not been apart for long. What brings you two here? Smoker glanced at the entourage behind Garen and the vast office building, and immediately said somewhat unhappily, it's only been a few days since we last met, and you've already become a leader of an armed group with a retinue. If I hadn't come, you might have even hung up a pirate flag. Pirates? Garen immediately waved his hand and said, I'm not a pirate. Don't say such nonsense. As he spoke, Garen turned to look at his secretary, Miss Vivi. Due to the lack of talent in the new organization, Princess Vivi volunteered to work under the night. With her excellent royal education, she had indeed helped Garen, a novice in governance, handle many affairs over the past week. Seeing Garen's gaze, Vivi quickly handed him a fresh newspaper. Garen passed the newspaper to Smoker. Take a look. What I've done absolutely does not go against justice. Smoker took the newspaper and glanced at it, quickly noticing a headline with a very familiar style. Garen, the justice pioneer reforming the old pirate era. Reading further, the content was roughly, Justice Garen was determined to tackle evil and eradicate the notorious clique crime group in the East Sea. Afterward, Garen resolved to focus on masses, root himself in the grassroots, deliver justice to the countryside, assist the people in overcoming difficulties, and create a new era of justice while eliminating the remnants of the old pirate era. Seeing such a subjectively strong article, Smoker couldn't help but look for the author's name. Sure enough, He quickly saw a familiar signature. EC Daily, Wallace. It's that guy again. Smoker gritted his teeth and said, "Are you planning to use this kind of deceptive talk to fool me?" Deceptive talk? Garen shook his head and said seriously, "It is indeed superficial talk. However, no organization on the sea boasts justice like I do." Boasting justice? Smoker said disdainfully. "It's just pretending to be just, what's the use?" "Of course it's useful." Garen said without hesitation, "What a person thinks in their heart, I don't care, and no one can control it. But as long as they say it and do it, that is justice. If they can pretend to be just for a lifetime, then they're undoubtedly a person of justice." Smoker pondered for a moment and then asked, "How can you ensure that your organization doesn't become corrupt?" Garen replied without hesitation, "My organization will naturally be supervised by me. As for me, you can also join my organization to supervise my actions." "Join your organization?" Smoker's eyes widened. "How is that possible? I am a Navy." No. Garen explained, "What I mean is, we could establish a joint military-civilian law enforcement." Joint military-civilian law enforcement? Smoker was a bit confused. "Yes," Garen encouraged. "It means combining the strength of us enthusiastic East Sea citizens with the strength of you East Sea Navy, fighting together on the front lines against pirates. You and Dasky are both recognized by me as people of justice. You can completely take on roles here as instructors, advisors, or even commanders." Smoker's eyes lit up. Having him and Dasky serve as instructors, advisors, or commanders was equivalent to handing over the command of the troops. After witnessing the true situation in the East Sea, Smoker felt that relying solely on his own small force in Roadtown was really not enough. Now, however, there was an armed force with more than 50 large warships, which could any time become an aid for Smoker in maintaining order in the East Sea. Smoker immediately became excited. Although, from another perspective, this matter was actually working for Garen. Garen didn't give Smoker much time to be excited and began to paint a bigger picture. "Actually, I have also been planning a large and loose organization, the Hero Alliance." "Hero Alliance?" Smoker became interested. "What is that?" Garen explained enthusiastically. "This is a large organization dedicated to punishing evil and promoting good, recruiting various heroes with a sense of justice who are willing to practice justice as members. However, the relationship between the Alliance and its members is not hierarchical. It is just a civilian organization similar to a pirate hunter association. According to strength and achievements, the Alliance will categorize members into levels and then issue tasks and provide benefits based on those levels. The member levels are tentatively set as S-level hero, a level hero, B-level hero, C-level hero. This is a vision for changing the future. It redefines the world's pattern and redefines the next century." Just listening to Garen describe it verbally made one feel the grandeur and momentum. It was as if the tide of the times was rushing towards them, like the brilliant and boundless light of the Milky Way. After listening to Garen's words, Smoker's first reaction was, "Are you talking nonsense? Is this the kind of organization you can actually establish?" "Ha ha." Garen chuckled a bit shyly. "This is just a concept for now. Once I become strong enough, this organization will gradually take shape." Smoker looked deeply at Garen and, after a moment of contemplation, said in a very serious tone, "How strong do you need to be to realize such a concept? Do you know what terrifying enemies you will face?" The nature and agenda of the League of Legends was, from its inception, a declaration of war against all evil forces such as pirates at sea, warlords, illegal merchants, and corrupt navies. Smoker was not the type to think deeply, but he could clearly recognize the danger of this idea. "I know," Garen replied earnestly. "I will become strong. Strong enough to flatten all resistance." This clear and powerful statement made Smoker momentarily pause, forgetting to smoke the cigar in his mouth. It was as if he was seeing this man before him in a new light. After a few seconds of silence, Smoker suddenly laughed. "What an arrogant guy." Garen chuckled in response. "This is confidence." He indeed had that confidence. For being a weakling barely capable of fighting back to becoming the new overlord of the East Sea, Garen took less than a month. If a person has such fortune, it would be too pathetic if he didn't even have the courage to talk big. Smoker felt a slight stir in his heart, and Garen took the opportunity to propose. To realize this plan, the conditions are still far from enough. However, we can start with a pilot project in the East Sea. Pilot project? Smoker heard another fresh term. "That's right," Garen said to Smoker. "Although the two of us are nothing in the Grand Line, we are already overlord-level figures in the East Sea. If we cooperate, we can at least achieve something in this sea area." "You mean?" Smoker recalled the concept Garen had previously proposed. That joint enforcement by military and civilians? Exactly. Garen revealed his true purpose at this stage. Starting from our cooperation, while jointly combating pirates, we can gradually call on more righteous figures to join our ranks. Those who yearn for freedom won't join the Navy, but those who are inclined towards justice are not pure pirates either. I want to give them another option, to be heroes. Smoker pondered for a moment and cautiously asked, "If we cooperate, what conditions can you offer?" After some discussion, Garen and Smoker quickly decided on the outline for the joint military-civilian enforcement. Smoker and his subordinates would be responsible for training the soldiers under Garen. While fighting evil, Smoker and Tashigi would have command over the troops and could mobilize Garen's fleet at any time. Meanwhile, Garen and his subordinates would also pursue justice, gradually launching specialized campaigns against crime in the East Sea region with the cooperation of the Navy. However, from Garen's perspective, the conditions for this cooperation were actually quite harsh. Handing over the training and command of soldiers to the Navy was almost equivalent to surrendering the army. If a less prestigious leader were to take over this matter, it would undoubtedly mean submitting to the Navy. But Garen did not care, because he knew that Smoker and Tashigi's views on good and evil were highly aligned with his own, making it unlikely for conflicting opinions to arise. Moreover, in this world, power is ultimately just external power. One's own strength is the real power. As long as one's strength is strong enough, the subordinate troops won't become the vassal army of the East Sea Navy. In fact, this situation could even reverse. Compared to these inconsequential drawbacks, Garen valued the legitimate status that would come from his cooperation with Smoker. With Smoker's recognition as the highest commander of the East Sea, Garen's influence in the East Sea would become absolutely legitimate, enthusiastic civilians, allowing him to manage his righteous faction with peace of mind. For a moment, the hosts and guests were in harmony, with the goal of combating crime and maintaining order, the prototype of the League of Legends. The East Sea Joint Military-Civilian Enforcement Special Zone was established. Tashigi had some reservations about this, saying with concern, "Colonel Smoker, isn't this a bit against regulations? We're just the garrison troops of Roadtown. Regulations?" Smoker disdainfully exhaled a smoke ring and said without changing his expression, "With so many pirates in the East Sea, isn't it good to have an army as support? If those old men at headquarters have an opinion, let them go guard the gate at Roadtown themselves." Smoker's rebellious temper played a crucial role at this moment. Tashigi, who already admired Garen, accepted the appointment as the chief instructor of the East Sea's enthusiastic civilians on the spot, with the strong support of her commander. Garen had high hopes for Tashigi as the chief instructor. As an angel with zero evil, kind-hearted and beautiful Tashigi had a unique charm. This charm always brought out the best in human nature, causing those around Tashigi to unconsciously develop towards a better direction. In the original work, Tashigi was able to transform a group of thugs from the Navy's G5 branch into good people with her personal charm. Speaking of which, after discussing the cooperation plan, Smoker curiously asked, "What is the name of your organization now? Are you going to directly call it League of Legends?" Smoker only realized at this point that he didn't even know the official name of the partner. As for the name League of Legends, Garen clearly couldn't claim it at his current strength, nor was he qualified to do so. "Oh, did I not introduce it?" Garen suddenly realized his oversight and somewhat awkwardly explained. "In fact, the official name of my organization is a company." "Company?" Smoker further inquired. "What kind of business does this company do?" Smoker's tone was filled with distrust, reflecting his inherent vigilance towards evil. Generally speaking, such large armed organizations conduct businesses that are mostly illegal. Facing Smoker's series of questioning like an interrogator, Garen did not feel angry, but continued to patiently explain, "A shipping company, a shipping company." "A shipping company?" Smoker asked, somewhat puzzled. "Why did you suddenly think of doing this? Previously, Clock relied on exploiting low-level laborers to maintain such a fleet. I can't run my territory using such lowly means like you did, right?" Garen recounted the plans discussed with wealthy businessman Wallace and former Mayor Dex. Developing commerce, expanding tax sources, and making the cake bigger is the right way. To drive the economic development of a region, a pillar industry must be established as support. Garen explained, "I have taken over the large fleet of the clique pirates. The Wallace family has channels in related industries, and Nami has exclusive confidential patents for the EC nautical charts. With these conditions in place, establishing a large shipping company is not a difficult task." "So," Garen said seriously, "the current name of my organization is Demacia City-State Kingdom Shipping Logistics Express Company." "That's a long name," Smoker instinctively commented. Garen casually replied, "Then you can just call it Debang Logistics. EC Lowtown." After establishing a cooperative agreement with Garen to fight together and capture pirates together, Smoker briefly stayed for 2 days at the former clique territory, now the headquarters of Debon Logistics, before heading back to Lowtown. After all, Smoker is still the commander of the Lowtown garrison, and his primary job is to guard the gateway from the East Sea to the Grand Line. If he is away for too long, the pirates might take the opportunity to sneak across. Before leaving, Smoker also took with him a warship donated by the enthusiastic East Sea citizen, Comrade Garen. This warship is enormous, with a displacement almost twice that of Smoker's original ship. Moreover, this warship is equipped with new artillery developed under Garen's command, essentially replacing solid cannonballs with specially made buggy bombs. Previously, when Nami was scavenging Buggy's treasure, she casually acquired the formula for Buggy's special explosives. The reason artillery technology has lagged in this world is that it plays a minor role in front of strong individuals, leading to close-quarters battles being the decisive factor in naval warfare. However, there aren't many strong individuals in the East Sea who can ignore solid cannonballs, and those who can retaliate against the mass bombardment of specially made buggy bombs are even rarer. Nami initially thought this equipment was of no use to her and kept it simply out of the having taken it mentality, not realizing it would become a key asset ensuring the combat advantage of the Debon fleet. After witnessing the power of the new artillery, the highest commander of the East Sea military region, Smoker, unknowingly became captivated by the allure of the giant ship's cannons and willingly accepted Garen's sugar-coated bullet. Returning to Lowtown with this weapon against crime, Smoker could be said to be returning with a full load. However, Smoker also left some cooperation sincerity. Sergeant Dasky and the 30 elite Navy personnel he brought from headquarters were left with Garen as a bond for cooperation. With Dasky as the chief instructor and the elite Navy as instructors, the new recruits of Debon Logistics finally had a systematic and professional training mechanism, completely breaking away from the chaotic and undisciplined gang-style model of the old pirate crew. Besides the warship, there was also one other person who arrived in Lowtown with Smoker, Wallace. Debon Logistics had personnel, funds, weapons, ships, and intellectual property, with military bigwigs backing them. And the current overlord of the East Sea overseeing the company, they could be said to have all the favorable factors for starting a shipping and logistics company. Everything was ready, just lacking the right opportunity. Just like certain capital tycoons who violently throw money to acquire when entering a new industry. What Garen needed now was experienced industry insiders to help, preferably collaborating directly with companies in the industry. Only then could the company's business expand quickly and achieve profitability. Garen, Nami, and Dex didn't understand business matters, so Wallace, coming from a wealthy business family, naturally took on the task of opening the market for the company. Since Wallace's family already had a fairly large shipping company, he returned to his family mansion located in Lowtown. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh echoed through the luxurious mansion of the Wallace family. Wallace, you said you couldn't do business. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit, looking elegant, was currently patting Wallace on the shoulder in a rather unrefined manner, laughing heartily. How long has it been? Not only have you connected with the commander of the Lowtown Navy headquarters, but you've also brought such a big business opportunity to our Michael family from the new overlord of the East Sea. While what was said was not wrong, it still sounded somewhat off, as if hinting at collusion between officials and businessmen or underworld dealings. Thus, Wallace uncomfortably retorted, Uncle Bodkin, Lord Garen is not some overlord. He is not like that kind of guy, clique. Yes. Bodkin nonchalantly nodded, regardless of whether he is an overlord or not. As long as we can make money, that's all that matters. So, what about our cooperation? Wallace, dutifully standing on Garen's side, began discussing with his family members. Of course, no problem. Bodkin exaggeratedly waved his hand. An opportunity to cooperate with a rising power is hard to come by. The family's shipping business group can be sold to him at a low price, as long as your Lord Garen is strong enough. Our whole family can work for him without issue. Lord Garen would not let merchants like you work for him, Wallace retorted somewhat unhappily. No. You still don't understand business matters. Bodkin vigorously shook a finger in front of his nephew. As long as there are sufficient benefits, people can set aside some trivial principles. This just knight already possesses the most powerful military force in the East Sea, and his vision is far greater than that of pirates like Clique. His power will soon expand like a balloon. How could a rapidly developing power not have professional business talents to manage it? His eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Selling the company's shipping department is merely a stepping stone. There is no business in this world that offers a higher return than investing in a kingdom. Wallace, who had always despised commerce, let out a discontented snort. Bodkin paid no attention to his nephew's cold huff, simply grabbing a bottle of fine red wine and taking a swig from it. While he appeared to be a composed business elite and a noble gentleman who had no flaws in public, he would reveal his unruly side in front of familiar family members. However, after gulping down a couple of mouthfuls of red wine, Bodkin's expression became serious. "I have a condition." "What condition?" Wallace asked in a low voice. "This condition is not for Lord Garen." Bodkin glanced deeply at Wallace. "It is for you. Your father has returned to the country. He is waiting for you at home." Wallace's expression immediately darkened, and after a long silence, he slowly said, "He wants me to return to that country? What that country?" Bodkin slammed the wine bottle heavily on the table and shouted, "No matter how much you hate the country system, you are still a high-ranking noble of the Goyic kingdom. Pursuing dreams? Bah! Without a family background, with your qualifications, you can't even step into the door of the East Sea Daily." Uncle Bodkin tugged at the collar of his suit, making it a mess, and shouted with a red neck, "You only have the right to sit here and talk about the shipping business because of your noble birth. While enjoying the benefits of your family's wealth and status, you look down on everything you have. Wake up. You should take on some family responsibilities." Wallace's face darkened, and he couldn't say a word. Uncle Bodkin had always had a good relationship with him, and such conversations usually only happened between him and his father. But today, his uncle unexpectedly scolded him without mercy, which made Wallace somewhat at a loss. However, not long after, Uncle Bodkin's expression turned bright as if the clouds had cleared. He gently patted Wallace's shoulder and comforted him. "Go back to the country for a visit. Besides, even for business, you should take Lord Galen back to our family headquarters." "Huh?" Wallace asked in surprise. "Why does Lord Galen need to come?" "That Lord Galen has quite an ambition. The strongest military force, the largest fleet, and the most professional and detailed East Sea nautical charts are all aimed at becoming the largest shipping company in the East Sea." Bodkin took another sip of wine and explained impatiently, "But in this era of pirates, anyone in shipping is not to be trifled with. There is no shipping route or island that is free of existing forces. Even our family can only barely monopolize a few popular shipping routes. Cutting off someone's financial lifeline is like killing their parents. To collaborate with the overlord of the East Sea, we must bear the pressure of being at the overlord of the East Sea level." Bodkin glanced at his nephew. "This is a major investment that concerns the rise and fall of the family. Shouldn't we meet formally?" "That's a valid point." Wallace lowered his head and muttered to himself, "But I just feel like you're tricking me into going back." "Ahem." Bodkin shoved a bottle of wine over and said with a slightly flushed face from the alcohol, "The business has been discussed, so don't think too much. Drink, drink." Bodkin then added, "By the way, tell me more about that Lord Galen story." At the headquarters of the Devon, although the planned shipping business has not yet fully launched, this island has already shown a lot more lively and prosperous scenes compared to the era of the Click Pirates. It is a key node on several popular shipping routes in the East Sea, but in the past, the Click Pirate Group blocked the way and charged high passage fees, forcing most merchants without sufficient strength to take detours, making this sea area seem lifeless. After the news that the Just Knight Galen has taken control of the Click territory spread, this newly emerging land of justice quickly gathered a lot of popularity. This also brought tremendous pressure to the young administrative organization of Debon. For example, Finance Officer Nami, after days of work, has been made dizzy by the land funds that seem never-ending and unspendable. She is already planning to recruit a few more professional financial personnel to take over the work, so she can escape from this sea of misery sooner. It's estimated that in a few days, Nami, who once valued money above all else, will be able to calmly say that earning over 1 billion berries a month is a painful thing, turning it into a famous saying. And Governor Galen is quite relaxed, while his administrative officials, Dex and Secretary Vivi, are the ones who are exhausted. Galen has little interest in managing the territory. He treats government affairs like a hands-off manager. This makes it difficult for the nominal secretary, who is actually the governor, Princess Vivi. Since taking on the role of secretary, Vivi has hardly stepped out of the luxurious governor's office. Despite the heavy workload, Vivi has found a different passion in this temporary position. She has witnessed the earth-shattering changes happening in this sea area, from a pirate den to a prosperous city. The sense of achievement in changing the world has made this royal princess, who has a natural patriotic sentiment, extremely excited. Vivi was busy at her desk when a sudden urgent knocking sound echoed in the office. "Come in," Vivi said habitually in a loud voice, but her gaze remained focused on the documents in front of her. Unbeknownst to her, she had already developed a somewhat competent aura of an administrative officer. After a crisp sound of the door lock, A rather playful female voice followed closely. Intern, you've been doing quite well under the new boss, huh? But a third-rate organization is still a third-rate organization. The security work is really poor. Vivi's body stiffened instantly, and she looked up in disbelief at the blue-haired woman standing at the door. Her lips twitched slightly, and after hesitating for a long time, she finally managed to say in a somewhat difficult voice, "Miss Doublefinger," before Vivi could finish her sentence. Miss Doublefinger coldly interrupted her. "You know the rules of our Baroque works. What happens to traitors?" As soon as she finished speaking, sharp thorny vines suddenly appeared from Miss Doublefinger's outstretched right hand, pressing tightly against Vivi's delicate and fragile neck. This is the ability of her thorn's fruit, which allows her to transform tough and sharp thorns into weapons from any part of her body. If she moved even an inch closer, it would be a bloody scene. "Wait." Vivi hurriedly put on a wronged and flattering expression, pleading in a soft voice. "Senior, I didn't betray Baroque works. Working for that man was also out of necessity." Being able to infiltrate a spy organization as an undercover agent, Vivi's acting skills are naturally not shallow. This innocent look she put on made her seem like a harmless little bunny. Out of necessity? Miss Doublefinger, however, was not buying it and said coldly, "If you didn't use the organization's information as a token of loyalty, why would that knight trust you so much? Secretary?" The smile on her face grew colder. "This is a position that is just below 1 and above 10,000. Saying this, the sharp thorns on Miss Doublefinger's hand moved even closer to Vivi's neck. Vivi couldn't find the words to defend herself, so she resorted to the purest form of pleading, crying. I really had no choice. Crystal tears filled her eyes, and her large eyes sparkled like two watery gems. The emotions of grievance, helplessness, and sadness were clearly visible with those tears. Could it be? Miss Doublefinger carefully scrutinized this very different Vivi in front of her. A plain white dress made of high-quality material, soft blue hair casually cascading over her exquisite collarbone, and her face devoid of any exaggerated makeup, only proudly revealing her naturally beautiful snow-white skin. After changing her attire, Vivi no longer had the sharp feeling of that little delinquent she used to be. Instead, she seemed like a gentle and lovely girl from the neighborhood. Such a doll-like girl was exactly to the man's taste. This was quite different from Vivi's previous appearance in the work society, which was so beautiful that it surprised Miss Finger. Moreover, the deliberate expression of grievance and sadness on Vivi's face, in order to survive, made Miss Finger unconsciously start to imagine, could it be you were given by that man? Miss Finger's gaze towards Vivi suddenly became very strange, filled with astonishment and a hint of pity. Huh? Vivi was taken aback. Then she quickly responded, stammering, No wonder, Miss Finger said, somewhat enlightened. No wonder he dared to entrust all the political affairs of the territory to you. It turns out you are this kind of secretary. Vivi lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed, with a perfect blend of sorrow and shame. She glanced at Vivi with a strange look. Was it that man who made you dress like this? Talking about such an awkward topic, Vivi's face quickly flushed a light red, and she could only hum softly. Yeah, sure enough, he was a fraud. Miss Finger spat disdainfully. No wonder I've heard that the knight has a beautiful financial officer and a beautiful chief instructor under him. It turns out he is this kind of lecher. Vivi felt a bit embarrassed to smear Garen like this behind his back. She could only blush and change the subject. Pretending to be excited. Miss Finger, I have been enduring humiliation and waiting for support from the work society. You have finally come to save me. Don't get carried away. However, Miss Finger treated Vivi coldly, and in turn is not worth my rescue. I came to recover the losses of the Baroque Work Society. Where's the money? She stared intently at Vivi and said, You are that man's pet, so don't tell me you don't even know where the organization's treasury is. This, Vivi hesitated and tentatively said, Senior, that knight has ruined our work society's business. Shouldn't you be settling accounts with him? Settle accounts? Miss Finger's tone immediately became more guarded. The information I received before coming was insufficient. I underestimated that hypocrite. I only just realized that this knight is on such good terms with the colonel of the natural department. Miss Finger's voice became increasingly dangerous. Do you want me to confront such a character alone? Are you trying to get me into trouble or make enemies for the work society? Don't forget your identity just because that man has slept with you a few times. Of course not, Vivi said indignantly. How could I help that kind of, with a mix of guilt and shyness? Vivi forced out the word through clenched teeth. Lecher. That's good. Miss Finger put a hand on Vivi's shoulder. Take me to get the money. Yes, Vivi readily agreed, putting on a loyal appearance as if she were offering her heart to the work society. Then, Vivi led Miss Finger out of the office, weaving through the luxurious mansion transformed from the clique estate. Don't get any funny ideas. I better not see that so-called righteous knight. Miss Finger closely followed behind Vivi, maintaining the best distance for an attack. No, it won't happen, Vivi nervously replied and started to explain. That hypocritical guy is actually bloodthirsty. He has to kill every day to calm down. Usually at this time, he is executing pirates over at the military camp. This statement was not wrong. The biggest benefit after Garen formed the Debong was that he didn't have to single-handedly deal with trouble and chase down pirates. He could sit at home while his subordinates helped him capture pirates, experience points, and bring them back. Under Garen's indication, the soldiers trained by Demacia quickly entered the practical training phase. The first to suffer were the pirate dens around the Debong territory. In the East Sea, including the Navy, it was the first time a large organization actively exterminated pirates. The initial effects of cracking down on crime were quite evident. Every time Demacia and his subordinates set sail, they could capture many weak pirates. For the sake of experience points, Garen insisted on personally going into action with his great sword to judge the pirates and personally execute those evil beings filtered out by his great sword. Over time, Garen even earned a somewhat bloody nickname among his subordinates, the Executioner of Glory. Vivi led Miss Finger through the large mansion left by Click, weaving left and right for a while, before arriving at an inconspicuous small door. Is this the treasury? Miss Finger, with unkind intentions, put her hand on Vivi's shoulder and threatened. If you lie to me, open this door, and after walking a bit further, you'll reach the treasury. Vivi nodded heavily and vowed, I guarantee with my life. Just as the words fell, a noisy sound of rushing water came from behind the door. The noise was like some aquatic beast wreaking havoc. Upon hearing this sound, the worry hidden in Vivi's eyes was completely dispelled. Why is there a sound of water? Miss Finger, however, was filled with suspicion. Vivi, maintaining a straight face, fabricated seriously. That man values money above all else. There's a room outside the treasury where they keep man-eating crocodiles as guards. Nonsense. Who raises crocodiles as guards? Miss Finger instinctively wanted to refute, but her words stopped halfway, because she actually knew someone who liked to raise crocodiles. You better not lie to me. Miss Finger gritted her teeth and said, otherwise, you are dead meat. She pushed Vivi from behind and softly urged, you go first. Vivi nodded, then pushed open the door. As the door opened, it became suddenly bright. There were no crocodiles outside, no treasury, and certainly no room. Due to Click's nouveau riche aesthetic and low-end design, this seemingly luxurious mansion had many unreasonable aspects. For instance, the back door linking the mansion's interior and the courtyard was built like a dog hole. Just a small door was chiseled into a solid back wall. Looking like amateur designers realized they hadn't added a back door after finishing the house and hastily patched it up with a substandard product. However, although the nouveau riche's mansion was tacky, it would never lose a sense of grandeur. For example, what Vivi and Miss Finger saw upon opening the door was not the usual swimming pool found in luxury homes, but a small lake. In the backyard, a small lake was not enough to shock Miss Finger, but what stunned her was the strange sight on the lake's surface. There stood a young man in heavy armor, wielding a large sword, running across the water with abandon. This was Garen. He had only recently come up with the whimsical idea of practicing lightness skill on water. Moreover, he had indeed succeeded in mastering it. This was not because Garen had suddenly learned a technique like the light wave step, nor had he inexplicably mastered chakra. In fact, it required no special skills. As long as Garen's body was strong enough, he could exert enough force on the water with his feet to accelerate it, thus changing the water's momentum and ultimately creating a counteracting impulse on his feet. Achieving this meant that running on water was not an extraordinary feat. This was not nonsense. It was scientifically supported. Scientists on Earth had long proven that as long as one wore special shoes simulating the webbed feet of certain small lizards, a human could run at a speed of 30 ms to stay afloat on water, which would require approximately 15 times the muscle strength of an average person. Garen's strength had long surpassed the standard of being 15 times stronger than an average person. Therefore, you didn't need specialized flippers to run on the water without sinking. More importantly, while an average person could not sustain such an all-out effort for long without becoming exhausted, Garen's scientifically improbable body was like an everlasting motion machine. So after 2 days of practice, Garen successfully mastered the extraordinary ability to run on water. If he wanted, he could even run the entire great route on his legs. This strange sight left Miss Finger in shock, momentarily stunned. However, While Miss Finger was dazed, Vivi, whose life depended on her, was not idle. Garen. Save me. Garen, busy splashing through the lake, quickly reacted and turned to Vivi's direction. You. Miss Finger suddenly snapped back to reality, raising her hand to conjure a mass of sharp thorns. Her expression changed dramatically as she shouted, "How dare you deceive me? I want to see if that knight can save you." With that, Miss Finger aimed the sharp thorns towards Vivi's chest, intending to take the traitor's life. However, Vivi stood confidently, not flinching or dodging, a sly smile on her face. Sure enough, just as Miss Finger's thorns were about to pierce Vivi, they inexplicably shifted direction, instead charging straight towards Garen in the distance. Garen leaped out of the lake and landed on the shore, watching Miss Finger charge towards him with no sense of tension, commenting, "Those thorny vines. Are they from a devil fruit user with superhuman abilities?" At that moment, Miss Finger was filled with fear towards the knight she once regarded as weak. First, the fact that he could run freely on the water proved his physical prowess far exceeded hers. Secondly, he had an eerie ability to control others' movements. With no way to win or escape, it was almost a certain death situation. But with no other choice, Miss Finger could only rely on her devil fruit ability to engage the enemy directly. She hesitated no longer and quickly empowered the thorns wrapping around her hand, making them even more resilient and fierce. The deadly thorns lunged towards Garen's chest, but were steadily blocked by Garen's large sword. Garen, casually blocking the iron-hard thorns with his sword, wore a relaxed expression. "You must be a high-ranking agent of the Baroque works, a user of the thorn fruit, right?" "Great." Garen chuckled lightly. After dealing with some pesky little pirates these days, finally, a big fish has come. His easygoing attitude and effortless performance made Miss Finger even more apprehensive. Miss Finger couldn't help but silently curse the intelligence agents of her organization. How could someone who could easily block her full power attack be said to be under the full suppression of a third-rate headquarters major in Roguetown? False intelligence is harmful, but it was too late for regrets. Garen's sword suddenly glowed and came crashing down. Miss Finger hurriedly summoned more thorns from her body, trying to block the incoming sword. However, at the moment of contact, Miss Finger felt her powers suddenly vanish without a trace. The thorns she had conjured were considered part of her body, and upon contacting Garen's fatal strike, they triggered a silence effect. She could no longer control the thorns she had summoned and could not create more. She could only watch as the sword came crashing down upon her. Blood splattered. Those overly reliant on devil fruit abilities had far lower resistance than those skilled in physical combat. In just one exchange, Miss Finger was slain by Garen's sword. Garen looked down at Miss Finger, who lay on the ground, half dead, and said, "You dare to invade my territory alone? Who gave you the courage?" "You." Miss Finger's lips bled as she used her last strength to shift her gaze from Garen to Vivi. "You two dogs." "Huh?" Garen was taken aback and could only look at Vivi and ask, "What is this about?" Cough, cough. Vivi, blushing, quickly changed the subject. She's injured and delirious. I have my thesis defense tomorrow, and today my schedule is packed with trivial matters, so I really can't update. Please forgive me. Garen stared at Vivi with a face full of confusion, while Vivi's tender white cheeks were flushed with shyness. If it weren't for Miss Finger's incredibly resentful gaze as a backdrop, this scene would have seemed quite relaxed and cheerful. However, Miss Finger soon found herself lacking even the strength to glare up. The sword wound that pierced her chest had damaged her lungs, making it difficult for her to breathe. And soon she was coughing up blood heavily. The lack of oxygen and blood loss caused her to gradually lose control over her body and mind. Such a way of dying was undoubtedly painful and terrifying. Despite being a professional killer and an experienced agent, Miss Finger couldn't face death calmly. Garen looked at the half-dead Miss Finger and said, "Answer me one question, and I'll give you a chance to live." Noticing Miss Finger's excessive blood loss, Garen didn't wait for her response and directly asked, "Vivi said you came to the EC with that bald guy. Where is he?" The benefits of killing strong opponents far outweigh those of harvesting the weak. After hearing from Vivi that two high-ranking agents from Baroque had come to the EC, Garen had been fantasizing about a wonderful encounter with them. He just didn't expect that one of them would actually come knocking at his door. Miss Finger knew that the length of her remaining life allowed no room for negotiation. So, upon hearing Garen's question, she fearfully gasped out with a voice like a broken bellows, "He's in the kingdom of Goya. The employer is the noble family of Otruk." Kingdom of Goya? Garen was completely unfamiliar with that complicated noble surname, but he had a deep impression of the familiar country name. Miss Finger wasn't in the mood to waste time with Garen. She looked at him with bulging eyes and shouted, "Save me." "Oh." Garen raised his great sword high. "What are you doing?" Miss Finger's eyes were filled with terrifying resentment. I said, Garen, expression unchanged, continued to lift the great sword, saying, I'm giving you a chance to live. Whether you can survive depends on you. Demacia, a golden sword light pierced down from the sky, enveloping Miss Finger's entire field of vision. Under this overwhelmingly shocking light, she despairingly closed her eyes. However, when the golden light shone upon her, Miss Finger only felt a warm breeze caressing her face. I'm not dead, the dying Miss Finger, before stepping into the gates of hell, felt her heart take a roller coaster ride. But she didn't expect that this roller coaster still had a big turn ahead. The level of evil was severely off the charts. Garen shook his head helplessly and raised the wide, great sword again. What a pity, you're beyond saving. The pitiable Miss Finger, after enduring several rounds of mental torment, ultimately turned into experience points under Garen's sword. As a devil fruit user and a high-ranking agent, her fame was not unfounded. The experience points she provided alone surpassed what Garen had earned as the honor executioner in recent days. Garen's anticipation towards the bald killer still in the EC grew. The Kingdom of Goya? Garen thought of Wallace, who had just returned from Rogue Town with an invitation from the Michael family of the Kingdom of Goya, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, looks like I need to pay a visit. Kingdom of Goya. Otruck family mansion. The current head of the Otruck family is Otruck III. However, the elderly Otruck III no longer manages family affairs. The real power behind this upper-class noble family in the Kingdom of Goya is Otruck III's adopted son and his only legitimate heir, Sturley. Sturley has a comically round head, styled in a neat bowl haircut, and his facial aesthetics have been completely ruined by his flat nose. From Garen's aesthetic perspective brought from Earth, such an appearance belongs to the products of the whimsical creator of another world. Yet, even with this appearance, Sturley is still regarded as a model youth within the noble circle, and he is seen as an excellent family heir in his adoptive father's eyes. His excellence as a noble has made everyone completely forget the real heir of the Otruck family, who has been missing for many years, Sabot, young and adept at manipulating power. Sturley is also viewed as one of the most popular candidates for the soon-to-be-married princess of the Kingdom of Goya. However, at this moment, the model noble Sturley had no trace of elegant demeanor. Damn it! Sturley's already unattractive face twisted into a grimace, and an expensive ceramic tea set became the victim of his anger. The royal ball is about to be held. That noble disgrace from the Michael family, instead of mingling with those lowly people as a reporter, actually chose to return to the country at this critical moment. The royal ball is a grand event soon to be held among the upper-class noble circles of the Kingdom of Goya. The true purpose of this ball is to select suitable noble youths as husband for the princess of the Kingdom of Goya. After the ball, the royal family will officially announce the chosen candidate. However, the ball is merely a surface ceremony. The real clash lies in the games between the noble youths' respective families. Sturley has long been drooling over the royal identity and has made ample preparations. The princess waiting to marry is almost in his pocket. After becoming the princess's husband, with some undisclosed means, the position of king of the Kingdom of Goya would be within reach. Just as this was about to come to fruition, another competitor unexpectedly emerged before Sturley, a young man who had almost given up his noble status, but suddenly chose to return to the country for some unknown reason. Michael Wallace. Kill him. The perfect plan was abruptly disrupted, and Sturley, furious, completely lost his noble demeanor. Kill him for me. Sturley was not venting into the air, but issuing orders to a stern-faced, muscular bald man. However, the bald man did not respond immediately. He only furrowed his brow tightly. Michael Wallace. If you remember correctly, this new target was the reporter who had been covering news about the righteous knight Garen. And that righteous knight Garen, after his partner, Miss Finger, who had gone to investigate Garen's territory alone, completely went missing. One was no longer able to underestimate him, as he had before. Are you hesitating? Sturley, who thrived in the noble circle, was quite adept at reading people's expressions. He quickly understood the rare emotions showing on the cold, blade-like face of the assassin. Furious, Sturley scolded Mr. One. I paid you guys with work agency money, but... I know. Mr. One interrupted Sturley's lengthy speech with a succinct 3 words. He coldly looked at Sturley and said, I will obey your orders until the kingdom's ball is over. I will also kill that Wallace. That's good. Sturley glared at Mr. One fiercely and muttered to himself, if you want to come back and hinder me, you can go to hell with those 2 unfortunate souls in front. After saying that, Sturley composed himself for a moment, suddenly putting on a standard noble fake smile and walked out of the room. Watching Sturley's departing figure, Mr. One shook his head helplessly. He really disliked this employer. The outdated aristocratic style, arrogant to the point of ignorance, thought he could suppress all lower-class people just because of his noble status and the illusory power in his hands. However, this foolish noble lacked the most basic reverence, a reverence for power. After witnessing him slaughter his noble competitors like chickens, Sturley still dared to speak to him in such an arrogant and frivolous tone, which Mr. One found difficult to understand. If it weren't for the reputation of the Baroque workshop, Mr. One, who usually didn't talk much, would have already killed this disgusting employer. After a long contemplation, Mr. One finally suppressed the murderous intent that was stirring within him. He began to calmly consider his next target as an assassin, Wallace, and also the possible Garen behind Wallace. Mr. One furrowed his brows, pondering carefully. If that man is indeed the so-called one-sword swordsman, he might be hard to match. However, the intelligence from the workshop is reliable, and there shouldn't be a significant deviation. Moreover, the missing Miss Doublefinger is not only far from his strength as the workshop's top assassin, but may not have been defeated by that man directly. If the opponent is actually not stronger than himself, it would be too ridiculous to flee without a fight. Mr. One hesitated. In the end, the user of the quick/fruit ability, who considered himself a natural counter to all swordsmen, made a decision. Stay and complete the task. Professional agents do not have the integrity of pure swordsmen, and he quickly added to this decision. If I can't win, then run. A week later, in the waters of the Goya Kingdom, a massive battleship flying the dazzling golden sword flag sliced through the waves. This was Garen's luxurious flagship, the fearless Vanguard Saber, taken over from the Click Pirates. This ship truly deserved the title of fearless battleship, floating on the sea like a moving island, with sails billowing and cannons lined up, boasting over 300 sailors. Nami, dressed in a cool swimsuit, lazily lay under a large parasol on the deck, sipping chilled juice made by the ship's cooks, enjoying a rare, leisurely life. Upon hearing that Garen was going to sign a cooperation agreement with Wallace's family, Nami immediately took the opportunity to insist on going to the Goya Kingdom with Garen, thus embarking on a spontaneous business trip. Returning to the sea, Nami clearly appeared much more spirited than when she was a financial officer. She gently placed her juice on a small table beside her, stretched her fingers to feel the moist sea breeze blowing towards her, and couldn't help but exclaim joyfully, finally free. I should really be a navigator. Sitting beside Nami, Garen, who was also enjoying the decadent lifestyle of the ruling class, couldn't help but speak up. Weren't you the one who was eager to be the financial officer? It's only been a short while, and you don't like money anymore? Upon hearing the word money, a sullen expression immediately appeared on Nami's fair cheeks. Don't talk to me about money. Once able to be dazzled by the sight of piles of berries. Miss Nami now firmly stated, I've already recruited enough people to take over my financial duties. I am the most talented navigator in the East Sea, and my dream is to chart the seas of the world. How can I waste my talents on useless money? When she first became a financial officer, Nami would be thrilled by the large numbers on financial statements. Rolling around in the sea of cash in the company vault was her favorite pastime. However, as the money increased and the numbers grew larger, money had completely turned into just a number. After counting money until her hands cramped, Nami could no longer regain the happy feeling she once had while saving like a squirrel. So, Garen looked at the coastline that was gradually becoming clearer in the distance and asked, Navigator, have we arrived at our destination? Yes. Nami, who had already calculated the sailing time, replied succinctly without looking. If we haven't deviated from the course I set, we should be at the east coast of the Goya Kingdom's main island. According to the map, this place should be called. Nami thought for a moment and then used her genius brain to recreate the massive island topography of the Goya Kingdom. Windmill Village. We need to navigate to the southwest of the Goya Kingdom's main island. That's where the port of the royal city is. However, Garen didn't pay much attention to Nami's sailing plan and instead focused all his attention on Windmill Village. Before coming to the Goya Kingdom, Garen had been thinking of stopping by Windmill Village. Wait, Garen gazed far at the increasingly clear coastline. With his current eyesight, he could see as well as a telescope. On that coastline, Garen saw a gigantic warship that was no smaller than his fearless battleship, with a massive doghead ram at the bow. Garen was quite familiar with this warship. It was the exclusive warship of Vice Admiral Karp, on which he had once sailed. Karp hasn't returned to the headquarters? Garen exclaimed in surprise, and Nami, curious, picked up the telescope. Encountering Karp, the epic boss, again in the East Sea Novice Village, Garen was somewhat surprised. But then he thought, since the last time they parted, it had been less than 2 months. Karp was already in a semi-retired state at the Navy headquarters, so having 2 months of vacation time wasn't surprising. On the other hand, when Garen last saw Karp, he was still a lone rookie knight, but now he was already the de facto overlord of the East Sea. Let's go to Windmill Village first, and we can go to the Royal City later. Realizing Karp's presence, Garen became even more interested in Windmill Village. Okay, Nami nodded. She had a good impression of Karp, the naval hero who had changed her hometown's predicament with just one word. By the way, Garen suddenly turned to Nami and said, "Before we stop the ship, there's something very important." "What is it?" Nami's expression became serious due to Garen's sudden shift to a serious tone. Garen then carefully examined Nami's current outfit. A bikini-style swimsuit that was incredibly revealing, her gradually lengthening orange hair casually draped between her delicate collarbones, and large areas of her fair skin exposed. It looked quite tempting. Looking at the beautiful scene filled with spring light, Garen solemnly expressed what he had wanted to say while reading comics in his previous life. Who goes sailing without a shirt? Put your clothes on. Not long after, at the harbor of the royal city of the Goya Kingdom, although it was a last-minute decision to first visit Windmill Village, Garen still remembered to send someone to greet the Michael family, so they wouldn't wait in vain. The messenger sent was none other than Wallace, the legitimate son of the Michael family and Garen's loyal follower. He took a small boat separated from the invincible battleship and arrived at the royal city of the Goya Kingdom ahead of time. As he neared the harbor, Wallace couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions, since he had worked hard to secure a reporter position in front of his father years ago. He had never returned to this country he despised. The blatant isolation system, the indifferent class hierarchy, the arrogant and ignorant nobles, the brainwashed citizens. The Goya Kingdom was divided into 3 concentric areas: the royal city, the high town, the central street, the border town, and the wasteland outside the city. In a rough analogy, it was like Circle 1, Circle 2, Circle 3, suburbs, and a landfill. After becoming a reporter, Wallace traveled extensively in the East Sea. There was no country in the East Sea he hadn't visited. However, he couldn't find another country like his hometown, the Goya Kingdom, where residents of the same city could be discriminated against to such an extent. Disgusting. Even though he was presented with a clean landscape, Wallace couldn't help but show a look of disdain. However, his expression quickly turned to astonishment. Was that Uncle Borkin and his father? Wallace looked in surprise at the nobles waiting at the harbor. And the king? The elderly man with white hair, surrounded by many people, was indeed the current king of the Goya Kingdom. As a young noble, Wallace had naturally met this old king before. He knew very well that this old king possessed all the flaws of the nobility: arrogant, ignorant, self-important, and obstinate. Yet, at this moment, the old king stood at the harbor with a respectful demeanor, welcoming them. Upon seeing the dazzling golden sword flag on Wallace's small boat, the old king excitedly waved his hand in this direction. Was he waiting for Lord Garen? Wallace muttered in astonishment. When did Lord Garen become so important? It was well known that with the king's foolish noble mindset, he would never look at any commoner differently, even if that person was a powerful ruler capable of defeating thousands. Wallace stepped off the boat in a daze and immediately saw the old king's warm smile. Young man from the Michael family. Long time no see. The old king kindly patted Wallace on the shoulder, leaving him stunned like a piece of wood, completely forgetting the noble etiquette he hadn't used in ages. The old king, however, was not at all annoyed by Wallace's rudeness. Instead, he said in an even warmer tone, "A young talent like you is truly a good match for my daughter." Huh? Wallace did not show the astonished expression the king expected. Instead, he looked even more bewildered. He instinctively glanced at his father and Uncle Borkin, only to receive knowing looks from both elders in response. In a daze, Wallace finally understood why his family had tricked him into coming back. But then something even more unexpected happened. The old king respectfully asked, "Has Lord Garen not arrived yet?" Such a respectful tone, the title Lord Garen, almost made Wallace think that this arrogant king was bowing to him. He was utterly bewildered and could only reply honestly. Lord Garen went to Windmill Village to catch up with Admiral Karp and will come to the royal city afterward. Catching up with Admiral Karp? The old king frowned slightly. Although Karp came from the Goya Kingdom, he had never shown any courtesy to the kingdom's nobles and would never approach the royal city. Even more ridiculous was that in the eyes of nobles like the old king, no matter how strong Karp was or how high his status, he was still a commoner beneath them. However, for reasons unknown, the old king still circled around. That makes sense. With Lord Garen's status, he would indeed have connections with a high-ranking navy. Wallace completely did not understand the situation and could only muddle through this terribly awkward social event. After his father accompanied the king back to the royal city, Wallace finally seized the opportunity to run to Uncle Borkin and ask, Uncle Borkin, what is going on? Borkin smiled and remained silent for a moment before saying, you should have understood by now why the family called you back, right? Competing for the qualification to marry the princess? Wallace gritted his teeth and said, I'm not interested. Whether you're interested or not, the family's plan has already begun. Borkin gently shook his head. Those things you just didn't understand are part of the plan. What do you mean? Wallace asked in confusion. Borkin continued in a cryptic tone. A good merchant needs to understand how to use information as a weapon. Asymmetric information, even false information, can play a significant role in transactions. Enough of that, Wallace said dismissively. Isn't it just spreading rumors? What exactly did you do? Nothing much. Borkin chuckled softly. I merely shared the story you told me with some loose-lipped drunks and women through some subtle means. Story? What story? Wallace was even more puzzled. The story of Lord Garen. Borkin's smile became increasingly meaningful. For example, he only had the name Garen, but mysteriously omitted the surname. The legendary treasures that even many royal families had no chance to see were just ordinary weapons in his hands. He didn't care about wealth. 5 million berries weren't even enough for him to buy a toilet. You actually... Wallace's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't I say? Lord Garen can't be. Wallace turned to survey his surroundings and cautiously lowered his voice. Celestial Dragon. After spending a long time with Garen, Wallace realized that Garen not only lacked the arrogance and demeanor of the old-fashioned nobility, but also inadvertently revealed his disdain and hostility toward the nobility in his words and actions. Unlike Wallace, who was a rebellious noble, and different from those commoners who only awakened to their plight after being ruled by the nobility, Garen's contempt for the nobility was natural, instinctive, and habitual. It seemed that in his understanding, the nobility was not a group worthy of respect. This was definitely not a behavior one would expect from someone of noble birth. Therefore, despite those small details that warranted attention, Wallace could still conclude that Garen was not a noble, let alone the kind of identity he had boldly imagined at the beginning. After hearing Wallace's accusations, Boggin innocently waved his hand and said, Celestial Dragon? I never said that. I just share those little stories. As for how others interpret them, I can't control that. Wallace's expression darkened, and he remained silent. He was very familiar with this line of reasoning, as it was his usual tactic when making big news. After a long silence, Wallace asked, somewhat confused, how could such rumors even fool the king? Very simple. Boggin replied in a tone as if educating a junior. It's better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. Celestial dragons are the type of people who can bring you disaster with just a slight offense. Even rumors without solid evidence cannot be taken lightly. Boggin then looked deeply at his nephew Wallace, a bit amused, and said, moreover, don't you understand what kind of person our king is? Are you overestimating the intelligence of those old nobles? Wallace had no words to counter, so he could only nod in agreement. That's true. Although the Michael family was also noble, they were an anomaly among the nobles of the Goya kingdom, while other nobles were busy vying for power within the city walls. Relying on their ancestors' legacy to maintain a lavish lifestyle, they viewed their so-called noble bloodline as the root of their status. But they overlooked that true power is what maintains status. The Michael family actively ventured out of the Goya kingdom to develop their influence and accumulate power, mingling with commoners in business, making them resemble a merchant family more than a noble one. Despite various ideological disagreements, Wallace, his uncle, and his father shared a common understanding deep down. Most nobles in the Goya kingdom, including the king, were foolish. This was not due to an inherent lack of intelligence, but rather a manifestation of low ability and ignorance brought about by absolute arrogance, a product of a pig farming style of noble life. However, Boggin shifted his tone seriously and cautioned Wallace. There's a competitor you must take seriously. Competitor? Wallace immediately reacted with some resistance. I haven't agreed to that yet. Ignoring his nephew's reluctance, Boggin continued. Sterling of the Outlook family is the most popular candidate for the princess's husband. Before you, 2 people have already been harmed by him. What? Wallace's expression darkened. He felt his family had tricked him into a big trap. But don't worry. Boggin's smile never faded. Even while discussing such life and death matters, that guy is best at manipulating power, swaying people's hearts, and flattering social tactics. 2 competitors have accidentally died, and those old nobles still trust him as an excellent young man. Quite impressive. Wallace didn't express his thoughts, but Boggin became more animated. I want to see how that guy will react when he knows there's a celestial dragon behind his opponent. You. Wallace frowned tightly. Very dissatisfied. You called Lord Garen over just to use his influence? No, this is not exploitation. Boggin said seriously. This is cooperation. our family's sincere intent towards the emerging overlord of the East Sea. If successful, the support your Lord Garen receives will no longer just be from our family, but from a kingdom. He patted his nephew's shoulder heavily, encouraging him sincerely. Those old nobles are arrogant and ignorant. But our Michael family understands this world very well. Power always comes from strength. As long as that emerging overlord of the East Sea behind you continues to grow strong, our family's sincerity towards him will never change. So, even for your Lord Garen, Boggin's strength in patting Wallace's shoulder was considerable, making it somewhat sore. You must marry back the princess. The Outlook family. Boggin had previously speculated about Sterling's expression, but it was a scene he could never imagine. Because Sterling, deeply affected by the malice of the creator, was visually different from normal people, often appearing like a clown in a comedy. And his expression, when enraged, was even harder to describe. Celestial Dragon? Sterling's twisted face was filled with uncontrolled emotions. The Michael family actually has connections with the Celestial Dragons. Facing his enraged employer, Mr. One remained cold and indifferent. Not only did he remain indifferent, but Mr. One also felt quite speechless, although he was already taciturn. In just a week, a shocking rumor spread through the Goya kingdom like an epidemic. It started with drunks and women discussing it privately, and later it spread among the noble circles through word of mouth. By the end, Mr. One could encounter a dozen people on the street discussing the Celestial Dragon's secret visit while casually going out to buy a pack of cigarettes. Mr. One did not believe such content. With a noble status like that of a Celestial Dragon, who would still toil on the sea, killing and working hard. However, the noble subjects of the Goya kingdom maintained a fervent enthusiasm for this matter. As a country built on bloodline and hierarchy, there was a blind worship of those with noble blood from top to bottom. The world noble Celestial Dragons were undoubtedly the most noble of people. Therefore, they always discussed news related to the Celestial Dragons with the greatest enthusiasm, without ever discerning its truth. Initially, the rumors were just a few misleading details spread by Boggin, vague in meaning and not worth scrutinizing. But in the subsequent dissemination process, with countless Goya citizens contributing, the story of the Celestial Dragon's secret visit became richer, the character profiles more vivid, and the plot more convoluted and dramatic. Recording these bizarre stories circulating among the people could produce 5 long and tedious volumes of Garen's secret visit. In such a situation where 3 people make a tiger and the clamoring was loud, Celestial Dragon Garen seemed to have become an undeniable conclusion in the Goya kingdom. Sterling's power grab plan was completely undermined by this news. Sterling was still raging in the room when Mr. One finally couldn't help but ask, "So what about Wallace? Should he be killed?" Huh? Sterling was brought back to some rationality by Mr. One's cold tone, and after pondering for a moment, he replied, "Kill. That kid is not a Celestial Dragon. At most, he is a dog of the Celestial Dragons." However, Sterling said in a low voice again, "I need to see how solid the relationship between the Michael family and the Celestial Dragons is before you act." "Oh, Mr. One replied with the briefest words, but seeing the extremely conflicted expression on Stelly's face, Mr. One couldn't help but ask in a somewhat reminding tone, "Employer, do you really believe that man is a Celestial Dragon? Does it matter?" Stelly gritted his teeth and said, "The kid from a Michael family just came back and was invited to the palace for tea and a chat with the princess. Whether he is or not, that old fool of a king has already bought it." Mr. One looked at Stelly in surprise, gradually changing his opinion of this annoying employer. Compared to other nobles, this bull-headed employer at least had some intellectual advantage. However, the small glimpse of intelligence that Stelly had just shown was quickly overshadowed by the temptation of power. Suddenly, Stelly revealed a greedy and malicious smile, excitedly murmuring to himself, "If I can get on good terms with that Celestial Dragon and take Wallace's position, by then, don't say it's the princess of the Goya kingdom. Who knows?" After just 2 seconds of wisdom, he was already eagerly fantasizing about being a dog for the unidentified Celestial Dragon. Seeing Stelly like this, Mr. One was once again left speechless. Mr. One also started to believe in the rumors about the Celestial Dragon's incognito visit. If he had to deal with such brainless nobles every day, it would be more enjoyable to cut people down at sea. In Windmill Village, at the Makino family's tavern, as soon as Buggy entered, everyone drinking looked at him and laughed, with some calling out, "Buggy, you've got a new scar on your face." Buggy didn't respond, just awkwardly walked to the counter to sit down, adjusting his messy and dirty appearance. The tavern owner, Makino, naturally served this old customer a large mug of beer, smiling as she said, "Did you get beaten up by Rear Admiral Garp again?" Buggy immediately turned red, the veins on his forehead popping out. We're training. It's not being beaten up. Can you call it being beaten for the Navy? However, the fresh bruises and swelling on his face still made everyone burst into laughter. The tavern was filled with a joyful atmosphere. During this time, Buggy, who had accepted the invitation to join the Navy, had been following Garp around. Due to Garp's long vacation, the world government, as key promotional figure, the sincere loyalist who had become well known on the Grand Line, and who had been personally awarded the rank of colonel by Admiral Sengoku, had actually never set foot in the Grand Line. For this period, Buggy had been living a leisurely village life in Windmill Village with Garp. Of course, this village life was anything but easy for Buggy. While Garp was training his grandson Luffy, he casually included Buggy, whose strength and fame were completely disproportionate, into his private training class. The result was that both Buggy and Luffy were getting beaten up by Garp every day, ending up bruised and battered. Sigh. Buggy picked up the glass and took a big gulp of beer, then lamented, "When will Garp's vacation finally end?" Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh came from behind him, which sounded like a terrifying ghost of Buggy. "Red-nosed brat, don't think about slacking off. Even if you go back to the headquarters, you'll still be training with me." If anyone else called him red-nosed, Buggy would have exploded by now. But since this old man called him that, Buggy could only timidly turn around to greet Rear Admiral Garp. Garp stood at the tavern door with a big smile. His tall and robust figure, making the tavern door, seemed quite narrow in comparison. In Garp's hands was someone with a swollen head, bruised face, and looking even worse than Buggy, his brother-in-arms, Luffy, whom Buggy had gotten to know over these days. Garp casually tossed his grandson Luffy onto a small table, letting Luffy's swollen face make intimate contact with the cold, hard surface, demonstrating what it meant to be a loving grandfather. Garp then chugged the beer that Makino had brought and patted Luffy on the back, saying, "Brat, still thinking about becoming the Pirate King?" Luffy, with a face swollen like a pig's head, struggled to lift his chubby body off the table and said slowly, "I want to be the Pirate King." Bang! Garp gave Luffy another love tap with his iron fist on the head, knocking Luffy's face back down onto the table. The customers in the tavern were already used to this kind of domestic violence, just watching the strange daily routine of Garp and Luffy with light laughter. What is so good about being the Pirate King? Garp waved his huge fist and pointed at Buggy beside him, saying, "That red-nosed brat was once a crew member of the Pirate King. The red-haired guy who tricked you into becoming a pirate was also Buggy's companion back then. Look at him. Isn't he now following me to be a Navy?" Ha ha. Buggy forced a smile. Over these days, Buggy had become the prime example for Garp to educate his grandson countless times. But Luffy never wavered. Just like this time, "I don't care. I want to be the Pirate King. This is my promise to Shanks." Sigh. Garp sighed helplessly, already foreseeing the path his stubborn grandson would take in the future. Clearly, he was a hero of the Navy. How come his son, grandson, and adopted grandson all? Luffy's amusingly stubborn behavior once again drew loud laughter from the tavern customers. In this peaceful little village, Makino's Tavern was the liveliest entertainment venue. Although Makino wouldn't sell alcohol to kids, she also wouldn't refuse the children who came to play here. So among these customers, there were a few kids attracted by the dream of becoming the Pirate King, cheering for their big brother Luffy with shining eyes. "Big brother Luffy is so cool. You will definitely become the Pirate King." Some kids even mimicked Luffy, passionately declaring, "I want to be the Pirate King too." Garp felt even more helpless. The children of the hero of the Navy's hometown were actually led astray by his own grandson. What made Garp a bit relieved was that, unlike previous visits home, this time the children of Windmill Village didn't all share the same opinion about their dreams. As soon as one boy shouted he wanted to be the Pirate King, another boy immediately stood up disdainfully and said, "What's so good about being a pirate? Following in Buggy's footsteps to become a Navy is much cooler than being a pirate." That big fish that the pirate Shanks couldn't handle was personally dealt with by Buggy. Ha ha ha. Hearing his name, Buggy immediately struck a pose like a hermit. Shanks' strength is indeed slightly inferior to mine. Killing a fish is nothing to mention, nothing at all. Among the youths in today's Windmill Village, Buggy was also a popular choice. This wasn't because these kids had seen the world government as promotional articles, but because Buggy had inadvertently taken down the king of the near sea with ease. When Buggy encountered the king of the near sea, he was unaware of its remarkable achievements. After easily defeating it, Buggy learned that this seemingly ordinary sea fish had actually defeated his close friend Shanks and even bitten off one of Red-Hair Shanks' arms. Buggy was eager to know what had happened back then. Thus, relying on the legendary experiences of his former crewmate from the Pirate King era, now a colonel in the Navy headquarters, and the impressive feat of defeating the king of the near sea. Buggy established a towering image in the eyes of the children in Windmill Village that rivaled that of Shanks and Luffy. The children, who had originally been firmly following Luffy and shouting to become Pirate King, suddenly split off into a sizable navy party. However, Windmill Village now had more than just two factions, the pirates and the navy. A third faction also joined the children's debate in the tavern. Being a righteous knight is better than both the navy and the pirates. A few kids waved wooden sword models, filled with longing, saying, "It's the coolest to act heroically like Knight Garen, helping the weak and fighting the strong." Nonsense. A child from the navy faction retorted excitedly. The navy has the cloak of justice, which is definitely cooler than being a knight. What I say, cloak? The knight faction child retorted without backing down. Knights have armor and greatswords, which are way cooler than the navy. The remaining few children from the pirate faction silently shrank back, as they had no say in the discussion about appearances, compared to the justice cloak and knight armor. Luffy Straw Hat was still far behind. Armor and greatswords. The navy faction children continued to argue. That's just for one knight. Do you have any? Aye. The knight faction children tightly gripped their wooden greatswords, their faces flushed, unable to retort. We do. A strange voice suddenly came from the door, and the righteous knight, who stepped out from the newspaper illustration, stood before everyone. Beside that knight stood a beautifully charming orange-haired girl, resembling a princess. The spirited princess tightly held onto the large white suit that Garen had forcibly given her earlier, not revealing any inappropriate images in front of the children. A righteous knight? Looking at the incredibly cool armor and greatsword, the children exclaimed in unison. Garen Nami? Carp and Buggy looked over in surprise. Long time no see. Garen nodded slightly to Carp and Buggy in greeting. However, after greeting them, he didn't go straight to reminisce with Carp. Instead, he walked up to the few children who idolized him and showcased his magnificent armor. Garen's knightly armor definitely matched the aesthetic of young children, and they were immediately dazzled by the sparkling gold on the greatsword armor. So cool. I want to be a righteous knight too. As soon as Garen appeared, the children from both the pirate and navy factions instantly defected to the knight faction. Watching the children surrounding him, Garen engaged them in conversation, appearing cheerful and friendly. The children's eyes looking at Garen quickly filled with countless stars of admiration. Carp watched with interest as Garen interacted with the children and curiously asked Nami, "This guy can actually take care of kids?" "Huh." Nami chuckled softly and said, "Garen is fulfilling his mission." Mission? Carp grew even more curious. Nami nodded and explained seriously, in Wallace's words, "This is about competing for the future against pirates." Garen has also said, "If we don't occupy the high ground of public opinion, the enemy will." Nami pointed at the group of children who had completely ignored Luffy, idolizing Garen. When future children grow up listening to the stories of the righteous knight, there will be fewer troublesome pirates on the sea. Meanwhile, Garen was still focused on being the king of the children. Garen was not the type to patiently care for unruly kids. However, he had long mastered the art of performing in front of his admirers. Garen earnestly preached his theory to the children to become a righteous knight. You don't necessarily need external armor and greatswords, and you don't need to accomplish anything earth-shattering immediately. Having a heart for justice and not doing bad things is the most important. The boring moral education lesson, when delivered by an idol, especially one so close, had a completely different teaching effect. The children's eyes sparkled with increasing longing, and they excitedly asked, "What should we do in the future to become righteous knights?" Garen straightened his expression and, in a gentle and guiding tone, said, "It's simple, just follow these 5 O's of a knight. First, don't go out on an empty stomach. Second, dry your blankets when the weather is nice. Third, pay attention to traffic when crossing the street. Fourth, don't rely on others' strength. Fifth, don't play barefoot on the ground." Garen tirelessly played the role of a righteous knight in front of the children, subtly instilling his ideals in them and helping them establish a normal worldview. His splendid and luxurious armor became his secret weapon to win the children's affection. Even when Garen spoke some dry, preachy words, the children would eagerly gather around him to listen carefully, treating these simple and straightforward sentences like treasures they would remember. Just as the king of children Garen was getting into the spirit of his speech, he suddenly noticed something unusual among the children surrounding him. There seemed to be a strange character. Compared to the other young children, this one was clearly much older. He looked about 10 to 15 or 16 years old, with a handsome face and sharp features, wearing a simple straw hat and a plain red vest. His stature wasn't tall, but his proportions were perfect. with a body that was muscular and fit without being bulky. His hands, feet, and face bore fresh bruises. However, these seemingly serious injuries did not affect the spirited demeanor of the boy, who seemed as lively as ever. Garen naturally knew who this boy was. Monkey D. Luffy, the son of the Revolutionary Army leader, grandson of a naval hero, heir to the Pirate King, descendant of the D family, the one endorsed by the red-haired emperor, and the captain of the Straw Hat crew. In short, he was an impressive character. Faced with such an impressive individual, Garen immediately felt a wave of fear. It wasn't that Garen was cowardly, but rather a bizarre creature with a jaw dropping dozens of centimeters, eyes shining with blinding golden light, and drool nearly dripping onto his legs was excitedly getting closer to him. Garen couldn't help but be afraid. He quietly took a step back and couldn't help but ask, "What do you want?" "Knight." Luffy suddenly pounced like a hungry tiger, his hands gripping Garen's luxurious armor tightly, refusing to let go, his voice trembling with excitement. So cool. The leader of the pirate faction from Windmill Village was thus captured by Knight Garen. Ha! Garen awkwardly chuckled, then discreetly reached out to pry Luffy's hands off his armor. Luffy was surprisingly strong, and only when Garen took it seriously could he forcibly separate those hands from his armor, but he was immediately wrapped up again by Luffy's excited rubber arms. And this wrapping was not just a description, but a statement. Luffy's arms suddenly elongated and wrapped tightly around Garen's armor several times. Watching this bizarre scene, Garen had no choice but to helplessly say, "Can you let go of your hands?" Luffy, however, ignored Garen's words and immediately said, "Knight, be my companion." Companion? Garen was slightly taken aback. Before he could respond, Luffy continued on his own. "I want to become the Pirate King. After I set sail, I want you to be my companion." Garen finally realized. His knightly attire was not only popular among the children, but also seemed incredibly cool in Luffy's eyes. And for such a cool character, Luffy would always invite them to be his companion right away. Garen, feeling somewhat annoyed, yanked Luffy off himself and spent some effort to free himself from Luffy's rubbery arms, finally stating firmly, "I refuse." Garen, taking advantage of his height, lifted the still-developing Luffy, but Luffy was still restlessly waving his arms, excitedly saying, "Let's be pirates together." Garen, feeling a bit mischievous, put Luffy back on the ground and asked him, "Be a pirate? Straw Hat Kid, why would you willingly choose to become a bad person?" "Bad person?" Luffy gently adjusted his crooked straw hat, then said in a tone of righteous conviction, "This is my dream. What's wrong with being a pirate? How can I be a bad person?" In Luffy's eyes, being a pirate was never a negative term. After witnessing Luffy's unique worldview, Garen simply changed his question. "Murder, robbery, extortion, kidnapping, theft, destruction. Do you do these bad things?" "Of course not." Luffy's response was still his calm and sincere voice, unwavering and without any doubt. Garen expressed his view. "Since you don't do bad things, then you're not a pirate. People like you are just adventurers, navigators." "No," Luffy replied again with simple words, "I'm a pirate." Luffy wouldn't debate with Garen. He would just repeat his unwavering belief over and over again. Garen's attempt to change Luffy's mindset failed once more, and he couldn't even make Luffy waver for a moment. "Damn it, come back." A heart-shaped iron fist landed heavily on Luffy's head, causing him to clutch his head in pain. Immediately afterward, Garp reached out a powerful hand and pulled the winded Luffy back like a child. While dragging Luffy, Garp said irritably, "How many times have I said it? You are going to follow me to be in Navy. How dare you shout about being a pirate in front of me?" Luffy struggled weakly under Garp's grip, stubbornly countering, "I don't care. I want to be the Pirate King." Garp ignored him and continued dragging Luffy further away. "Wait," Garen suddenly called out to Garp, looking at Luffy with interest and saying, "Let me talk to him a bit more. Maybe I can slightly change his mind." Garp asked curiously, "What do you want to do?" "My grandson's thoughts are not so easily changed. Let me try." Saying this, Garen walked up to Luffy and said, "No matter how you think, in my understanding, only those who do bad things are pirates. You are just a free adventurer with the title of a pirate." Garen advised gently, "Being an adventurer is not a bad thing. I won't be disgusted or stop you. However, I think you should change your title." "Change my title?" Luffy asked in confusion. "What do you mean? You're not a real pirate, so you shouldn't call yourself Pirate King." Garen expressed his thoughts. "How about changing to a more harmonious title? King of the Seas?" Although King of the Seas and Pirate King differ only by a title, the impact is vastly different. The biggest difference is that a great King of the Seas would inspire a group of brave adventurers, among whom some might be bad people with ulterior motives. while a great pirate king would give rise to countless pirates who take pride in their criminal titles. Among these miscreants, one might find a few pure adventurers who remain untainted. This is essentially the difference between mixing sand into rice and mixing rice into sand. In the battlefield of public opinion, a single word can make a world of difference. Garen's goal moving forward is to distinguish the harmless adventurers among the vast pirate community from the true evil pirates. One of his proposed solutions is to gradually replace the misleading title Pirate King, which could easily mislead the youth, with a more appropriate and harmonious term King of the Seas. However, having something you love altered is naturally not a pleasant experience. After a few seconds of silence, Luffy displayed an extremely disdainful expression. No, that's so ugly. Garen had anticipated this response and continued to incite him. How about we have a duel? Duel? Luffy's expression quickly turned into one of excitement. Exactly, Garen urged Luffy. If you win, I'll become your companion. If you lose, you'll have to change your slogan to King of the Seas from now on. Of course, seemingly realizing that this condition was too harsh for Luffy. Garen added, even if you lose now, it's okay. When you defeat me in the future, you can reclaim the title of Pirate King. Plus, I'll still be your companion then. I accept. Luffy nodded decisively. Let's duel. Aren't you going to think about it more? Garen asked, somewhat surprised. Luffy gently adjusted the brim of his straw hat, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. An aura of fearlessness burst forth from the young boy, and his voice brimmed with passionate fighting spirit. If I can never defeat my opponent, then I don't deserve to be the Pirate King. Knight, I will make you my companion. Moments later, Garen said to Luffy, who had been left incapacitated after just 2 or 3 of his strikes. Then, how about trying out the new slogan? Luffy, who has always been willing to gamble and accept defeat, now appeared to be in deep conflict. I am the man who will become the King of the Seas. The duel between Garen and Luffy took place on the beach not far from the tavern. The event attracted a lot of attention, with Carp, Nami, Buggy, and many villagers from Windmill Village eagerly coming to watch. However, the duel ended extremely quickly and was far from entertaining. But this was an inevitable outcome. Luffy, at just 15 or 16 years old, was significantly weaker than Garen, and his rubber fruit abilities were completely countered by Garen's silence effect, leaving him unable to fight back. Garen's decisive strike only needed to slightly touch Luffy's body for him to lose control over the stretching of his rubber body. Moreover, the silence effect only restricted the activation of abilities and did not change the state of existing transformations. For example, Garen's silence could not make Miss Doublefinger's already sprouted thorns disappear. It could only prevent her from sprouting more thorns temporarily. This silence effect manifested differently on Luffy, the Rubber Man. Under Garen's silence, Luffy couldn't even revert his transformed body. His elongated arm couldn't retract, forcing Luffy to fight while dragging a hand over 10 meters long. After just 2 or 3 rounds, Luffy was completely defeated under Garen's sword and was left with no choice but to shout the Pirate King slogan and surrender. After shouting that slogan, Luffy immediately clenched his fists and roared at Garen. Knight, I will definitely defeat you and take back the title of Pirate King from you. Garen raised an eyebrow and said with a hint of amusement, you haven't won against me yet, so you can't casually mention those 3 words. Luffy's expression froze, and the frustration he felt made him feel like he was about to burst. This was a physical expansion. It was easy for Luffy's rubber body to achieve that. Garen, however, walked out of the arena with satisfaction and approached the audience area, proudly telling Carp, Vice Admiral Carp, I have managed to resolve part of the issue with your grandson. Ha ha ha. Carp laughed heartily and replied to Garen, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. With my grandson's personality, he will never give up until he takes that title back from you. He has to be able to beat me first, Garen said. Garen was quite confident now. Speaking of which, Carp glanced at Garen thoughtfully and asked, do you see a difference between the Pirate King and a navigator? Of course, Garen answered seriously, I despise those pirates who do evil deeds, not innocent adventurers like your grandson. In my eyes, he's not a pirate. After saying this, Garen suddenly fell silent. He realized the implication behind Carp's words. Carp was asking about his stance. For ordinary people, there is a significant difference between adventurers like Luffy and real pirates. One is kind and harmless, while the other is violent and greedy. However, from a Navy's perspective and the world government standpoint, both types of people are thieves that need to be sanctioned. Moreover, compared to ordinary pirates who merely burn, kill, and plunder, adventurers like Luffy, who seek the great treasure, are viewed with even more hostility by the world government. Real pirates only threaten the lower class, which is a minor nuisance for the rulers. However, Adventurers who could potentially uncover historical truths pose a significant threat to the legitimacy of the world government. One is a thief, the other is a rebel. The level of threat is self-evident. And for Garen, how could he view things from the world government's perspective? Understanding Karp's intent, Garen simply countered, "Vice Admiral Karp, how do you see the distinction between pirates and navigators?" "Me?" Karp chuckled and answered meaningfully, "I became a Navy officer to combat piracy." Garen had anticipated such an answer. After all, Karp has never looked down on the world nobles and is indifferent to his revolutionary son and grandson who wants to be the pirate king. Though he is part of the Navy, he also detests the flaws of the world government and has repeatedly referred to the celestial dragons as garbage. Alas, Karp sighed lightly and said to Garen, "You are a very promising young man. The East Blue hasn't seen someone like you in a long time. In less than 2 months, you have grown to this level. While I vacationed in Windmill Village, I could read fresh stories in the newspapers about the righteous knight delivering justice and combating evil." Although Karp's words were filled with praise, Garen could tell that Karp's main point was more than just flattery. So, he quietly waited for Karp to continue. Karp's expression became somewhat serious. However, each time a new star appears in the East Blue, it has a huge impact on the world. When I first met you, I was worried that you might stray from the path of justice. Now, I start to worry that your sense of justice might go too far. From Garen's recent actions, Karp has sensed something unusual. Unlike his revolutionary son, Garen's methods are more gentle and covert. Garen's organization has collaborated with the East Blue Navy, and their current actions are focused on combating piracy and maintaining public order, never showing any intention of standing against the world government, which seems to reflect a somewhat supporting the Qing and eliminating the foreign attitude. However, Garen still has an indelible conflict with those high-ranking rulers, the right to define justice. The interpretation of justice has always been solely at the discretion of the world government. How could Garen's vision of justice align with theirs? Karp is somewhat worried. This young man, if he gets too heated, might cross the line and stand against the world government. Go too far? After hearing Karp's words, Garen replied frankly, "Vice Admiral Karp, do you think what I'm doing now is wrong?" No. Karp honestly expressed his view. In his opinion, Garen's efforts to maintain order in the East Blue are certainly not wrong. Thanks to the emergence of the East Blue Community Organization, Debang Logistics, hundreds of small pirates have been captured in a short time, and the security around the former Cliquey territory has greatly improved. Since the path has not been wrong, I could go too far. Garen seriously clarified his stance in front of Karp. Karp pondered for a moment, and his serious expression suddenly turned into a bright smile. "That's true. However," Karp then earnestly warned, "you must be careful at least. Before you have the power to evade my pursuit, don't make any bigger moves." Hearing Karp's warning, Garen felt a bit touched. "I understand." In fact, Garen already understood the principle of gathering grain and delaying kingship without needing Karp's reminder. Before Garen became strong enough, he would never wave the flag of League of Legends. Karp patted Garen's shoulder hard and said with great anticipation, "I haven't seen someone so patient in educating children to be good for many years. This world needs more young people like you. Become stronger." Karp faintly saw the shadow of his son from years ago in Garen. As he spoke, Karp suddenly turned to the idle Buggy and changed the topic to something completely unrelated. "Buggy, come here. Let me check your training results." "Huh?" Buggy trembled slightly. Having been beaten by Iron Fist and left with psychological scars, he immediately asked in a trembling voice, "Didn't we just fight today? Aren't we supposed to practice together?" Karp smiled and said, "I just want you to demonstrate your training results on through." "Oh!" Buggy's face immediately brightened, and he stood at a distance on the open ground under Karp's instruction. Garen was a bit confused about why Karp suddenly changed the topic. However, the fact that Buggy would practice Soru successfully piqued his interest. Buggy took a deep breath and suddenly shouted out his unique skill name in the most dramatic way, "Splitting into pieces Soru." This move indeed caught Garen's attention. Buggy's body suddenly split into pieces and floated, while the pair of legs left on the ground actually used the high-speed movement of Soru. Garen then realized the secret behind it. The magic of Buggy's fruit is that even after his body splits into pieces, he can still exert force like a normal person. Therefore, his legs can utilize the full strength of his entire body's muscles while only having to bear the slight weight of the legs. This allowed Buggy, after mastering Soru, to move at an astonishing speed, almost like a flash of lightning darting across the ground. As the key to Buggy's fruit ability, the legs that must remain on the ground greatly increased his self-defense capability after obtaining this high-speed movement method. Impressive. Garen honestly expressed his thoughts, and Buggy, who was showing off in front of others, revealed a proud smile. However, Garp's intention was not to showcase his teaching results. After Buggy finished his demonstration, Garp called him over and said, "Soru is a secret of our Navy. You must practice it well." Without waiting for Buggy to respond, Garp continued talking to himself. "Buggy, let me explain to you the key points of Soru again." First, Garen's expression froze. Garp was actually explaining the training method of Soru right beside him in a loud voice. Garen immediately understood Garp's intention and felt deeply grateful to this elder. After quietly listening to Garp's teaching session, Garen couldn't help but say emotionally, "Buggy, do you want to practice Jeppo as well?" As a hero of the Navy, Garp had raised a revolutionary son, a future Pirate King grandson, and was even a most respected sparring partner of the former Pirate King Roger. He was never a dog of the world government and had his own beliefs about justice, although he complained about his ungrateful descendants who went against his will. He was secretly proud of his criminal son and his grandson who dreamed of becoming a criminal. Therefore, after seeing a potential new star in the East Sea, Garp's decision was not to extinguish a threat for the world government, but to provide support to this young man who also harbored justice. The two techniques, Soru and Jeppo, known for their versatility, became Garen's gifts from Garp. After understanding the principles of these two techniques, Garen was excited to discover that he couldn't use them yet. The core point of the Navy's 6 styles is not technique, but the honing of the body's functions. For example, the principle of Soru is quite simple. In an instant, 36 seconds, step on the ground more than 10 times, using the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to achieve high-speed movement. In the simple action of stepping on the ground, the precise force technique is merely the streamlined outer body, which can improve speed to a certain extent. However, it is the user's body, honed to an inhuman realm, that serves as the internal engine determining speed. If the engine is strong enough, even a bulky Wuling Hongguang can reach speed sufficient to have one's driving license revoked on the highway. Thus, even though Garen had memorized the force techniques taught by the unparalleled powerhouse Garp, he currently couldn't use an Jeppo due to his physical strength not meeting the requirements. After all, he couldn't cheat like Buggy, who only used the weight of his legs to perform Soru. He still needed to level up quickly. Garen hit his class notes and muttered to himself, "I heard that the Bald Killer is in the Goya Kingdom. I wonder if I can encounter him this time." He recalled the information he had dug out from Miss Doublefinger about the employer of the Bald Killer's current mission. The Outlook family? What a tongue-twisting name. Garen had been working part-time as a glory executioner and had gained experience points from the high-level agent Miss Doublefinger. Only a small fraction away from leveling up to level 8. In this sea where weaklings abound, and it is hard to find a strong enemy, that powerful MR. One was clearly his best target at the moment. With Garp's expectations in mind, Garen was determined to become stronger quickly. His original intention to come to Windmill Village to see Luffy had been realized, and he had also taken the title of Pirate King from Luffy and unexpectedly received Garp's guidance, making this trip worthwhile. So he didn't drag things out and went straight to Garp to say goodbye. Goya Kingdom? Upon hearing Garen's destination, Garp seemed a bit concerned. "Are you going to the place where those garbage nobles live?" Garp did not hide his disdain and directly labeled the upper class of the Goya Kingdom as garbage. He then smiled knowingly and said, "When you go to that kind of place, make sure not to cause any trouble. After all, the Goya Kingdom is a member country of the world government, and I'm still on this island." Garen heard the kind reminder in Garp's words and nodded seriously in response. "Don't worry. I won't do anything I am not capable of." Garen explained, "I only came here to do business." "That's good." Garp also casually nodded in farewell and said, "You can go now. I hope the next time we meet, you will have power that matches your sense of justice." As the brief farewell was coming to an end, Luffy had somehow approached Garen. He clenched his fists and once again expressed his determination to reclaim his title of Pirate King through gritted teeth. Garen didn't care about this at all and casually encouraged him. "If you want to reclaim your title, you better train hard. I'll be waiting for you on the sea." Pirate King Luffy. Luffy once again got infuriated. Garen waved goodbye to Luffy, who was in a rubber balloon mode, with a bit of amusement before turning back to find Nami, ready to take her aboard the ship to the Kingdom of Goa. However, Garen had spent a long time focused on the lesson, taking notes so diligently that he had a small stack, completely leaving Nami aside. Bored, Nami had no choice but to return to the tavern alone to drink. When Garen found Nami, she was holding the largest wine glass, and there were over a dozen empty bottles in front of her on the table. While drinking, she was also idly passing the time with a map of the Kingdom of Goa. The nearby patrons were staring in disbelief at this seemingly delicate girl who could drink like a fish. Meanwhile, the innkeeper, Makino, who had been busy refilling Nami's drinks, was feeling a bit numb in her arms. Seeing Garen return, Nami puffed up her slightly tipsy cheeks and pouted, saying, actually know to come back? I could draw this map with my eyes closed now. Ha! Garen chuckled awkwardly and walked over to Nami. Pretending to be a gentleman as he extended his arm, "You've had a bit too much to drink. Be careful not to fall." Nami stood up boldly, stuffing the map back into her dimensional pocket on her chest, and shot Garen a glare. "You don't need to worry. Those dozen bottles are barely enough to get me started." Nami naturally had a terrifying capacity for alcohol, able to drink thousands without getting drunk. A true queen of the drinking table. However, the sight of the full table of bottles was still visually striking, making Garen doubt Nami's current state. But since Nami had said so, Garen awkwardly retracted his arm. However, before Garen's hand was completely pulled back, Nami's slender, soft arm tightly wrapped around it. Garen immediately experienced a warm and comfortable touch. He looked at Nami in surprise, while she turned her head to avoid his gaze and said distractedly, "Let's go. We're heading to the kingdom of Goa." Perhaps due to the influence of alcohol, Nami's fair cheeks were flushed. In this somewhat delicate atmosphere, tipsy Nami started talking in a disjointed manner. "This island is so big, it will take a long time to get to the royal city by boat. I just looked at the map, and the land route is actually half the distance. But it's all primitive forest in between. I wonder if it's easy to walk." Nami was rambling about things she didn't even know she was saying, gently tugging on Garen's arm to leave. However, Garen stood still in place. Nami turned back and immediately saw Garen's extremely focused gaze. He was silently looking at her, his eyes unwavering, as if he was brewing some unspeakable emotion. Seeing Garen like this, a slightly tipsy Nami suddenly became clear-headed. The surrounding air suddenly became quiet, subtle, and enchanting. Do you have something to say to me?" Nami bit her lip, her blush deepening. Garen also quietly regained his composure and said earnestly, Nami let out a soft hum, expressing an indescribable expectation with a simple tone. "Let's take the land route." "What?" Nami was slightly taken aback, her expression dropping instantly. However, Garen excitedly shook off Nami and raised his large sword, his eyes shining. "I hadn't thought of it until you mentioned it. The mountain forest behind Windmill Village is a great place to level up. Let's go. Time to hunt." Garen commanded his accompanying crew to sail towards the kingdom of Goya, while he personally took Nami into the vast jungle behind Windmill Village. This jungle in the kingdom of Goya was no ordinary jungle, but the most efficient and high-quality beginner training base in the world of pirates. Just mentioning the names of the strong who had leveled up on this map could scare 99 of the world. The Navy Hero Carp, the Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon, the Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo, Whitebeard Pirate 2nd Division Captain Ace, and the future Pirate King, the future King of the Sea Luffy. How could a jungle capable of supporting the rise of such powerful beings and providing them with training be simple? In this vast jungle, there was an ecosystem that would shatter the worldview of any Earth ecologist. It was home not only to giant tigers, giant lions, and giant bears, but also to giant pythons, giant insects, giant crocodiles, and giant eagles. These incredibly powerful large wild animals densely populated a small area in a highly unscientific manner, making this expansive forest feel extremely cramped and extraordinarily dangerous. However, in front of the protagonist, this was just the leveling map outside the beginner village. Luffy and Ace could move freely at a young age, so Garen was certainly not afraid of this forest filled with wild experience points. The only trouble was that the forest made it hard to discern the path. But with Nami, who had memorized the terrain map of the Kingdom of Goya and possessed various skills to identify directions, Garen naturally had no need to worry about getting lost. A day later, in the forest between Windmill Village and the Kingdom of Goya, Lauren's Heartblade, Garen unleashed a modified version of Lauren as Heartblade, slashing a wide arc of sword energy that cut a giant python in half as it lay across a large tree in the distance. A wave of experience equivalent to defeating a dozen pirate minions immediately flooded in, bringing Garen one step closer to leveling up to level 8. Beside Garen, there was a giant tiger that had been severely injured and a dying crocodile. Sigh. Looking at these two already captured prey, Garen couldn't help but sigh in dissatisfaction. There are fewer and fewer wild monsters. The beasts in this jungle were indeed abundant to an unscientific degree. However, these beasts possessed a keen instinctive awareness. When Garen first entered the jungle yesterday, he would casually encounter many large wild monsters attacking him. After he had slain quite a number of animals, it became very difficult to find wild animals that would actively come to their demise. Perhaps it was the lingering smell of blood on Garen, or perhaps the powerful aura of the creatures themselves. But those animals caught a whiff of Garen as scent and fled far away, not daring to show themselves. By the second day, even with Garen's full search, he could only find a handful of prey. Seeing the blood on Garen's sword, the giant tiger and crocodile that were lying in wait beside him revealed expressions of fear. Their large eyes filled with a pleading, "Don't kill me." The animals in this world were not only unimaginably large in size, but also possessed intelligence comparable to that of human children. Thus, they could express their emotions in an extremely human-like manner. Upon seeing the pleading in the eyes of the two prey, Garen's killing intent did not diminish in the slightest. Garen simply looked at them coldly and pointed at the giant tiger, saying, "You, come here." The giant tiger immediately shivered and timidly brought its head, which was larger than Garen, closer. Garen silently reached out and stroked the tiger's chin. The touch was quite pleasant, akin to a massively enlarged version of cat. "Cough, cough." Satisfied with petting the big cat, Garen said, "You can go, I want to kill you." The giant tiger immediately showed a look of delight, stretched out its large tongue to gently lick Garen's hand, and then swayed its tail as it hurried away. Roar, watching the departing fellow tiger. The giant crocodile looked on eagerly. It tried to quietly step away, but was blocked by a blood-stained sword. Roar, roar, roar. The giant crocodile expressed fear and confusion with a human-like gaze. Garen silently raised his sword and said seriously, "You can't leave. You are not like the giant tiger. It's cuter than you." After gaining the experience points from the giant crocodile, Garen continued to navigate through the forest towards the royal city under Nami's guidance. Nami walked ahead in silence, her expression not looking good. Since yesterday, Nami had been speaking very little, merely sulking in front of Garen. Garen didn't quite understand and could only cautiously attend to Nami's emotions, staying quiet and closely following behind her. After a long period of silence in the forest, Nami finally spoke. "According to the distance on the map, we should be about to exit this jungle." Nami's tone was still unfriendly, but she was still doing her best to play the role of a living map for Garen. However, there is a large area ahead that is neither the royal city nor the forest. It's not shown on the map, and I don't know what it is. Don't know what it is? Garen pondered curiously about Nami's words, and a place name suddenly flashed in his mind. Could it be the Uncertain Object Terminal? Uncertain Object Terminal? Nami asked in confusion. What place is that? Garen didn't answer directly, but quickened his pace with Nami towards the front. Soon, the trees along the way began to wither and rot, and the wild animals disappeared without a trace. After walking a bit further, a strong stench surged forth like waves. Nami covered her nose uncomfortably, and after climbing over a small hill, she witnessed a shocking scene. In the distance was the tall and magnificent city wall of the kingdom of Goya, but outside the city wall lay countless continuous small hills. These small hills were all made up of various types of garbage. Flies buzzed around, and the stench was overwhelming. Garbage and dirt were mixed together, creating a filthy mess that was hard to walk through. Yet in this extremely terrible environment, Nami could still see many ragged, emaciated people with yellowish faces living among the garbage heaps. They rummaged through the trash, ecstatic when they found something slightly usable. Life was already so difficult, yet violence and bloodshed continued to fester and grow in this wasteland. Nami casually glanced around and could see several scavengers fighting fiercely. They were beating each other to a bloody pulp over seemingly just some trash. Witnessing such a hellish scene, Nami asked with concern, "What is this place?" Garen sighed softly and said, "This is the Uncertain Object Terminal, the evil consequence of the isolated society created by the kingdom of Goya. Those nobles, in order to maintain cleanliness and order within the kingdom of Goya, drove the garbage and those regarded as lower-class people here." Despite having anticipated the scene here, Garen still felt shocked after witnessing this garbage dump. The harsh environment, cruel living conditions, and the humanity suppressed to its limits under such extreme conditions. Hearing Garen's explanation, Nami was also deeply shaken. She knew how difficult life was under high-pressure rule, but she had never witnessed such a level of brutal oppression. Just then, the distant city gate suddenly opened, and a group of people who seemed completely out of place in this garbage dump emerged. They were dressed elegantly, full of spirit, and compared to the mud-stained folks outside the city, they appeared almost like deities. However, their expressions were quite ugly, tightly covering their mouths and noses, with no attempt to conceal the disdain and contempt in their eyes. In the face of the disdainful gazes from these city dwellers, the scavengers outside began to shout excitedly, "More garbage is coming." They cheered and swarmed around the garbage trucks like ants. The faces of the city people turned sour as they struck the mud-stained folks with their weapons while angrily shouting, "Lower class, get away from here." They wanted nothing to do with these peasants. Yet, in front of the weapons held by the city dwellers, the lower class still rushed forward without hesitation. They knew that this garbage was their means of survival. In this desperate place, if they didn't fight for it, they wouldn't survive. The scavengers scrambled for the garbage, while the city people angrily swung their clubs. Soon, there were injured scavengers bleeding among them, but not a single person paid attention to their fallen comrades. Seeing the scene, Nami suddenly recalled what happened yesterday when they set off from Windmill Village. After hearing that Garen was going to travel overland to the royal city, Karp specifically advised Garen and Nami to remain calm and not to do anything outrageous. Nami hadn't understood Karp's warning at the time, but now she realized, given Garen's personality, he would absolutely dislike this scene and this social system. However, the Goya Kingdom was a member nation of the world government, protected by the Navy, including Karp. If Garen lost control of his emotions and confronted the Goya Kingdom directly, the world government and the Navy would immediately become his enemies, and his nascent power would be destroyed in an instant. Garen, although she was also pained by the scene before her, Nami immediately thought of Garen's safety. She urgently called out, "You must stay calm. If you provoke the Goya Kingdom, you'll become a wanted criminal." However, as soon as Nami turned her head, she found that Garen was already gone. Nami looked at the empty space beside her, her heart sinking. She scanned the direction where the scavengers were gathered, searching for Garen's trace. Sure enough, she spotted Garen's swift figure charging forward with a large sword. Watching him kick up what seemed like a dust storm along the way, Nami could only shout anxiously, "Garen, come back. Don't be impulsive." However, the only response was Garen's figure growing increasingly distant. "This is it, it's over." Nami's face turned pale in an instant, and she couldn't help but murmur, "That idiot Garen. Now we're all going to be wanted criminals." She complained about Garen's impulsive behavior, but there was not a hint of hesitation or retreat in her eyes. After hesitating for just a moment, Nami resolutely followed in Garen's footsteps, tightly chasing after the figure that had already charged off alone into the distance. As she took this step, Nami was already thinking about what name Garen and her pirate crew should take in the future. However, Garen was not as impulsive and irrational as Nami imagined. His steps were steady, and his expression remained calm. Although Garen had promised Karp that he would act within his means and adhere to his principles, he never said he would turn a blind eye to everything. In fact, Garen was quite rational at this moment, and his furious actions fell well within his understanding of acting within his means. Garen's current strength might not allow him to act recklessly against the royal aristocrats of the Goya Kingdom, but his power that dominated the East China Sea was enough to provide him with the authority to engage in equal dialogue with the Goya nobility, even to overpower them. Just as Karp could insult the celestial dragons without restraint due to his peak power in the world, Garen also saw no need to swallow his pride in front of the nobility of a small country in the East China Sea. The celestial dragons could at least call a marine admiral at the press of a button, while the nobles of the Goya Kingdom probably couldn't even summon the East China Sea Navy, even if they did manage to call them. The highest commander of the East China Sea Navy, Smoker, was Garen's friend, and if he sought further support, it would be Karp who would come. The local gang leader colluding with the Navy commander was simply dark and lawless. If he saw something displeasing, he could just fight. What could those nobles do to Garen? The outrageous acts that Garen had promised to temporarily refrain from in front of Karp included, but were not limited to riots, coups, house raids, public shaming, public trials, executions, and hanging from lampposts. "So, everyone stop." Garen raised his large sword high above his head, standing outside the bustling crowd, his voice ringing like thunder. This voice, filled with rage and authority, instantly echoed throughout the area, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. Whether it was the city dwellers with grim faces swinging weapons or the scavengers frantically fighting for garbage, they were momentarily stunned by this thunderous sound. They stopped their actions and, somewhat fearfully, looked in the direction of the voice, where a tall knight clad in splendid armor came into view. His luxurious and dazzling attire stood in stark contrast to the scene of garbage and filth surrounding them. The crowd displayed expressions of astonishment, while the looks on the faces of the city dwellers were even more vivid. Garen paid no attention to their expressions. He simply lowered his raised sword to his chest and tightened his grip on the hilt. He never intended to solve problems with just a shout against those whose humanity had long since faded after years of living under a system of class separation. From a moment he charged in, he was prepared to use violence. His sword was silently aimed at the elegantly dressed city dwellers as he took a few steps forward. However, before Garen could draw his sword, the opposing party's preemptive action startled him into losing his fighting spirit. He watched as the city dwellers carefully examined Garen's attire, exchanged glances, and finally, all knelt down before Garen. Kneeling wasn't enough. Those city dwellers simultaneously addressed him in a tone of utmost respect. Lord Garen. The surrounding scavengers, witnessing this scene, began to whisper to each other. Could that knight be a great noble of the Goya kingdom? I don't know. Should we also kneel and pay our respects, since even those from the royal city are doing so? Of course. Disrespecting a noble is not a small crime. After some discussion, the scavengers also began to prostrate themselves before Garen, all with fear and panic on their faces. Even if one or two young people showed signs of discontent, they were quickly pressed down to the ground by those beside them. Garen looked on in astonishment, and the anxious Nami, who had hurriedly followed Garen, saw this bizarre and strange scene unfold. Nami, panting heavily as she chased after Garen, looked at him with surprise and asked, "What happened?" Garen scratched his head innocently and replied, "I don't know. I just showed up." And they all fell to the ground. When did my title of Justicar become so effective? Garen and Nami exchanged glances and whispered to each other for a while, but couldn't figure out the reason. Meanwhile, the townsfolk and scavengers remained respectfully kneeling on the ground. "You all." Garen felt uncomfortable with the scene and said to them, "You can all get up." "Yes." The first to respond were the excited voices of the townsfolk. They quickly stood up, carefully brushing off the dust from their clothes, ensuring they were clean before daring to approach Garen. Looking at the excited expressions on their faces, Garen felt increasingly uneasy. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so excited to see me?" A leading townsman immediately replied, "We are just common folks from a border town. How could we ever expect to meet someone as esteemed as you, Lord Garen?" Garen vaguely understood their meaning. In the eyes of these townsfolk, he seemed to be some kind of noble figure. However, he was still somewhat confused. He knew well that in the eyes of the foolish people of the kingdom of Goya, only bloodlines mattered, and someone like him, known for his strength. Shouldn't he receive this level of flattery? Could it be due to the influence of Wallace's family? After thinking it over, Garen could only find this one plausible reason. Meanwhile, the flattery on the faces of the townsfolk grew even more intense, as they stood with their backs bent like camels. Garen didn't realize how much power his face held in the eyes of these townsfolk. Although they were high and mighty compared to the scavengers, they were actually the lowest of the low in the social hierarchy within the kingdom of Goya, far removed from the status of the nobles in the high towns. After all, the noble lords would never stoop to do the dirty work of hauling garbage outside the city walls. These well-dressed townsfolk were merely slightly better-looking lower-class workers. Yet, despite their low status, they would look down upon the muddy-legged folks outside the city, seeking a delightful sense of superiority from the scavengers who had nothing. When faced with the upper-class nobles, they would grovel and flatter like house dogs, feeling immensely honored to receive even the leftovers from the nobles. The theory of the powerful oppressing the weak and the weak flattering the powerful was thoroughly demonstrated in the kingdom of Goya. Garen, the disguised celestial dragon, was clearly among the upper echelons of the nobility, revered by these border town commoners as a deity. Feeling uncomfortable under their worshipful gazes, Garen finally couldn't help but speak up. "Why are you so respectful to me? I'm not a noble." The leading townsman quickly smiled and said, "Lord Garen, with your esteemed status, how could—" Before he could finish, he was pulled back by a serious-looking companion. The companion sternly reminded him, "Be careful. We've said that Lord Garen is here incognito for a visit." According to the widely circulated tale of Garen's incognito visit, Garen was a world noble who had grown tired of his divine life and wanted to make a name for himself among the common people. A crucial point in this story was that Garen himself wanted to remain incognito. "Oh," the leading townsman suddenly understood and excitedly said, "Lord Garen, don't worry. I could definitely want to reveal your identity as a celestial dragon." Upon hearing this, Garen's first reaction was, "What the hell?" This sounded like a reprimanding question to the townsman, akin to a terrifying beast. The townsman immediately trembled in fear. Yes. I didn't mean to reveal your identity." The townsman was sweating profusely, bowing repeatedly to apologize. "Please forgive me." Although Garen was shocked to hear this information, he was more intolerant of the intense display of hierarchy. The way the townsman bowed and called him Lord made Garen feel as if he had been transported into a period drama. Thus, feeling extremely uncomfortable, Garen quickly stopped him. "Enough. I want to hold it against you." The townsman sighed heavily in relief, looking visibly weak. Despite his tumultuous thoughts, he still remembered to thank Garen. "Thank you, Lord Garen. I didn't expect to meet you here. I was too excited and lost my composure." As he spoke, The townsman suddenly showed a look of shock and surprise, which was mirrored on the faces of his companions. They had just realized a terrifying fact. The incredibly esteemed world noble had appeared in the dirtiest, darkest, and most shameful corner of the kingdom of Goya, at the uncertain endpoint of refuse. This. The leading townsman froze for a moment before turning to the surrounding scavengers and shouting, "What are you lowlife still doing here? How could someone like Lord Garen be seen by you? Get far away. Don't pollute the air here." His tone was fierce and domineering, completely different from his earlier flattery, as if he were a different person. The numerous scavengers, faced with the reprimand of a townsman, instinctively shrank back, wanting to retreat as far as possible according to his orders. "Wait," Garen called out to them. The response was a group of motionless scavengers, their eyes filled with confusion. However, this noble lord did not seek trouble with them. Instead, he turned to the townsman and asked, "In your eyes, are people ranked?" "Of course," the townsman replied seriously. "Those lowly people are filthy. How could they compare to us citizens of the king's city? And someone like you, my lord." This time, he restrained himself from mentioning Garen's true identity and simply said, "You are an even more exalted figure." So, Garen continued along his logic. As long as the upper class gives orders, the lower class must execute them without complaint, right? That is natural. The townsman nodded vigorously, as if this were an undeniable truth. In that case, Garen coldly glanced at the townsfolk and said in an authoritative tone, "Then you should leave the city." "What?" The townsfolk were all taken aback. "I say, let you all become scavengers when you leave the city. Your identity as residents of the royal city has been stripped away by me." Garen's voice was filled with aggression, which was very unlike his usual style. "This is an order from a noble. Do you dare to defy it?" Garen's meaning was very clear, like a bolt from the blue striking the townsfolk, their faces instantly changing to a pale hue. "Why you?" They looked at Garen timidly, wanting to speak but hesitating. Garen gave them a very indifferent glance. He wanted to see the scene of these self-righteous individuals facing the consequences of their actions. Garen was somewhat curious about how these nobles would react when confronted with the oppression and humiliation of higher nobles. However, the townsfolk hesitated for a long time and ultimately said nothing. Their eyes were vacant, their faces ashen, and their facial muscles twisted in pain. Yet they lacked any courage to say no to Garen. In the end, these citizens, now relegated to the scavenger class, merely responded to Garen with a simple yes. This acceptance of being inferior and their numbness gave Garen a deeper understanding of the internal decay within the kingdom of Goya. Sigh. Garen sighed deeply, his expression complex, and then he ignored the soulless townsfolk. He slowly walked up to an old scavenger and straightforwardly asked, "How can you endure a life of discrimination? Living among garbage, like wild dogs fighting for scraps?" Compared to the townsfolk who were brainwashed and numb from the hierarchical system, the old man scavenging outside the city in the garbage heap displayed a bit more respect. Although the old man instinctively felt fear towards the great noble Garen dressed in splendid knightly attire, he was not obsequious or submissive like those townsfolk. When he heard Garen's question, he was somewhat taken aback. The old man had never thought that a high-ranking noble would come before him and ask such a question that didn't align with noble status. After a moment of hesitation, the old man finally spoke in a tone filled with helplessness and bitterness. "Our home is here. If we don't scavenge, we can't survive." The surrounding scavengers also showed expressions of shared pain upon hearing this. "Can't survive?" Garen felt inexplicable anger at this absurd reality once again. "Why don't you resist? Even if you can't fight against those nobles, you can still leave this country by boat. The East Sea is so vast, where can't you live?" "Noble sir," the old man sighed deeply. "Things are not as simple as you imagine. There are too many pirates at sea. Not everyone has the ability to survive on the ocean, to leave this country alive." Garen was puzzled by the old man's words, but he understood the darker truths hidden beneath the shiny exterior of the kingdom of Goya through the old man's further explanation. The nobles of the kingdom of Goya pride themselves on being civilized and cherish their reputation. Therefore, when suppressing and controlling the lowly scavengers, the nobles do not openly use the kingdom's guards, but instead employ some scum from the sea to do their dirty work. The kingdom of Goya is viewed by the world's nobility as a model civilized nation. However, pirates can come and go freely within the territory of the kingdom of Goya, because these pirates are essentially weapons controlled by the nobles. Years ago, in order to prepare for inspections by higher authorities, the kingdom of Goya took strict measures to clean up the city's sanitation, even instructing a group of pirates to burn uncertain endpoints. Furthermore, these pirates stationed in the kingdom of Goya have another responsibility: to eliminate any large-scale escapes by the lowly scavengers. Thus, those ordinary people, who have no ability to resist, simply cannot escape the dark and oppressive rule of the kingdom of Goya. Damn it! After hearing these hidden truths, Garen felt an intense anger rise, with veins bulging on his forehead. The kingdom of Goya's darkness, which deprives both dignity and freedom, instinctively enraged him. The thick aura of anger around Garen made Nami, who was nearby, feel a bit frightened. Garen, Nami softly advised, "You must stay calm," as Vice Admiral Karp said. But Garen spoke in a low voice. "I've had enough. Today I will make this place history." "You." Nami's eyes widened in shock, as she couldn't help but grab Garen's arm, saying, "What do you want to do? If you do that, we will." Garen's expression, however, was unwavering. He gently shook off Nami's hand and walked slowly to a small hill made of garbage, looking down at everyone present from above. His splendid armor shone brightly in the sunlight, illuminating the darkness engulfed by garbage. Unbeknownst to them, a glimmer of hope quietly appeared in the eyes of the desolate scavengers. Seeing Garen like this, Nami suddenly felt relieved. Even though the road ahead was filled with endless obstacles, she was willing to face it together with him. Garen raised his great sword high and shouted at the scavengers below, "I am Garen. Today, I will lead you to break free from this life." The scavengers held their breath, and the scene fell silent enough for a pin to drop. In this extreme silence, it seemed as though a volcano was silently accumulating power, ready to erupt. Garen then declared loudly, "Debon Logistics is hiring. No gender restrictions, no age restrictions, no limits on the number of people, no limitations on job types. Meals and accommodation provided, salary to be negotiated." The most frightening aspect of modern Chinese society is that any person who has received compulsory education possesses a well-developed theoretical ability for rebellion. If Garen had the strength to punch the 4 emperors and kick the admirals, then what he would shout would undoubtedly be, "Do the lords and nobles have a right to claim superiority?" And he would lead the laboring masses to sing the March of the Volunteers and the Internationale. However, shouting such a resounding slogan requires a foundation of strength. On Earth, the suffering people around the world represent a massive force for rebellion. But in this world with extraordinary powers, the strongest beings capable of moving mountains and seas are the primary force. Garen, at present, was only at the level of being a king in the East Sea, so he naturally couldn't do anything too outrageous. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to change others' fates, he might even lose his own life. Garen, who only thought of doing what was within his capabilities, did not yet possess the awareness of great men who have the ambition to sacrifice for a new world. Therefore, what Garen shouted was, "Debon Logistics is hiring." After hearing this news, all the scavengers with even a little intelligence could understand the implied meaning behind this recruitment advertisement. Garen was offering not just job security, but a reason to leave the kingdom of Goya, a promise to protect their safety. Those pirates driven by the nobles had the ability to intercept escaping civilians, but they had no power to stop employees under the protection of the current overlord of the East Sea, Garen. Garen's actions, on the surface, did not seem to indicate any intent to oppose the nobility of the Goya kingdom. He simply needed workers. Even if there were conflicts with the nobility, it would merely be a matter of interest between private companies and small local states, which the world government had no interest in meddling with. As long as it did not directly threaten the rule of the world's nobility, they wouldn't even bother with heinous acts like city slaughter or country theft. After all, no matter how fiercely the underlings fought among themselves, in the end, it was merely a change of who would pay tribute to the heavens. Garen's recruitment advertisement created quite a stir among the scavenger community, and after a brief discussion and contemplation, everyone realized this was a chance to change their fate. In no time, a large crowd gathered, creating an impressive momentum. The scavengers looked at Garen with eyes full of admiration and respect, as if they had grasped a lifeline. Due to the poor management of the former lord, Crick, Garen now controlled vast territories, numerous ships, but the population resources were far from sufficient to support the burgeoning power. The two sides were perfectly positioned for mutual benefit, making the recruitment process a natural outcome. The only problem was that Garen and Nami couldn't handle so many job seekers. After finding a few respected figures among the scavengers to act as temporary organizers, Garen and Nami decided to leave for the uncertain destination to prepare for entering the royal city. Garen planned to first meet with the more than 300 crew members aboard the flagship and then arrange enough personnel to perfect the subsequent recruitment efforts. However, Just as Garen and Nami crossed the city wall and reached the border town, they encountered an unexpected group of people. These individuals were all dressed lavishly, with proud expressions, exuding a sense of nobility and luxury that was distinctly different from the previous townsfolk, but they clearly did not appear to be good people. The impression was largely due to their mostly unattractive appearances. Due to the creator's malicious intent, the aristocracy in this world generally looked quite ugly. And the ugly nobles were mostly not good people, being arrogant and dismissive like intellectually challenged individuals. Analyzing this from a scientific perspective could only be explained by the disastrous results of inbreeding. Among this sudden appearance of nobles in the border town was an elderly man wearing a crown and a grand robe, who stood before everyone surrounded by other nobles and guards, anxiously looking around. Upon seeing Garen, who emerged from the city gate clad in splendid armor, the old man's excitement intensified, causing his frail body to tremble with anticipation. Lord Garen, the crowned elder proactively approached, bowing slightly even before getting close. I am King Solace-Carrot of the Goya Kingdom. My apologies for the unworthy welcome. Garen had made quite a scene outside the city, and having spent considerable time on the recruitment, the old king could hardly wait to rush here to greet the world noble upon hearing the news of Garen's arrival. In fact, he was so frightened at the thought of Garen witnessing the dirtiest corners of his kingdom that he almost suffered a heart attack. Faced with the old king's welcome, both Garen and Nami were somewhat taken aback, stopping in their tracks. Nami whispered in disbelief to Garen, "Is that old man really the king of the Goya Kingdom? Why is he so respectful towards you? What exactly happened?" In response to Nami's barrage of questions, Garen could only quietly reply, "I'm not sure why this is happening, but it seems they really regard me as a celestial dragon." Celestial dragon? Nami did not understand this concept. Garen leaned closer to Nami's ear and softly explained, "Celestial dragons are the world nobles, the rulers of the world government." So powerful? Nami's expression changed slightly, and she asked with some concern, "Doesn't that mean we've gotten into big trouble? Pretending to be a celestial dragon must be a serious crime, right? I never claimed to be a celestial dragon, so how can it be considered impersonation?" Garen reassured Nami with an unchanged expression. "Besides, since they take me for a celestial dragon, I might as well play the part." "You?" Nami looked at Garen with some skepticism. "How are you like a noble? I can't act like one." Garen, however, found it amusing and said, "It's not difficult to pretend to be a world noble at all." With that, Garen boldly walked towards the old king. Nami was quite shocked, as Garen now not only did not resemble an elegant noble, but rather deliberately wore an expression that was overly forceful and arrogant. This proud and dismissive expression made Nami momentarily think of the village's idiot. "Old man," Garen casually addressed the king in a way that dropped Nami's jaw, his tone filled with hostility. "So, you are the king here?" "Why, yes, that's right. I am a king." The old king, however, showed no anger. Instead, he hurriedly apologized. "It was our mistake for you to see such a dilapidated place." He then displayed a pained expression and said to Garen, "I'm terribly sorry that such filthy, lowly people caught your attention." The old king wore a fawning smile, but his words were laced with a severe tone. "Rest assured, I'll order the execution of all those garbage right away." The old king spoke lightly, but his attitude, which treated human life as insignificant, made Garen's heart skip a beat. However, Garen still maintained that exaggerated arrogance on his face. Speaking even more rudely, "Who told you to kill them? I want all those slaves." "Lord Garen, do you need slaves?" The old king's eyes brightened, and he immediately said with a cheerful smile, "Good, I will arrange everything for you." For the king, these inconsequential garbage were nowhere near as important as making a world noble happy. The foundation of the Goya Kingdom's rule was actually the commoners of the border town. Those garbage driven to survive outside the city contributed not a single bit in taxes, and their only purpose was to serve as decomposers of urban waste. After hearing the king's promise, Garen merely nodded, too lazy to say much more to the old king, as if the other party was nothing more than air not worth acknowledging. In the face of such rudeness, the old king became even more respectful. He tentatively suggested to Garen, "Lord Garen, how about following me back to the royal city for a short rest?" Garen remained silent, his gaze seemingly fixed on a point far above. The old king had no choice but to lower his voice further. "The Michael family is also waiting for you in the royal city." "Oh." Garen glanced at the old king. "Wallace is waiting for me there? Then let us go." Saying this, Garen waved his hand at the bewildered Nami behind him, signaling her to follow his lead. "Yes." The old king promptly ushered Garen and Nami to a luxurious and exquisite carriage, personally opening the door for them. The two horses pulling the carriage are pure white without a hint of mixed hair, and the interior of the carriage is decorated with understated luxurious wood and jade carvings. The space inside is exceptionally vast, enough to be considered extravagant and opulent. Garen, already the overlord of the East Sea, finds himself slightly outdone by the luxurious lifestyle accumulated over generations of nobility behind the decaying ruling class. However, Garen shows no sign of timidity. Instead, he boldly leads the slightly anxious Nami into the carriage. Not stopping there, Garen even slightly furrows his brow at the interior decoration, as if sitting in this carriage diminished his worth. As the old king approaches to board, Garen bluntly says, "What are you following me for? You don't have the qualification to sit with me." The old king's expression freezes, and he immediately bows and retreats, saying, "I apologize. I was too presumptuous." After the carriage door is firmly closed, Nami looks at Garen in disbelief and asks this. "This doesn't look like nobility at all. How could that old man believe you?" Outside the carriage, a young noble attendant also asks the old king the same question in confusion. "Your Majesty? How could that celestial dragon be so crude? Could he be fake?" Although these nobles are often crude and disdainful towards lower-class people, when have they ever been treated like this? "Don't talk nonsense. You're still too young." The old king sternly rebukes the young attendant, then puts on a mysterious expression and says, "You ordinary people really can't imagine the demeanor of the celestial dragons. I've attended so many world conferences in my life. Can I not tell the real from the fake?" The old king wears a familiar smile, the same old formula, and earnestly teaches the young man beside him. That's right. This is the style of the world's nobility. In the royal palace of the Goya kingdom, a carriage slowly drives into the palace gate, where a group of nobles is already waiting for Lord Garen's arrival. Among them are the prince and princess of the Goya kingdom, the eagerly anticipating Sterling, the composed Borkin, and the strangely expressioned Wallace. Especially when they see the old king personally leading the horse for Lord Garen, Wallace's expression becomes even more peculiar. Inside the carriage, Garen is explaining to Nami his insights on playing the role of a world noble. People imagine that noble civilization is elegant, self-disciplined, knowledgeable, and capable. Nobles understand the workings of the system better than commoners and shoulder social responsibilities, being the elite of human society and leaders guiding their races towards progress. Because of this, nobles possess legitimate and reasonable ruling rights. However, when they truly hold unchecked, hereditary, and uncontested absolute power, nobles become like this. Garen wraps his arm around Nami's slender waist and forcefully pushes open the tightly closed carriage door. Nami blushes in surprise. She instinctively wants to break free, but is tightly held in Garen's strong embrace. Within the imposing palace of the Goya kingdom, under the gaze of numerous nobles, Garen still rests his hand restlessly on Nami's waist, his face showing a gluttonous expression devoid of decorum. This lewd behavior, inappropriate for the occasion, makes Garen appear like a village simpleton who has just married a beautiful bride. Garen doesn't even bother to look at others, merely casting a disdainful glance at the grand palace of the Goya kingdom and casually commenting, "It's ordinary, but still somewhat pleasing to the eye." Some young nobles, who are unaccustomed to the world, feel uncomfortable, but those old nobles who have previously hosted celestial dragons look at Garen with newfound respect. Borkin, with a strange expression, whispers to his nephew Wallace, "Wallace, could it be that Lord Garen is really a celestial dragon? It looks too much like it." Wallace feels a bit dizzy. Lord Garen isn't usually like this. Meanwhile, Garen strides over, holding the blushing Nami. He completely ignores the other nobles and directly greets Wallace. Wallace. Although Garen uses a tone that commands subservience, this greeting makes Wallace the center of attention. Sterling's gaze is filled with jealousy, while the king, prince, and princess's eyes are full of admiration. "Lord Garen," Wallace suddenly realizes and straightforwardly bows deeply, a gesture he would normally never make. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the royal family and upper-class nobles gather around Lord Garen and the Lady Nami, whom he holds, leading them into the palace. What follows is a series of dull noble banquet activities. In summary, a group of nobles attempts to gather around Garen to admire his presence, while Garen focuses on enjoying himself with Miss Nami, showing no regard for them. However, the more Garen disregards them, the more enthusiastic the nobles become, as if speaking to Garen is a great honor. Garen prudently refrains from actively acknowledging his true identity, casually revealing some details about his life at home while chatting with the king. The old king, who has had some dealings with celestial dragons, feels even more convinced of Garen's authenticity. The noble's gazes towards Garen are filled with intrigue. Eventually, Garen dismisses everyone and, under their envious and jealous stares, calls over the uncle and nephew Michael to chat privately. Wallace? After avoiding others, Garen's demeanor returns to normal. What's going on? Hearing Garen's question, Wallace looks slightly embarrassed. Lord Garen. Borkin steps forward, maintaining his expression, and explains, here's the situation. This happened. That happened. After hearing Borkin's account, Garen frowns in displeasure. So, you took advantage of my name to promote your family? Yes. Borkin unhesitatingly admits this, adding, but this is a mutually beneficial move. If Wallace can successfully marry the princess and gain royal status, the support our family provides you will be even greater. Given the current king and prince's incompetence, Borkin bluntly speaks about their ambitions. If handled properly, the entire Goya kingdom could become a garden for you, the overlord of the East Sea. Before Garen can respond, Borkin continues, to show our sincerity, our family has decided to unconditionally transfer our shipping department to you. We will fully assist you in your recruitment efforts, even if the destination is uncertain. Once successful, the talents we cultivate can also become assets to your company. After listening to the stack of pancakes drawn by aGiant, Garen asked in confusion, you are willing to put out so many chips just to borrow a bit of influence? aGiant's reply was as straightforward as ever. What you possess is not just influence, but also the strongest military power in the East Sea. Being able to participate in the rise of a new power is the greatest profit and return. Garen pondered for a moment and then slightly nodded in agreement with aGiant's proposal. After all, these conditions were all beneficial to him without any harm. Once both sides settled down, Garen immediately changed his perspective. In that case, does your family have a good chance of success? Of course. aGiant confidently nodded and explained. Our Michael family is an old noble family in the kingdom of Goya, and now we have borrowed the influence of the celestial dragon, which makes our weight in the old king's eyes quite extraordinary. However, our opponents are indeed formidable. aGiant's expression became serious as he cast his gaze toward the royal family members in the distance. Following aGiant's gaze, Garen saw a young nobleman with a pot-lid hairstyle and a flat nose, who was fawning around the king and the prince with a flattering expression. That was Sturley, the heir of the Otluk family. aGiant explained to Garen, this young man is no simple character. He is very skilled at playing power games and swaying people's hearts, and he is a favorite among the royal family members. The Otluk family has become a significant family in recent years because of his performance. Moreover, Sturley is very ruthless. Before Wallace, he had already sent people to assassinate 2 competitors. Garen was not interested in the power struggles of these nobles, but accurately caught a few keywords: Otluk family, assassination, and Sturley. The Otluk family was indeed the employer of Mr. One, the top assassin hired by Miss before her death. It seemed that Sturley, who had assassinated competitors, was definitely connected to that bald assassin. The name Sturley also struck Garen as somewhat familiar. Garen recalled the name and asked, is Sturley the adopted son of the Otluk family? Didn't he have an older brother? You know that too? aGiant's calm expression finally changed slightly. The child named Sabo has long disappeared from the memories of those nobles. So was him. Garen remembered who Sturley was. The adopted son of Sabo's parents, who had always looked down on the lower class, was mean-spirited and a treacherous scoundrel. While the few were discussing the great national enterprise, a figure quietly approached and interrupted their meeting. Garen immediately put on the awful expression he had previously dismissed and pulled the long-standing background character, Miss Nami, back into his arms, becoming a lively, celestial dragon once more. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was none other than the bride that everyone conspired to seek for Wallace, Princess Sally Nandakarnit of the Kingdom of Goya. This princess was different from most of the bizarrely styled nobles. Although she wasn't a top beauty like Nami or Vivi, she was still a standard beauty made from the same mold. Coupled with her luxurious attire and a hint of inexplicable blush on her face, she looked somewhat appealing. Seeing the princess up close, Wallace, the main character of the plan, couldn't help but show some restraint. However, Princess Nandakarnit did not pay attention to Wallace's expression. She cautiously addressed Garen. Lord Garen? What is it? Garen's attitude remained quite abrasive. Meanwhile, Nami, who was playing the role of a prop in Garen's arms, sensed something was off. Princess Nandakarnit, her face slightly flushed, gently brushed her hair behind her ear and quietly asked, Lord Garen, are you married? Nami, who had also appeared in the EC Daily, was positioned in Garen's secret visit as a character akin to Xia Yuhong by Daming Lake, EC version. Thus, Princess Nandakarnat shot a provocative glance at Nami and added seriously, the formal kind. Nami's and Bogeykin's expressions darkened. Wallace's face turned green. Not just Wallace, but Sturley's face also turned green. He had been busy scheming with those nobles for years, acting like a grandson in the palace, serving that old fool of a king, and sparing no expense to assassinate competitors, all to marry the princess and gain royal status. Only by obtaining royal status could Sturley continue to realize his next ambition. Now, Sturley suddenly realized the princess he wanted to marry had ambitions even greater than his own, while he was merely vying for the position of the king of Goya. Princess Nandakarnat was dreaming of climbing into the bed of a celestial dragon to become a world noble. Sturley's face turned an even darker shade of green. He felt a bit scared. What if that lecherous celestial dragon really married Princess Nandakarnat? Wouldn't he, the one who had boasted about marrying the princess, look incredibly conspicuous? The upper class could just show their face and make the princess, whom he had worked so hard to please, offer herself up. One casual remark from the upper class could turn his years of effort into nothing. This was the power. Sturley clenched his fists, and amidst the tension, entanglement, and unwillingness, his ambition for power only grew stronger. However, things did not develop as badly as Sturley imagined. Our noble celestial dragon Garen only paused slightly before revealing an extremely disdainful expression to the expectant Princess Nandakarnat. Formal wife? You, a lowly person, think you can become my formal wife? A princess from a small and remote country like you is worth only a few million berries at the slave auction in Chambord. Princess Nandakarnat was momentarily stunned, her face filled with disbelief, and her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. As the princess of the kingdom of Goya, when had she ever experienced such humiliation and disdain? Her face turned red, her lips trembled as she tried to say something to Garen. Shut up. The old king rudely and angrily interrupted his daughter's hesitating words. Lord Garen is right. Don't harbor any unrealistic fantasies. Quickly apologize to Lord Garen, the old king, who had attended world conferences multiple times and seen the world on the Great Route, understood that Galen was right, although it seemed unbelievable to ordinary people. A princess from a non-member small country was indeed not worth much in the slave market of Sabaody, and his own daughter's status as a princess from a world government member country was also insignificant in the eyes of the celestial dragons. After being sternly reprimanded by the old king, Princess Nandakarnat could only timidly say, "Yes, I'm sorry." However, Galen showed no mercy, and not only did he not spare the trembling princess, but he also continued to delve deeper into his role. He looked at Princess Nandakarnat with a disrespectful and frivolous gaze and performed the role of a lecherous demon again. I think you're not bad looking. You could barely qualify as my 16th slave wife. Saying this, Galen glanced at Miss Nami, who was in his arms, wearing a forced smile, and laughed, adding, "No, it should be the 17th now. Ha ha ha." Nami's expression darkened, and she quietly gave him a harmless little punch in his embrace. Princess Nandakarnat, who was targeted by Galen, turned pale at the malicious words filled with lust. The old king was sweating profusely, increasingly convinced that the man before him was a true celestial dragon. In such a situation, no one dared to speak. Sturley even shrank back silently, allowing the princess he admired to sink deeper into the abyss of slavery. Finally, just as Princess Nandakarnat was about to collapse and cry on her knees, a warrior stumbled forward, Wallace. Galen secretly gave him an appreciative look, praising his quick wit and improvisation. However, Wallace himself was completely bewildered, while Bodkin, who had just pushed his nephew from behind, silently withdrew his hand. Galen pretended to be displeased and shot a glance at Wallace, signaling the still dazed Wallace to quickly continue the dialogue. Bodkin also sat in his seat, glaring at his unworthy nephew with a hidden gaze. After a moment of hesitation, Wallace finally grasped his role, Lord Galen. Wallace's ability to control his expression was poor. After a long wait, he managed to muster an indescribably ugly face. So he simply knelt down with a thud and buried his face in the ground. Princess Nandakarnat made an unintentional mistake. Please forgive her. Oh. Galen narrowed his eyes slightly and used his lines to push Wallace further. You want to stop my decision? On what grounds? Wallace probably understood Galen's intention and quickly took the opportunity to say, I have admired Princess Nandakarnat for a long time. I hope you can grant me my affection for the princess, considering my loyal service. Galen remained silent for a long time with an unhappy expression before finally looking up at the old king and asking, Old man, has your daughter already gotten together with Wallace? Yes. The old king immediately said with a sense of relief, "Wallace is a rare young talent in our Goya kingdom, and I have long decided to betroth my daughter to him." In that case, Galen finally slightly retracted his aggressive attitude and casually said, "Then I'll give Wallace a favor." Princess Nandakarnat also let out a heavy sigh of relief. Although her marriage had been set so inexplicably, this outcome was 100 times better than becoming a female slave for the celestial dragons. Besides, Wallace was one of the 2 candidates for her husband, and his family background was not inferior to Sturley's. And he was much more pleasant to look at than the oddly shaped Sturley. The princess easily accepted her newly minted husband. Sturley, on the other hand, turned thoroughly green with envy. The matter of helping Wallace marry a wife was thus resolved smoothly, and the meaningless noble banquet soon came to an end. Galen casually found an excuse to bid farewell to the old king and prepared to leave the palace to finalize the cooperation terms with the Michael family. The royal family and nobles once again sent Lord Galen out of the palace like a star surrounded by the moon, bowing respectfully as they bid him farewell. Looking at the old king, who sold his daughter but wore a face of relief, Galen couldn't help but joke to Wallace beside him, "Your father-in-law is really easy to fool." Wallace shyly lowered his head. He was still processing the fact that he suddenly had a wife. Bodkin laughed and patted his nephew on the shoulder, saying, "You performed well this time, making the plan go so smoothly." "Exactly." Bodkin then looked uneasily at Sturley, who was staring intently at them from a distance, and frowned slightly. "That Sturley is quite a trouble. Wallace, you need to be careful. This guy will do anything when he goes mad." The 2 unlucky souls who died earlier were just buried not long ago. Before Wallace could respond, Galen chuckled lightly. "Sturley? Not worth mentioning. Leave it to me to handle." "You?" Bodkin asked in confusion. "Are you planning to deal with him personally?" He shook his head again, saying, "Lord Galen, you are a tyrant who relies on force. Such petty power struggles should be left to us." "No." Galen smiled more meaningfully. "I don't have time to play any dark battles with him. Problems need to be solved quickly." As he spoke, Galen suddenly asked Bodkin without any context, "Did you bring a gun?" "You, what do you want to do?" Bodkin said in surprise, "Even though your identity is Celestial Dragon now." "Directly killing him." He only got halfway through his sentence when Bodkin suddenly realized something. As a Celestial Dragon, it seemed there was nothing wrong with doing this. "No, no, no." Galen shook his head gently. "My method is not that simple and crude. This gun is not for me. It's for Sturley." Bodkin was somewhat baffled, but still reached into his pocket to pull out a delicate and compact pistol. Like other countries, the Goya kingdom prohibited anyone from carrying weapons into the palace. And like other countries, this rule was merely a formality for those with ulterior motives. Looking at the advanced micro-automatic pistol that Bodkin handed over, which was clearly a generation ahead of the overall technology level of the EC, Galen couldn't help but feel a sense of regret for the distorted technological tree of this world. Galen didn't waste much time and quietly hid the palm-sized pistol in his hand, then turned his gaze to the target he wanted to deal with, Sturley. Sturley, of course, could not perceive the malice in Galen's eyes and could not imagine what would happen next. Instead, he immediately greeted Galen's gaze with a flattering smile. Not long ago, the absurd scene that occurred in the palace completely ruined Sturley's years of planning and made him realize even more profoundly the importance of power. Sturley's ambition for power and pursuit of status did not shrink due to failure and setbacks. Instead, it swelled to an uncontrollable level. He quickly devised a plan for a comeback, to please the celestial dragons and leave a good impression as a loyal dog in front of them. Then, he would strike at the right moment and send assassins to eliminate Wallace. The high and mighty celestial dragons wouldn't care much about the death of a mere servant. This would give Sturley the opportunity to take over the Michael family's position under the celestial dragons and even marry the princess in place of the deceased Wallace. With this thought in mind, Sturley's demeanor before Galen became even more obsequious. Just a glance from Galen made him tremble with excitement. Without waiting for Galen to approach him, Sturley proactively went up and greeted him warmly. "Lord Galen, aren't you leaving?" Sturley continued rapidly. "Is there anything else you need? Please feel free to command, and I will do my utmost to satisfy you." Galen cooperatively returned Sturley a hearty smile. "Sturley, you are quite an interesting fellow. I have high hopes for you." Hearing Galen's praise, Sturley became even more excited. He grinned and cautiously replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Lord Galen." Sturley glanced again at Wallace, and the Bodkin uncle and nephew left at a distance, and couldn't help but probe, "Lord Galen, if you'd be so kind, I would like to invite you to our Aud-Oluk family for a little while. I can provide all the conditions that the Michael family can offer." "Not so fast, not so fast." Galen smiled and said, "How about I give you a gift first?" "A gift?" Sturley was so excited that his words became incoherent. "This. What an honor. Then you must hold on to it." With a malicious smile, Galen handed over a miniature handgun that he had clenched in his palm to Sturley. Sturley hurriedly and respectfully cradled the handgun in his hands and examined it closely. It was indeed a good gun, but why did it seem like the same model as the self-defense handgun he bought from a black market dealer in the Goya Kingdom? After a moment's thought, it made sense. Such high-end goods were typically smuggled from the Grand Line to the East Sea, so it wasn't surprising that a celestial dragon would possess such a handgun. However, while Sturley was busy organizing his words to express his gratitude, he heard Galen softly say in front of him, "You have the gun. Aren't you going to fire a shot?" Bang! Just as the words fell, a sharp gunshot rang out. Everyone present was stunned. Sturley was tightly gripping the handgun, his finger madly pulling the trigger, unleashing bullets at close range towards Lord Galen. Someone was shooting at the celestial dragon. The old king's eyes were about to pop out. A crowd of nobles panicked, and Bodkin looked incredulous, while only Wallace and Na may remained calm. After Galen leveled up and became stronger and more resilient, bullets that could previously pierce through him could no longer penetrate his armor. They merely sparked against the solid steel, which reduced the opportunity for Galen's increasingly refined acting skills to shine. The bullets couldn't harm Galen, but Sturley still crazily fired several shots at him. Galen was unharmed, yet he still covered his chest and abdomen, feigning a painful expression. It wasn't until the 2 seconds of the taunt skill's duration ended that Sturley, with a face full of terror, stopped his actions. "What is happening? You dare ask me what is happening?" Galen roared with a painful expression. "If it weren't for this armor, I would have already died at your hands." I didn't." Sturley frantically waved the gun in his hand, his face already pale from blood loss. This gun was given to me by you." But no one present would listen to Sturley's words. The old king and the prince rushed up to support the suffering Galen, their faces turning red as they spat angrily at Sturley. "Sturley, have you gone mad? How dare you attack Lord Galen?" Not only was Sturley terrified to the point of losing his color, but the king, the prince, and the nobles were also frightened out of their wits. Assassinating a celestial dragon could cost one their head, and often it wasn't just one person's head. If Lord Galen really had any issues, or if Lord Galen sought revenge for this incident, then even the Goya Kingdom's status as a member of the world government wouldn't protect them from the wrath of the celestial dragons. This was truly a national disaster, all because of that madman. As the royal family and nobles were in shock and fear, they all looked at Sturley with expressions of intense hatred. Sturley was completely flustered. He didn't know what had just happened, nor did he know how to resolve this life-threatening situation. Faced with the old king's furious reprimands, Sturley could only mumble a dazed response. I really didn't. But Galen would not let him off so easily. Maintaining a painful and